Chapter 3985. You're still so stubborn even at a time like this? Duan Lingtian's words caused Ma Qihong's aura to stagnate for a moment before he sneered. His eyes were filled with madness as he said, Duan Lingtian, you better be careful. Even if I don't overdo it, you might still be severely injured. Ma Qihong had already made up his mind. Even if he could not kill Duan Lingtian, he wanted to severely injure Duan Lingtian before Zhen Pingfan and the others could react and rescue Duan Lingtian. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Junior Uncle Wei. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan looked at Wei Chundao, the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley, and said, Why don't you preside over their battle? Sure. Wei Chundao nodded to indicate he had no objections. He was the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley. It was best for him to preside over the battle. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Ma Qihong and said indifferently, Ma Qihong, since Valley Master Wei will be the one to preside over the battle between us, let's hand our stakes over to Valley Master Wei before the battle begins. Only then will I feel at ease. Of course, if your side can't take out the stakes, there's no need for this battle to continue. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flickered continuously. In the eyes of the Ma Qi clan, it seemed as though he was feeling uneasy as he tried his best to disrupt the battle. Ma Qihong felt the same way as well. Duan Lingtian, you're still trying to struggle at a time like this? Ma Qihong sneered as he looked at Ma Qiju. Before Ma Qihong could speak, Ma Qiju had already raised his hand. Black mist swirled around his hand before it transformed into a 7-foot-long spear. The body of the spear and the tip of the spear were completely black. There was nothing special about it, but the aura it emitted was oppressive. This was the half-soul prominent grade divine weapon that Ma Qiju, the golden seat elder of the Ma Qi clan, always carried with him. It was the black jade spear of the hidden dragon. Is this Elder Ma Qiju's black jade hidden dragon spear? When Ma Qiju took out his half-soul high-grade divine artifact, many of the Seven Kills Valley's elders who had rushed over to join in the fun let out similar cries of surprise. Elder Ma Qiju's hidden dragon black jade spear is worth 100 limit king grade divine pills? If this were to spread, it would be big news. Elder Ma Qiju, aren't you worried that his black jade spear will lose? He must have taken it out because he thought that he would definitely win. More and more people from the Seven Kills Valley gathered around, and some of them even looked at Duan Lingtian. Everyone thought that Duan Lingtian would definitely lose, but would Duan Lingtian turn the tables and win in the end? Of course, there were only a few people who thought this way. They even felt that Duan Lingtian's chances of winning were very small, or even close to none. If they were asked to bet on Duan Lingtian to win now, they would not take the risk. Martial Uncle. At this moment, an old man from the Ma Qi clan spoke up. Just as Ma Qiju was about to pass the spear to Wei Chundao, the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley, he said, Why don't we just forget about it? It's just a child's quarrel. There's no need to use your half-soul high-grade divine artifact as a wager. The old man said in a deep voice before he continued, It'll be fine if he wins, but if he loses, he did not finish his sentence. However, this caused many people from the Ma Qi clan to calm down. That was right. They all felt that they would definitely win. However, what if they lost? What would they do if they lost? If they lost, the golden seat elder of the Ma Qi clan would lose his half-soul high-grade divine artifact. At that time, his strength would be greatly reduced. This would not only be a loss to the golden seat elder, but it would also be a loss to the Ma Qi clan. When Ma Qiju heard the advice, he stopped moving. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, That's right, Elder Ma Qiju. Why don't we just forget about it? Today, I'll definitely win against Ma Qihong. I'm afraid it's not easy for your half-soul high-grade divine artifact to reach this stage. There's really no need to use it on a good-for-nothing great-grandson like you. Elder Ma Qiju, if you want to go back on your word, I, Duan Lingtian, won't have any objections. I'm sure your great-grandson, Ma Qihong, won't dare to have any objections as well. Duan Lingtian smiled brilliantly. However, I'll say this first. If you don't have half-soul high-grade divine artifact as a wager, I won't even bother to fight with Ma Qihong. Let's just forget about this wager. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was no longer anxious. It was as though he was a completely different person. He was much more excited now. Ma Qihong's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. Even if he felt that he would definitely win, he could not force the great ancestor to do anything. He could only let the great ancestor make the decision. Naturally, if he could, he wanted to promise that he would not lose. If he lost, he would do whatever he wanted. At the same time, two other high-ranking officials from the Machi clan spoke up to dissuade Duan Lingtian. They felt that there was no need for him to risk his half-soul high-grade divine artifact for the sake of a junior. That's right. Senior Uncle Machi. Why don't we just forget about it? At this moment, Zhen Pingfan also spoke up. In the beginning, he did not want to speak up. After all, if Duan Lingtian lost his half-soul high-grade divine artifact, he would be the one to take it. However, when he received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he understood Duan Lingtian's intention. For this reason, he quickly spoke up to dissuade Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he prayed in his heart. Duan Lingtian, you'd better not admit defeat. What are you afraid of? Don't tell me you don't have confidence in your great-grandson? Your great-grandson had entered the high-level Divine Emperor realm 100 years ago. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian from our Chunyang school had only entered the Zhongwei Divine Emperor realm 2 years ago. Elder Machi, let's just forget about it. At this moment, Elder Yi Tong from the Chunyang school's hidden sword faction also spoke up. Duan Lingtian did not send him a voice transmission. Instead, he spoke according to his own thoughts. This was because he felt that Duan Lingtian would not be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Instead of embarrassing himself by giving up 100 king-grade divine pills, he might as well just forget about it. When Wei Chun Dao, the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley, saw the group of people trying to dissuade Duan Lingtian, he retracted his hand that was about to take the divine spear from Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Machi, why don't we just forget about it? Wei Chun Dao asked. Many of the onlookers felt that Duan Lingtian would most likely give up after so many people tried to dissuade him. They were disappointed that they would not be able to see Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian fight. Duan Lingtian's body trembled slightly. He threw the long spear in his hand to Wei Chun Dao and said loudly, I believe in my great-grandson. When Duan Lingtian saw this and heard Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Lingtian immediately expressed his stance. Rest assured, great ancestor, I will not let you down. He was really worried that his great ancestor would go back on his word. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the half-soul high-grade divine artifact was in Wei Chun Dao's hands. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with mockery. Duan Lingtian, now that my stake is in Valley Master Wei's hands, it's your turn to take out your stake. 100 limit king-grade divine pills. Don't tell me you can't take out that much? Under everyone's gazes, Duan Lingtian's expression changed a few times. The smile on his face disappeared. After frowning, he said coldly, Of course I can take them out. Then, in front of everyone, he took out many pill bottles. After fiddling with them for a while, he placed the 100 limit king-grade divine pills in an unused spatial ring and handed it to Wei Chun Dao. Valley Master Wei, I'll have to trouble you. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression was heavy. However, he was very excited in his heart. It's done. Duan Lingtian, it's all thanks to your improvisation. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. His tone was filled with excitement. If it were me, it would be very difficult for me to do this. Earlier, Wan Qiju's hesitation made Zhen Pingfan feel that if he was the only one who had provoked him, Wan Qiju might not have dared to take out his high soul artifact. However, based on Duan Lingtian's performance and his improvisation, Wan Qiju was certain that Duan Lingtian was no match for his great-great-grandson, Wan Qihong. Fortunately, Zhen Pingfan had never been to Earth in the mundane realm. Otherwise, he would have thought that Duan Lingtian was an award-winning actor. Elder Zhen, it's too early to be happy. Although Duan Lingtian was happy, he did not lose his rationality. We don't know if Wan Qihong has any tricks up his sleeve. If he doesn't, it won't be difficult for me to defeat him. However, if he does, it won't be easy to defeat him. Duan Lingtian said. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the difference between the divine energy of a high-level celestial emperor and a medium celestial emperor. He knew it would not be easy for him to close the gap between them. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Wan Qi Hong's comprehension of the law was not weaker than his comprehension of the law of space. Wan Qi Hong's reputation as the #1 genius of the Machi clan was not undeserved. We'll just have to do our best. At the very least, we'll have to end the match in a draw. Let's not waste time, Jinping Fan said. After a while, Wei Chundao, the valley master of the Seven Kills Valley, beckoned the crowd to retreat to a safe distance, leaving only him and Duan Lingtian in the middle. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Wan Qi Hong rose into the air and faced each other. The smell of gunpowder filled the air at this moment. A great battle was about to break out. At the same time, Zhan Pingfan, the old ancestor of the Yunfeng progeny on Yunfeng Island in Chunyang School, was stunned when he learned about the wager Duan Lingtian had taken out from his son, Zhan Pingfan. After a while, he could not help but mutter, "Is Wan Qiju crazy? He's betting his half-soul prominent divine artifact for 100 peak king-grade divine pills? He won't go back on his word, right? This won't do. I have to make a trip there myself." When they returned from the Seven Kills Valley, Wan Qiju might shamelessly make a move to snatch back his half-soul prominent divine artifact. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not hesitate. He took out a God Emperor grade flying ship and left Chunyang School at his fastest speed to head to the Seven Kills Valley. Chapter 3986. In the Seven Kills Valley. At the site of the trade fair, two young men stood facing each other in the air above the huge stone platform in the vast valley. They were none other than Duan Lingtian and Machi Hong. Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid you didn't expect this battle to actually happen, right? Machi Hong sneered. Although you look calm on the surface, your heart is filled with regret, right? Even if you can refine 100 peak king-grade divine pills, I'm afraid you'll have to spend a lot of time on it. Unfortunately, your hard work and the 100 peak king-grade divine pills are all mine now. Machi Hong's tone was filled with confidence. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a defeated opponent. Heh! Duan Lingtian chuckled in the face of Machi Hong's confidence. My 100 peak king-grade divine pills aren't that easy to obtain. You should think about how you're going to explain to your ancestor Xianxia if you lose his sole prominent divine weapon. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was no longer anxious. His expression was calm as he stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. His purple robes fluttered in the wind as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It was as though he was the only one in the world who could do it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's confidence was not inferior to Machi Hong's at all. Many people turned to look at him. Why is Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School so confident? Is he really confident? If he really wins, I'm afraid the Machi clan is going to vomit blood. I'm afraid it won't be just that, right? At this moment, the people who were whispering among themselves were the people from the Seven Kills Valley who came to watch the show. There were also people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness and the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect. The Pure Sun Sect and the Machi family, who were the two parties involved, were staring at the two figures in the middle of the square. The people from Chunyang School were fine. Even if they felt that Duan Lingtian had no chance of winning, they didn't think much of it. After all, Duan Lingtian had only lost 100 king-grade divine pills. Of course, there were still some people who were worried about Duan Lingtian. This did not include Lan Shilin of the Righteous Light faction. Right now, Lan Shilin couldn't wait for Duan Lingtian to be defeated. This idiot, does he really think that he can defeat opponents of a higher realm just because he killed 2 middle-level god emperors when he was just a low-level god emperor? Can the 2 pieces of trash he defeated be compared to Machi Hong? It's just as Machi Hong said. If it was him, he would be able to kill 2 ordinary medium divine emperors while he was still a low divine emperor. We'll be able to see his embarrassed face in a moment. Now, you're actually still holding on. What a joke. Lan Shilin didn't think highly of Duan Lingtian at all. As a young genius from Chunyang School, he knew how terrifying Machi Hong from the Machi family was. Among the younger generation in Tonglang province, he felt that no one could be compared to Machi Hong. This included Duan Lingtian. Of course, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian was not even 3,000 years old, he still felt a little unhappy. Based on Duan Lingtian's age, under normal circumstances, at Machi Hong's current age, he would only be stronger than Machi Hong. This Duan Lingtian, At this moment, Machi Ju, who was standing at the front of the group of people from the Machi family, glanced at Duan Lingtian, and his expression became slightly solemn. He had seen the changes in Duan Lingtian's condition from the beginning to the end. It was precisely because of this that he had taken the risk to take out his half-soul high-grade divine weapon as a wager for the battle between his great-grandson, Machi Hong, and Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian's condition gave him an ominous feeling. Impossible. He has just become a medium god emperor 2 years ago. How can he be compared to Hong? Machi Ju took a deep breath inwardly. However, his expression was as calm as an ancient well without any ripples. At the same time, Machi Hong was the first to make his move. Duan Lingtian, let's cut the crap. Let's see who's the real deal. At the same time, lightning flashed on Machi Hong's body. He was shrouded in lightning as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. When he was halfway to Duan Lingtian, the lightning around him surged into the 7-foot-long spear that suddenly appeared in his hand, causing the long spear to be shrouded in a dragon-shaped lightning. Machi Hong was an expert in the law of lightning. Moreover, his attainment in the law of lightning was not low. As soon as he made his move, he gave Duan Lingtian a lot of pressure. However, although his divine power was strong, Duan Lingtian could feel the gap between him and the high-level divine emperors who had completely consolidated their cultivation. The gap was not small. It was just like what Zhen Pingfan had told him earlier. The law of lightning that Machi Hong had displayed had also shocked Duan Lingtian to a certain extent. He was probably stronger than the Black Dragon Elders of the Tianlong clan. In the past, before Duan Lingtian left the Tianlong clan, he had thought that his comprehension of the law of space was better than most of the White Dragon Elders and could even be compared to some of the Black Dragon Elders. Now, many years had passed. While he had improved his cultivation, he had not neglected the law of space. Because of this, his comprehension of the law of space was much stronger than before. However, even so, it was not much different from Machi Hong's. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian used the teleportation profundity to dodge the bolt of lightning that descended from the long spear in Machi Hong's hand. The remaining afterimage was instantly destroyed, and the explosive energy spread out in all directions. It seemed as though the sky had turned sluggish for a moment. At the same time, shock waves spread out from the explosion. However, in the blink of an eye, the Valley Master of the 7 Kills Valley, Wei Chundao, annihilated them. It did not affect the onlookers at all. Boom! Rumble! After Duan Lingtian teleported away, Machi Hong was not discouraged by the fact that his attack had missed. In fact, he did not seem surprised at all. In the blink of an eye, he stepped on the lightning and flew toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see how many times you can teleport away from me. Currently, Machi Hong was surrounded by lightning energy. The purple-black long spear in his hand was infused with divine power and lightning energy. It seemed to have transformed into a long spear made of lightning. The long spear was a high-grade divine artifact. Moreover, it was made of excellent materials. In the future, when Machi Hong became a Middle Emperor god, it would be twice the result with half the effort if he wanted to use it to nurture an artifact soul. Naturally, it was given to him by his ancestor Machi Ju. Although the power of an ordinary high-grade divine artifact was similar in battle, the difference in materials would affect the speed of nurturing an artifact soul. However, in the hands of someone below a Middle Emperor god, such a divine artifact was not much different from other high-grade divine artifacts. Is this all you've got? At this time, Duan Lingtian did not continue to teleport away. Facing Machi Hong, who was charging toward him again, he was already prepared. In a flash, his body split into two. The original body and the doppelganger of the law of space separated. Then, a high-grade divine sword appeared in each of their hands. Of course, there was no 7 orifices exquisite sword. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, the 7 orifices exquisite sword should not see the light of day. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's original body and the doppelganger of the law of space attacked at the same time. 2 against 1, they met Machi Hong head-on. The spatial sword light and the lightning spear light intertwined and flashed. Waves of terrifying power crashed into each other. From afar, it was extremely dazzling. The current Duan Lingtian's original body and the doppelganger of the law of space were evenly matched with Machi Hong, even if his divine power was 1 level lower than Machi Hong's. After all, Machi Hong had just become a high divine emperor 100 years ago and had not consolidated his cultivation. In fact, Duan Lingtian, who had just become a middle divine emperor for 2 years, had not consolidated his cultivation yet. The current Duan Lingtian's consolidation of cultivation as a middle divine emperor far surpassed Ma Qihong's consolidation of cultivation as a high divine emperor. Under such circumstances, the gap between them was not as big as the gap between an ordinary middle divine emperor and an ordinary high divine emperor. This was naturally noticed by the crowd of god emperors who were watching. In fact, many high divine emperors had also noticed this. Did Duan Lingtian really just become a middle divine emperor 2 years ago? This level of consolidation. It feels like he has been tempering and consolidating his cultivation for at least a few decades to 100 years, right? If he really used 2 years to consolidate his cultivation to this level, he definitely deserves to be called a monster. In this aspect, Ma Qihong is not as good as him. The people who had come to watch the show were the people from the Seven Kills Valley, the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, and the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect. Although the people from the Chunyang school and the Machi family did not say anything, they were communicating through sound transmission. Duan Lingtian's performance had not only shocked the people from the Machi family, but also the people from the Chunyang school. Because they knew that Duan Lingtian had only broken through to the Middle Divine Emperor realm 2 years ago. There was no mistake about this. They had obtained first-hand information. However, the people from the Machi family did not think so. It's impossible for Duan Lingtian to have only broken through to the Middle Divine Emperor realm 2 years ago. Damn it! Is this fake news? Could it be that the people from the Chunyang school deliberately leaked fake news to get the old ancestor's high soul divine weapon? I don't think so. Moreover, even if Duan Lingtian has consolidated his cultivation as a middle divine emperor, there's still a huge gap between his cultivation and Ma Qihong's. Moreover, Duan Lingtian has already used his clone from the Law of Space, but Ma Qihong hasn't even used his bloodline energy yet. If Duan Lingtian only has this much strength, he'll definitely lose. Do you think he still has some tricks up his sleeve? It's said that he has comprehended the embryonic form of the sword Dao. It was as if they were setting off the sound transmissions of the Machi family's members. The originally evenly matched scene in the field instantly tilted like the scales were tilted. It was Duan Lingtian's side. The divine sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shone brightly as it emitted a sharp aura. It merged with the spatial storm and displayed an even stronger strength. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's main body and his clone from the Law of Space worked together to gain the upper hand. As expected, it's the embryonic form of the sword Dao. Ma Qiju heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. That's all Duan Lingtian's strength has to be. Chapter 3987. The fact that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the embryonic form of the sword principle was no secret in Tunglang province. In fact, many people had seen the floating image pearl where Duan Lingtian had killed 2 mid-level god emperors in the Tianlong clan, including Ma Qiju, the golden seat elder of the Machi family. Duan Lingtian did not dare to use the Tao of Control because there was a group of god emperor experts present. However, his current mastery of the Law of Space was much better than before. It was no longer any weaker than when he used the Tao of Control to display the Law of Space. Therefore, Ma Qiju did not think much of it. He only thought that Duan Lingtian had neglected his comprehension of the Law of Space because he had been focusing on breaking through to the mid-level God Emperor realm for the past few decades. He would never have thought that Duan Lingtian had also comprehended the Tao of Control, another of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. The image recorded by the floating image pearl was only an image after all. Even a God Emperor expert would not be able to see that Duan Lingtian had used the Tao of Control through the floating image pearl, unless they were there. Now, if Duan Lingtian used the Tao of Control, a God Emperor expert would definitely be able to see through it. Because of this, Duan Lingtian did not plan to use the Tao of Control in the battle against Ma Qihong. It would be too high profile, and he wanted to keep some trump cards hidden. Being too high profile was not a good thing for him. Based on his current performance, he was already second to none among the younger generation in Tunglang province. If he were to be too high profile, he would be going too far. Moreover, before this, no one in the Tunglang province knew that he had mastered the Tao of Control, including the embryonic form of the Tao of Control. Not even 3,000 years old. His talent is not bad. Although Ma Qiju felt that Duan Lingtian had no hope of defeating his great-grandson, he could not help but sigh when he thought of Duan Lingtian's current age. In fact, decades ago, he had planned to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. It was to the extent that the people sent by the Machi clan to invite Duan Ling Tian into the Machi clan were from his branch. At first, because Duan Ling Tian did not intend to leave the Tianlong clan, he was politely rejected. For the last time, Zhen Pingfan from Chunyang School came to the Tianlong clan and drove his people away from the Tianlong clan. If he's given some more time, he might really be able to catch up to Hong-er. Machi Ju thought to himself. At the same time, a cold glint flashed in the depths of Machi Ju's eyes when he recalled that Duan Ling Tian was now a student of Chunyang School and not a member of the Machi family. If there's a chance to get rid of him, it's better to do so. Although the relationship between Chunyang School and the Machi clan isn't bad, once he matures in Chunyang School, he'll be a huge threat to the Machi clan. It's best to get rid of him since he's from a Devata realm and has no background. A hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of Machi Ju's eyes. At this moment, Machi Ju was not the only one with killing intent. Some of the high-ranking officials from the Seven Kills Valley, the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, and the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect had similar killing intent in their eyes. Naturally, the killing intent in their eyes was not only directed at Duan Ling Tian, but it was also directed at Machi Hong. They did not want a genius like Duan Ling Tian to appear in Chunyang School. Naturally, they did not want a genius like Machi Hong to appear in the Machi clan as well. The two young men in front of them made the other young geniuses pale in comparison. They casually glanced at the young geniuses they had brought with them and saw the shock in their eyes. They were shocked by Duan Ling Tian and Machi Hong's strength. Duan Ling Tian is actually so strong? When Lan Shilin from the Pure Sun sect saw Duan Ling Tian gaining the upper hand, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Previously, although he knew Duan Ling Tian was not weak, he did not have a clear idea of how strong Duan Ling Tian was. Although he had seen the scryer recording of Duan Ling Tian killing 2 intermediate divine emperors when he was only a lesser divine emperor, he did not see it for himself. However, at this moment, Lan Shilin was completely shocked when he saw the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Machi Hong. A brat who was not even 3,000 years old was actually so strong? Even if Machi Hong hadn't activated the power of his bloodline and used the power granted by his bloodline, it was still shocking to see him suppressed to such an extent. After all, Machi Hong was twice as old as Lan Shilin. How strong would Duan Ling Tian be when he reaches Machi Hong's age? At this moment, Lan Shilin's heart was filled with despair. Even his hatred for Duan Ling Tian began to waver. In the past, he did not take his great-grandfather's advice seriously. However, at this moment, when he thought of it again, he deeply realized his great-grandfather's good intentions. Forget it. I won't argue with him. In the future, he will walk his own path, and I will cross my bridge. At this moment, Lan Shilin completely gave up on taking revenge on Duan Ling Tian. Machi Hong, if this is all you have, I'm afraid you will lose your ancestor's half-soul high-grade divine artifact. Duan Ling Tian's original body and doppelganger joined forces and gained the upper hand. He was incomparably valiant. On the other hand, Machi Hong was retreating. Humph! Machi Hong snorted coldly. Duan Ling Tian, I just wanted to see how strong you are. I have to say, your strength is indeed surprising. In Tunglang province, apart from me, there might not be a second person under the age of 10,000 who is a match for him. Unfortunately, you met me, Machi Hong. Today, Duan Ling Tian will definitely lose. As soon as Machi Hong's voice fell, his body suddenly shook before he turned into a bolt of lightning and retreated in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he had distanced himself from Duan Ling Tian. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed as the blood mist in his body surged into the sky. Then, it merged with the lightning energy around him and transformed into a lightning phantom that was surrounded by blood mist. The phantom held a spear in its hand. Duan Ling Tian, my bloodline fighting soul is not weaker than your doppelganger. Machi Hong shouted in a low voice before his body swayed again and charged toward Duan Ling Tian. The lightning phantom above his head charged toward Duan Ling Tian as well. The enlarged spear in the lightning phantom's hand vibrated as it charged toward Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger. In fact, if he did not use his doppelganger, it would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to be a match for Machi Hong, even if he used the fledgling form of sword principle. It was precisely because of the doppelganger's existence that he was able to suppress Machi Hong when he joined forces with his original body. Their comprehension of the laws was similar, so Duan Ling Tian did not have an advantage in this aspect. In terms of cultivation, Duan Lingtian was slightly inferior. It was precisely because of the advantage of the law doppelganger and the fledgling form of sword principle that he was able to catch up to Ma Qihong in terms of cultivation, and even slightly suppress Ma Qihong. However, after Ma Qihong activated his bloodline power, the situation of the battle reversed in an instant. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was barely able to fight Ma Qihong to a draw. However, after a few moments, the same thing happened again. This time, the one who was at a disadvantage was not Ma Qihong, but Duan Lingtian. Ma Qihong has activated his bloodline power. His bloodline power is a bloodline battle soul. It's called the Battle Soul Bloodline. This Battle Soul Bloodline is an inherited bloodline unique to the direct descendants of the Machi clan. The Battle Soul Bloodline. When the power of one's bloodline is fused with one's divine energy and laws, it'll form a battle soul to assist in battle. Its strength is not inferior to the law clones formed by the laws of the Devata realms. When Ma Qihong activated his bloodline power and revealed his Battle Soul Bloodline, many people in the surroundings recognized it as the Battle Soul Bloodline of the Machi clan. Initially, Duan Lingtian had the upper hand because Ma Qihong did not activate his bloodline power. However, now that the Battle Soul Bloodline has appeared, Duan Lingtian is going to lose. Although Duan Lingtian is going to lose this battle, it's still an honorable loss. After all, he's not even 3,000 years old yet. Indeed. In terms of age, Duan Lingtian is several times more outstanding than Ma Qihong. However, it's a pity that he lost those 100 Supreme King Grade Divine Pills. If you didn't mention the Supreme King Grade Divine Pills, I would have forgotten about them. I really don't understand why Duan Lingtian would spend so much effort on the Divine Pill Dao. With his innate talent and comprehension ability, if he didn't study the Divine Pill Dao and focused on his cultivation instead, he might be able to defeat Ma Qihong today. It's him, his path has gone astray. However, even if his path has gone astray, looking at the history of the Eastern Ridge Prefecture, from ancient times till now, I'm afraid no one has been more outstanding than him in terms of achievements at his age. Although most people thought Duan Lingtian was going to lose, they were still shocked by the strength he had displayed. What made them even more shocked was that Duan Lingtian was a genius. Such a young man was also an expert in the Tao of Divine Pellets, capable of concocting the Limit King Grade Divine Pellet, the kind of divine pellet that only the best of the best in the East Mountain Prefecture could concoct. In terms of Divine Pill Dao, this young man had already caught up with the Divine Pill Masters who stood at the top of Tunglang Province. He's a genius. If I knew he's so monstrous, I would have personally invited him to join the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect. That fellow, Zhen Pingfan, has taken advantage of him. While the people from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance and the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect were sighing, Yi Tong, the hidden sword progeny's elder from Chunyang School, could not help but look at Zhen Pingfan through voice transmission when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to lose. Junior brother Zhen, look at you. Why do I feel like you're not worried that Duan Lingtian will be defeated by Ma Qihong? You're the one who started the conflict with the Machi clan. This time, Duan Lingtian lost 100 Supreme King Grade Divine Pills. Logically speaking, you should be responsible for half of the loss. At this moment, Yi Tong was already thinking about helping Duan Lingtian share the loss of the bet. He knew that his master valued Duan Lingtian very much. Senior brother Yi. Zhen Pingfan said through voice transmission with a smile, do you really want Duan Lingtian to lose that badly? HM? Yi Tong's expression froze when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words. At the same time, a bold thought flashed through his mind. Swoosh! The crisp sound of a sword whistling through the air rang in the air. It was so piercing that even Yi Tong, a lesser god emperor, felt his eardrums tremble. Chapter 3988. The moment the sword was drawn, the world turned cold. The sudden sword howl caused the originally noisy scene to fall into a deathly silence. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's space lore avatar, who was originally suppressed by Ma Qihong's fighting soul, suddenly changed his situation. The sword essence on his body seemed to have merged with a high-grade divine sword in his hand. Then, with a whistling sound, the space law avatar slashed out and instantly defeated the originally awe-inspiring fighting soul. The avatar, who was being suppressed a moment ago, instantly turned the situation around when the sword whistled out. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that he had defeated his opponent in one fell swoop. The fighting soul bloodline, as its name implied, was a bloodline that could condense a fighting soul. However, condensing a fighting soul required overdraft of the bloodline power. Even if the bloodline power was at its peak, it could only condense a maximum of 3 fighting souls under the condition that the fighting soul did not consume too much bloodline power. However, the consumption of Ma Qihong's bloodline power was much greater than he had imagined.
What's going on?
Ma Qihong was slightly stunned when his fighting soul was suddenly defeated. He even gave up the advantage of his original body and quickly stepped on the lightning to distance himself from Duan Lingtian. Then, another fighting soul appeared above his head. Although this fighting spirit did not appear to be any different from the previous one, if one were to look closely and use one's spiritual consciousness to approach it, it was not difficult to discover that it was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. However, Duan Lingtian did not allow Ma Qihong to increase the distance between them. Then, a sword ray, which was a fusion of divine power and space energy, flashed under the feet of Duan Lingtian and his space law avatar. Simultaneously, 2 sword whistles that seemed to be able to shake the heavens and the earth resounded. After Duan Lingtian and his space law avatar appeared not far away from Ma Qihong, the sword ray under their feet carrying them quickly charged toward Ma Qihong.
I'll kill you while you're sick.
How could Duan Lingtian, who was fighting fiercely with Ma Qihong's fighting soul, not notice that Ma Qihong's fighting soul was strong on the outside but weak on the inside?
Humph!
In the face of the menacing Duan Lingtian, Ma Qihong did not have time to think about what had just happened. Since it was already difficult for him to dodge, he chose to face Duan Lingtian head-on.
Boom!
Rumble! Deafening thunderclaps filled the void as Duan Lingtian wielded his spear and attacked Duan Lingtian. The battle soul above his head also wielded its spear and attacked Duan Lingtian's law clone.
Looks like that's all you have.
At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke in a slightly lazy tone. After that, before Ma Qihong and the others could react, Duan Lingtian's true body and his law avatar drew their swords in unison. 2 rays of sword light flickered from the high-grade divine swords, and they carried sword intent that shot into the sky. The sword will soared into the sky, as if cold air was spreading in all directions. Even the Valley Master of 7 Kills Valley, Wei Chundao, seemed to be unable to stop this cold air. For a moment, the onlookers only felt a bone-chilling coldness from head to toe. No, to be precise, it was sword intent. In the next instant, before the onlookers could recover from their shock, they saw Duan Lingtian's law clone. Once again, Duan Lingtian's law clone wielded his sword and instantly killed Ma Qihong's battle soul. After that, Duan Lingtian's true body also annihilated the dragon-shaped spear radiance on Ma Qihong's spear with his sword. Then, he flicked the spear away before killing Ma Qihong with his sword.
Stop!
Ma Qiju regained his senses and shouted with his eyes wide open. However, with his current distance, it was still too late. However, Wei Chundao, the Valley Master of 7 Kills Valley, was able to make his move in time. However, just as he was about to make his move, he seemed to have noticed something and stopped in his tracks. In the next instant, a loud bang was heard. Duan Lingtian had turned the sword in his hand at the critical moment. The sword blade turned into a sword body and landed on Ma Qihong's chest. Ma Qihong was sent flying. Along the way, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak, and he was in a sorry state. In the end, he barely managed to stop himself. When Ma Qihong, who was on the verge of collapsing, looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with disbelief.
Impossible! Impossible!
What kind of technique is that? How did it increase your strength to such an extent? Originally, he had already used all his techniques and had suppressed Duan Lingtian. Victory was only a matter of time. However, he did not expect that the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand would display a strange force that suppressed him. Not only did it destroy his battle soul, but it also planted a seed in him. At this moment, he was already extremely lucky to be able to stand. His internal organs were shattered, and it would be difficult for him to recover without a period of time to recuperate. Ancestor Xian's half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Ma Qihong's face turned pale when he thought about the bet this time. He gritted his teeth and wanted to force himself to charge at Duan Lingtian again. However, he discovered that he had only moved a short distance when his vision turned black. Ma Qihong fell to the ground as he charged at Duan Lingtian again in front of a group of people. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and Ma Qiju appeared where his great-great-grandson, Ma Qihong, fell to the ground. He held Ma Qihong up, but his expression was as ugly as it could be. He had lost. He had actually lost. Before this, he had never thought that he would lose. That was until Duan Lingtian displayed such a technique. Duan Lingtian, you're good, very good. Ma Qiju, who was supporting the unconscious Ma Qihong, turned around and coldly glanced at Duan Lingtian. You've been hiding the fact that you've comprehended the sword principle because you want to seize my half-soul high-grade divine weapon, right?
I'll remember this.
As soon as Ma Qihong finished speaking, he prepared to leave with Ma Qihong. However, at this moment, Zhen Pingfan stepped forward. Martial Uncle Ma Qi, this matter has nothing to do with Duan Lingtian.
It was my idea.
Once your half-soul high-grade divine weapon is in Duan Lingtian's hands, it will immediately be transferred to me. I'd like to thank Martial Uncle Ma Qi for his generosity. Zhen Pingfan grinned brilliantly. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Ma Qiju finally recalled that it was not Duan Lingtian who had acted presumptuously and stirred up trouble. It was Zhen Pingfan who had stirred up trouble first. For a time, Ma Qiju took a deep breath before he turned around and glanced deeply at Zhen Pingfan, and then he left silently. Duan Lingtian had not forcefully seized his half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not possess the strength to do so. The other party had taken his half-soul high-grade divine artifact in broad daylight. However, Ma Qiju would still remember this grudge. At this moment, if he still could not figure out that Zhen Pingfan and Duan Lingtian had teamed up to cheat him out of his half-soul high-grade divine weapon, he would have lived for tens of thousands of years in vain. Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian. Although Ma Qiju now knew that Zhen Pingfan was the instigator, he did not intend to let Duan Lingtian off the hook. If he had the chance, he would make a move decisively and kill Duan Lingtian to vent his anger. As for Zhen Pingfan, it would not be easy to kill him. Even now, Zhen Pingfan possessed a half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Although it would not be difficult for Ma Qiju to defeat Zhen Pingfan, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill Zhen Pingfan. Defeating a person and killing a person were two different concepts. Zhen Pingfan had a celestial the Arch spaceship. Unless Ma Qiju could kill Zhen Pingfan with a single blow, it would be almost impossible for him to catch up with Zhen Pingfan once he boarded the spaceship. He was only a mid-level celestial the Arch, and the celestial the Arch spaceship's fastest speed was comparable to a high-level celestial Thearcha's. Even if it was only comparable to the speed of an ordinary high-level celestial the Arch, it was still not something he could compare to. Unless he became a high-level celestial the Arch, he would not be able to catch up with the celestial the Arch spaceship. Of course, as the Golden Seat Elder of the Ma Qi family, Ma Qiju also had his own celestial the Arch spaceship. However, so what? At most, he could maintain a speed comparable to Zhen Pingfan's spaceship. It was almost impossible for him to catch up with Zhen Pingfan. He even targeted me. Does he think that I am easy to bully? When Duan Lingtian saw that Ma Qiju had not targeted Zhen Pingfan before he left and had even glanced at him with killing intent, he could not help but smirk. Elder Zhen had made it very clear that he would take responsibility for everything. However, it seemed like Ma Qiju liked to bully the weak and fear the strong. Of course, even if he felt pressured, Duan Lingtian did not take it to heart. As long as he did not give Ma Qiju the chance to attack him, it would not be easy for Ma Qiju to kill him. He was usually in Chunyang school, so he was not worried about Ma Qiju killing him. As for leaving Chunyang school for the 7 prefectures banquet, he would definitely be accompanied by several celestial the Arch gods from Chunyang school. If Ma Qiju dared to kill him at that time, he would be seeking his own death. I should reduce the number of people who go out. Of course, at this moment, Duan Lingtian reminded himself that after returning to Chunyang school, he should not go out unless necessary. Even if he went out, he had to be accompanied by a celestial the Arch god. For example, Zhen Pingfan. Although Zhen Pingfan's cultivation was not as high as Ma Qiju's, when he returned and refined Ma Qiju's half-soul high-grade divine weapon into his own, his strength would increase tremendously. At that time, Ma Qiju, who had lost his half-soul high-grade divine weapon, might not be able to threaten Zhen Pingfan. After all, Zhen Pingfan was the strongest person below a celestial the Arch god in Chunyang school. In the past few decades, he had heard from many people in the Pure Sun Sect's Yun Peak that no one below the level of a middle god emperor in the entire Eastern Ridge Prefecture dared to claim that they could defeat Zhen Pingfan. Duan Lingtian, just ignore him. Zhen Pingfan saw Duan Lingtian staring blankly at Ma Qiju's back. He seemed to have guessed what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Just don't go out by yourself in the future. If you have to go out, just let me know. You've done me a great favor this time. Obtaining a half-soul high-grade divine weapon in advance will be of great help to my future cultivation. At the very least, I won't have to spend time and effort to refine a half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Zhen Pingfan was clearly in a good mood. At the same time, the people from the Machi clan left with ugly expressions on their faces. The trade fair would last for more than a day. Most of them were not in the mood to stay and trade with others. Even if some of them were not affected by the trade fair, it would not be good for them to stay when they saw that the others had left. Of course, as they left, they communicated with each other through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian has comprehended the sword Dao. It's not the embryonic form of the sword Dao, but the true sword Dao. The sword Dao is too terrifying. Chapter 3989. Duan Lingtian had won. Duan Lingtian had actually won. It was only after the people from the Machi clan left that the rest of the people present finally regained their senses. After that, the gazes of the group of people descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was receiving the 100 Peak King Grade Divine Pills from Wei Chun Dao, the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley, under Zhen Pingfan's instructions. He also received the half-soul high-grade divine weapon that Ma Qiju had handed over earlier. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian obtained the half-soul high-grade divine weapon, he tossed it to Zhen Pingfan. This thing was a hot potato. If he took it today, he would only have endless trouble waiting for him. At that time, it would not be as simple as Ma Qiju and the people from the Machi clan who would target him. Anyone who wanted this half-soul high-grade divine weapon would think of ways to snatch it from him. Duan Lingtian, I won't say anything unnecessary. I, Zhen Pingfan, will remember this favor. Zhen Pingfan did not decline. He immediately stored the half-soul high-grade divine weapon into his body in front of all the god emperors present. For a moment, a black glow flashed around his body. However, under the suppression of his own strength, the half-soul high-grade divine weapon could only obediently be suppressed in his body. Half-soul high-grade divine weapons were divine weapons that could only be created by intermediate god emperors and above. This divine weapon had a certain connection with the existence that gave birth to it. When others obtained this divine weapon, they could only slowly subdue it until it was completely subdued. Only then would it truly become one's divine weapon and not someone else's. It could also be seen as a process of recognizing a master. Elder Zhen, I still owe you a favor. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission with a smile. Take this half-soul high-grade divine weapon as a return of the favor. How can that be? Zhen Pingfan said. Not to mention that I don't think I've done you any favors. Even if you really see the small things I did as a favor, it's not comparable to the favor you're giving me now. A half-soul high-grade divine artifact is a priceless treasure in Tonglang province. In front of a high-grade half-soul divine artifact, what I did for you in the past is nothing. Moreover, what I did for you in the past was only so that you could enter Chunyang School and join Yun Peak. You joining Yun Peak can be considered as returning the favor to me. I, Zhen Pingfan, will remember this favor today. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's words, although Duan Lingtian felt helpless, he could hear the determination in the other party's voice, so he didn't say anything more. However, in his heart, he did not feel that Zhen Pingfan owed him a favor. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have comprehended Sword Dao. At this moment, while a group of people stared at Duan Lingtian, Valley Master Wei Chun Dao of Seven Kills Valley was also looking at Duan Lingtian. He was the closest to Duan Lingtian, and his face was filled with emotion. Sword Dao. True Sword Dao. Not the embryonic form of Sword Dao. Looking at the current generation of Tonglang province, as far as we know, you're the second person to have mastered Sword Dao. Wei Chun Dao exclaimed. Apart from Sword Dao, no one else in the current generation of Tonglang province has comprehended the four Dao of heaven and earth. In other words, in the entire current generation of Tonglang province, only the two of you have mastered one of the four Dao of heaven and earth. Moreover, you're both in Chunyang School. What made Wei Chun Dao sigh the most was the last sentence. That was right. They were both in Chunyang School. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the other person who had comprehended Sword Dao was Yi Chen Feng, the ancestor of Chunyang School's hidden sword villa.
Valley Master Wei, you flatter me. I'm just lucky.
Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Wei Chundao shook his head. If it's just the embryonic form of sword Dao, I can say that you're lucky. It's basically impossible to master the true sword Dao if you're not a genius. You don't have to be modest about this. Otherwise, wouldn't all of us, who have lived for tens of thousands of years, have wasted our lives? When Wei Chundao reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of sadness in the depths of his eyes. Sword Dao. He's actually mastered sword Dao. As soon as the ear-shattering sword whistle entered his ears, Elder Jingxu of Chunyang School's hidden sword school, Yi Tong, heard something strange and felt that the sword was extraordinary. Later on, when he saw Duan Lingtian attack again, he could see that Duan Lingtian had mastered sword Dao, the true sword Dao. Moreover, compared to the sword Dao that his master, Yi Chenfeng, had mastered, it did not seem to be inferior. They're walking different paths, but his attainments in sword Dao don't feel any weaker than master sword Dao. As Yi Chenfeng's proud disciple, Yi Tong had received Yi Chenfeng's true teachings. Under Yi Chenfeng's guidance, the embryonic form of sword Dao became more and more obvious. He was confident that he could master the embryonic form of sword Dao within 10,000 years. This was not mastering the embryonic form of sword Dao because of luck, but by relying on himself. However, if Yi Tong was asked if he was confident that he could master the true sword Dao in his lifetime, he had no confidence at all. Sword Dao was too difficult. Even if it was just the embryonic form of sword Dao, it took him a lot of time and energy. Otherwise, with his talent and comprehension, he might not necessarily be weaker than Zhen Pingfan if he focused all of his efforts on improving his cultivation base and comprehending the laws. However, if he comprehended the embryonic form of sword Dao, even if he still did not have the strength to defeat Zhen Pingfan, he was confident that he could fight him to a draw. Sword Dao. Duan Lingtian has comprehended sword Dao? Even though Lan Shilin had just given up on finding trouble with Duan Lingtian, he was still shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian display sword Dao and defeat Ma Qihong, the #1 person under 10,000 years old in Tungleng province. Duan Lingtian was actually so strong? He had heard people say that Ma Qihong would enter the top 3 in the 7 prefectures banquet without much suspense. Now, even Ma Qiju had been defeated by him. In other words, he also had a chance to enter the top 3? Or was he more stable than Ma Qihong? Lan Shilin. At this moment, the voice of Elder Spirit Void of Chunyang School, Lu Hui, reached Lan Shilin's ears through telepathy. In the future, you really must not think about going against Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it's better to befriend him as much as possible. There shouldn't be much suspense for him to enter the top 3 in the 7 prefectures banquet. And if he enters the top 3 in the 7 prefectures banquet, our Chunyang School will have one more person. He also has the right to recommend that person for that person. As long as he takes advantage of the situation and does a favor to a Void Peer Stage Elder, that Void Peer Stage Elder will also become his backer. At that time, he will have 3 great Void Peer Stage backers in Chunyang School. When Lu Hui reached the end of his speech, his tone was filled with fear. 3 great Void Peer Stage experts. Although Lan Shilin had already decided not to go against Duan Lingtian, he still felt a chill down his spine when he heard Lu Hui's words. It would be fine if it was just the old ancestor of Yun Peak. His great-grandfather was the martial nephew of that old ancestor. They had a good relationship. Even if he really killed Duan Lingtian, that old ancestor might not really take his life for the sake of his great-grandfather. However, if Duan Lingtian had 2 other Void Peer Stage Elders as his backers, even if that old ancestor of Yun Peak was willing to protect him, he might not necessarily be able to do so, right? At the same time, the other people in Chunyang School were also shocked. No one had expected that Duan Lingtian had actually comprehended the sword Dao. He had become the 3rd person in the history of Chunyang School to comprehend the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. The first person in the history of Chunyang School to comprehend the 4 Daos of heaven and earth was the founding ancestor of Chunyang School, Lu Dongbin. He had comprehended the Dao of control of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. His strength was astonishing, and he had even stepped into the high-level God Emperor realm. He had killed many high-level God Emperors before. After that, he left Chunyang School and there was no longer any news about him. Some people said that he had died under the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. Some people said that he might have broken through to the hierarch realm and wandered around the world. As for whether he was still alive, no one knew. However, most people felt that it was unlikely that he was still alive, unless he had become a supreme expert. However, that was not very realistic. The Sword Dao. The expressions of the people from the Seven Kills Valley, the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, and the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect became more and more solemn. Chunyang School actually had another monstrous genius who had comprehended the Sword Dao. No. This person was even more monstrous than the other person in Chunyang School. He was not even 3,000 years old, but he had the ability to fight against enemies who were higher realms than him. Moreover, he had comprehended the Sword Dao and had the ability to kill ordinary high-level god emperors. How could the Pure Sun sect have such great luck? First, it was Yi Chenfeng. Now, it's Duan Ling Tian. Why do I feel that Chunyang School has taken all the benefits? We have to send this news back immediately. Duan Ling Tian from Chunyang School is going to be one of the top 3 places in the 7 prefectures banquet. The intermediate god emperors from Chunyang School will be able to enter the top 3 places in the 7 prefectures banquet. Perhaps, Chunyang School will have a high-level god emperor because of this. Although everyone was only shocked on the surface, the scene was very quiet. However, at this moment, they were secretly sending out messages one after another. The messages were not only spread in the Seven Kills Valley, but they also spread out of the Seven Kills Valley to the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice's base and the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect's base. Of course, those who had left the Machi clan also sent the news back to their clans. In fact, there was another point in their message. Machi Hong had lost Golden Seat Elder Machi Ju's Superior Soul Divine Artifact. He had lost it to Duan Ling Tian. The Superior Soul Divine Artifact was now in the hands of Elder Zhen Pingfan of Chunyang School. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the trade fair. The Valley Master of 7 Slaughter Valley, Wei Chun Dao, spoke, breaking the silence of the scene and causing the dazed crowd to return to their senses. Only then did they remember that they were here to participate in the trade fair. Of course, the higher-ups of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice and the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect all congratulated Zhen Pingfan. Congratulations, Elder Zhen, for obtaining a Superior Soul Divine Artifact. Your Chunyang School has Duan Ling Tian. I'm afraid your Chunyang School is going to make a killing in the 7 prefectures banquet. Congratulations, Elder Zhen. Duan Ling Tian is amazing. He has mastered the Sword Dao at such a young age. I remember that your sect's elder Yi Chenfeng only mastered the Sword Dao after he was 10,000 years old, right? Chapter 3990. Chunyang School had produced another person who had mastered the way of the sword. When the news spread, it was like a cannonball had been dropped into the ocean. The 5 major forces in Tunglang province were shocked. The 7 Kills Valley, the Machi clan, the Eni Alliance, and the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the Chunyang School was shocked. Duan Ling Tian had mastered the way of the sword? Before the news from the 7 Kills Valley spread, the people in Chunyang School only knew that Duan Ling Tian had mastered the rudimentary form of the way of the sword. They did not know that Duan Ling Tian had mastered the way of the sword. Duan Ling Tian has mastered the way of the sword? I didn't expect the Chunyang School to have a second person like that. Junior Granduncle Yi from the Hidden Sword faction relied on the way of the sword and the extraordinary laws to be recognized as the strongest person in Chunyang School. Now, Duan Ling Tian has also mastered the way of the sword and defeated Machi Hong from the Machi clan. He's definitely the strongest person among the younger generation in Tunglang province. This is really shocking. Duan Ling Tian has only been a medium god emperor for 2 years, but he defeated Machi Hong who had been a high-level god emperor for 100 years. Duan Ling Tian helped Elder Zhan from Yunfeng win a high soul divine weapon? Moreover, it was the high soul divine weapon of Machi clan's Golden Throne Elder Machi Ju? Machi Ju must be so angry that he's about to vomit blood. Duan Ling Tian is amazing. In the past, although Duan Ling Tian was famous in Chunyang School and had the floating image pearl to prove his strength, it was still something that had happened in the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan was just a has-been emperor god force without a god emperor. Even if a lower god emperor had killed 2 medium god emperors, it did not mean that he was heaven-defying. Who knew if those 2 middle-level godly emperors were weak or not? Without an authoritative reference, there were actually many people in Chunyang School who were not convinced by Duan Ling Tian and felt that Duan Ling Tian did not live up to his name. Just like last time, when the Chunyang school gave Duan Lingtian a lot of resources to help Duan Lingtian break through and become a mid-level godly emperor, Lan Shilin of the righteous branch was not the only one who was dissatisfied. Many people from other branches were also dissatisfied. But today, with the news from the Seven Kills Valley that Duan Lingtian had defeated Ma Qihong, almost everyone in Chunyang school had confirmed Duan Lingtian's strength. He was indeed as monstrous as the rumors said. They did not know or understand the two middle-level godly emperors that Duan Lingtian had killed in the Tianlong clan, but they all knew what kind of person Ma Qihong was. He was the #1 person in the younger generation of the Mochi family, and the young genius of Tunglang province under 10,000 years old. No one was his match. He was also recognized as the #1 person in the younger generation of Tunglang province under 10,000 years old. And such a person had been defeated by Duan Lingtian. The sect really has good eyes. In the past, I was a frog at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. I was actually unconvinced by Duan Lingtian. Now that I think about it, it's really laughable. In the 7 Prefectures feast 10 years later, Duan Lingtian will definitely shine and win glory for our Chunyang school. There's hope for him to be in the top 3. Maybe he can fight for first place? I remember that the first place in the 7 Prefectures feast will have 4 places to enter that place. The entire Chunyang school was in a celebratory mood. To them, the news from the 7 Kills Valley was definitely good news. Whether it was Duan Lingtian defeating Ma Qihong or Zhen Pingfan obtaining Ma Qiju's high soul divine weapon, it was great news. However, compared to Chunyang school, the atmosphere in the Mochi family was gloomy and gloomy. The news from the 7 Kills Valley had also spread. The high soul divine weapon of the Mochi family's gold seat elder, Ma Qiju, was lost. It was lost by Ma Qihong. Ma Qihong, the pride of the Mochi family, was defeated by someone. They would not feel anything if the person who defeated Ma Qihong was above 10,000 years old. However, the person who defeated Ma Qihong was also below 10,000 years old like Ma Qihong. Moreover, he was not even 3,000 years old. His age was not even half of Ma Qihong's age. He used a high soul divine weapon to bet 100 king-grade divine pills. Is there something wrong with Ma Qihong's head? Shh! Lower your voice. Don't let anyone hear you. Perhaps, Ma Qihong thinks he's going to win so he doesn't care about the wager. Humph! No matter what, he's the one who lost the high soul divine weapon. If he doesn't make it to the top 3 in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet in 10 years, I'm afraid our Mochi family won't be able to recoup our losses. It shouldn't be a problem for him to make it to the top 3, right? It shouldn't be a problem? Let's not talk about the other 6 prefectures. Just the Tunglang province alone has Duan Lingtian who can defeat him. Moreover, a variable like Duan Lingtian has appeared in our Tunglang province. Do you think it's impossible for the other prefectures to appear as well? There were many people in the Mochi family who blamed Ma Qihong. Naturally, there were also people who blamed Ma Qiju. After all, he was the leader of the group. Without his approval, it would have been impossible for Ma Qihong and Duan Lingtian to have a duel. However, there were not many people who dared to say anything about Ma Qiju. No matter what, Ma Qiju was the golden seat elder of the Mochi family. He was also a medium god emperor. Moreover, Ma Qiju was the one who suffered the greatest loss this time. Not only did he lose the high soul divine weapon, but his great-grandson whom he was so proud of had also suffered a great loss. At this moment, there were also people who were opposed to Ma Qiju in the Mochi family who were gloating. Naturally, they could only gloat secretly. If anyone dared to gloat openly, even if it was only against Ma Qiju and his great-grandson, they would be ostracized by the others. After all, they were from the same family. Patriarch, I'll make a trip to the 7 Kills Valley to see if there's any hope of retrieving the high soul divine weapon from Ma Qiju. An old man said to a middle-aged man in the depths of the Mochi family. When the middle-aged man heard this, he fell silent for a moment before he said, "Just do your best. Don't force it. Zhen Yunfeng is not a pushover." Understood. The old man replied before he stepped into the air and left the Mochi family. He took out a God Emperor grade flying ship and rushed to the 7 Kills Valley at his fastest speed. Although the other 3 forces with God Emperor grade flying ship in Tunglang province were not as overjoyed as the Chunyang school and the Mochi family, they were still shocked when the news spread. There's a second person in Tunglang province who has mastered the 4 Tao of heaven, earth, and heaven. He has also mastered the sword Dao. Moreover, he's also from the Chunyang school. Before Duan Lingtian displayed the sword Dao, the only person in the entire Tongling province who had truly mastered the four Dao of heaven, earth, and heaven was Yi Chunfeng from the Chunyang school. Other than him, there was no one else. However, there were other people who had mastered the embryonic form of the four Dao of heaven, earth, and heaven. However, the embryonic form of the four Dao of heaven and earth was completely different from the four Dao of heaven and earth. It was like the difference between an infant and an adult. Duan Lingtian. It was also on this day that Duan Lingtian had truly stepped onto the stage of Tonglang province. No one looked down on him because of his young age and low cultivation base. As the person involved, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Moreover, he did not think too much about it. Currently, he was purchasing some items at the Seven Kills Valley's trading meet. Because he had helped Zhen Pingfan obtain a high-grade half-soul god weapon, Zhen Pingfan had directly announced that he would pay for all the transactions Duan Lingtian would make in the coming days. As long as it was within his means, he would buy everything for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian originally wanted to decline, but he had underestimated Zhen Pingfan's persistence. In the end, when he saw that Zhen Pingfan was about to turn hostile, Duan Lingtian did not know what to say. However, even with Zhen Pingfan's promise, even though the young disciples from the Chunyang school were envious of him, he did not buy or exchange things recklessly. Whether it was the things he bought or exchanged, they were all things that he needed. Of course, during this process, Duan Lingtian not only bought some things that he needed, but also some things that his family could use. However, he did not let Zhen Pingfan pay for this part. No matter how Zhen Pingfan insisted, Duan Lingtian did not budge. In the end, Zhen Pingfan could only take a step back. The people from the Machi family won't be coming to the trade fair, right? After a day, Duan Lingtian had basically gotten all the things that he needed from the other three forces. Before the trade fair ended that day, Duan Lingtian asked Zhen Pingfan, "I wanted to see if they had the things that I needed, so I could do some business with them and comfort them." As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Zhen Pingfan rolled his eyes at him. "You rascal! Are you tired of living? I have to remind you that Machi Ju is currently in a fit of anger. It's best that you don't say such words in front of him. Otherwise, even if he doesn't dare to kill you, it's still possible that he'll injure you and compensate you with something." As soon as Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian was immediately jolted awake. He could not be too arrogant. Right now, he could only bully a kid like Machi Hong. An old man like Machi Ju could crush him with one finger. "They'll be here tomorrow." Zhen Pingfan continued to say, "Many of them are in a bad mood today. They'll be fine after resting for a while. They'll definitely be here tomorrow." The trade fair this time is in preparation for the 7 prefectures grand banquet 10 years later. The 5 major forces have their own advantages and disadvantages. If the Machi family doesn't come, it'll be their loss. Even if Machi Ju feels embarrassed and doesn't want to come, he has no choice but to come. If he doesn't come, perhaps no one from the Machi family can do anything to him. However, he'll definitely lose the support of the people. He's preparing to push his grandson to become the next patriarch of the Machi family. It's impossible for him to ignore the support of the people. It was just as Zhen Pingfan had said. On the first day of the trade fair, the people from the Machi family left and did not return. However, on the second day, the people from the Machi family came. Moreover, it was as though they had forgotten what had happened the day before. All of them quietly made deals with the people from the 4 major forces including the Chunyang school. Even when Duan Lingtian bought some things from the people from the Machi family, the people from the Machi family did not seem to have any intention of targeting him. Why does it feel like this is the calm before the storm? Duan Lingtian could not help but think about it. Chapter 3991. To make sure, Duan Lingtian even went to Machi Ju, the golden seat elder of the Machi family, to make a deal with him. He symbolically obtained something from Machi Ju. However, Duan Lingtian discovered that the Machi family elder who was extremely hostile to him yesterday was acting as though nothing had happened. Although there was no smile on his face and he seemed indifferent, there was no longer any hostility in his eyes. "Elder Zhen." Duan Lingtian looked for Zhen Pingfan again. "I feel that something is amiss. The people from the Machi family, especially Machi Ju, are acting very strangely. In his opinion, the people from the Machi family were fine since this matter did not concern them. However, as the people involved, Machi Ju and Machi Hong, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for them to act as though nothing had happened the next day. There's nothing strange about it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan smiled faintly. After they returned yesterday, they had already vented their frustrations. Machi Hong has lived for almost 10,000 years, let alone Machi Ju. Don't tell me that he still hasn't figured out that spilled water can't be undone? What's the point of being as unresigned and arrogant as yesterday? If you go overboard in front of others and something happens to you in the future, won't Machi Ju be worried that Chunyang School will target him? It's better for him to act as though nothing has happened and wait for an opportunity to kill you in one strike. At that time, even if Chunyang School suspects him, they won't be able to stand their ground if they don't have any evidence. After all, he acted as though he had buried the hatchet with you earlier. Zhen Pingfan said. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not think of it that way. His instincts told him that the half-soul high-grade divine weapon was very important to Machi Ju. It might even be more important than his wife. Now that he and Zhen Pingfan had tricked him, he would definitely not be nice to them. He did not expect Machi Ju to be so patient. Pretending to bury the hatchet, he might stab you in the back at any time. It seems like I really have to be careful, Duan Lingtian murmured. In fact, Duan Lingtian could understand Machi Ju's intentions. After all, he had encountered many ruthless people throughout his journey from the mundane plains to this day. However, as time passed, he had forgotten about it. Right now, he was fully focused on increasing his strength and the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Therefore, when he saw Machi Ju acting as though nothing had happened, he didn't think too much about it. Now, after listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation, he suddenly understood. Of course, he wouldn't be careless even if Machi Ju didn't make him feel any hostility towards him today. After all, he'd experienced too many schemes since he'd come all the way here from the mundane plains. The human heart is unpredictable and impossible to guard against. In this kind of situation, before he had the strength, he would hide in the abyss. Once he had the strength, he would kill the other party to prevent future troubles. Along the way he had done the same. Especially after arriving at the mystic Handle Land in the realm of gods, he felt as though he was treading on thin ice. It was just like when he was in the Linghu family. He had to sneak out to refine a peak divine pill. He was worried that the hidden Fog Sex people or even the Tianlong clan's intersect elder, Kuang Tianjing, would make a move on him after learning that he had left. At that time, once he was targeted, he would be finished. A few days of the trade fair passed in the blink of an eye. During this trade fair, Duan Lingtian had purchased many things. Of course, most of the valuable things were exchanged for by Zhen Pingfan using divine crystals. As for himself, he didn't pay much. Elder Zhen, when are we leaving? On the last day of the trade fair, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Zhen Pingfan on the way back to Chunyang School's temporary residence in the Seven Kills Valley. At this time, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to see that the leaders of the other branches of Chunyang School would occasionally look at Machi Ju, the leader of the Machi family, who was not far away, returning to their temporary residence in the Seven Kills Valley. Their eyes were filled with dread. Clearly, everyone was under pressure. After all, this time, Chunyang School had cheated Machi Ju of half a soul high-grade divine artifact. Although they were on the same side, and on the surface, they would say that it was a fair bet. But in their hearts, they still felt that it was a scam. From Zhen Pingfan's initial provocation to Duan Lingtian's cooperation, Duan Lingtian's pretending to be tough on the outside and nervous on the inside to confuse Machi Ju and his grandson. All of this was a trap that the two of them had dug for Machi Ju. In the end, Machi Ju, the golden seat elder of the Machi family and an intermediate god emperor, had been cheated by them. If they had been cheated, they would not have let the matter rest. Therefore, 2 days ago, they had communicated with Zhen Pingfan via voice transmission that they would only return after the people from the Machi family had left. Zhen Pingfan had also agreed to their request to reassure them. In fact, Zhen Pingfan felt that it was unlikely that Machi Ju would do something to them on their way back. Moreover, Machi Ju would not be able to catch up with them even if they took the God Emperor grade spaceship back. However, it was always better to be careful. I've already discussed this with senior brother Yi Tong and the others. We'll leave after the people from the Machi family leave. Zhan Pingfan replied to Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard this. This was the best choice. After all, no one knew if Machi Ju would act out of desperation when they left the Seven Kills Valley. Machi Ju might not be able to kill them, but there was a high chance that he would be able to snatch back the half-soul high-grade divine artifact. After all, that was a half-soul high-grade divine artifact that he had spent a lot of effort to nurture. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when it came to snatching Machi Ju's half-soul high-grade divine artifact. This was because when Zhan Pingfan had told him that Machi Ju had once killed a prodigy from Yun Feng's bloodline in a duel that did not involve life and death. That prodigy was one of Zhan Pingfan's senior brothers. If he had not died, he would have been a lesser god emperor at the very least. Machi Ju could have spared his life at first. However, he still killed him in the end. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that Zhan Pingfan had told him this because he wanted to tell him that there was no need to feel any pressure when it came to snatching Machi Ju's things. Machi Ju was not a good person to begin with. Elder Zhan. Duan Lingtian was silent for a moment before he said, I think that we should inform the sect and get a medium god emperor expert to come and take us back. Perhaps, if Elder Yun Feng is free, we can ask him to come over? Duan Lingtian said worriedly. As the saying went, it's better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, this should not be too troublesome. Therefore, Duan Lingtian suggested this. However, to Duan Lingtian's surprise, Zhan Pingfan laughed when he heard the reminder through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, you're really careful. My father has arrived. He's waiting for us outside the Seven Kills Valley. He'll appear after we leave the Seven Kills Valley and follow us back. Zhan Pingfan said. Elder Yun Feng is here? Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he heard Zhan Pingfan say that Zhan Yunfeng was here. His eyes lit up. Why didn't he come in directly? He's too lazy to greet the people in the Seven Kills Valley. Zhan Pingfan said helplessly. Since Elder Yunfeng is here, we don't have to wait for the people from the Machi clan to leave, right? It doesn't seem like a big deal if we leave now. With Elder Yunfeng around, we don't have to worry about Machi Ju playing tricks. Duan Lingtian said. It's fine. We won't have to wait for long. Zhan Pingfan said, moreover, this is Yi Tong's suggestion. I've already agreed to it. My father arrived late last night, but I haven't told them about it yet. I'll give them a surprise when they see my father. Duan Lingtian felt relieved after he spoke with Zhan Pingfan. Since Zhan Yunfeng was here, what was there to worry about? Zhan Yunfeng was much stronger than Machi Ju. Moreover, Machi Ju had lost half of his sole prominent divine weapon. His strength had been greatly reduced. The people from the Machi clan left early in the morning the next day in a hurry. About 2 hours after the people from the Machi clan left, Duan Lingtian received a message from Zhan Pingfan. Duan Lingtian, the people from the Machi clan have left for 2 hours. It's time for us to leave as well. After receiving the message, Duan Lingtian left his residence. When he came out, he saw a group of people from the Chunyang school gathering together. Many of them had just left their residences like him. Junior brother Zhen, why don't we ask the intermediate god emperors from the Seven Kills Valley to send us to the entrance? At this moment, Elder Jianghu from the Chunyang school's tyrannical saber faction looked at Zhan Pingfan and suggested, I'm afraid the people from the Machi clan are hiding at the entrance. As for the Seven Kills Valley's encampment, due to the great array protecting the Seven Kills Valley, we can't use God Emperor-grade spaceships to fly out. As soon as Elder Jianghu from the tyrannical saber faction spoke, several other leaders from the other factions chimed in one after another. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Zhan Pingfan shook his head and smiled. My father has arrived. Now, let's meet him outside the Seven Kills Valley's encampment. Zhan Pingfan's words were no doubt shocking. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the people from the Chunyang school present lit up. Even those who originally had worried expressions on their faces were no longer worried. Since Martial Uncle Zhan is here, there's naturally no need to seek the protection of the experts from the Seven Kills Valley. Elder Jianghu from the tyrannical saber faction smiled brightly. At the same time, he looked at Zhan Pingfan helplessly. Junior brother Zhen, you should have told us that Martial Uncle Zhen is here. I've been worried. The leaders of the other branches all had bitter smiles on their faces. If they had known that the person from Yunfeng's faction was here, they wouldn't have had to worry at all. Let's go. Duan Lingtian and a group of people from the Chunyang school left the 7 Kills Valley's encampment under Zhan Pingfan's lead. As soon as they left, they saw Zhan Yunfeng. Everyone couldn't help but salute Zhan Yunfeng respectfully. After that, they didn't take separate spaceships. Instead, they took Zhan Pingfan's spaceship and returned to the Chunyang school. Even though it was crowded, no one complained. This return trip might not be peaceful. Chapter 3992. Zhan Pingfan's God Emperor grade spaceship was actually very spacious. Even though all the people from Chunyang School who came to the 7 Kills Valley to participate in the trading meet were in the spaceship, it was not crowded at all. Inside the spaceship, Zhan Yunfeng nodded at Duan Lingtian and smiled faintly. Then, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he scanned the mirror image of the surroundings. The mirror image showed the situation outside the spaceship. Now that the spaceship had just accelerated, even Duan Lingtian could clearly see the situation outside the spaceship through the mirror image of the surroundings. However, when the spaceship accelerated to a certain extent, it was difficult for him to clearly see the situation outside. After a while, it was completely white. All he could see was white fog that kept retreating. The white fog seemed to have a life of its own as it kept moving backward. Due to Zhan Yunfeng's arrival, the other people from Chunyang School were no longer worried. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and chatted in low voices. Father, now that my God Emperor grade spaceship has accelerated to the speed of a high-level God Emperor, Machi Ju won't be able to catch up to us even if he wants to. Zhan Pingfen stood beside Zhan Yunfeng and said to him with a smile, "Don't celebrate too early." Zhan Yunfeng shook his head and said, "Don't forget that the Machi clan also has an array disk that can interfere with the operation of a God Emperor grade spaceship. As long as the speed-limiting divine array in the array disk is activated, your spaceship won't be able to escape." "I know that." When Zhan Pingfan heard this, he did not seem to care. However, as far as I know, the speed-limiting array disk is not in Machi Ju's hands. It's in the hands of the clan leader of the Machi clan. As for Machi Ju, it's impossible for him to have brought the speed-limiting array disk without knowing beforehand, right? Zhan Pingfan did not seem to care. Humph. Zhan Pingfan snorted when he heard this. "If I can come, why can't the Machi clan send someone? Are you sure no one from the Machi clan will send the speed-limiting array disk to Machi Ju?" When Zhan Pingfan heard this, his expression froze for a moment. Then he forced a smile and said, "Even if you send the speed limit array disk here, so what? With you around, not to mention that Machi Ju doesn't have half a soul high-grade divine artifact. Even if he does, he won't dare to act wildly." From his words, it was clear that he was very confident in his father, Zhan Yunfeng. This time, Zhan Yunfeng did not respond to Zhan Pingfan, but his brows were slightly knitted together. No one knew what he was thinking. Duan Lingtian was standing not far away, so he heard the conversation between the father and son of the Zhan family. Speed limit array disk? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Zhan Pingfan. When Zhan Pingfan saw that his father was ignoring him, he began to feel bored. Facing Duan Lingtian's question, he began to patiently explain. As the name suggests, the Speed Restriction Disk Array is a disk array that contains the Speed Restriction Divine Array. Once the Speed Restriction Divine Array is activated, it can slow down everything moving at high speed, including cultivators like us. However, a disk array that contains the Speed Restriction Divine Array is extremely precious. In the entire Tonglang province, I'm afraid that only the top 5 Emperor God forces have one. For example, the Machi clan only has one Speed Restriction Disk Array. Our Chunyang school, on the other hand, has 2. As soon as Zhan Pingfan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian also learned what the Speed Restriction Disk Array was. It was a disk array that contained the Speed Restriction Divine Array. Duan Lingtian had heard of the Speed Restriction Divine Array before. He knew that it was a formation that could be set up in advance. Once someone was lured in, it would activate to limit the speed of that person. This formation was mostly used for traps to limit the speed of the target and prevent them from escaping. The person who activated the formation would not be affected by the formation's speed restriction. I really didn't expect that such a formation could be inscribed on a disk array. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Zhan Pingfan continued, This formation is actually not a very advanced formation. However, due to its uniqueness, a formation disk made of ordinary materials is not enough to contain it. To inscribe such a formation disk array, the materials used to inscribe the formation disk array are extremely important and precious. At the very least, we don't have such high-grade materials in our Tonglang province. The speed restriction disk array of the top 5 Emperor God forces in Tonglang province is basically obtained from the outside. Furthermore, we have to pay a huge price to obtain it. Zhen Pingfan explained. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. However, even if someone from the Machi clan gave Machi Ju a speed restriction disk array, Machi Ju won't be able to gain anything by stopping us. Perhaps he will turn around and run when he sees my father. Zhen Pingfan said disdainfully. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhen Yunfeng before he said in a low voice. Elder Yunfeng said that if he can come, the people from the Machi clan can come as well. Is it possible that the person from the Machi clan will be a middle-level god emperor? As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Zhen Pingfan's expression changed. He looked at his father who had a solemn expression on his face and his heart skipped a beat. Father, are you worried about this as well? That's true. This time, Machi Ju lost half of his soul high-grade divine weapon. Not only is Machi unwilling to accept this, but the Machi clan is also unwilling to accept this. In order to help Machi Ju regain half of his soul high-grade divine weapon, the Machi clan might really send a middle-level god emperor expert. As soon as Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, boom! Rumble! A series of explosions rang from outside. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian and the others in the divine emperor-grade flying ship felt as though they were being pulled forward by something. This was the same feeling as when Duan Lingtian was on Earth in his previous life when the bus suddenly came to a halt. This is... Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Speed is being restricted? In the next instant, Duan Lingtian saw the expressions of Zhan Yunfeng and his father turn extremely solemn. As for the rest of the people from Chunyang School, the group of youngsters was stunned. They had no idea what was going on. As for the others, they frowned. Is it a speed restriction array? Machi Ju set up a speed restriction array to stop us on our way back. A speed restriction array can't be set up in just a few days, right? Could it be an array disk with a speed limiting array? Isn't that thing in the hands of the current patriarch of the Machi clan? Just as the leaders of the various branches of Chunyang School were discussing among themselves, Zhan Yunfeng's indifferent voice rang in their ears. Other than Zhen Pingfan, the rest of you, listen to my orders later. Take Yi Tong's God Emperor level flying ship and return to the sect first. Almost at the same time, Zhen Pingfan's voice rang out. Be careful. I'm going to put away the God Emperor level flying ship. As soon as Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, everyone felt the ground beneath their feet become empty. Then, they hurriedly circulated the divine power in their bodies and hovered in the air. At this time, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, realized that they were in the air above a desert. There was no one around. The only thing they could see were two figures standing in the void not far away. They were two old men. One of them was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian and the others. It was the Golden Seat Elder of the Machi clan, Machi Hong. As for the other person, Duan Lingtian did not recognize him. However, when he saw him standing side by side with Machi Hong, it was not difficult for him to guess his identity. He was most likely a Golden Seat Elder of the Machi clan. Even if he was not, he was definitely a medium emperor god expert from the Machi clan. Machi Wu Ming, Machi Ju. What is the meaning of this? Zhan Yunfeng stood in front of the group of people from Chunyang School. He stared coldly at the two people in front of him as he questioned them in a deep voice. At this moment, Zhan Yunfeng's expression was extremely ugly. How could it not be ugly? They had suddenly been stopped and imprisoned in a speed restriction array. Any normal person would not be in a good mood. Zhen Yunfeng. Machi Ju did not say anything. However, the old man beside him, who was the Golden Seat Elder of the Machi clan, Machi Wu Ming, spoke up unhurriedly. You should know why we stopped you. At this time, you don't have to play dumb, right? Machi Wu Ming was one of the stronger medium emperor gods in the Machi clan. He was not someone Machi Ju, who had become a medium emperor god in recent years, could compare to. His strength was not inferior to Zhan Yunfeng's. It was also because of this that when Zhen Yunfeng looked at him, there was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. Machi Wu Ming. Zhen Yunfeng's tone was cold. Machi Ju lost his divine weapon in a fair and square battle. Are you going to interfere and take it back by force? Are you going to snatch it by force? As he spoke, Zhen Yunfeng's tone became colder and colder. There was even a cold light in his eyes. Elder Zhen Yunfeng, you are exaggerating. Machi Wu Ming shook his head gently. The battle was witnessed by the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley, Wei Chun Dao. Naturally, there is no problem. I just want to say that the wager of 100 king-grade divine pills is not worth the wager of 1/2 soul high-grade divine weapon. I'm sure Elder Zhen Yunfeng won't deny this, right? Machi Wu Ming looked at Zhen Yunfeng deeply. What a joke! Zhen Yunfeng sneered. Before the battle, the wager was clearly stated. Now that the battle is over and you've lost, you're saying the wager is not worth the wager? Is there such a good thing in the world? Zhen Yunfeng was so angry that he laughed. When Machi Wu Ming heard Zhen Yunfeng's words, he only frowned slightly. He continued to say, Elder Zhen Yunfeng, you also have a half-soul high-grade divine weapon. You should know how difficult it is to nurture a half-soul high-grade divine weapon. If Machi Ju loses it, he will definitely die under the heavenly tribulation within 5,000 years. Machi Wu Ming's tone became slightly gloomy as he spoke. The Machi clan has no intention of making an enemy out of Chunyang School. As long as you leave Machi Ju's half-soul high-grade divine weapon behind, the Machi clan will definitely return 200 king-grade divine pills to Chunyang School within 100 years. If Chunyang School is willing to accept the divine crystals, the Machi clan will be able to complete the payment as soon as possible. Machi Wu Ming said. Impossible. As soon as Machi Wu Ming's words left his mouth, Zhen Yunfeng made his stance clear. His tone left no room for negotiation. Zhen Yunfeng. At this moment, Machi Ju, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Since we can't come to an agreement, we have no choice but to offend you. Chapter 3993. As soon as Machi Ju finished speaking, several figures appeared in the void in the distance. They were not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian had an impression of these people. They were the members of the Machi family who had come to the Seven Kills Valley to participate in the trade fair. Moreover, they were all experts of the older generation. As for the younger generation, including Machi Hong, none of them had appeared. In fact, one of the experts of the older generation was not present as well. He had probably left with the younger generation. As for the others, they stayed behind to cooperate with Machi Wu Ming and Machi Ju. In just a short while, the group of experts from the Machi family had surrounded Duan Lingtian and the others from the Chunyang school. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel that the pressure on him had disappeared. It was obvious that the effect of the speed-limiting divine array had passed. Every time the speed-limiting divine array was activated, it would consume a lot of energy. If it was a temporary speed-limiting divine array, it would be completely destroyed not long after it was activated. If one wanted to activate it again, they would have to set it up again. As for the speed-limiting divine array that was inscribed on the disk array, although it would not disappear, it would need time to recover after it was activated before it could be activated again. This was because whether it was setting up the speed-limiting divine array or inscribing the speed-limiting divine array, it would require time to recover after it was activated. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Upon hearing Machi Ju's blunt words and seeing the Machi family's stance, the expressions of most of the people from the Chunyang school changed. This was especially true for the younger generation, such as Lan Shilin and the others. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Now, even if they wanted to leave, they might not be able to. If there was anyone among the younger generation who was relatively calm, it would be Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was calm because he knew that even if they were to fight, the Machi family would not dare to kill anyone. Their goal was only to obtain the upper soul grade divine artifact. Once they killed someone, the matter would be blown out of proportion. Of course, not daring to kill didn't mean that they didn't dare to hurt people. At most, after hurting people, they would apologize and give some compensation. This way, it would be difficult for Chunyang school to fall out with the Machi family. After all, there were too many things to consider. Although the Machi family's overall strength was not as good as Chunyang School, if Chunyang School really fought to the death with the Machi family, Chunyang School would probably decline even if they could destroy the Machi family. At that time, the other three forces would benefit. Humph. Facing the encirclement of the Machi family, Zhan Yunfeng suddenly let out a cold snort. His eyes emitted a chilling light as he stared at Machi Wuming. Machi Wuming, is this also your intention? Machi Wuming did not answer Zhan Yunfeng directly. Instead, he shook his head and sighed. Zhan Yunfeng, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Even if you give that upper soul grade divine artifact to your son, Zhen Pingfan, it won't be of much help to him. Zhen Pingfan is still young. After breaking through to the intermediate God Emperor stage, he'll have plenty of time to nurture his own upper soul grade divine artifact. As for Machi Ju, if he doesn't have the upper soul grade divine artifact, it's a conservative estimate that he'll die under the heavenly tribulation within 5,000 years. He might not even be able to withstand the third heavenly tribulation. Up until now, Machi Wuming was still playing the emotional card. However, Zhen Yunfeng did not fall for it. There's no need to tell me this. Are we the ones who forced Machi Ju to bet on a upper soul grade divine artifact? If he didn't agree, who could have forced him to use his upper soul grade divine artifact as a wager? Well, it's only because he lost. If he had won, I would have asked you to return the 100 limited king tier divine pills. Would you have done it? Ridiculous. Zhen Yunfeng sneered. Brother Wuming. At this moment, Machi Ju said coldly, I've told you before that it's impossible to reason with Zhen Yunfeng. Let's stick to our plan. Today, if they hand over their upper soul grade divine artifact, we'll be fine. Otherwise, I'm afraid many of you will be injured. If your injuries are serious, it might affect your cultivation. It won't be easy for you to overcome the heavenly tribulation in the next 1,000 years. When Machi Ju reached the end of his sentence, he no longer looked at Zhan Yunfeng. Instead, his gaze swept past the faces of the leaders of the various branches in Chunyang School. Some of their expressions changed drastically. One had to admit that Machi Ju's threat was very effective. Many of the upper echelons of the Pure Sun sex branches, who had come this time, were having a hard time dealing with the recent heavenly tribulations. If they were injured here this time, as long as their injuries were serious, it would really be difficult for them to survive the following heavenly tribulations. However, at the same time, their eyes were filled with anger. The people from the Machi clan had gone too far. It was one thing for them to refuse to admit defeat. How could they do such a thing? Father, the transmission has been cut off. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan said to Zhan Yunfeng in a timely manner, they came prepared. I guessed as much. Zhan Yunfeng nodded indifferently. He did not look surprised at all. However, the others were different. When they heard Zhen Pingfan's words, their expressions changed again. The transmission had been cut off? Did that not mean the news could not be sent out? Not only could they not send a message back to Chunyang School, but they also could not send a message to the Seven Kills Valley to ask for reinforcements? Although the relationship between Chunyang School and the Seven Kills Valley was not better than the relationship between the Machi clan and the Seven Kills Valley, the witness of the bet was the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley. If the people from the Seven Kills Valley knew about this, they would most likely not stand by and do nothing. However, the people from the Machi clan had cut off their communication with the outside world. Machi Wuming, Machi Ju. Zhan Yunfeng glanced at the two golden seat elders of the Machi clan. His voice was cold and deep as he said, Are you going to represent the Machi clan and declare war on Chunyang School? Elder Zhan Yunfeng. Machi Ju said coldly, Don't try to change the topic. I've made myself very clear just now. We won't kill anyone from Chunyang School. However, if a conflict really breaks out, some losses will be inevitable. I admit that we might not be able to take down the people from Chunyang School. However, don't forget that there are still many young people here. If a fight really breaks out, you have to protect the young people, right? If we're distracted, who do you think will have the upper hand, you or us? Machi Ju's words clearly showed that he had nothing to fear. At this moment, even Duan Ling Tian had a frown on his face. The people from the Machi clan were too domineering. This time, it seemed like they really intended to take back the half-soul prominent god artifact. Moreover, based on the current situation, Compromise was the best choice. It was just as Machi Ju had said. The experts from the older generation were not afraid of the people from the Machi clan. However, if a conflict broke out, the people from Chunyang school would definitely have to take care of the young disciples. If they were distracted, the people from Chunyang school would definitely be the ones to suffer. Zhen Yunfeng. Machi Wuming spoke again. It's better to take a step back. Today, as long as you return Machi Ju's half-soul prominent god artifact to him, both sides will be at peace. What I promised before is still valid. Either you return the 200 peak king-grade divine pills or exchange them for divine crystals. Naturally, the former will take time, but the latter won't. We'll return all the divine crystals to you before the 7 prefectures banquet begins. Although Machi Wuming's words were vague, it was clear he agreed with Machi Ju's words. If the people from Chunyang school did not hand over the half-soul prominent god artifact, they would start a war. Elder Zhen Yunfeng. Machi Ju stared at Zhen Yunfeng and said in a deep voice, "Your strength is indeed above mine. However, Brother Wuming, I'm afraid you don't have the confidence to defeat him, right? It won't be hard for him to restrain you. It won't be hard for me to restrain your son, Zhen Pingfan, either. Once the other people from the Machi clan join the battle, we won't be able to guarantee that the little flowers from Chunyang school who haven't stepped out of the greenhouse will not be affected." As Machi Ju spoke, his gaze swept past Duan Lingtian, Lan Shilin, and the other young disciples from Chunyang school. His gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Just as Zhan Yunfeng's expression turned ugly, Machi Wuming spoke again. "Zhen Yunfeng, you don't have to feel embarrassed. Today, if you return Machi Ju's half-soul prominent god artifact to him, the Machi clan will publicly apologize to Chunyang school. We're even willing to provide Chunyang school with additional cultivation resources." As soon as Machi Wuming finished speaking, Zhan Yunfeng took a deep breath and looked at him deeply. "Machi Wuming, is this the Machi clan's idea or just your and Machi Ju's idea?" When Machi Wuming heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then he said indifferently, "The Machi clan's patriarch gave me the speed-limiting disc array before I left. What do you think?" Although Machi Wuming did not reply directly, his words were enough to tell the answer. Good. Very good." Zhen Yunfeng nodded. He was so angry that he smiled. "This is the first time in my life that I, Zhen Yunfeng, have suffered such a loss. In other words, this is also the first time our Chunyang school has suffered such a loss in Tonglang province. Machi Ju, Machi clan, very good." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhen Yunfeng took a deep breath again. He looked at Zhen Pingfan and said, "Lend Machi Ju's half-soul prominent god artifact to him for a few days." Lend it for a while? When they heard Zhen Yunfeng's words, not only was Zhen Pingfan stunned, but even Machi Wuming and Machi Ju from the Machi clan were stunned. However, after a while, the people from the Machi clan laughed in their hearts. They thought Zhen Yunfeng had only said this because he wanted to save face. Although the Machi clan had bullied them today, the Chunyang school would not take this lying down so easily. However, their Machi aristocrat clan was also prepared to apologize. As long as they got the half-soul prominent god artifact back, they would not mind losing face. If they did not get the half-soul prominent god artifact back, the Machi clan would lose a medium god emperor in the next few thousand years. That would be the worst thing that could happen to the Machi clan. Chapter 3994. If it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to protect a medium emperor god, the Machi family wouldn't have openly gone against Chunyang school. Today's matter was destined to cause the Machi aristocratic family to stand on the opposite side of the Pure Sun sect. However, the Machi aristocratic family and the Pure Sun sect were both peak god emperor level forces in the Eastern Ridge prefecture. They were not afraid of the Pure Sun sect. As for the half-soul high-grade divine artifact, as long as it returned to Machi Ju, the Machi family wouldn't spit out again. Would Chunyang school start a war with the Machi family because of this? The Machi family could be said to have grasped this point perfectly. They could apologize to Chunyang school and give 200 limited king-grade divine pills to Chunyang school. They could do everything they could to give Chunyang school face. Would Chunyang school really fight to the death with the Machi family? It wouldn't do any good for either family to fight to the death. As for the apology and 200 limited king-grade divine pills, It was worth it for the Machi family to give up these things to get back a half-soul high-grade divine artifact and protect a medium emperor god. The Machi family was certain that Chunyang school would settle the matter peacefully. Hence they made such a choice. Borrow it temporarily? Although Machi Wuming and Machi Ju understood the meaning behind Zhan Yunfeng's words, they didn't take it seriously. As long as the half-soul high-grade divine artifact returned to the Machi family, it would be impossible for them to give it away. Unless Chunyang school wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Machi family. Father. Upon hearing Zhan Yunfeng's words, Zhan Pingfan knew that this was the general trend. However, he still couldn't accept it. However, when he saw the unquestionable look in Zhan Yunfeng's eyes, he gritted his teeth and took out the half-soul high-grade divine artifact with an ugly expression. He threw it out casually. As soon as the half-soul high-grade divine artifact appeared in the void, it was summoned back by Machi Ju. Machi Ju held the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. His eyes were a little blurred as though it wasn't a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, but an old lover who had been separated for a long time. Elder Zhen Yunfeng. Please excuse me. Machi Wuming didn't continue pestering Zhan Yunfeng when he saw this. He smiled apologetically to Zhan Yunfeng before leaving with the group of Machi clan's experts. On the other hand, the people from Chunyang school did not look too happy. Even Lan Shilin's expression was not looking good right now. The entire Pure Sun sect shared the honor and disgrace of this matter. Father, that Machi Ju and Machi Wuming are simply too excessive. Zhan Pingfan spoke to Zhan Yunfeng through voice transmission after everyone had returned to the God Emperor class flying ship. His tone was filled with unwillingness. Although the others wanted to comfort Zhan Yunfeng, they knew that Zhan Yunfeng was in a bad mood, so they did not disturb him. However, Zhan Pingfan did not have that many concerns. Moreover, he was the one who had lost half a soul of a high-grade divine artifact. Duan Lingtian stood in a corner of the flying ship with an ugly expression on his face. Although the half-soul high-grade divine artifact no longer belonged to him after he gave it to Zhen Pingfan, and even if Zhen Pingfan lost it, it had nothing to do with him. The favor he owed him for gifting the divine artifact would not disappear. However, when he thought of the Machi clan's people's faces, he still felt irritated. How could the Machi clan be so shameless? Moreover, they had even used the young disciples of Chunyang school to threaten Zhan Yunfeng and the other experts of the Chunyang school's older generation. This was a humiliation to them. Of course, Duan Lingtian also felt somewhat guilty. After all, he was one of the young disciples who had dragged Zhan Yunfeng and the other experts of the Chunyang school's older generation down with him. The Machi clan. Cold lights flickered within Duan Lingtian's eyes, and they were icy cold to the extreme. At the same time, Zhan Yunfeng heard Zhan Pingfan's voice transmission and replied in a timely manner. So what if they went overboard? Did you have a better choice under such circumstances? Even if you and I are injured, we don't have to fear the heavenly tribulation in the future. But what about the others? The reason the Machi clan didn't bring any young disciples with them was undoubtedly because they knew the young disciples of Chunyang school would be a burden to us. I have to admit that the Machi clan has made a good move this time, Zhen Yunfeng said. Zhen Yunfeng nodded. Father you. Zhen Pingfan was displeased when he heard Zhan Yunfeng praising the Machi clan. However, before he could complain, a cold glint flashed across Zhan Yunfeng's eyes. However, the Machi family will regret this. Zhan Pingfan looked at Zhan Yunfeng and said with a wry smile, Father, I'm afraid this matter will be left unsettled in the end. After the Machi clan snatches back the half-soul high-grade divine artifact, they will definitely publicly apologize to the sect and promise to return 200 limited king-grade divine pills. That's twice the amount of limited king-grade divine pills that Duan Lingtian had bet on. This apology gift is actually quite generous. Given the general trend, it's impossible for the sect to really fight the Machi clan. Zhen Pingfan was very clear about this matter. It was precisely because of this that he was unwilling to accept it. If it were in the past, that would naturally be the case. Zhan Yunfeng said indifferently. However, things are different now. Zhen Pingfan looked at Zhan Yunfeng in confusion. Father, what do you mean by that? Why are things different now? Zhan Yunfeng glanced at him and said indifferently. This time, the Machi family did this because they were sure that the sect wouldn't fall out with them just like what you said earlier. As for why, I'm sure you know. Although our Pure Sun sect is stronger than their Machi clan, if we were to fight, both sides would definitely suffer. However, What if a high-end combat force that surpasses the Mochi clan appears in Chunyang School? At that time, so what if the Mochi clan goes crazy? Do they dare to take the risk? When Zhan Yunfeng reached the end of his sentence, the indifference on his face disappeared and was replaced by a sneer. Do you really think I was just trying to save face when I said you lent the half-soul high-quality divine artifact to the Mochi clan?
I was telling the truth,
Zhen Yunfeng said. After hearing his father's voice transmission, Zhen Pingfan thought for a moment.
Then, a thought flashed through his mind, and his eyes lit up.
Father, could it be that Martial Uncle Yi is going to succeed? Zhen Pingfan was not a fool. After hearing his father say so much, it was not difficult for him to understand the meaning behind his father's words. A high-end combat force that surpassed the Mochi clan. In Chunyang School, it could only be his martial uncle Yi, the ancestor of the hidden sword lineage, Yi Chenfeng. In the past, Yi Chenfeng might not have had such strength. However, once the half-soul high-quality divine artifact was successfully nurtured and became a full-soul high-quality divine artifact, he might even be able to kill an ordinary high-level god emperor. The reason why the Mochi clan dared to come and snatch the half-soul high-quality divine artifact was because they were on par with the high-end combat force of Chunyang School. Once the high-end combat force produced a difference, it would be a completely different story. To put it bluntly, if such a high-end combat force appeared in the Mochi clan, Chunyang School could only grit their teeth and swallow the pain even if the Mochi clan did not pay a price. However, the appearance of Chunyang School was a completely different story. You're not that stupid after all. Zhan Yunfeng shook his head and said, Before I came out, he sent me a message to tell me the good news. The full-soul high-quality divine artifact has been completed, and he's now familiarizing himself with it. At first, he told me that he hadn't thought of how to test the sword yet. Now, someone has delivered himself to his door. It's a good opportunity for him to test the sword. As soon as Zhan Yunfeng said this, Zhen Pingfan's eyes lit up. His face trembled slightly due to his excitement. When the time comes, I'll go to the Mochi clan with martial Uncle Yi. I'd like to see what kind of expression Mochi Wuming, Mochi Ju, and the rest of the Mochi clan will have. The rest of the journey was uneventful. Duan Lingtian and the others returned to Chunyang School without a hitch. Since Zhan Yunfeng did not let the others spread the news of the Mochi clan snatching the half-soul high-quality divine artifact, the whole Chunyang School was filled with voices condemning the Mochi clan as soon as Duan Lingtian and the others returned to Chunyang School. The Mochi clan's people are too shameless. Damn it! Why are those Mochi clan's people so unwilling to admit defeat? I have a friend in the Seven Kills Valley. I just confirmed with him that the half-soul high-quality divine artifact of Elder Zhen Pingfan was won by Duan Lingtian from Mochi Ju. Mochi Ju and Mochi Wuming are the golden seat elders of the Mochi clan in vain. They have no respect for their elders. I curse them to be struck to death by the heavenly tribulation as soon as possible. At this moment, the voices of the Chunyang School's people were united like never before. Even if Duan Lingtian went out, he could hear a group of elders and disciples from the same branch talking about the Mochi clan's shamelessness everywhere on Yunfeng Island. Duan Lingtian. On the second day after returning, Duan Lingtian received a message from Zhan Pingfan. Elder Zhen? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Why was Elder Zhen looking for him at this time? Martial Uncle Yi wants me to ask you if you want to go to the Mochi clan with us? Zhen Pingfan said. Elder Yi? Duan Lingtian knew that the Elder Yi that Zhan Pingfan mentioned was the one from the hidden sword branch. Isn't he nourishing the soul of his divine sword? Has he come out of seclusion? He came out of seclusion a few days ago. Zhan Pingfan replied, recently, he's familiarizing himself with his brand new divine sword. If there's nothing else, come with us. We'll broaden your horizons and let you see the power of a high-grade complete soul divine weapon. Zhen Pingfan said with a smile. As soon as Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He could not help but sigh inwardly. How could I have forgotten about Elder Yi earlier? Although Duan Lingtian did not communicate with the Zhen father and son on the way back, he could guess the reason why the Mochi clan was so fearless. He also felt that this matter would most likely be left unsettled in the end. However, now that he heard Zhan Pingfan mention Elder Yi and asked him to go with him to the Mochi clan to see the power of a high-grade complete soul divine weapon, was this not a prelude to trouble? Elder Yi was originally acknowledged as the strongest person in Chunyang School. Now that he has a high-grade complete soul divine sword, his strength must be even more terrifying. Perhaps he's no weaker than an ordinary higher god emperor? Chapter 3995. As one of the top 5 forces in Tunglang province, the Machi clan's base was located in a corner of a vast city. It was near a mountain and by a river. As for this city, it was actually built by the Machi family themselves. Everything was done to serve the Machi family. In this city, most of the shops were opened by the Machi family, and they regularly sold rare items. The subordinates of the Machi family and the people of other nearby forces would come to this city due to their needs. As time passed, this remote city became the most prosperous city in the surrounding area. This prosperity came from the Machi clan. This city was called Machi City. The Machi clan's base was located in the east of Machi City. It was close to the mountain range and occupied a vast area. Machi City was similar to Linghu City that was controlled by the Linghu clan that Duan Ling Tian used to live in. However, it was much larger. Linghu City was not located near a mountain and by a river. It was a city that stood on a plain. In the Machi clan's base, a young man was kneeling in a spacious courtyard in a quiet valley. No matter how the person in front of him tried to persuade him, he did not intend to get up. Young Master Hong, the master said that this matter is not your fault but his. You don't have to do this. An old man dressed like a servant sighed and said, Now, the master is refining his superior soul artifact. He won't be coming out of closed-door cultivation for a while. If he finds out that you're kneeling here while he's in closed-door cultivation, he'll ask you to stand up as well. The old man said. I lost the bet, Machi Hong replied straightforwardly. I'll kneel until the mysterious ancestor comes out of closed-door cultivation and await his punishment. The old man sighed when he saw this. He did not say anything else when he sensed the young man's determination. After a while, the old man glanced inside and said, Master should be coming out of seclusion in a few days. His half-soul high-grade divine artifact hasn't been refined by Zhen Pingfan for his own use. He just needs to refine it a little. Actually, young Master Hong, you really don't have to do this. If you have the time, you might as well cultivate and perform well at the 7 prefectures banquet. That way, Master will be even happier. Hearing the old man's words, Machi Hong said, My strength has reached a bottleneck, and I can't make a breakthrough in a short period of time. That was it. Machi Hong knelt in front of his profound ancestor Machi Ju's room for 7 days and 7 nights. 7 days and 7 nights later, accompanied by the sound of a spear that sounded like the roar of a dragon, the door in front of him opened, and an aged figure walked out with a sword in his hand. After the old man left, he glanced at Machi Hong indifferently before flying up into the sky. The spear in his hand seemed to have transformed into numerous black pythons that whistled out from his hand. A moment later, the spear left his hand, and black pythons began to circle around his body, moving faster and faster. Before long, the old man's figure was completely shrouded in darkness. Because their speed was too swift, the afterimages of the black pythons converged to form a black light barrier that enveloped the old man's figure within it, and it was airtight. After a short moment, the light barrier instantly poured down, and it seemed to have transformed into a pool of black water that ceaselessly entered the old man's body from all over before vanishing completely. Congratulations, Master. The old servant congratulated respectfully from below. The old man nodded indifferently, and then he looked at Machi Hong who knelt there and frowned slightly. What are you kneeling here for instead of cultivating properly at your place? I'm still waiting for you to defeat that Duan Ling Tian during the 7 prefectures banquet and wash away the humiliation from before. As he finished speaking, the old man's tone seemed to carry slight disappointment that Machi Hong failed to meet his expectations. Profound ancestor. Machi Hong spoke bitterly. There's only 10 years until the 7 prefectures banquet, and it's practically impossible for me to defeat that Duan Ling Tian during the banquet. Even though Duan Ling Tian's strength didn't surpass him by much. However, in just 10 years, even if Duan Ling Tian didn't improve, it was impossible for him to surpass Duan Ling Tian. He couldn't be clearer about his own cultivation situation. What? After failing once, you feel that you're inferior to him and can't catch up to him? The old man who was the golden seat elder of the Machi family, Machi Ju, sneered. Now, go back and cultivate properly. Within 3 years, the people sent by the patriarch will probably return. At that time, you'll have the ultimate emperor-level divine pellet that can help you consolidate your cultivation as a high-level divine emperor. As long as you completely consolidate your cultivation as a high-level divine emperor, you might be able to defeat Duanling Tian during the 7 Prefectures banquet. Ma Qihong's pupils shrank when he heard Ma Qiju's words. Ultimate emperor-level divine pellet? Moreover, it was the kind that could help him consolidate his cultivation as a high-level divine emperor? If he really obtained such a divine pellet, and if the medicinal effect was good, it wasn't impossible for him to completely consolidate his cultivation as a high-level divine emperor within 10 years. Once he consolidated his cultivation as a high-level divine emperor, he was very confident that he wouldn't lose to Duanling Tian. Perhaps he might even have a chance to win. Yes, great ancestor. After Ma Qihong replied respectfully, he stood up and prepared to return to his residence to cultivate. However, as soon as he rose into the air, his expression changed drastically. Ma Qi family. How impressive! A soft shout suddenly rang from the sky above the Ma Qi family. It sounded as though it came from the horizon, but it also sounded as though it came from all directions. The voice was not loud, but it was deafening. Following this soft cry was a blazing and dazzling white light. The light descended from the sky and struck the clan protecting great formation of the Ma Qi clan, causing the formation to tremble. However, even with the grand formation's protection, a portion of the energy still drifted to the ground. For a time, those who were stronger in the Ma Qi family were still fine since they could easily withstand the energy. However, those who were weaker were in for a bad time. Those below the Divine Emperor realm who did not have any powerhouses by their side to protect them in time were directly crushed by the energy and died. For a time, blood splattered everywhere in the Ma Qi family's estate. Terrified screams could be heard everywhere. Ma Qihong was a high-level divine emperor after all. He managed to withstand the energy that descended from the sky. However, his expression was unsightly when he saw his opponent was too powerful. When he attacked, even the Ma Qi family's clan-protecting Grand Array couldn't completely block his attack in time. This voice. It's Yi Chenfeng? Ma Qiju's expression changed drastically at this moment. What's the meaning of this? Is he trying to provoke a conflict between our Ma Qi family and the Chunyang school? Or is he trying to save face for the Chunyang school? Ma Qiju's expression darkened. Moreover, it seems like his strength has improved again. Yi Chenfeng. While Ma Qiju's expression was uncertain, a furious voice sounded in the Ma Qi clan's residence. Are you representing yourself or the Pure Sun sect? You should know what it means to attack our Ma Qi family's protective grand formation. Are you trying to start a war with our Ma Qi family? As soon as the voice rang in the air, several figures soared into the sky. Ma Qi Lu Su, tell Ma Qiju and Ma Qi Wuming to come out. The voice rang in the air again. It was none other than the person who had said the Ma Qi family was impressive. Ma Qi Lu Su was the clan leader of the Ma Qi family. The person who had spoken earlier was none other than Ma Qi Lu Su. Humph. Ma Qiju snorted coldly before he soared into the sky. He no longer cared about his great-great-grandson Ma Qihong. He was not in the mood to care about Ma Qihong at this moment. Ma Qihong's expression changed again. In the end, he looked at his great-great-great-grandson Ma Qiju's back and hesitated for a moment before he followed after him. 3 figures could be seen hovering in the air above the Ma Qi family's estate. The person in the lead was a young man dressed in a long golden robe with silver trimmings. His face was as fair as jade, and his aura was refined. At this moment, he was looking down at the Ma Qi family's estate indifferently. Behind the young man were 2 other young men. Duanling Tian, watch Martial Uncle Yi vent our anger for us today. Zhen Pingfan transmitted his voice to Duanling Tian with a smile. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard that. At the same time, he was shocked by Yi Chenfeng's confidence. The Ma Qi family was a top god emperor level family in Tunglang province. Based on his words, it seemed as though he did not take them seriously at all. However, if Elder Yi really has a full soul high-grade divine sword, he does indeed have the strength to match his confidence. Duanling Tian thought to himself. While Duanling Tian and Zhen Pingfan were communicating via voice transmission, several figures soared into the sky from the Ma Qi family's estate. In the blink of an eye, they gathered in front of Duanling Tian and the other 2. A middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe stood at the front. Behind him were a dozen old men and a few middle-aged men. Patriarch. After a short while, a figure that Duan Lingtian was familiar with appeared. It was the golden seat elder of the Machi family, Machi Ju. After Machi Ju spoke, Duan Lingtian learned the identity of the middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe. He was the patriarch of the Machi family, Machi Lu Su. Yi Chenfeng, do you think that no one in the Machi family can defeat you just because your strength has improved? An old voice that was filled with anger sounded. Then, another person that Duan Lingtian recognized appeared. It was the other golden seat elder of the Machi family, Machi Ju. After a short while, another old man appeared. This old man was the most inconspicuous one. However, according to Zhen Pingfan's voice transmission, he was the leader of the 3 golden seat elders of the Machi family, Machi Yuning. Machi Yuning was also the strongest person in the Machi family. As soon as Machi Yuning appeared, the people from the Machi family who arrived first bowed to the old man. Even Machi Ju and Machi Wu Ming addressed him respectfully as Uncle Yuning. It was obvious this person was the strongest person in the Machi family, the leader of the 3 golden seat elders, and the person with the highest seniority in the Machi family. He has the highest seniority in the Machi family. However, he doesn't have many years left to live. It's said that he suffered quite a serious injury during the last heavenly tribulation. Zhen Pingfan's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Chapter 3996. Yi Chenfeng, why are you here? Machi Yunning asked calmly. His face was very old, and his body was very thin. He looked like he would be blown away by a gust of wind as he stood there. He could not feel any emotion from Machi Yunning during this process. It was unknown if he really did not care about what Yi Chenfeng had done or if he really had a good temper. Elder Yuning. When Yi Chenfeng's gaze landed on Machi Yuning, his tone softened. You are of the same generation as my teacher. Logically speaking, I should call you martial uncle. Elder Yuning, you should know about what happened outside the 7 Kills Valley not long ago, right? Yi Chenfeng looked deeply at Machi Yunning as he spoke. Machi Yunning fell silent when he heard this. Naturally, he knew about this matter. It was impossible for him not to know. If it were him, he would naturally prefer not to take back what he had lost. However, he knew very well what his juniors had done, so he could not blame them. He would not live much longer. If Machi Ju lost half of his soul-grade divine artifact, he would not live much longer. At that time, the Machi clan would lose 2 intermediate god emperors. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Machi clan. Yi Chenfeng. At this time, Machi Wu Ming spoke again. He said coldly, I've already told your senior brother, Zhan Yunfeng, about this matter. The Machi clan has also publicly apologized to the Chunyang school for this matter. In addition, we've recently started searching everywhere for the 200 limit king-grade divine pills. We'll definitely send them to the Chunyang school within 100 years. Is the Chunyang school really going to fall out with the Machi clan because of this? Machi Wu Ming's eyes gleamed coldly. Yi Chenfeng. At this time, Machi Lu Su, the patriarch of the Machi clan, spoke as well. His tone was even colder. If you leave now, the Machi clan will not pursue the matter of you killing so many of our disciples. Elder Wu Ming made a promise to Chunyang school, and the Machi family will not go back on their word. As soon as Machi Lu Su said that, many people behind him frowned. They glanced at Yi Chenfeng coldly but didn't say anything. Many of the Machi clan's disciples that had perished earlier were from their bloodline. However, when they thought about what the Machi family had done some time ago, it wasn't difficult for them to guess that the family head did this to further extinguish the anger of Chunyang school. They had expected that Chunyang school would come looking for trouble, but they didn't expect that it would be Yi Chenfeng. Now that Yi Chen had retreated, the matter would naturally come to an end. What if I don't? Hearing Machi Lu Su's words, Yi Chenfeng took a deep look at him and asked with a deep meaning. Not retreating? Machi Liu Su's face instantly darkened. That depends on whether you're here today on behalf of Chunyang school or on your own. So what if I'm here on behalf of myself? Yi Chenfeng asked again. This time, before Machi Lu Su could speak, Machi Wu Ming beat him to it. If you're here on behalf of yourself, You won't be able to leave the Machi family if you don't give us an explanation.
Is that so?
Yi Chunfeng looked at Machi Wuming with a mocking smile on his face.
With just you?
Machi Wuming's expression darkened. Naturally, he was no match for Yi Chunfeng. Yi Chunfeng, what are you trying to do? This was the first time Machi Ju spoke. His eyes were filled with hostility and fear as he looked at Yi Chunfeng. What am I trying to do? Yi Chunfeng smiled. Machi Ju, I'm here to look for you and Machi Wuming. Since both of you are here, that's great. Now return my junior nephew's half-soul high-grade divine weapon to him and kowtow to him 3 times as an apology. Then, I won't pursue this matter any further. Yi Chunfeng's words were said casually, without the slightest hint of emotion. Machi Ju's expression changed instantly. Yi Chunfeng, are you humiliating me? So what if I'm humiliating you? Yi Chunfeng said indifferently. Since you have the face to take back a divine weapon that you've openly lost, you should have expected this day to come. Looking at your current attitude, are you unwilling? As Yi Chunfeng spoke, his tone suddenly turned cold. Impossible. Machi Ju said resolutely. Good. Yi Chunfeng smiled. I've been waiting for you to say this. Since that's the case, I, Yi Chunfeng, will test my sword on you today. As soon as Yi Chunfeng finished speaking, his gaze suddenly froze. With a wave of his hand, a sword ray condensed in the air. Then, a figure appeared around the sword ray. It was a lifelike black-robed youth. The youth was shrouded in a black robe, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, his body emitted a sharp sword intent. In the next instant, Yi Chunfeng moved. The black-robed youth held a sword ray in his hand and fused with Yi Chunfeng. Sword soul. Almost at the same instant when Yi Chunfeng moved, the expressions of the Machi family's upper echelons changed as they cried out in disbelief. Yi Chunfeng. As for Machi Ju, who was Yi Chunfeng's target, his expression also changed greatly. He hastily took out his half-soul high-grade divine artifact spear. However, just as the spear entered his hand and was about to erupt, he felt a black sword ray flicker before his eyes. In the next instant, he felt his consciousness begin to disperse. No! As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice died. Machi Ju, the golden seat elder of the Machi family, a mid-god emperor expert, died in an instant. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown past, Yi Chunfeng appeared before Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan once again. He looked as if nothing had happened, and his expression was as calm as before. Bang! At the same time, Machi Ju's corpse heavily smashed into the ground below. A muffled sound resounded, which was especially ear-piercing in this quiet environment. Yi Chunfeng, you dare to kill the golden seat elder of my Machi family? Machi Wuming's eyes were red as he glared at Yi Chunfeng. It was as if he wanted to eat him alive. As for the patriarch of the Machi family, Machi Liusu's expression was extremely ugly. Yi Chunfeng actually had a full-soul high-grade divine artifact. He was only a mid-god emperor. Normally speaking, wasn't it only possible for a high-god emperor to give birth to a high-grade divine artifact with a complete soul? How was this possible? Thank you, Martial Uncle Yi. After Zhen Pingfan, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, caught the spear that Yi Chunfeng casually tossed to him, his eyes lit up. At the same time, he thanked Yi Chunfeng profusely. The half-soul high-grade divine artifact that was snatched away earlier returned to Zhen Pingfan's hands. I don't mind if you attack me to avenge him. Yi Chunfeng looked at the clamoring Machi Wuming and said indifferently, don't forget that I'm not here to look for Machi Ju. I'm here to look for you, Machi Wuming. Now that he's dead, it's your turn. Yi Chunfeng said. As soon as Yi Chunfeng said those words, Machi Wuming's expression changed greatly. He, who had calmed down, felt a chill run down his spine when he recalled the scene earlier. Now that Yi Chunfeng had a full-soul high-grade divine artifact, his strength was definitely not weaker than an ordinary high-god emperor. Killing Machi Ju was as easy as killing a chicken. Killing him, Machi Wuming, would not be much different. Yi Chunfeng, at this moment, although there was no lack of lower god emperors among the upper echelons of the Machi family standing behind the patriarch of the Machi family, they were looking at Yi Chunfeng as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with terror and fear. Yi Chunfeng had actually produced a full soul high-grade divine artifact. It should be known that even in the past, Yi Chunfeng's strength was not inferior to the #1 expert of the Machi family, Golden Seat Elder Machi Yuning. Now that Yi Chunfeng had a full soul high-grade divine artifact, the gap between them could be imagined. Moreover, Yi Chunfeng was in the prime of his life while their Golden Seat Elder Machi Yuning was already in his twilight years. He might not even have fully recovered from the injuries he suffered during the heavenly tribulation. With Yi Chunfeng's current strength, he can already suppress our Machi family by himself? The upper echelons of the Machi family felt their hearts tremble when they thought of this. This was also the reason why the patriarch of the Machi family, Machi Lu Su, did not say anything for a long time after Yi Chunfeng made his move. This was because he did not know what to say anymore. If Yi Chunfeng had said earlier that he was here on behalf of the Chunyang school, he could still question Yi Chunfeng and ask if he was trying to start a war between the Chunyang school and the Machi family. Even if no one in the Machi family could stop Yi Chunfeng, there would still be someone who could escape alive and take revenge on the people of the Chunyang school in the future. Moreover, the Machi family had been rooted in Tungleng province for many years. They had a deep foundation, and they had quite a number of experts in the outside world as well. If the Machi family was really destroyed by the Chunyang school, the Chunyang school would have to think about the consequences. However, Yi Chunfeng said that he was only here on behalf of himself. He was here on behalf of himself, and he had the battle prowess of a high-level god emperor. What else could he say? So powerful. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally recovered from the shock of seeing Yi Chunfeng make his move. With just one move, he had killed the Golden Seat Elder of the Machi family, Machi Ju. Machi Ju was not a pushover. He was a genuine mid-level god emperor. Even if he was only a small part of the mid-level god emperors in the Machi family, he was still a mid-level god emperor. A lower-level god emperor could not be compared to him. At the very least, Zhan Pingfan, the strongest person below the mid-level god emperor in the Chunyang school, was no match for him. So the full soul divine sword can display such power in the hands of a mid-level god emperor. Although Duan Lingtian did not see how Yi Chunfeng made his move due to his limited strength, he could still feel the sharp aura coming from Yi Chunfeng's divine sword. Although he also had a full soul divine sword, due to his limited strength, the power it displayed was far inferior to the full soul divine sword in Yi Chunfeng's hands. When Machi Wuming heard Yi Chunfeng say that it was his turn to speak, he thought of Machi Ju's death and broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, he looked at Machi Yuning, who was standing to the side and staring at Yi Chunfeng without saying anything. Chapter 3997. When Yi Chunfeng displayed the high-grade soul divine sword, Machi Wuming knew that no one in the Machi clan was a match for Yi Chunfeng. The reason he asked Machi Yuning for help was because Machi Yuning was the strongest person in the Machi clan. He had the highest seniority in the Machi clan. Secondly, even though Machi Yuning was no match for Yi Chunfeng, he had a high seniority after all. Moreover, he had a good reputation and was highly respected. Therefore, Yi Chunfeng might give him some face. Under Machi Wuming's gaze, Machi Yuning, who had been silent all this while, finally looked at Yi Chunfeng and spoke. Yi Chunfeng, Machi Ju's death was his own fault. The Machi clan will not pursue the matter any further. The high-grade soul divine weapon that was lost is lost. The Machi clan is willing to accept the loss. When Machi Yuning said this, although many people in the Machi clan were unwilling to accept it, they knew that this was the only way. If they really did accept it, their Machi clan would probably shed a river of blood today. The current Yi Chunfeng was no longer someone the Machi clan could deal with. However, Machi Yuning was not done yet. He continued, Machi Wuming, as an accomplice, you'll be grounded in the Machi clan for 10,000 years. Otherwise, you'll be at your mercy. Machi Wuming's expression turned ugly when he heard Machi Yuning's words. However, he did not say anything because this was better than death. As an apology, 200 limited king-grade divine pills will be sent to the hidden sword faction of the Chunyang school within 100 years. Machi Yuning paused for a moment before he asked, Are you satisfied with this arrangement? It had to be said that Machi Yuning's 3 points could be said to have made a very big concession. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was a compromise. Upon hearing Machi Yuning's words, Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind Yi Chunfeng, could not help but be surprised. The strongest person in the Machi clan was so easy to talk to? At the same time, He also realized that today's matter would most likely come to an end after Machi Yuning said this. This time, the Machi clan could be said to have tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. The Machi clan's previous actions can't be considered wrong. However, they didn't expect Elder Yi Chunfeng from our Chunyang school to have a high-grade full-soul divine sword. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. If Yi Chunfeng had not nurtured the upper-grade divine sword with a complete soul and still possessed the same strength as before, he would not have been able to intimidate the Machi family into making such a concession. Perhaps, he might not even be able to retrieve Machi Ju's high-grade half-soul artifact. The strong are respected. On Elder Ye's body, it can be said to be vividly displayed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's yearning for the path of the strong grew even more fervent under the influence of Yi Chunfeng's actions. What happened next was exactly what Duan Lingtian had expected. Upon hearing Machi Yuning's words, Yi Chunfeng smiled faintly. Since Elder Yuning has said so, I, Yi Chunfeng, am not an unreasonable person. As soon as Yi Chunfeng's words left his mouth, it was not only the people from the Machi clan whose mouths twitched. Even Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan could not help but look at each other in tacit understanding. They could see a strange smile in each other's eyes. If Yi Chunfeng was reasonable, would he be able to directly suppress the Machi clan's protective grand array and kill the Machi clan's disciples who were below the divine emperor realm? If Yi Chunfeng was reasonable, would he be able to kill Machi Ju without giving him any chance to retaliate? Let's do as Elder Yuning says. Yi Chunfeng smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and brought out his celestial emperor-grade spaceship. Then, he brought Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan with him and left without saying another word to the people from the Machi clan. After Duan Lingtian and the other two left, although there were many people in the sky above the Machi clan's estate, it was dead silent. Machi Yuning let out a long sigh. All of you should have informed me before making a move. Don't tell me all of you think that I, Machi Yuning, am someone who can't see the big picture? I don't have much time left. It's impossible for me to bring that half-soul prominent divine weapon with me. It's fine if I leave it to Machi Ju. Machi Yuning only learned about this matter after Machi Ju and Machi Wuming snatched the half-soul prominent divine weapon from Zhen Pingfan right under Zhan Yunfeng's nose when he returned to the Machi clan. Due to this reason, although he felt helpless, he could not say anything. After all, he had already offended the Chunyang school. It would be pointless for him to say anything more. Moreover, even if he had a choice in the beginning, he might have chosen to snatch the half-soul prominent divine weapon from Zhen Pingfan after some hesitation even if it meant offending the Chunyang school. After all, nobody knew that Yi Chunfeng already possessed a half-soul prominent divine sword. Even if he had a half-soul prominent divine weapon, he would not be able to take it away after he died. However, who would not be selfish? In a situation where the Machi aristocrat family was not threatened, he also wanted to leave his half-soul high-grade divine artifact for his grandson who was only a low-level god emperor. Moreover, he still had a chance to break through and become a higher god emperor after the Seven Palaces grand banquet. For this reason, he was, naturally, unwilling to give his half-soul prominent divine weapon to Machi Ju. However, if he had known that Yi Chunfeng possessed a half-soul prominent divine sword and knew that he would not be able to become a higher god emperor after the Seven Palaces grand banquet, he would have been more than willing to give his half-soul prominent divine weapon to Machi Ju. However, there were no such things as knowing in this world. It's too late to say anything now. Machi Liusu sighed. The most unexpected thing is that Yi Chunfeng actually has a full-soul upper-grade godly sword. How did he do it? No matter how Yi Chunfeng did it, the Machi clan had no choice but to admit defeat this time. No one would have thought that the #1 expert of the Chunyang school would possess a half-soul prominent divine sword. His strength was no weaker than some higher god emperors. Wuming. Machi Yuning looked at Machi Wuming and said with a solemn expression, I said those things just now to protect you. I hope you can understand. Uncle Yuning, I can understand. Machi Wuming nodded solemnly. To me, it's already a great blessing that I didn't die under Yi Chunfeng's sword. It's also good that I don't leave the clan. From today onwards, I'll focus all my attention on cultivation and strive to become a higher god emperor. Machi Yuning nodded in satisfaction when he heard this. Ancestor. At this moment, an unexpected figure appeared not far in front of Machi Yuning and the others. Machi Hong? The person who suddenly appeared was none other than Ma Qiju's great-great-grandson, Ma Qihong. He was also the #1 expert of the Ma Qi clan's younger generation. Ma Qihong was the pride of the Ma Qi clan. Even when Ma Qihong lost Ma Qiju's half-soul prominent divine weapon, not many blamed him. After all, who hadn't been young and frivolous? What they blamed was Ma Qiju for not taking good care of his half-soul prominent divine weapon. Little Hong, you saw it all? Although Ma Qihong's expression was calm as if nothing had happened, Ma Qilu Su, the patriarch of the Ma Qi clan, could still feel the murderous aura in his body. However, Ma Qihong was currently looking at Ma Qilu Su and Ma Qi Yuning with a solemn expression. Two old ancestors, if I enter the top 3 in the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet this time around, I'll be able to obtain 3 spots. But now, Ancestor Wuming is under house arrest and can't leave. Therefore, he won't be able to obtain one of the quotas. Therefore, if I enter the top 3, apart from the 2 quotas that will be given to the 2 ancestors, I hope that the remaining quota will be given to someone who can help me kill Yi Chenfeng. Of course, 2 ancestors, you can also make the other party swear a heart demon blood oath that if they make a breakthrough and become an upper god emperor, not only will they have to kill Yi Chenfeng, but they will also have to be worshipped by our Ma Qi clan for 1,000 years. Earlier, Ma Qihong had clearly seen the scene of his ancestor's death. In the beginning, he was extremely sorrowful and angry. However, after a while, he calmed down and began to think about how to avenge his ancestor. What a good child. Ma Qi Yuning sighed. Child, let go of this hatred. At least, let it go for now. We know of your filial piety. However, that Yi Chenfeng isn't that easy to kill. After the 7 Mansions feast, the possibility of him entering the upper god emperor realm is much higher than me and Patriarch. Even if we can find someone and make him swear a heart demon blood oath, even if he enters the upper god emperor realm, he might not necessarily be a match for Yi Chenfeng. Ma Qi Yuning said. Ancestor, I've thought about this matter. Ma Qihong said with certainty. If Yi Chenfeng also enters the upper god emperor realm, the heart demon blood oath will be dropped. When that time comes, I will avenge myself. On the way back to Chunyang School, Zhen Pingfan was asking Yi Chenfeng all sorts of questions in the God Emperor grade flying ship. He even asked Yi Chenfeng to summon his upper god sword soul and look around it. He looked very much like a mountain child going out of the city for the first time. Everything was new to him. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged at the side. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head. However, he could understand Zhen Pingfan's feelings. You brat. Yi Chenfeng said helplessly. You're already so old. Why aren't you as calm as Duan Lingtian? When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and grinned. Duan Lingtian is too shy to go up and watch. In my opinion, he must be very curious about the upper god sword soul. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he couldn't help but secretly roll his eyes. What's there to be curious about? It's just a upper god sword. I have one too. In fact, even before this elder Yi in front of him had a high-grade divine sword, he already had one. Huang-er. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something and asked the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang-er. Elder Ye's upper god sword soul shouldn't be able to sense your existence, right? Chapter 3998. Master. He won't be able to sense it. Huang-er quickly replied to Duan Lingtian when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. He's just a newly born sword soul. His abilities are limited. Of course, if you don't enter the God Emperor realm in a few hundred or 1,000 years, he might be able to sense my existence. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Huang-er's words. However, he ignored the rest of Huang-er's words. With his current cultivation base, if he was still unable to enter the God Emperor realm in a few hundred or 1,000 years, he might as well kill himself. Junior Uncle Yi. Suddenly, Zhen Pingfan seemed to have thought of something, and he asked Yi Chenfeng, before I met Ma Qi Yuning, the Golden Seat Elder of the Ma Qi clan, I didn't think of him at all. Since he doesn't have long to live, can't he lend or entrust his half-soul prominent divine weapon to Ma Qiju? Of course he can. Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words. However, do you think he would do that in the beginning? Before he knew I possessed a high-soul divine weapon, would he have thought I would come knocking on your door to take back your high-soul divine weapon and kill Ma Qiju? Zhen Pingfan pondered for a moment before he nodded in realization. That's true. I was mistaken. I forgot they didn't know you had such strength, Junior Uncle Yi. The high soul divine weapon had allowed his junior Uncle Ye's strength to rise to another level. He now possessed the strength to intimidate the Mochi clan and make them lower their heads. Moreover, do you think Mochi Yuning had no selfish motives? Yi Chenfeng continued. He has a son and a grandson. Although his son failed to enter the God Emperor realm and died a long time ago, he still has a grandson who's already a lesser God Emperor. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't have given his high soul divine weapon to Mochi Ju. Zhen Pingfan nodded repeatedly when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. I didn't think too much about it. It's just that when I saw Mochi Ju die, I felt his death wasn't worth it. The resentful woman refused to admit defeat and took back her high soul divine weapon. However, before she could even use it, she lost her life again. Zhen Pingfan shook his head as he spoke. That's his fate, Yi Chenfeng said indifferently. Yi Chenfeng said indifferently. Mochi Ju was just an ant in his eyes. Even before he possessed a high soul divine weapon, Mochi Ju had been killed by him to kill him to kill Mochi Ju. His cultivation base to Mochi Ju to his comprehension S to origin to his S to clones to kill Mochi Ju. Apart from that, he had also mastered the sword Dao. Not only was he the #1 expert in the Pure Sun sect, but many people in the East Mountain Prefecture also called him the #1 expert in the East Mountain Prefecture. However, he wasn't interested in sparring with the experts from the other top Emperor God-level factions in the East Mountain Prefecture and defeating them. Hence, this title wasn't considered legitimate. That was before he had successfully nurtured his high soul divine weapon with his high soul divine weapon. At this moment, Yi Chenfeng was very confident. He was confident no one in Tunglang province would be able to withstand a sword strike from him. After Yi Chenfeng and Zhen Pingfan ended their conversation, Yi Chenfeng looked at Duan Lingtian, who was sitting in the corner of the flying ship, and asked with a smile, Duan Lingtian, does your master plan to come to the Mystic Gangland? Duan Lingtian had already guessed Yi Chenfeng would ask this question, but he did not expect Yi Chenfeng to ask at this moment. He could not help but feel slightly embarrassed. Elder Yi, my master has already left the Devata realm for the realms of gods. He said if he arrived at the Mystic Gangland, he would consider coming to Chunyang School. However, in the end, he didn't arrive at the Mystic Gangland. Duan Lingtian replied. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Chenfeng frowned slightly. Then he shook his head and smiled. Perhaps, I'm being too rash. How can someone who has mastered the sword Dao to such an extent in the Devata realm be restrained by Chunyang School? When Yi Chenfeng spoke up to this point, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, you have to work hard. Although you're younger than your master and your cultivation base has already surpassed him, you're still inferior to him in terms of foundation. When he arrives at the realms of gods, he'll have a huge breakthrough. In fact, the most difficult thing in the realms of gods is not to raise one's cultivation base, but to raise one's profundities as well. The most difficult thing is the four Dao of heaven and earth. Moreover, your master's sword Dao has reached the critical point of breaking through to the next stage. Once he breaks through, he'll be able to kill an elite high-level divine emperor as soon as he becomes a divine emperor. An envious expression appeared on Yi Chenfeng's face when he finished speaking. A hint of passion could be seen in his eyes as well. That was the stage he wanted to reach as well. However, he was still far from that cultivation level, and would not reach it so quickly. Duan Lingtian did not know about this earlier. When he heard Yi Chenfeng's words, he could not help but feel shocked. He knew that perhaps even his master didn't know about this. He's able to kill an elite high-level divine emperor as soon as he becomes a divine emperor? Even with my current strength, I don't have such strength. Even after I've stabilized my cultivation base as a medium divine emperor, I still don't have such strength. Moreover, Duan Lingtian knew Yi Chenfeng had met his master before, so he knew his master's mastery of the law of time. Since Yi Chenfeng had said so, it meant he had considered the profundities his master had comprehended as well. While Duan Lingtian was lost in his thoughts, Zhen Pingfan, who was standing at the side, was stunned. Junior Uncle Yi, do you mean Duan Lingtian's master's comprehension of the sword Dao is higher than yours? Zhen Pingfan could clearly see the envy on Yi Chenfeng's face. Why was he envious? It was not difficult to figure out. Moreover, Yi Chen-feng had said Duan Lingtian's master was able to kill an elite high-level divine emperor as soon as he became a divine emperor. After all, Yi Chen-feng was not one to speak without thinking. He's much stronger than me. In response to Zhen Pingfan's question, Yi Chen-feng gave him an affirmative answer. This naturally caused Zhen Pingfan to be shocked, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. Moreover, Yi Chen-feng continued to say, Duan Lingtian's sword Dao is the same as his master's. In other words, Duan Lingtian's sword Dao was taught to him by his master. This is what I admire the most about him. Although I've passed down my comprehension of the sword Dao, none of my disciples have been able to comprehend it, not even the embryonic form. Yi Chen-feng sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. When Zhen Pingfan regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes and asked anxiously, Duan Lingtian, does your master still need more disciples? As soon as Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be speechless. Why didn't he see that Elder Zhan had such a shameless side before? How old are you? You're almost 10,000 years older than my master. Become his disciple? Yi Chen-feng couldn't help but glare at Zhen Pingfan. You little brat, aren't you afraid that your father will break your legs? Your master is your father. Zhen Pingfan chuckled. Be that as it may, I believe my father understands me. Moreover, if I really master the sword Dao, he'll definitely praise me. Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian again. Duan Lingtian, why don't you ask your master if he's still accepting disciples? I can be your junior brother. Of course, if you're embarrassed, I'll be your senior brother. I'll take care of you in the future. What do you think? Zhen Pingfan said with a fervent look in his eyes. Duan Lingtian was somewhat helpless when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words, but he still mercilessly shattered his fantasy. Elder Zhen, the reason I can walk the path of the sword Dao that my master has mastered is because I've been walking his path since I was in the mundane plane. It's also because of this that I was able to successfully walk the path of the sword Dao, and even use it as a foundation to walk my own path of the sword Dao. I'm afraid you won't be able to. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Zhen Pingfan's face was filled with disappointment, and there was some unwillingness in his eyes. Yi Chen-feng, on the other hand, suddenly understood. So that's how it is. So if I want a disciple who can walk the path of the sword Dao, I still have to go to the mundane plane to find one? That makes sense. A little fellow in the mundane plane is like an unpolished jade. I just have to add a few strokes on it, and it'll naturally become the jade I want. Why didn't I think of this before? Yi Chen-feng fell into deep thought. Based on his muttering, it was clear he really wanted to find another disciple in the mundane plane. Upon hearing Yi Chen-feng's words, Zhen Pingfan was speechless. He said, Junior Uncle Yi, you're being too whimsical. Even if someone from the mundane plane can walk the path of the sword Dao that you've taken, I'm afraid it won't be easy for them to go to the realms of gods from the mundane plane. Do you think everyone is like you and Duan Lingtian? Moreover, it's not like you didn't have any disciples in the mundane plane in the past. They also walked the path of the sword Dao. Later on, a few of them even came to the profound gangland and became gods. However, did they walk the path of the sword Dao that you've taken? Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, when you obtained your master's legacy in the mundane plane, did the legacy he left behind contain any comprehension of the sword Dao? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head confidently. Master left it behind before he ascended to the Devata realm. At that time, he hadn't mastered the sword Dao yet. In fact, he hadn't even mastered the rudimentary form of the sword Dao yet. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen-feng's expression was filled with disappointment. I thought he left behind the legacy in the mundane plane after mastering the sword Dao. In that case, I don't think there's a chance. In the past, I also left behind my legacy in the mundane plane. Moreover, the sword Dao I mastered later on is also based on that legacy. Many of my disciples in the mundane plane have outstanding innate talent and comprehension skills. However, none of them managed to comprehend the rudimentary form of my sword Dao. Perhaps, my sword Dao is only suitable for me and not others. Chapter 3999. While Yi Chen-feng was sighing with emotion, Zhen Pingfan said helplessly, Junior Uncle Yi, don't be too greedy. It's fine if you're a monster yourself, but you want to nurture another one? Zhen Pingfan shook his head as he spoke. Yi Chenfeng glared at Zhen Pingfan. How can this be called greedy? If that's the case, what did Duan Lingtian and his master say? Just wait and see. If Brother Qingyang doesn't die prematurely, he'll definitely become a figure that will shock all the planes of gods in the future. I'm not sure about other aspects, but in terms of sword principle, it'll be very difficult for Duan Lingtian to surpass his master. It might even be impossible. No one understood Feng Qingyang's sword principle better than Yi Chenfeng. Even Duan Lingtian did not understand it as well as he did. Feng Qingyang's sword principle was at a level that was beyond his reach. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's sword principle was not bad, but it was not profound or heaven-defying. Even he was slightly inferior to Duan Lingtian's sword principle. At least, that was what he thought Duan Lingtian had shown earlier. Unless Duan Lingtian was holding back. However, he did not think that was possible. In the past, when Duan Lingtian defeated Ma Qihong, the strongest person among the younger generation of the Ma Qi family, in the Seven Kills Valley, many people in Chunyang School had recorded the battle using the floating image pearl. Therefore, Yi Chenfeng had watched the battle through the floating image pearl. He hasn't even reached the Divine Emperor realm, but his sword principle is already so strong? Zhen Pingfan could not help but click his tongue when he heard this. At the same time, a yearning look appeared in his eyes. I'm really curious. What kind of person is he to be so monstrous? Even you, Junior Uncle Yi, feel inferior to him in terms of sword principle. At the same time, Zhen Pingfan seemed to have thought of something. He lowered his voice and asked Yi Chenfeng, Junior Uncle Yi, as far as I know, sword principle can also make one an omnipotent expert. Moreover, it requires a lot of sword principle. Will Duan Lingtian's master become a supreme master in the future? Zhen Pingfan knew very well how difficult it was to master the four Tao of heaven and earth. In the realms of gods, ultimate gods who had mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth were considered potential supreme experts. It was also because of this that he couldn't help but make such a connection with Duan Lingtian's master, who had an astonishing way of the sword. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Yi Chenfeng remained silent for a moment before speaking again. No one knows. Even if you ask me, I don't know. To be honest, you, Zhen Pingfan, also have the potential to become an omnipotent master. However, compared to you, Zhen Pingfan, compared to me, I think that Brother Qingyang has a better chance of becoming an omnipotent expert. Then, Yi Chenfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and said, even Duan Lingtian has a better chance than you and me. Although Yi Chenfeng felt Duan Lingtian's way of the sword was not as good as his master, Feng Qingyang. However, how old was Duan Lingtian? He was not even 1,000 years old. Previously, when Yi Chenfeng followed Duan Lingtian back to the Devata realm, he had learned a lot about Duan Lingtian's legendary experiences in the lower realms. Most importantly, Yi Chenfeng was only 1,000 years old. Duan Lingtian was only 700 years old. What, 2,700 years old? That was nonsense. Duan Lingtian had used a divine pill that could conceal one's bone age. Naturally, although he already knew about this matter, he did not point it out because he felt Duan Lingtian must have his own reasons for doing this. There was no need to point it out. Comparisons are odious indeed. Zhen Pingfan glanced at Duan Lingtian and shook his head helplessly. I've always dreamed of mastering any one of the heaven and earth Tao, even if it's just a rudimentary form. However, up until now, I haven't made any progress after more than 10,000 years. Boy, you're not even 3,000 years old, but you've already mastered the sword Tao. After the Seven Mansions banquet, I'm afraid even those godly venerables' forces will pay attention to you. In the past, Zhen Pingfan had heard from others that Duan Lingtian had told many people on the Chunyang School's island of versatility that his ambition was not in the Chunyang School. However, Yi Chenfeng did not take it seriously. He thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant because of his achievements. However, when he learned Duan Lingtian had mastered the sword Tao, he changed his mind. Duan Lingtian's current strength was enough for those godly venerables' forces to rope him in. It's just luck. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Upon hearing that, Zhen Pingfan immediately glared at him. Boy, even if you want to be humble, can't you be humble in another way? If you say that again, I won't be able to resist the urge to kill you. It's fine if you say that the rudimentary form of the sword Dao is just luck. Do you think the sword Dao can be mastered just because of luck? For the rest of the journey, Zhan Pingfan was still speculating. He wanted to know if Duan Lingtian's sword Dao could be replicated. He was obviously unwilling to give up. After all, the sword Dao was too tempting. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. If you're really interested, you'll have to wait until you meet my master in the future. My master is currently in another realm of gods. Why don't I introduce you to him in the future? It was only at this moment that Duan Lingtian finally managed to shut Zhan Pingfan up. He no longer mentioned the sword Dao. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Yi Chenfeng said to Duan Lingtian, if it's possible, you should fight for the first place in the 7 prefectures banquet. If you can win, Chunyang School will be able to obtain 4 places to enter that place. At that time, I can take the lead and ask Chunyang School to devote all its resources to nurturing you and providing you with everything you need. Chunyang School will also do its best. Even if you don't plan to stay in Chunyang School forever. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. Chunyang School was not an ordinary sect. As one of the strongest emperor god forces in Tonglang province, the resources it could mobilize were enormous. There was no lack of things that could help him. If Chunyang School was willing to contribute so much, he could say that he had profited greatly. Elder Yi, I'll do my best. Although he had defeated Machi Hong of the Machi clan, who was known as the #1 genius under 10,000 years old in Tonglang province, and might even replace him soon to obtain the honor of being the #1 person under 10,000 years old in Tonglang province, Duan Lingtian did not think that he would definitely win the 7 prefectures banquet. In fact, he did not even dare to say that he would be able to get into the top 3. The 7 prefectures banquet was a banquet jointly organized by the 7 prefectures. Tonglang province was only one of the prefectures. Who could say that the other 6 prefectures did not have any monstrous geniuses? Half a month after Duan Lingtian, Yi Chenfeng, and Zhan Pingfan returned to Chunyang School, news of Yi Chenfeng killing the Machi clan's golden seat elder Machi Ju and taking back the half-soul high-quality divine weapon spread throughout Tonglang province. When the news spread, the entire Tonglang province was shaken. Even Chunyang School was in an uproar. Elder Yi Chenfeng actually managed to nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon? He killed the Golden Throne elder of the Machi family, Machi Ju, with just 1 sword strike? It's said that Elder Yi Chenfeng's current strength is not weaker than an ordinary upper god emperor. I really did not expect that our Chunyang School would produce such a person. All over Chunyang School disciples were talking about the same thing. As for the higher-ups of Chunyang School, they were talking about another matter. With Elder Yi Chenfeng's strength, after the 7 prefectures banquet, as long as he has a quota to enter that place, I'm afraid that he will definitely become a upper god emperor, right? I also think it's a done deal. If that's the case, our Chunyang School will also have a upper god emperor. Elder Ye's current strength is not weaker than an ordinary upper god emperor. Once he enters the upper god emperor realm, he will definitely be one of the best among the upper god emperors. Unlike the surprise of Chunyang School, the 7 Kills Valley, Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect, and the other top powers of Tonglang province were all feeling pressured. They did not expect that Chunyang School's Yi Chenfeng would suddenly nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon. That Yi Chenfeng, how did he do it? He's only a middle god emperor, yet he managed to nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon? Isn't a full-soul high-quality divine weapon something that only upper god emperors can nurture? It's not like there haven't been similar cases. However, those middle god emperors who managed to nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon, which one of them did not have a fortuitous encounter? Yi Chenfeng definitely had a fortuitous encounter. Among the 5 powers of Tonglang province, because of Yi Chenfeng's existence, Chunyang School was originally the most powerful. Now that Yi Chenfeng's strength had reached a new level, he immediately suppressed the other 4 powers to the point that they could not breathe. However, at the same time, they also paid more attention to the 7 prefectures banquet 10 years later. In the 7 prefectures banquet 10 years later, even if Duan Lingtian is able to get a spot for Yi Chenfeng might not be able to break through and become a upper god emperor. If we get the chance, we might be able to give birth to 1 or 2 upper god emperors. In the following time, we will do our best to nurture the most outstanding young disciples. Even if we have to rush the seedlings to help them grow, we will not hesitate to pay a price. If we don't grasp this opportunity, I'm afraid that in Tonglang province, only Chunyang school will be able to reign supreme. At this moment, the four powers of Tonglang province were working hard to prepare for the 7 prefectures banquet 10 years later. Almost at the same time, in a secluded canyon in the eastern mountain prefecture, behind the void crack, in a small independent dimension, there was a person who was suffering from unprecedented pain. In the 7 prefectures banquet, I must make it into the top 10. My goal is to kill Duan Ling Tian and Tianlong clan's clan master Long Qing Chong. Kill! 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 In the small independent space, under the raging storm, a youth was bathed in blood and fighting as if he had gone mad. His tenacity was unimaginable to ordinary people. He fell down again and stood up again and again. He did not know how many times, but he did not die. Inside the valley, outside the spatial crack, an old man stood there, his eyes abnormally bright. I didn't expect his tenacity to be so strong. Looks like he really has a chance of succeeding. If he succeeds, his strength will probably rise to a whole new level. At that time, perhaps he will be able to compete with Duan Ling Tian? Thinking of Duan Ling Tian's astonishing performance in the 7 Kills Valley, the old man's expression became somewhat heavy. I really didn't expect that Duan Ling Tian to have grasped the way of the sword. Chapter 4000. Mochi Clan. After a few years, Mochi Hong finally received the ultimate godly emperor-grade divine elixir that the Mochi clan had purchased for him. It was a godly emperor-grade divine elixir that could help him consolidate his cultivation base. With this divine elixir, I'll definitely be able to consolidate my cultivation base before the 7 prefectures feast. At that time, I might be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian. Mochi Hong did not slack off on his cultivation, even when he was waiting for the ultimate godly emperor-grade divine elixir. In fact, he worked even harder because of Mochi Ju's death. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was his current target. His ultimate target was Yi Chen Feng. He did not know if there was anyone in the Mochi clan who could avenge Yi Chen Feng. Even if there was, he did not intend to place all his hopes on the Mochi clan. After all, the Mochi clan had to prioritize the clan. He might not fall out with Yi Chen Feng and the Chunyang school just because of the death of his ancestor. Therefore, he felt that he had to rely on himself. However, it was still too far away for him to kill Yi Chen Feng and avenge his ancestor. However, although it was far away, he did not despair. I'll surpass Duan Ling Tian first. After surpassing Duan Ling Tian, I'll become the strongest person among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion and the surrounding areas. Then, I'll work hard and strive to catch up to Yi Chen Feng. Yi Chen Feng is 10,000 years older than me. I might be able to catch up with him after 10,000 years. I remember that when he was my age, he wasn't as good as me. The current Mochi Hong was working harder than ever when it came to cultivation. State capital of Qing. It was a prefecture adjacent to Tonglang province. The young geniuses of the state capital of Qing would also participate in the 7 prefectures feast. The puppet villa was one of the top 3 forces in the state capital of Qing. There were many experts in the villa, including a few intermediate god emperors. Duan Ling Tian has mastered the sword principle? He defeated Mochi Hong, who has been a high-level divine emperor for 100 years, with the strength of a middle-level divine emperor for 2 years? A young man who had just come out of seclusion in the puppet villa was shocked when he heard the news. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face. It seems like it's almost impossible to surpass him in the 7 prefectures feast. My next goal is to be in the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast. The young man sighed and returned to his room to continue his cultivation. At this moment, there were no disciples from the Tai sect who had fought with the Tianlong clan. Otherwise, they would have recognized the young man at first glance. The young man was the former monstrous disciple of Greater One sect, Shimen Longxiang. The Feast of 7 Prefectures feast was getting closer. Not only were the young disciples from the 5 Emperor God's forces in East Ridge Prefecture cultivating diligently, but even the young disciples from the other 6 prefectures, including State Prefecture of Qing, were also cultivating diligently to improve themselves. The 7 Prefectures feast was significant to them. That was because it was opened in the secret to Cultivation City. The secret to Cultivation City was jointly discovered by the 7 prefectures. Or it could be said that they discovered it together and opened it together. Zhen Pingfan said to Duan Ling Tian in the Chunyang School's encampment on Yunfeng Island. Zhen Pingfan came to Duan Ling Tian to ask about the way of the sword. Duan Ling Tian mentioned the 7 prefectures feast and Zhen Pingfan told him about it. After all, it was not a secret. Secret to Cultivation City? There's a chance to become a high-level god emperor? Duan Ling Tian asked. Duan Ling Tian felt that the secret to Cultivation City was a bit vulgar, but when he thought about how it could help a mid-level god emperor become a high-level god emperor, he felt that it was not an ordinary place. Yes. Zhen Pingfan nodded. There's an opportunity for a mid-level god emperor to become a high-level god emperor. Moreover, there have been many high-level god emperors in the history of the secret to Cultivation City. What kind of place is the secret to Cultivation City? How was it formed? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Was it left behind by an expert? You can say yes, but you can also say no. Zhen Pingfan shook his head and said. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he was naturally confused. What did he mean by you can say yes, but you can also say no? Elder Zhen, please tell me more about it. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Zhen Pingfan nodded. Then I'll give you a detailed introduction of the secret to Cultivation City. I wonder, what do you think of the omnipotent experts? Zhen Pingfan asked. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he heard this. He said bluntly, I don't know much about the ultimate experts. I only know that they're the most powerful beings in this world. Also, the 18 realms of gods are the little worlds in the bodies of the 18 ultimate experts. Apart from these 18 ultimate experts, there are other ultimate experts as well. However, those ultimate experts are not as powerful as the 18 ultimate experts who occupy the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian said. It's rare for you to know all this. Zhen Pingfan said with a smile. It's said that only 18 realms of gods can exist in this world. If one of the 18 realms of gods can't be destroyed, the other ultimate experts won't be able to occupy a realm of gods and turn their little worlds into realms of gods. Apart from those who left early or were sent away by the ultimate experts, the rest of the living beings in the realms of gods that have been destroyed are basically annihilated. The realms of gods that have been destroyed are reduced to ruins. They will enter the spatial turbulence and wander around until they reach a place where even the other ultimate experts can't find them. After destroying a realm of gods and killing an ultimate expert, the ultimate expert who killed the ultimate expert will be able to turn his little world into a new realm of gods. Do you know about this? Zhen Pingfan asked. I've heard of it. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Zhen Pingfan continued. When another supreme expert kills another supreme expert who occupies a seat in a realm of gods and destroys the minor world in his opponent's body, although he can't plunder the entire realm of gods, he can still use his strength to obtain fragments from the minor world in his opponent's realm of gods. The fragments of the realm of gods are compressed into a small realm of gods by the ultimate experts. The small realm of gods has absorbed the essence of the realm of gods and the ultimate experts have set up many formations in it. Therefore, it has become a holy land for cultivation. In the end, these small dimensions will be casually thrown into the small world within the body of the strongest, waiting for the fated to discover and obtain them. When Zhen Fan reached this part of his sentence, he did not continue to speak. He merely smiled at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, understood what Zhen Pingfan was trying to say. Elder Zhen, you're saying the Saint Land secret zone discovered by the top god emperor forces in the 7 mansions, including our Eastern Ridge mansion, is actually a fragment of a realm that a supreme powerhouse casually tossed into the Mystic Handle land that he modified? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He had never heard of this before. That's right. Zhen Pingfan nodded. Yes, they are fragments of the realm of gods. Furthermore, not only did the utmost powerful ones modify these fragments to form an independent space within them, but they also spent a lot of effort on them so that after the resources within were depleted, they could spend a period of time to be reborn. As for whether there is a limit to this rebirth, I'm not sure yet. However, under normal circumstances, there is definitely a limit. As for the secret realms in the 7 prefectures, including our Tongling province, they discovered and opened it together. Because it has only been opened for a few 100,000 years, the environment inside has not shown any signs of decay. The secret realms and the secret realms need about 10,000 years to recover once it is depleted. Therefore, the 7 prefectures, including our Tonglang province, made a 10,000-year promise to open the secret realms and the secret realms once every 10,000 years. There is a limit to the number of people who can enter the secret realms in the secret realms. After many years of exploration, it is most suitable for 24 people to enter at once. If only 3 people enter, there will be some surplus resources inside. However, if only 25 people enter, it will be a little tight. In the beginning, the 7 prefectures divided the 24 people according to their top fighting strength. However, after tens of thousands of years, many people realized that because some of the forces had people who had advanced to Upper God Emperor the last time they entered, the next time the Upper God Emperor made a move, they could easily snatch the quota for their forces. Therefore, in accordance with the principle of majority rule, they changed the rule of dividing the quota according to their top fighting strength. It was changed to the younger generation under 10,000 years old fighting for the quota to show absolute fairness. Moreover, by doing so, it also allowed the major forces to take the initiative to nurture the younger generation. After that, many forces had people who had advanced to Upper God Emperor without entering the secret realms in the secret realms. When Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. No wonder the younger generation had to decide the quota to enter the secret realms in the secret realms. It turned out that they were worried that some forces would have Upper God Emperors first and have an advantage in the next competition for the quota to enter the secret realms in the secret realms. This was like a snowball rolling, getting bigger and bigger. As for those forces who had obtained the quota but did not have any Upper God Emperors, they would definitely not be able to compete in the future. The first place of the 7 prefectures grand banquet can fight for 4 quotas for the forces behind them. The second and third place can fight for 3 quotas for the forces behind them. The 4th to 10th place can fight for 2 quotas for the forces behind them. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan and could not help but ask curiously, Elder Zhen, what if 2 or more monstrous young geniuses are born in a force at the same time and 2 or more of them enter the top 10 at the same time? If the number of quotas they snatch exceeds the number of middle god emperors in the force behind them, what about the remaining quotas? Give them to the lower god emperors in the force behind them? Duan Lingtian had just thought of this question. Of course. Zhen Pingfan nodded. However, giving the lower god emperors a chance to enter is actually a bit of a waste. Of course, if there are extra quotas, they can choose to give them to others. They can even auction them. Chapter 4001. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the 7 prefectures' feast's purpose. Everything was for the sake of the secret territory in the Saint Land. The secret territory in the Saint Land was the work of an ultimate powerhouse. It contained an opportunity for an intermediate god emperor to become an upper god emperor. It was enough to make those who had little hope of becoming an upper god emperor go crazy. No wonder Chunyang School was willing to invest so many resources in me. As long as I can make it into the top 10, it'll be a huge gain compared to what they invested in me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that if he really made it into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast, Chunyang School would not mistreat him. Moreover, after returning from the 7 Kills Valley, he had received another batch of cultivation resources from Chunyang School. They were even more generous than the last time. Duan Lingtian knew that Chunyang School was so generous because he had displayed strength that surpassed Machi Hong of the Machi clan in the 7 Kills Valley. Previously, Chunyang School had only expected him to make it into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast. Now, he wanted to make it into the top 3. Of course, even if he did not make it into the top 3 of the 7 prefectures feast, Chunyang School would not blame him. After all, Chunyang School only wanted Duan Lingtian to make it into the top 3 of the 10. Cultivate well and try your best to become stronger. As far as I know, the other 2 prefectures should have some trump cards up their sleeves for the 7 prefectures feast this time. Zhen Pingfan said to Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. He was not worried that Duan Lingtian would be complacent. Instead, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would be mentally prepared. After spending some time together, Zhen Pingfan naturally realized that although Duan Lingtian was young, he was extremely mature. As expected of a genius who had fought his way from the mundane realm to the realm of gods. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had never underestimated the geniuses from the other 6 prefectures. Even in Tonglang province, he didn't dare to say that the geniuses from the other forces were inferior to Mochi Hong. Who knew whether or not they had hidden trump cards, all for the sake of winning by surprise at the 7 prefectures' feast when others were careless. This was not impossible. If he hid himself and kept a low profile, he might be able to strike at the critical moment. If he wanted to trick him, the other party was destined to waste his efforts. He had experienced too much since he came from the mundane realms. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't underestimate anyone. Sometimes, the slightest mistake could cost him his life. In the past, the number of people who had died at his hands was not small. The date of the 7 prefectures' feast was getting closer and closer. Time passed quickly as the young geniuses of the 7 prefectures worked hard to cultivate and improve themselves. In the blink of an eye, there was only half a year left until the 7 prefectures' feast. At this time, the various top emperor god forces in the 7 prefectures began to make their moves. Most of them were preparing to depart for the 7 prefectures' feast. The 7 prefectures' feast was held once every 10,000 years. It was held in Tonglang province, Qing State Prefecture, and the other prefectures. This time, it was the turn of a prefecture called Mystic Jade Prefecture. There were a total of 6 top emperor god forces in Mystic Jade Prefecture. One of the emperor god forces even had an upper-level emperor god. He had broken through after the 7 prefectures' feast 2 years ago. He had broken through in the Holy Land's secret realm. However, this upper-level emperor god was old and did not have many years left to live. It was said that he had been severely injured during the previous heavenly tribulation. He broke through to the upper-level emperor realm 20,000 years ago and was severely injured during the most recent heavenly tribulation? Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked when he heard this from Zhen Pingfan. At the same time, he felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. Even if a middle-level emperor god would definitely die during the next heavenly tribulation, as long as he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm before the heavenly tribulation arrived, it should not be too difficult for him to overcome the heavenly tribulation in the next 20,000 years, right? Could it be that he was severely injured by the heavenly tribulation before he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm and left behind some hidden injuries? That's why he was dragged down by his old injuries after he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm? Duan Lingtian could not help but make such a guess. That's not the case. Zhen Pingfan shook his head. Before he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm, he was indeed injured. However, a few thousand years after he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm, his injuries completely healed. At that time, it was still easy for him to deal with the heavenly tribulation. However, in the next few thousand years, because his cultivation did not improve, it became more and more difficult for him to deal with the heavenly tribulation. 8,000 years ago, he was injured for the first time. Although it was only a light injury, it was still an injury. After that, the injuries he suffered became more and more serious. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation, Duan Lingtian also realized the reason. It turned out that after that person broke through to the upper-level emperor realm, his strength increased very slowly. In fact, there was even a period of time when he did not improve at all. 1,000 years of heavenly tribulation, each time stronger than the last. Although he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm, he did not manage to catch up with the growth rate of the heavenly tribulation. Sooner or later, he would not be able to escape death. Zhen Pingfan sighed. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his gaze also became somewhat complicated. At this moment, he thought of his family members. In the future, should he let his family members break through to the Divine King realm? If they broke through, they would have to start fighting against the heavens. If they did not break through, although their strength would be slightly weaker, as long as there were no accidents, they would be able to live forever. It's better to let them choose for themselves. When he thought of his family members, including his own children, who were already adults, Duan Lingtian shook his head for a moment. He felt that there was no need for him to care too much. Everyone had their own thoughts. Perhaps for some people, instead of suppressing their cultivation base and not raising it, it would be better for them to indulge themselves. Even if they died in the end, they would not regret it. Elder Zhen, I only know that we'll be leaving in a month. May I know when exactly we'll be leaving? The reason Duan Lingtian was with Zhen Pingfan was because the Chunyang school was about to head to the profound Jade Mansion to participate in the 7 Mansions banquet. The Seven Mansions banquet would not wait for everyone to arrive before it began. It had a fixed date, and usually, one would have to arrive at the destination in advance. A few days ago, Duan Lingtian had been awakened by the news that he would be leaving the sect in a month's time to head to the Seven Mansions banquet. 9 days later. Duan Lingtian did not know the exact time, but that did not mean that Zhen Pingfan did not know. It was precisely because the departure time was getting closer and closer that he came to chat with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not want to delay Duan Lingtian's cultivation. 9 days? That's soon. Duan Lingtian nodded. In the Devata realms. In the solitary destructive heaven. In the heavenly palace. Master, how's your main body doing? Recently, not only was Duan Lingtian in closed-door cultivation, but his clone in the lower secondary realms was also in closed-door cultivation to focus on his cultivation. Although his main body would not be affected if his main body was in closed-door cultivation. His main body was in closed-door cultivation. However, if his main body was not in closed-door cultivation with his main body, the effect of his main body's closed-door cultivation would be greatly reduced. After his main body came out of closed-door cultivation, his main body came out of closed-door cultivation as well. Then, he looked for his master, Feng Qingyang's main body, and asked about his master's situation in the realms of gods. Not bad. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly and did not say much. Duan Lingtian did not press the matter. After all, he had asked his master many times about his main body's situation in the realms of gods. However, his master did not tell him the details each time. Naturally, he knew his master was only acting this way because he did not want to worry him. At the same time, he did not want to make up lies to deceive him. For this reason, Duan Lingtian gave up on asking his master. The Seven Mansions banquet is about to begin, right? Feng Qingyang asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. There's only half a year left before the Seven Mansions banquet begins. The Chunyang school will depart in 9 days and head to the profound Jade Mansion where the Seven Mansions banquet will be held. Are you confident? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile on his face. Top 10 shouldn't be a problem. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. As for top 3 or even first place, I can't say for sure. After all, no one knows if the other 6 mansions and the 3 Grand God Emperor forces in Tungleng province have any trump cards up their sleeves. Sometimes, what's exposed might not be the best. 9 days later, 2 spaceships appeared outside the Chunyang school's estate. This time, the 2 people leading the Pure Sun sect to participate in the 7 Prefectures feast were both middle god emperors. One of them was the old ancestor of the hidden sword progeny, Yi Chenfeng. The other person was the old ancestor of the tyrant saber progeny, Lu Fenggu. Although Lu Fenggu was not as strong as Yi Chenfeng, he was still slightly stronger than the other intermediate god emperors in the Chunyang school. 2 flying ships, one on the left and one on the right, were flying side by side. They were both flying at the speed of a high-level god emperor. One of the spaceships belonged to Yi Chenfeng. The other was Lu Fenggu's spaceship. Duan Lingtian, Zhen Pingfan, and the people from the Yunfeng progeny who were heading to the Seven Mansions banquet were all in Yi Chenfeng's spaceship. Lan Xilin's righteous progeny was also there. This time, the leader of the righteous progeny was the old ancestor of the righteous progeny, Lan Zhengming. I didn't expect that a good-for-nothing like Lan Xilin would have such a sensible great-grandfather like Elder Righteous. Today was the first time Duan Lingtian and Lan Zhengming, the old ancestor of the righteous progeny, had met each other. However, Lan Zhengming's enthusiasm made him feel as if they had known each other for many years. Moreover, Lan Zhengming had brought Lan Xilin to Duan Lingtian and told him that if Lan Xilin dared to provoke Duan Lingtian in the future, Lan Zhengming could directly kill him and the righteous progeny would not hold him accountable. Lan Xilin's face turned green when he heard Lan Zhengming's words. If Duan Lingtian went crazy and killed him for no reason, then accused him of causing trouble first, wouldn't he die unjustly? Of course, what Lan Xilin did not know was that the reason Lan Zhengming dared to say this was because he now understood Duan Lingtian and was sure that Duan Lingtian was not that kind of person. Chapter 4002. He's Duan Lingtian? He's really young. Hee hee. Not only does Duan Lingtian look young, but he's also really young. He's not even 3,000 years old. Duan Lingtian, who was in the airship, was the center of attention of the people from the other lineages for a long time after they departed. In the past, he only had a reputation from the outside world. Now, he truly had the ability to convince people in Chunyang School. He gave people a feeling that he deserved his reputation and was no longer doubted by many people like before. Now, many of the young disciples in the spaceship had gone to the Seven Kills Valley with Duan Lingtian and had seen Duan Lingtian fight with their own eyes. Because of this, with their confirmation, the others completely believed in Duan Lingtian's strength. Of course, the mirror image recorded by the floating image pearl at that time was enough to let people know more about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. At some point, a young man walked to Duan Lingtian's side. He was dressed in a snow-white robe. He was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. At the same time, there seemed to be a sense of coldness around him at all times. Previously, he stood to the side and did not smile. But now, after coming to Duan Lingtian's side, he forced a smile on his face. Just as Duan Lingtian looked at the young man in front of him in confusion, Zhan Pingfan, who was standing a distance away, happened to see the situation here. When he saw the confusion on Duan Lingtian's face, he quickly reminded Duan Lingtian through telepathy. Duan Lingtian, this is the last disciple of my senior brother Yi Tong. Yi Tong. Upon hearing Zhan Pingfan's words, an old figure suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was the Hidden Sword Branch's elder Jianghu, Yi Tong, who had led a few young prodigies of the Hidden Sword Branch to the Seven Kills Valley with him last time. However, since Yi Chenfeng was leading the team this time, Yi Tong did not go with him. As for the Yun Feng bloodline, the forefather, Zhan Pingfan didn't personally take action. The one leading the group was still Zhan Pingfan. And it could only be Zhan Pingfan. After all, excluding the headmaster of Chunyang School, Yun Peak only had 2 emperor gods. As for the headmaster of Chunyang School, he usually wouldn't personally lead a team to participate in the 7 prefectures feast. It had always been like this, because he controlled the sect-protecting formation of Chunyang School's encampment. If something unexpected happened, he might not be able to make it back in time even if he went to the 7 prefectures feast. I'm Yi Ingkai, a disciple of Elder Jingshu of the Hidden Sword sect, Yi Tong. Although the young man in white had a cold temperament, he was very polite. Due to Yi Chenfeng and Yi Tong, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of the Hidden Sword progeny. He quickly responded with a smile. I've heard of your name before, but I can't believe you're actually Elder Yi Tong's disciple. Master Yi Tong is very lucky to have such an outstanding disciple like you, Duan Lingtian said. In fact, Duan Lingtian had heard of Yi Ingkai a long time ago. Before he came to Chunyang School, there were a few names in Chunyang School that symbolized the strongest battle prowess of the Chunyang School's younger generation. One of them was Yi Ingkai. However, before today, Duan Lingtian only knew that Yi Ingkai was the grand disciple of Yi Chenfeng of the Hidden Sword sect. He didn't know that he was Yi Tong's disciple. After all, Yi Chenfeng had many disciples in the Hidden Sword sect. He even had 2 lesser god emperors. Yi Ingkai shook his head. It's not that Master is lucky. It's I, Yi Ingkai, who was lucky enough to become Master's disciple. That's why I am where I am today. When he said this, Yi Ingkai's smile disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he realized that Yi Ingkai respected Yi Tong from the bottom of his heart. His evaluation of Yi Ingkai improved imperceptibly. Yi Ingkai comes from a god-emperor clan. At this time, Zhen Pingfan's voice transmission reached Duan Lingtian's ears. However, that god-emperor clan was destroyed by a god-emperor of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Back then, Uncle Master Yi happened to pass by and saw him in his swaddling clothes. She felt compassion for him and wanted to save him. When the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice's Emperor God expert saw Uncle Master Yi's appearance, he didn't continue to eliminate him. However, after Master Yi returned, a few people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness quickly came to find Master Yi. They wanted Master Yi to promise that the infant wouldn't know the truth. They didn't want anyone in Chunyang School to become an enemy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Because of this, very few people know about Yi Ingkai's background. I'm afraid only a few people from the Hidden Sword faction and a few people from the Yun Peak faction know about it. Now there's you. Duan Lingtian, I'm telling you this because I trust that you'll keep your mouth shut. Yi Ingkai mustn't know about this. Otherwise, it won't be good for him. Zhan Pingfan reminded him as he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian nodded in understanding. Yi Yingkai found out about his background. He's an orphan. Master Yi brought him back to the sect and he became Yi Tong's disciple. Zhen Pingfan said. At the same time, the serious expression on Yi Yingkai's face gradually faded. He chatted with Duan Lingtian for a while longer and asked him about cultivation before he left. During this time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Yi Yingkai's attitude toward him had changed significantly. When Yi Yingkai first approached him, there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. However, at this moment, his arrogance was completely gone. He was completely convinced by Duan Lingtian. This was because he discovered that when he asked about cultivation, Duan Lingtian's answers made him ponder deeply. It made him realize the gap between him and Duan Lingtian. In fact, the reason Duan Lingtian had so many tricks up his sleeves was because he had cultivated many cultivation methods from the mundane realms to the Devata realms and the realms of gods. He had come into contact with many cultivation methods from the mundane realms, the Devata realms, and the realms of gods. Based on his past experiences, he could often use some of the tricks he had learned in the past. Although it was not very helpful, it was still much better than cultivating in a serious manner. Perhaps it was because Yi Yingkai took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. Many young disciples from the Chunyang school also stepped forward to greet Duan Lingtian. Among them, there was no lack of outgoing and enthusiastic people. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian did not put on airs just because he was famous in the Chunyang school. Everyone had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan, you're amazing. You actually defeated Mochi Hong. You'll definitely be in the top 3 in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. Senior brother Duan, after the 7 prefectures banquet ends, I'll treat you to a drink. I have some good wine brewed from my family's precious treasures. We'll celebrate with you at that time. We won't leave until we're drunk. Senior brother Duan, my innate talent and comprehension ability are not as good as yours. However, a genius like you definitely needs to spend all his time cultivating. In the future, if you have any trivial matters, just send me a message. As long as it's within my ability, I'll solve it for you immediately. When the group of young disciples saw Duan Lingtian did not put on airs and had a good temper, they were happy to befriend Duan Lingtian. Of course, most importantly, the natural talent and comprehension ability Duan Lingtian revealed so far caused them to feel inferior. It was even to the extent that it was difficult for them to even arouse feelings of jealousy. All they could feel was envy. Moreover, in their opinion, befriending Duan Lingtian now would only bring them benefits and no harm. Otherwise, when Duan Lingtian grew up in the future, it would definitely be a different situation if they tried to befriend Duan Lingtian again. While Duan Lingtian was dealing with a group of young disciples, the leaders of the other branches who were heading to the 7 prefectures banquet this time were either the ancestors of their respective branches or the god emperors of their respective branches. All of them looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration. High innate talent and comprehension ability, but not the slightest bit of arrogance. If Duan Lingtian is willing to stay in Chunyang school in the future, he'll be able to take over the position of sect leader. That's enough to convince everyone. I'm afraid that's not very likely. In the past, Duan Lingtian was strongly wooed by the Jade Sun branch, so he expressed that he would not stay in Chunyang school. It's only a matter of time before he leaves Chunyang school. Speaking of that matter, this Duan Lingtian is indeed not bad. If it were an ordinary person with bad intentions, I'm afraid that they would pretend to agree to the Jade Sun branch, gain benefits, and then leave Chunyang school after they've grown up. This Duan Lingtian's character is indeed unquestionable. Even Duan Lingtian himself didn't know that he had unknowingly received so much praise. Unlike the spaceship controlled by Yi Chunfeng, where most of the people's attention was on Duan Lingtian, the other spaceship controlled by the tyrannical Blade Branch's ancestor, Lu Fenggu, was filled with people chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Among them, there were a few people who were constantly glancing at each other. These people were among the stronger members of Chunyang School's younger generation. They were existences on par with the hidden sword branch's prodigy, Yi Yingkai. In a corner, a figure sat cross-legged as if he had been forgotten. Senior brother, what's wrong with Xianxia? Why do I feel like he's a completely different person after going out with you and coming back? A middle-aged man asked the old man beside him in confusion. The old man was the leader of the Pingshang branch in Chunyang School this time. He was the son of the Pingshang branch's ancestor, Yuan Hanjin, and also Xianxia's master. As for the middle-aged man, he was his junior brother, another Jade Void Elder of the Pingsheng branch. He probably still hasn't recovered from what happened to his father. Faced with his junior brother's question, Yuan Hanjin glanced at the cold figure sitting cross-legged in the corner and shook his head. Senior brother. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice to Yuan Hanjin. I've also heard about his father. The person who killed his father is the Tianlong clan's clan master, Long Qingchong. You really don't plan to help him? Although I can't do anything to him in the Sky Dragon sect, and I can't do anything to him in the open. Did he not leave the Sky Dragon sect? As long as we're willing, it won't be difficult to find a good opportunity. Chapter 4003. Yuan Hanjin looked deeply at his junior brother and said, You don't have to care about this anymore. You don't have to say anything. It's best for Xianxia to avenge his father himself. Don't tell Xianxia this. Otherwise, you'll be misleading him and telling him that I don't want to avenge him. Yuan Hanjin's eyes turned cold as he spoke. His junior brother nodded. Senior brother, I understand. I won't interfere in this anymore. Senior brother is right. It's best for Xianxia to avenge his father himself. Looking at how hard he's working now, it's obvious that he's motivated by hatred. He looked at young Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the spaceship. He was cultivating diligently, ignoring everything around him. It's good that you know. Yuan Hanjin retracted his cold gaze. His originally solemn expression eased up in an instant. At the same time he said to his junior brother through voice transmission, There's one more thing that I can tell you in advance. My disciple has already broken through to the medium-level godly emperor layer. He has consolidated his medium-level godly emperor cultivation. Also, his mastery of the laws has increased by a lot. Now, in Chunyang school, apart from Duan Ling Tian, no one under 10,000 years old can compete with him. As Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, there was a hint of pride in his tone. What? Yuan Hanjin's junior brother was shocked when he heard Yuan Hanjin's voice transmission. Xianxia is so strong now? How is this possible? He was well aware of young Xianxia's strength. In the past, young Xianxia was only slightly stronger than his most outstanding disciple, however. His master said young Xianxia's strength was only second to Duan Ling Tian among the younger generation under the age of 10,000 in the Pure Sun sect. You'll know whether it's possible or not after the 7 prefectures feast. Yuan Hanjin did not mind his junior brother's suspicion. Also, think about it carefully. Have I, your senior brother, ever lied to you? The middle-aged man looked apologetic when he heard Yuan Hanjin's words. Senior brother, I'm not doubting your words. It's just that this is too shocking. I can't accept it for a while. The middle-aged man's heart was in turmoil. He could not calm down for a long time. It was impossible for his senior brother to lie. However, young Xianxia's improvement in the past few decades had truly shocked him. A person who had just consolidated his cultivation as a low-level divine emperor had not only stepped into the middle-level divine emperor realm in a few short decades, but had also consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. Moreover, his comprehension of the profundities of the laws had improved as well. Could it be that his father's death provoked him and caused his strength to improve by leaps and bounds? He knew what kind of talent young Xianxia had. Young Xianxia's improvement in the past few decades was really abnormal. That was the only explanation he could think of. If the father of one of my disciples was also killed, would they also be able to advance by leaps and bounds like Xianxia? As soon as this thought appeared, it was immediately suppressed by the middle-aged man. No, this won't work. If they find out about this in the future, I'll become their father's murderer. When he thought up to this point, the middle-aged man recalled another matter. He looked at his senior brother Yuan Hanjin again, and his heart trembled. I've investigated it before. Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Heavenly Dragon sect, isn't a bloodthirsty person. Moreover, although the Myriad Devil sect has done some stupid things in the past, they've also paid a huge price. Long Qingchong doesn't have any motive to kill Lan Qing. However, the floating image pearl's image can't be fake. Long Qingchong had no motive to kill Lan Qing, but he still did it. What could make him do such a thing? Or is it possible that it was someone who made Long Qing rush out to kill the other party? The middle-aged man shuddered when he thought of this. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. No. It couldn't be. Senior brother couldn't be that kind of person. Absolutely not. The two Emperor-grade spaceships of the Chunyang School left the Chunyang School at the speed of an Emperor-grade god. After some time, they left the Tonglang province. However, after leaving the Tonglang province, the spaceship slowed down to the speed of a lesser Emperor-grade god. At this speed, even the young disciples of the Divine Emperor realm could vaguely see the scenery outside through the surrounding scenery. We've entered the state capital of Qing. The voice of Patriarch Lan Zhengming of the righteous lineage was heard from the spaceship. His voice wasn't loud, so those who were cultivating wouldn't be affected. However, those who weren't cultivating would be able to hear him. It was only then that they realized they had left the Tonglang province. State capital of Qing? This is the state capital of Qing? This is the first time I've walked out of the Tonglang province. The scenery of the state capital of Qing doesn't look much different from the Tonglang province. This is the state capital of Qing, adjacent to the Tonglang province. It's the same mountain range. How different can it be? After Lan Zhengming informed them that they had left the Tonglang province and entered the state capital of Qing, most of them were young, so many of them started to become active. Even Duan Lingtian was looking outside. This was also his first time leaving the Tonglang province after coming to the Xiangang land. There are only 4 top Emperor-grade god forces in the state capital of Qing, which is one less than the Tonglang province. Lan Zhengming continued to introduce the state capital of Qing. The 4 top Emperor-grade god forces in the state capital of Qing are the Heaven's Roar sect, the Puppet Villa, the Frigid Ice sect, and the 10,000 Swords Fort. The first 3 of them exist in the form of sects, which is similar to the Chunyang school. As for the 10,000 Swords Fort, it's a family, the Sword Deity family. In the current generation of the 10,000 Swords Fort, there are 3 people who have mastered the embryonic form of the sword principle. It is said that one of them is expected to master the sword principle soon. Of course, this news came from the 10,000 Swords Fort, so it's hard to tell if it's true or not. Lan Zhengming's introduction piqued the interest of the young disciples, including Duan Lingtian. Although they had heard of the state capital of Qing before, they did not know much about it. Now that Lan Zhengming was telling them these things that they did not know, they were naturally very interested. Currently, the most powerful force in the state capital of Qing is the Heaven's Roar sect. In the 7 prefectures feast 10,000 years ago, a young disciple from the Heaven's Roar sect made it to the top 10 and won 2 places for the Heaven's Roar sect to enter the secret land of the Holy Land. This time, one of the disciples from the Heaven's Roar sect successfully broke through to the Senior Emperor realm and became the first Senior Emperor realm in the state capital of Qing in the past 20,000 years. As Lan Zhengming spoke, Duan Lingtian recalled that when he was still in the Tianlong clan, the Emperor realm elder in the 7 Kills Valley in Heping City in the Emperor battle realm seemed to have mentioned this as well. At that time, Elder Silver Puppet from the Puppet Villa was also present, and he was also an Emperor realm expert. The 2 of them had a battle of words, from individuals to sects behind them, and neither of them gave in to the other. As Lan Zhengming continued, Duan Lingtian and the rest gained a deeper understanding of the state capital of Qing. At the same time, they also knew that there were many young experts in the state capital of Qing. There is a young genius from the Heaven's Roar sect in the state capital of Qing. 1,000 years ago, he fought with Ma Qihong from the Ma Qi family, but he was slightly inferior. Now, he might have already defeated Ma Qihong. When they heard Lan Zhengming's words, someone immediately questioned, "Ancestor, that person was defeated by Ma Qihong 1,000 years ago. How could he defeat Ma Qihong now?" Ma Qihong has already entered the Upper Divine Emperor realm. Ma Qihong was only a Middle Divine Emperor 1,000 years ago, and he was defeated by him. How could he surpass him now? How could this be possible? When Lan Zhengming heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "What if I told you that the genius from the Heaven's Roar sect just turned 5,000 years old 1,000 years ago? Now, 1,000 years have passed. Although the Heaven's Roar sect has kept this information secret, I still think that he has most likely entered the Upper Divine Emperor realm, and he might have entered the Upper Divine Emperor realm earlier than Ma Qihong." When Lan Zhengming said this, the people who were still doubting him immediately fell silent at this moment. 1,000 years ago, a genius from the Heaven's Roar sect who had just turned 5,000 years old, was slightly inferior to Ma Qihong. 1,000 years later, Ma Qihong had entered the upper divine emperor realm. So how could that person have stayed the same? That person was a few thousand years younger than Ma Qihong, but he was still slightly inferior to Ma Qihong 1,000 years ago. This meant that his talent and comprehension were stronger than Ma Qihong's. Now, 1,000 years had passed, and Ma Qihong had already broken through to the upper divine emperor realm for more than 100 years. I didn't expect the Heaven's Roar sect to have such a genius. I've never heard of him before. Many people sighed. Yes, I know that there are a few outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the Heaven's Roar sect, but they are all 8,000 or 9,000 years old. I've never heard of anyone who is only 6,000 years old. Now, it seems like the Heaven's Roar sect has hidden him. The Heaven's Roar sect must have done this to catch Ma Qihong off guard during the Seven Mansions banquet. That person is probably stronger than Ma Qihong. Perhaps, he can even stand shoulder to shoulder with Duan Lingtian. As the crowd chatted, their eyes unconsciously fell on Duan Lingtian. At this time, Lan Zhengming also looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, if you encounter that person from the Heaven's Roar sect, you must not be careless. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. I'll be careful. Duan Lingtian thanked Lan Zhengming repeatedly. At the same time, his heart skipped a beat. Just as he had guessed, the other 6 mansions would not reveal their trump cards. It was all for the sake of unexpectedly using this trump card at the 7 prefectures feast. At this time, even though Duan Lingtian felt that his strength was not bad, he still felt slightly pressured. Chapter 4004. Just the sects in the state capital of Qing, which was adjacent to Tonglang province, had such a hidden trump card. What about the other sects in the other prefectures? For example, did the other 3 forces in the state capital of Qing have their own trump cards as well? Perhaps not all of them had their own trump cards, but it was possible that 1 or 2 forces did. Of course, it was also possible that other than the Heaven's Roar sect, none of the other 3 forces had their own trump cards. After all, monstrous talents were not common. For example, in Tonglang province, Duan Lingtian had previously thought that the other 4 forces might have their own trump cards that they would only reveal at the 7 prefectures banquet. Even the Machi clan, Ma Qihong, might not be the most outstanding person in the younger generation of the Machi clan. However, later on, Zhan Pingfan told him that the other 3 forces in the state capital of Qing were in the state capital of Qing. It was not difficult for the other 4 forces in Tonglang province to hide this from the other prefectures, but it was not easy for them to hide it from the Chunyang school, which was as famous as them in Tonglang province. At the very least, according to Zhen Pingfan, the Pure Sun sect knew that Machi Lu Su, the head of the Machi family, had a few illegitimate children, and there were a few god emperors in the alliance of benevolence and justice at odds. At that time, Duan Lingtian knew that the Chunyang school must have planted many spies in the 4 forces. Otherwise, they would not have been so confident in their ability to gather information. As for the other 4 forces, Duan Lingtian guessed that they had done the same. However, he was not sure if they had done as well as the Chunyang school. However, according to Zhen Pingfan, the other 4 forces were definitely not as good as the Chunyang school. This was because among the 5 forces in Tonglang province, the Chunyang school had the longest history. In fact, the Chunyang school had planted spies in the other 4 forces in Tonglang province in the early days. This had been passed down from generation to generation. According to Elder Zhen's words, there shouldn't be any accidents in Tonglang province. The only places that could have accidents would be the other prefectures. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Elder Zhen, how long will it take to reach the location of the 7 Manners banquet in the profound Jade Mansion? It had been half a month since Duan Lingtian and the others from the Chunyang school entered the state capital of Qing, but they had yet to leave. Along the way, Lan Zhengming enthusiastically introduced Duan Lingtian and the rest to the local customs of the state capital of Qing. He also talked about the various major forces in the state capital of Qing, so it was not boring at all. Lan Zhengming, the patriarch of the righteous lineage, Elder Jingshu, and an emperor god expert, also made the young disciples of Chunyang school feel close to him. They felt that this patriarch of the righteous lineage was kind and amiable. If we go there directly, it won't take long, Zhan Pingfan said. However, we have plenty of time this time, so we're not in a hurry to go there. It's always been like this in the past. It'll take about a month or two on the way. After listening to Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something. Elder Zhen, you and Elder Yi weren't even 10,000 years old 10,000 years ago, right? You should have participated in the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago, right? Whether it was Zhen Pingfan or Yi Chunfeng, they were not even 10,000 years old 10,000 years ago. In other words, they were qualified to represent the Chunyang school in the Seven Manners banquet. We were. Zhen Pingfan nodded, then looked at Yi Chunfeng, who was sitting cross-legged not far away with a complicated expression. At that time, I was ranked 12th in the Seven Manners banquet, while junior Uncle Yi was ranked outside the top 20. My results were the best among all the disciples sent out by the Chunyang school. In the last 100,000 years, no one from the Chunyang school had the same results as me in the 9 Seven Manners banquets. It had to be said that Zhen Pingfan's words shocked Duan Lingtian. In the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago, this Elder Zhen actually didn't make it into the top 10? What shocked him the most was that Elder Yi Chunfeng also didn't make it into the top 10. Moreover, he was only ranked outside the top 20? What's going on? When Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan again, the shock on his face was obvious. Their Chunyang school's number 1 person below the God Emperor level, a monstrous existence under 20,000 years old, and their Chunyang school's number 1 expert, also a monstrous genius under 20,000 years old, actually didn't make it into the top 10 in the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago. Was the Seven Manners banquet so exaggerated? In the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago, whether it was Zhen Pingfan or Yi Chunfeng, they actually didn't make it into the top 10? Facing Duan Lingtian's shock, Zhen Pingfan wasn't surprised at all. At the same time, he also guessed what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Are you thinking that with my and Martial Uncle Ye's current achievements, it's inconceivable that we didn't make it into the top 10 in the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago? Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian nodded. Zhen Pingfan shook his head and said, actually, whether it's me or Martial Uncle Yi, we only started to rise rapidly after 10,000 years. Especially Martial Uncle Yi. He came from a lower plane. When he participated in the Seven Manners banquet, he had just entered the God Emperor level, about the same as you now. Of course, I'm only talking about the same cultivation. At that time, Martial Uncle Ye's comprehension of the laws was not as good as yours. The reason he was able to make it into the top 20 in the Seven Manners banquet was because he had grasped the embryonic form of Sword Dao at that time. I can understand what you're thinking now. In fact, if you tell many people who don't know about this, they'll definitely be shocked as well. At this point, Zhen Pingfan paused for a moment before he continued. Let me put it this way. Achievements before 10,000 years old don't represent achievements in a lifetime. 10,000 years ago, of the people who made it into the top 10 of the Seven Prefectures feast, other than those who died by accident, none of the survivors were stronger than me, let alone compared to Martial Uncle Yi. My father often said that if I didn't take the wrong path before 10,000 years old, not to mention first place in the Seven Manners banquet, I would even have a chance to make it into the top 3. At that time, I was obsessed with comprehending multiple profundities of the laws at the same time because I wanted to break through the restrictions between the various laws and use multiple laws at the same time. However, in the end, my experiment failed because it was impossible to use multiple laws at the same time. Even for those who came from the lower planes, if they wanted to use multiple laws at the same time, they could only use their main body and their law avatars separately or use their law avatars and other law avatars separately. At this point, Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly. Even now, I don't understand why I was so busy with these things back then. Did I think I was better than everyone else in the world? That I was a genius? If it wasn't for that period of neglect, I would have already stepped into the intermediate God Emperor realm. Young and frivolous, young and ignorant. At this point, Zhen Pingfan sighed repeatedly. Duan Lingtian was stunned. This Elder Zhen actually had such a past when he was young before 10,000 years old? Researching multiple laws at the same time? In this world, it seemed like there was no one who could do this, right? Whether it was humans or other life forms, it was impossible. It was as if they were limited by the laws of heaven and earth. However, this Elder Zhen actually went to research this? Was he crazy? Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not say this out loud. Otherwise, he was afraid he would be beaten to death by Elder Zhen. He could only say that Elder Zhan was too naive when he was young. As for Junior Uncle Yi, he didn't take the wrong path like I did. However, as you know, he came from the lower planes. Moreover, he came from the mundane realm to the Devata realm. When he came to the mystic gangland, his foundation was weak and he had no advantage at all. It was only after he came to Chunyang school that his strength improved by leaps and bounds. In less than 20,000 years, he became an intermediate god emperor. Moreover, his strength is even stronger than the other intermediate god emperors in the sect, including my father. When Zhan Pingfan mentioned Yi Chunfeng, his expression was as complicated as it could be. Yi Chunfeng was actually about the same age as him. He had personally witnessed Yi Chunfeng's rapid growth. In the beginning, he still wanted to compete with Yi Chunfeng. However, after a while, he was defeated by Yi Chunfeng's speed of improvement. 10,000 years ago, Yi Chunfeng was not even as strong as him. After the Seven Mansions banquet, Yi Chunfeng's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Soon after, he caught up with Zhan Pingfan and left him behind. After that, he caught up with his father, Zhan Yunfeng. After that, he even surpassed his father, Zhan Yunfeng. In Zhan Pingfan's opinion, Yi Chunfeng was not only a monster, but he was also a complete freak. Elder Yi. Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Chunfeng, who was sitting cross-legged on the side of the flying ship. At this moment, Yi Chunfeng's eyes were closed. It was unknown if he was cultivating or just resting. He did not expect Elder Ye's strength 10,000 years ago was not even comparable to his current strength. Moreover, it was far from his current strength. I wonder how long it will take for me to reach Elder Ye's level and surpass him? When Duan Lingtian thought about this, his eyes shone with anticipation. During the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian's heart was still in shock. People like Zhan Pingfan and Yi Chunfeng were actually trampled under the feet of a group of young geniuses from Tonglang province in the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago. Did the two of them have such an experience? Even if he knew the truth, he still could not calm down for a long time. Elder Zhen, what is the cultivation level of the top 10 people in the last Seven Mansions banquet? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Zhan Pingfan smiled disdainfully when he heard this. Of the top 10 people back then, only 8 are still alive. One of the top 3 is dead. The person in first place back then is now a lower god emperor. Moreover, he only became a lower god emperor 500 years ago. The person in third place is a higher god emperor. It is said that he is about to break through to the lower god emperor realm. However, that is only a rumor. I don't think it will be that easy. The two of them are not from Tonglang province. It is the person from the Heaven's Roar sect of the state capital of Qing, who fought for an opportunity for the higher god emperor of the Heaven's Roar sect. He was ranked 9th at the Seven Mansions banquet, and has not broken through to the lower god emperor realm yet. Chapter 4005. After hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That was then and this was now. Perhaps, it was referring to Zhan Pingfan and Yi Chunfeng. 10,000 years ago, the two of them represented Tonglang province's Chunyang school in the Seven Prefectures banquet, but they failed to make the top 10. How many people took them seriously? And now, 10,000 years later, in the Seven Prefectures, even those rare upper god emperors knew about Zhan Pingfan and Yi Chunfeng. Especially Yi Chunfeng. 10,000 years ago, he wasn't even as eye-catching as Zhan Pingfan. But 10,000 years later, when Yi Chunfeng's wind sword Dao appeared, who didn't know about him? Martial Uncle Yi. Zhan Pingfan had just finished chatting with Duan Lingtian when he looked at Yi Chunfeng and said, "There's a city ahead. Tell Martial Uncle Lu and let's rest there for 2 days before setting off." Hearing Zhan Pingfan's words, the eyes of the group of youngsters in the flying ship immediately lit up. They would also feel bored if they stayed in the flying ship for a long time. And in fact, it wasn't just these youngsters. Even Lan Zhengming and the other old people actually supported this idea. However, they couldn't show it on the surface, so as to avoid giving others the impression that they were old and disrespectful. In fact, every 10,000 years, Chunyang School would participate in the Seven Prefectures banquet. They didn't directly rush over, but had a rest along the way. Okay. Almost at the instant Yi Chunfeng's voice fell, Yi Chunfeng opened his eyes and responded. Then, he sent a message to Lu Fenggu, who was controlling the flying ship not far away. Naturally, Lu Fenggu agreed without hesitation. And when the people on the other side learned from Lu Fenggu that they would be resting in the city ahead for a few days, the group of youngsters was naturally overjoyed. Rest for a few days before setting off. Don't cause trouble during this time, Yi Chenfeng said indifferently. These words were also directed at everyone in the flying ship. Of course, our Chunyang school doesn't cause trouble, but we aren't afraid of trouble either. If you really want to die, don't be so courteous. However, it's best to reveal your identity first. If you still insist on seeking death after knowing that you're from Chunyang school, there's no need to be polite to them anymore. Yi Chenfeng looked like a gentleman, but in fact, he was a very strong and ruthless person, which could be seen from his words. In another spaceship, Lu Fenggu's words were even more direct. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the city ahead, get the hell out of here. If someone provokes you and reveals your identity, and the other party doesn't give you any face, there's no need for you to go easy on them. If you aren't a match for them, just call a few more people over. If you aren't a match for them, you can look for us. This was what Lu Fenggu said to the group of youngsters. Not long after, the people from Chunyang school entered the city ahead. This city was not small. After Duan Lingtian and the others from the Chunyang school entered, they quickly found out that this was a city controlled by a God-Emperor level force. However, this God-Emperor level force was just an ordinary God-Emperor level force in the state capital of Qing. There was only one God-Emperor level force in this force. Snow Forest City. This was also the name of the city that Duan Lingtian and the others were going to stay in. The people from Chunyang school disembarked from the God-Emperor level spaceship outside the city. Then, under the lead of Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu, they entered the city. A large group of people walking into Snow Forest City naturally attracted a lot of attention. Even when they entered a spacious inn, Duan Lingtian could still sense that someone was following them. However, when the innkeeper of the inn found out about the identities of Duan Lingtian and the others, the people who were following them left. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, our clan leader has heard about your arrival and wishes to pay you a visit personally. Is it convenient for you? The patriarch said that all of you are seniors that he's admired for a long time. It's our Shui clan's honor that all of you are able to bring the geniuses of your esteemed sect to rest in our Shui clan's inn. Our Shui clan won't take even a single divine crystal. The innkeeper of the inn was from the Shui clan of Snow Forest City. When he found out about the identities of Duan Lingtian and the others, he sent a message back to his clan. The Shui clan was also shocked. Although the Shui clan was also an Emperor God level clan, they only had one newly ascended lower Emperor God. They could not compare to a lower Emperor God level sect like Chunyang school. In the eyes of the Shui clan, Chunyang school was a giant. This was especially so when they heard the news from Tunglang province that Chunyang school's Yi Chenfeng had a full soul superior divine sword and his strength was comparable to a higher Emperor God. At that time, in the eyes of the Shui clan, Chunyang school was on the same level as the Howling Sky sect of the state capital of Qing. Let him come. Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu looked at each other and finally nodded. Since the innkeeper was so enthusiastic, they did not want to turn down his good intentions. Moreover, if they refused, they could be said to be arrogant and look down on others. They were afraid that they would drag down Chunyang school's reputation. Seeing that Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu had agreed, the innkeeper became even more enthusiastic. He ordered the servants in the inn to arrange rooms for Duan Lingtian and the others. As for Yi Chenfeng, Lu Fenggu, and the other higher-ups of Chunyang school, the innkeeper personally arranged rooms for them. Although they were called rooms, they were actually individual courtyards. Duan Lingtian was also given a quiet courtyard. However, after staying in the courtyard for a while, Duan Lingtian decided to go out for a walk. Speaking of which, he had not been out for a long time. This time, after leaving Chunyang school, he had been in the spaceship. It was not easy for him to settle down in a completely unfamiliar city. He wanted to go out for a walk. In the end, when Duan Lingtian stepped out of the inn, he saw many young Chunyang school disciples coming out. Duan Lingtian, shall we go for a walk? Yi Yingkai followed Duan Lingtian out. When he saw Duan Lingtian standing at the entrance of the inn and looking around, he could not help but extend an invitation. Duan Lingtian did not refuse and nodded. He had only intended to walk around casually. If he had a companion, He might even be able to chat for a while. Moreover, Yi Yingkai was Yi Tong's disciple. Moreover, Yi Yingkai was not a bad person. Duan Lingtian did not reject him. At this time, the other Chunyang school disciples who wanted to invite Duan Lingtian to walk with them did not say anything when they saw that Yi Yingkai was one step ahead of them. Compared to Duan Lingtian's amiability, Yi Yingcai's indifference made them stop. Yi Yingkai is very cold to others. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, he is very amiable. A Chunyang school disciple said, "If you had Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension, believe it or not, Yi Yingkai would look at you differently too. Rather than saying it's the reality, it's more accurate to say that Yi Yingkai is only willing to talk to people who are stronger than him. Let alone us. Even the disciples of the hidden sword branch have not seen him get close to any young people." Another Chunyang school disciple shook his head. With Duan Lingtian and Yi Yingcai's hearing, they could hear the discussion between the Chunyang school disciples clearly even though they were some distance away. In response, Duan Lingtian could not help but glance at Yi Yingkai. Yi Yingkai, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression on his face. It was as though he did not take those words to heart. "Duan Lingtian, I heard from Grandmaster that you came from the mundane realm like Grandmaster?" Yi Yingkai did not seem to notice Duan Lingtian's gaze. He asked as though nothing had happened. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded in response. "Amazing." Yi Yingkai sighed. "The person I admire the most in my life is Grandmaster. It's because he came from the mundane realm. I went there on purpose. When I arrived, I found out that the cultivation environment there was worse than the rumors said. At that time, it was hard for me to imagine that a person like Grandmaster would come from such a backward place." Yi Yingkai paused for a moment before he continued. "Now, there's one more person I admire. It's you, Duan Lingtian. According to Grandmaster, even when Grandmaster was 10,000 years old, he was not as good as you are now. You're not even 3,000 years old. However, although you're faster than Grandmaster in the early stages, I don't think you're unreachable. After all, you're only a middle-level divine emperor now. In terms of cultivation base, you're not even as good as me." Yi Yingcai's eyes flashed as he said bluntly, "I see you as a target to surpass. I only hope that you, Duan Lingtian, won't be surpassed by me too quickly." Yi Yingcai's words were laced with confidence. It was as though he was deluding himself with confidence. "I can do it. I can definitely do it. I'll definitely surpass Duan Lingtian in the near future. I'll wait for you to surpass me." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He could see that Yi Yingkai was using his confidence to influence him. Yi Yingcai's indomitable will was enough to make his future path much easier. At this time, if Yi Yingkai felt inferior to him, his strength would not inspire Yi Yingcai's desire to improve. Duan Lingtian and Yi Yingkai walked on the streets of Snow Forest City. Occasionally, they would see some shops. Duan Lingtian would enter any shop that might have something he wanted. On the other hand, Yi Yingkai did not seem to be interested in anything. He did not buy things occasionally like Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian felt that it was normal. For a genius like Yi Yingkai, he was probably focused on cultivation. He probably only knew about rare things. For example, it was normal for him to not be interested in the supplementary medicine that he was buying now. "Brother Fu Qi, I didn't lie to you, right? There's really someone who looks exactly like you." When Yi Yingkai and Duan Lingtian saw one of the two people blocking their path, Duan Lingtian was stunned and came to a halt almost at the same time. The other person stared at Yi Yingkai and said to the young man beside him as if he was asking for credit. This young man was wearing a light green robe. He had a handsome face and a gentle temperament. This was not the main point. The main point was that he looked exactly like Yi Yingkai. No matter if it was the facial features or the expression, there was no difference. Only the temperament was very different. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Wasn't this too similar? If they were not twins, he would not believe it. They shouldn't be twins, right? Yi Yingkai was brought back by Elder Yi when he was still an infant. I didn't hear Elder Zhan say that Yi Yingkai has a twin. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chapter 4006. Duan Lingtian was in a daze. The green-robed youth opposite him was also in a daze as he stared at Yi Yingkai. Yi Yingkai himself was also in a daze as he stared at the youth. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. After a while, Yi Yingkai regained his senses. He looked at the youth in front of him and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" "Fu Qi." At this moment, the youth opposite him who looked like Yi Yingkai also regained his senses and immediately responded to Yi Yingkai's question. The reason why Fu Qi responded to Yi Yingkai without any hesitation was because he felt a sense of familiarity from Yi Yingkai. It was as though he was not a stranger, but a family member. In fact, Yi Yingkai also felt the same way. If not, he would not have lost his composure. "Why don't the two of you find a quiet place to talk? It's not very convenient on the streets, right?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed that many people were looking at them. Some people even recognized the green-robed youth. Isn't that the genius of the Fu family, Fu Qi? Look! This white-robed youth looks exactly like Fu Qi. Oh my god! They really look exactly the same. They can't be twins, can they? Twins? Now that you mention it, it's possible. Back then, when Fu Qi's mother, the young mistress of the Fu family, brought him back, no one knew who his father was. Maybe his mother and father separated, and each of them had a son? 2 sons? Are they twins? More and more people gathered to watch. At this moment, after hearing Duan Lingtian's reminder, Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi regained their senses and left with Duan Lingtian and the other young woman. The person who brought Fu Qi over was a young woman who looked like she was in her early 20s. However, her real age was probably higher than that. Women like to be young and beautiful. With a good cultivation base, it was enough to keep one's youth forever and even regain one's youthfulness. It all depended on one's own wishes. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 arrived at a restaurant and booked a private room. The 4 of them sat around a table. Yi Yingkai was still looking at Fu Qi. "I still have to tell Elder Yi about this matter." Duan Lingtian knew about Yi Yingkai's past from Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan had also reminded him not to tell Yi Yingkai about his background. This was also because Chunyang School had promised the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice that they would not nurture an enemy for the alliance. Duan Lingtian immediately sent a message to Yi Chenfeng, informing him of what had just happened and the current situation. Yi Chenfeng was silent for a moment before he asked, "Do you think they could be twins?" "That's hard to say, but it's very likely." Duan Lingtian didn't dare to say that Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi were twins. After all, it wasn't impossible for 2 people to look exactly the same in this world. However, because his wife, Ker, had a twin sister in both the past and present life, and he had met other twins before, he felt that it was more likely that Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi were twins. "Elder Yi, if this is really Yi Yingkai's twin brother, he's very likely to know about his background," Duan Lingtian said to Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng quickly said, "Let's just let nature take its course. Don't tell me we can forcibly separate them when they've already met? Won't that make him even more confused? Moreover, even if we separate them, if we don't eliminate the young man who looks like him, he'll find out about his background sooner or later." Duan Lingtian understood Yi Chenfeng's words. Let it go. Let nature take its course. After receiving Yi Chenfeng's reply, Duan Lingtian didn't say anything else. Since Yi Chenfeng didn't want to interfere, there was nothing for him to do either. "Why do I feel that? Elder Yi isn't worried at all that Yi Yingkai will find out about his background?" Duan Lingtian looked puzzled. Moreover, even if this is really Yi Yingkai's twin brother, would it be so coincidental that Yi Yingkai and I met him here? Moreover, although Elder Zhan was the one who asked Elder Yi why we stopped in Snow Forest City, Elder Yi seemed to be the one who drove the spaceship in this direction. Even the patriarch of the tyrannical Saber clan followed our spaceship. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian had an extremely terrified feeling. Could it be that all of this was instigated by Elder Yi? Secretly taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian sent a message to Zhen Pingfan and told him what had happened. Zhen Pingfan was silent for a moment before he said, "Actually, I suggested Junior Uncle Yi to stop and rest because he asked me to tell him. However, I didn't know why he did that at that time. If he wanted to rest, why didn't he just say so? Now, it seems like this is a trap." A trap to let Yi Qicai know about his background. Since Junior Uncle Yi said to let nature take its course, then let nature take its course. If I'm not mistaken, Junior Uncle Yi is most likely doing this to motivate Yi Qicai. I just don't know why he suddenly had this idea. As he spoke, Zhen Pingfan was a little confused. At this moment, in the courtyard of a guest room with an excellent location in the inn, a dignified old man dressed in brocade robes retreated. This old man was the clan leader of the Shui clan, a god emperor rank clan. He was a newly ascended lower god emperor. He had just finished visiting Yi Chenfeng. After the old man left, Yi Chenfeng returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. His eyes shone brightly. Xianxia from the Pingshan clan has improved tremendously because of his father's death. If Inkai knows about his background, he will be more motivated. I, and even the Chunyang school, did not tell Inkai about his background. In the future, even if the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance wants to blame us, they can't blame the Chunyang school. All of this was indeed Yi Chunfeng's plan. Back then, after Yi Chunfeng had brought Yi Qicai back to the Pure Sun sect, he had deliberately investigated the family Yi Qicai belonged to, as well as Yi Qicai's relatives and friends. In the end, he found that Yi Qicai's mother was still alive. Moreover, there was a twin brother who was still alive. His mother brought him back to her family in the state capital of Qing, a god emperor rank family. A god emperor rank family in Snow Forest City. However, even though he knew this, because of the agreement with the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance, he never planned to tell Yi Qicai the truth. He even ordered his disciple, Yi Tong, not to tell Yi Inkai the truth. Until the last time, when he saw Yang Chenya's improvement by chance, under the reminder of his disciple, he made the decision today. Duan Lingtian watched the show from the side, listening to Yi Inkai and Fu Qi talk about their backgrounds. One was a genius disciple of the Chunyang school, a god emperor rank sect in Tunglung province. The other was a disciple of the Fu family, a god emperor rank family in the state capital of Qing. He took his mother's surname and did not know who his father was, nor did he hear his mother mention it. However, he knew that he had a twin brother. He heard from his mother that he had died an unnatural death. Moreover, his mother would often become taciturn because of his twin brother. Every year on the same day, she would wear a set of plain clothes and avoid meat and fish. It was said that that day was the anniversary of his twin brother's death. You have a twin brother? Yi Qicai was shocked. Next, should we go and meet Fu Qi's mother? Duan Lingtian sat on the side, coldly watching the situation unfold. Just as he thought of this, Fu Qi indeed proposed to bring Yi Inkai to meet his mother. Yi Inkai naturally agreed without hesitation. After that, Duan Lingtian followed after him. Hey! I still don't know your name. Yi Inkai walked in front with Fu Qi, while Duan Lingtian and the young lady beside Fu Qi followed behind. The young lady took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded to the lady. How should I address you, miss? I'm Fu Er. Brother Fu Qi, this is my cousin. Brother Fu Qi, he's my cousin, Fu Qi said with a smile. Fu Er was a talkative person. On the way to the Fu family, Duan Lingtian learned from her that she had seen Yi Inkai and him first and then sent a message to Fu Qi to come over. After that, he knew what had happened and experienced it together. 7th Miss, Young Master Fu Qi. As a god emperor family, the Fu family's mansion was very spacious and occupied a large area of Snow Forest City. The gate was grand and there were 2 rows of guards in front of the gate, a total of 10 people. When they saw Fu Er and Fu Qi, they bowed respectfully. On the way, Duan Lingtian also learned from Fu Er that the Fu family had a very close relationship with the master of Snow Forest City, the god emperor family, the Shui family. It could even be said that the Fu family was a subsidiary family of the Shui family. In Snow Forest City, if the Shui family was the first, then the Fu family was the second. The current patriarch of the Fu family, Fu Er's uncle's wife, was the granddaughter of the current patriarch of the Shui family. The patriarch of the Shui family had many grandchildren but only one granddaughter, so he was especially fond of her. Mother. Duan Lingtian followed Fu Qi and Yi Cai and saw Fu Qi's mother. She was a graceful and beautiful woman with a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. It could be seen that she was a heroine in her youth. She saw Yi Inkai before Fu Qi introduced him. After a moment of daze, Her beautiful face turned pale. You. Hello, madam. Yi Yingkai looked at the woman in front of him and his heart trembled. Was this his mother? Was he Fu Qi's twin brother who had been dead for many years? If he was, then didn't he find someone to marry? In the past, he had always thought that he was an orphan. From now on, the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness will have one more enemy. Now Duan Lingtian could completely imagine Yi Yingcai's reaction when he confirmed that the mother and son in front of him were really his family. Chapter 4007. Yi Yingcai's arrival at the Fu family was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. He found out about his identity and confirmed that he was Fu Qi's twin brother. Fu Qi's mother was also his mother. Their mother was called Fu Xiaofeng. She was an elder of the Fu family, and the younger sister of the current head of the Fu family. She was also the only daughter of the head of the Fu family. A long time ago, Fu Xiaofeng had married into another God King clan in the Eastern Mountain Prefecture. However, because that God King clan was in trouble, Fu Xiaofeng's husband broke off their relationship and sent her away in order to protect her. No one knew that Fu Xiaofeng's husband, who was Yi Yingcai and Fu Qi's father, did not have a son but a pair of twins with Fu Xiaofeng. To avoid suspicion from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, their father left Yi Yingcai behind. Fu Qi was taken away by Fu Xiaofeng and returned to the Fu family in the state capital of Qing. All these years, I thought that you had gone with your father. I really regret leaving you behind. I'm sorry. Fu Xiaofeng cried in front of Yi Yingcai. Fu Xiaofeng had never dreamt that she would be able to see her other child one day, the child who should have died thousands of years ago. Now, Yi Yingcai had also confirmed from Yi Chenfeng that he was saved by Yi Chenfeng after his family was destroyed. However, Yi Chenfeng did not tell him who destroyed his family. He only told him where he was saved. The place was exactly the same as what Fu Xiaofeng had told him. Mother. Unlike Fu Xiaofeng, Yi Yingcai's eyes were red but his body was stiff. He did not know how to comfort his mother who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Mother, it's not your fault. Fu Qi spoke. Given the situation back then, only one of us could survive. Even now, if I were to go back in time, I would be willing to be the one who stayed. I believe that my little brother is not an unreasonable person. As Fu Qi spoke, he looked at Yi Yingcai, and his gaze became somewhat complicated. He also did not expect that this was actually his twin brother, the twin brother who should have died several thousand years ago. Child, what happened to you? How are you still alive? Did those bastards from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness adopt you? Fu Xiaofeng suddenly thought of this and her expression changed. No. Yi Yingcai shook his head. When he heard his mother mention the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, a murderous look flashed across his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, could clearly feel the killing intent emanating from Yi Yingcai. Hearing Yi Yingcai's words, Fu Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, she couldn't help but ask about Yi Yingcai's situation over the years. When she found out that Yi Yingcai was saved by Yi Chenfeng, the ancestor of the Chunyang school's hidden sword lineage, and that he had entered the Chunyang school's hidden sword lineage, Fu Xiaofeng was both shocked and happy for her son. Beside him, Fu Qi and Fu Ya-er were also shocked at this moment. Especially Fu Ya-er. Fu Ya-er stared at Yi Yingcai with her mouth agape. Then she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, you are also a disciple of the Chunyang school? You are Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Fu Xiaofeng looked at Duan Lingtian. This young man in purple who came with her son whom she thought had died many years ago was actually the prodigy of the Chunyang school, Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian's reputation was not only known in Tonglang province. Even in the state capital of Qing, which was adjacent to Tonglang province, many people had heard of Duan Lingtian's name, including Fu Xiaofeng, the elder of the Fu family in Snow Forest City. Fu Xiaofeng heard about Duan Lingtian from her elder brother, who was the head of the family by chance. She found out that Duan Lingtian had defeated the prodigy of the younger generation in Tonglang province, Machi Hong of the Machi family. Greetings, madam. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded at Fu Xiaofeng in greeting. Auntie, you know Duan Lingtian? Is he very famous? Fu Ya-er was a little surprised. Fu Qi, who was beside her, could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. Fu Xiaofeng shook her head and smiled. Have you heard of the prodigy of the Machi family, Machi Hong of the Tonglang province? In terms of reputation in the state capital of Qing, Machi Hong, who used to be the prodigy of the younger generation in Tonglang province, was more famous than Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had defeated Machi Hong, it had only happened 10 years ago. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's reputation in the state capital of Qing was not as good as Machi Hong's. I've heard of him. Fu Ya nodded. Machi Hong of the Machi family was the prodigy of the younger generation in Tonglang province. He was very famous a long time ago. Fu Qi nodded. Obviously, he knew Machi Hong as well. Fu Xiaofeng continued, 10 years ago, in the Seven Kills Valley of Tonglang province, a young man who was not even 3,000 years old defeated Machi Hong and became the prodigy of the younger generation in Tonglang province. Fu Ya and Fu Qi were naturally shocked when they heard Fu Xiaofeng's words. Fu Ya in particular had a look of disbelief on her face. Auntie, is this news true? Someone defeated Machi Hong? Moreover, it was someone who was not even 3,000 years old? The prodigy of the younger generation in Tonglang province has changed? Why didn't I know about it? Fu Ya obviously could not accept this fact at that moment. Fu Qi, on the other hand, looked at Duan Lingtian. He knew his mother very well. If it was not related to the matter in front of them, his mother would not have suddenly brought up this matter at this time. However, Fu Qi guessed something, but Fu Ya didn't. She continued to ask Fu Xiaofeng. You can ask your uncle and you'll know. Fu Xiaofeng looked at Fu Ya dotingly and said with a smile, instead of worrying about this, why don't you pay attention to why I suddenly brought this up at this time? And Fu Ya wasn't a stupid person. She was too shocked to react earlier. Now that her auntie had reminded her, she immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and widened her eyes. Auntie, you mean Duan Lingtian is the person who defeated Machi Hong 10 years ago? He is not even 3,000 years old, but he is already the prodigy of the younger generation in Tonglang province. Fu Ya's eyes widened as if she had just met Duan Lingtian. Yes. Fu Xiaofeng nodded. I heard that Duan Lingtian was the prodigy of Chunyang School. Now, my son is traveling with him as a disciple of Chunyang School. His name is Duan Lingtian, so it's obvious that they are the same person. Fu Xiaofeng looked at Yi Yingkai as she spoke. It's him. Yi Yingkai nodded. After his identity was exposed, Fu Ya and Fu Xiaofeng did not dare to treat Duan Lingtian as they did before. They treated Duan Lingtian as a guest of honor. In the end, Duan Lingtian could not take it anymore. He found an excuse and left the Fu family, leaving Yi Yingkai to reunite with his family. From now on, the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness will have an enemy from Chunyang School's hidden sword branch. Although this enemy is not strong, he has a powerful backer. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he thought of Yi Chenfeng. He had a feeling that this matter was related to Yi Chenfeng. Perhaps Yi Chenfeng was behind this. As for the purpose, perhaps it was to reunite Yi Yingkai with his family, or perhaps it was to give Yi Yingkai some pressure when he faced the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, who had killed his father. But if it's the latter, I'm afraid the pressure will be too great, right? Although Yi Yingkai looked calm on the surface, Duan Lingtian knew that he was not calm on the inside. It was a good thing that he had found his family. But it was not a good thing to know that there was such a powerful enemy who had killed his father. After leaving the Fu family, Duan Lingtian walked around Snow Forest City, bought some things, and prepared to go back. Near the entrance of the inn, Duan Lingtian saw a person standing on the side of the road. After he returned, the person walked toward him. When the person walked over, Duan Lingtian recognized him. It was none other than Xianxia, whom he had met once at the Tianlong clan. Back then, people from the Chunyang school had come to the Tianlong clan to recruit him. Xianxia had led the team. At that time, there were a few other spirit void elders from the Chunyang school who had come with Xianxia. Qin Wuyang from the Yun Peak branch was one of them. That was also the first time Duan Lingtian had met Xianxia. As for the rumors, he had heard about Xianxia when he was still in the Hidden Fog sect. What's the matter? Seeing Xianxia walking toward him, Duan Lingtian paused and raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew that Xianxia was with him. When he was at the Chunyang school, he had seen Xianxia before he left. However, Xianxia was not in the same spaceship as him. Instead, Xianxia had boarded the spaceship controlled by the patriarch of the tyrannical saber branch, Lu Fenggu. The Pingsheng branch that Xianxia belonged to was closer to the tyrannical saber branch. The patriarch of the Pingsheng branch and Lu Fenggu of the tyrannical saber branch came from the same master. Duan Lingtian. Xianxia walked up to Duan Lingtian and said in a cold voice, "Tell Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, for me. One day, I will avenge my father with my own hands."
Your father?
Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Xianxia's words. He remembered that Xianxia's father was Lan Qing, the sect leader of the myriad demon sect. Although they did not share the same surname, it was rumored that Lan Qing had given his only son the surname of his deceased wife to commemorate her death.
Also, one day I will defeat you.
Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian again. His deep gaze made Duan Lingtian feel that Xianxia was completely different from before. Even before they left, Duan Lingtian had noticed that Xianxia was very different from before. Now that Xianxia was standing in front of him, the feeling was even stronger. Chapter 4008. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when Xianxia returned to the inn. What was going on with Xianxia? However, when Duan Lingtian saw Xianxia's figure disappearing at the entrance of the inn, he sent out a message as he walked into the inn. "Clan leader, is it convenient now?" Duan Lingtian sent a message to Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. "It's convenient." Long Qingchong quickly replied to Duan Lingtian. "What's the matter? Is something the matter?" "Now, according to the time, you should be heading to the mysterious Jade Mansion to participate in the Seven Mansions Feast, right?" Although the Tianlong clan was not qualified to participate in the Seven Mansions Feast, they knew that it would be held in the mysterious Jade Mansion. "I'm already on my way," Duan Lingtian said.
On your way?
In the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong's eyes lit up when he received Duan Lingtian's message. He smiled and said, "Duan Lingtian, with your strength, you should be able to enter the top 3 in the Seven Mansions Feast." "Clan leader, have you heard about what happened 10 years ago?" Duan Lingtian was not surprised, but he still asked out of politeness. After all, even an elder of a divine emperor clan in the Qingzhou prefecture knew about what he did in the Seven Kills Valley 10 years ago. How could Long Qingchong not know about it, as the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, a divine emperor clan in Tonglang province? Of course, there was another possibility that Long Qingchong might not know about. That was, Long Qingchong had been in the emperor battle dimension for the past 10 years and had only come out today. In this case, Long Qingchong might not know. Of course, this was not very likely. After all, even in the emperor battle dimension, there were peace zones, such as Sky Dragon City and Peace City, where Long Qingchong could receive news of the outside world. Unless Long Qingchong only came out of the quasi-emperor battlefield in the emperor battle dimension today. "I've heard." Long Qingchong laughed and said, "If I haven't heard of this, then I, as the clan head of the Tianlong clan, would be too ignorant." At this moment, Long Qingchong had a complicated look in his eyes. Although he knew that Duan Lingtian was not ordinary and that he was an outstanding prodigy even in Chunyang School and had a chance to represent Chunyang School in the Feast of the Seven Prefectures and take one of the top 10 places, he was still a genius. Of course, it was only a possibility and not absolute. What he didn't expect was that not long after Duan Lingtian went to Chunyang School, with the support of Chunyang School, he became a medium divine emperor. 2 years after he had broken through to become a mid-level god emperor, he had defeated Ma Qihong in the Seven Kills Valley. Ma Qihong was no stranger to Long Qingchong. He was the most talented person in the history of the Ma Qi family, one of the top 5 forces in Tonglang province. He was also the pride of the Ma Qi family, and the #1 person among the younger generation in Tonglang province. The #1 person under 10,000 years old. However, such a person had been defeated by Duan Lingtian. The prodigy from the Tianlong clan had defeated Ma Qihong. Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard that. Then he got to the point. "Sect leader, have you been paying attention to the Million Demons sect recently? Did something happen to the sect leader of the Million Demons sect?" Duan Lingtian did not directly mention the message that Xianxia had asked him to pass on. Instead, he made a guess. You've heard about it too? Long Qingchong's tone suddenly changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. No, if you've heard about it, you wouldn't ask me this. The sect leader of the Million Demons sect, Lan Qing, is dead. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he heard Long Qingchong's words. Could it be the death of Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Myriad Devil sect, that caused such a drastic change in Xianxia? Duan Lingtian, why are you suddenly asking about this? Long Qingchong asked. Duan Lingtian no longer hesitated when he heard that. He told Long Qingchong what had happened earlier.
Xianxia came to you and asked you to tell me that he'll avenge his father with his own hands one day?
Long Qingchong repeated when he heard that. Then, he smiled faintly. It seems like he also thinks that I killed his father. Sect leader, what's going on?
Duan Lingtian asked with a slight frown.
Lan Qing was killed. The Million Demons sect is saying that I killed Lan Qing. Long Qingchong said. If I tell you that it wasn't me, would you believe me? Long Qingchong asked. Sect leader, what's going on? Why would the Million Demons sect say that you killed their sect leader?
Duan Lingtian was even more confused.
It said that there's a floating image pearl that recorded the scene of me killing Lan Qing. However, the problem is that the person in the floating image pearl didn't reveal his true appearance.
He only revealed his figure under his robe and the power of the law he used to attack.
Long Qingchong said. If it was an ordinary person who saw the floating image pearl's reflection of me in the past, they might think that it was me because the person's attack was very similar to mine in the past. However, only those who know me well know that I'm no longer as ostentatious as before when I attack. The profundities that I've comprehended are from ostentatious to reserved. However, since that person did that, it's obvious that he wanted to pretend to be me to kill Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Million Demons sect. As for his motive, I've been investigating it recently, but I couldn't find anything. What's the point of slandering me for killing the sect leader of the Million Demons sect? Could it be that he wanted Xianxia to hold a grudge and avenge his father? Or perhaps, he wanted the powerhouse from Chunyang school behind Xianxia to kill me for him to avenge his father? Although Long Qingchong's tone was calm, Duan Lingtian could hear the anger in his voice. When Duan Lingtian finished listening to his words, he naturally could understand his feelings. It's not that I, Long Qingchong, am boasting. If I really wanted to kill Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Million Demons sect, I wouldn't have to hide. Moreover, if I really wanted to kill Lan Qing, do you think I would act so ostentatiously? Would everyone be able to guess that I was the culprit? Recently, I've been investigating who's pretending to be me. However, until now, I haven't found any useful clues. There's also the so-called floating image pearl that recorded me killing the sect leader of the Million Demons sect. Actually, if I think about it carefully, there's a problem. Since there's no third party present, why would there be such a floating image pearl? Did Lan Qing leave it behind himself? He knew he was going to die, so he used the floating image pearl to record everything? If Lan Qing left it behind, why wouldn't the other party discover it? If the other party was hiding, why would he leave behind a floating image pearl that recorded him killing Lan Qing? In any case, if I really was that person, I wouldn't have left behind such a floating image pearl. Of course, it's impossible that I didn't discover it. Speaking up to this point, Long Qingchong paused for a moment before continuing. And if that floating image pearl wasn't left behind by Lan Qing, could it have been left behind by the person who killed him? That person is hiding his head and tail. Clearly, he doesn't want to reveal his identity. Under such circumstances, why would he leave such a floating image pearl and let others guess his identity? There are too many loopholes in this matter. As long as you calm down and think about it, it won't be hard to figure it out. Duan Lingtian, help me pass a message to Xianxia. I, Long Qingchong, said I didn't kill his father, so I didn't kill his father. If he doesn't believe me, he can come to the Tianlong clan to find me.
In his eyes, I can make a move in front of him and dispel the doubts in his heart.
Also, tell him that I'll continue to investigate this matter. Although I, Long Qingchong, am not a big shot in Tongling province, I won't take the blame for someone else for no reason. Long Qingchong paused again before continuing. Of course, if he doesn't believe me and insists on avenging his father, he can do as he pleases. I, Long Qingchong, don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. Duan Lingtian agreed without hesitation. After a short while, Duan Lingtian stopped walking toward the courtyard where he was staying. He was going to look for Xianxia and tell him the message that Long Qingchong had asked him to. However, as he was walking back, Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered that he did not know which guest room Xianxia was staying in. He only knew that the group of Chunyang school disciples who had followed Yi Chunfeng were staying on the right side of the inn's backyard. On the other hand, the group of disciples who had followed Lu Fenggu were staying on the left side of the inn's backyard. Now that he had come to the left side, he did not know what to do next. He did not know where Xianxia was staying. However, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw a person walking out of the courtyard in front of him. He quickly walked up to the person. Duan Lingtian? The person was stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze and asked, "Are you looking for me?" Naturally, as soon as he finished speaking, he thought it was impossible. He did not know Duan Lingtian. Why would Duan Lingtian look for him? Senior brother. Duan Lingtian greeted the person with a smile. Do you know which guest room Xianxia from Pingsheng's branch is staying in? Duan Lingtian, don't call me senior brother. I don't deserve it. The Chunyang school disciple who was stopped by Duan Lingtian was a young man. When he heard Duan Lingtian call him senior brother, he quickly waved his hand to stop him. In Chunyang school, the strong are respected. If we are not from the same branch, even if we are of the same generation, I should call you senior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man pointed the way for Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he looked at the courtyard in front of him and said, Xianxia is staying in that room. Thank you. Duan Lingtian thanked him again and again. Then, under the young man's gaze, he walked over to the courtyard. Duan Lingtian is going to look for Xianxia? The young man was puzzled. Didn't Duan Lingtian not get along with Xianxia when he was in the Tianlong clan? They can't be friends, right? On the other side. Xianxia was also surprised by Duan Lingtian's visit, but his attitude was still cold. What's the matter? Aren't you going to invite me in? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. As for Xianxia, after frowning, he opened the door of the courtyard and walked in first. He didn't have any awareness of welcoming guests. Of course, he did not treat Duan Lingtian as a guest. Chapter 4009. If you have something to say, just say it. You've interrupted my cultivation. In the past, Xianxia was extremely hostile to Duan Lingtian. It was to the extent that after his childhood friends, Du Pajuan and Du Qianjun, died one after another because of Duan Lingtian, he even thought of killing Duan Lingtian to avenge them. However, there was an even greater hatred in his heart now. He wanted to avenge his father. The enemy he was currently targeting was Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. In front of Long Qingchong, who had killed his father, Duan Lingtian seemed insignificant. I've just communicated with Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Did you pass on my message? Xianxia's eyes were slightly cold. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's good, Xianxia replied indifferently. Xianxia faintly replied, if you dare to kill, you must be prepared to be killed. He won't wait for long. Based on his words, it was clear he was very confident in his strength. Duan Lingtian ignored Xianxia's cold gaze and said, Clan leader Long Qingchong asked me to tell you that he didn't kill your father. If he really wanted to kill your father and hide his identity, he wouldn't have left such obvious traces behind. Moreover, he said his profundities from the law are no longer comparable to the profundities he had in the past. The profundities of the law that the person who killed your father used to be similar to the profundities he had when he attacked many years ago. He asked me to tell you that you can verify it yourself. Also, the floating image pearl that recorded him killing your father, as well as the fact that he hid his identity and intentionally exposed himself. Based on what he said, don't you have any doubts? Lastly, he asked me to tell you that if you still think he killed your father and want to seek revenge, he'll be waiting for you at any time. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he said indifferently, Xianxia, I don't have to say anything. However, I want to tell you something. It's best if you investigate the truth before you make a decision. Otherwise, even if you kill sect leader Long Qingchong in the future and think that you've avenged your father, what if the truth isn't so? Do you want to let the real culprit go unpunished? After saying this, Duan Lingtian turned around and left without waiting for Yang Qianye's response. He felt that he had said enough. As for what Yang Qianye wanted to think, it was his own business. Duan Lingtian left just like that. Naturally, Yang Qianye didn't send him off. However, after Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Qianye's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he strangely discovered that his heart, which could only calm down when he was cultivating, had strangely calmed down. The memories that he didn't want to recall in the past began to surface in his mind. Due to Duan Lingtian's reminder, he began to think about the process of his father's death. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that there were indeed many suspicious points. If it's not Long Qingchong, who could it be? Although Yang Qianye was eager to seek revenge, it did not mean that he was crazy. Previously, he was so focused on revenge because he valued his father's death too much. However, Duan Lingtian's words finally calmed him down. Duan Lingtian did not care about what would happen to Yang Qianye in the future. This was because he knew that he could not change anything. The decision was in Yang Qianye's hands. However, based on the fact that Yang Qianye had been able to cultivate until now, it was clear that he was not a fool and knew what to do. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian did not leave the inn. He stayed in the inn and cultivated until the people from the Chunyang school left Snow Forest City and set off for the Seven Mansions banquet, the mysterious Jade Mansion. From now on there will be no rest. Yi Chunfeng's words reverberated in everyone's ears. Focus, especially those who are going to participate in the Seven Mansions banquet. You will soon be competing with the geniuses of the Seven Mansions. I don't expect all of you to make it into the top 10 or top 30. However, as long as you can make it into the top 100, you will be rewarded handsomely. This time, there were a total of 66 young disciples from the Chunyang school. Divided among each branch, there were more than 3 people. These 66 people were all celestial emperors under the age of 10,000 in the Chunyang school. 66 celestial emperors under the age of 10,000. If this was in the Tunglung province, it would be unthinkable for an ordinary celestial emperor sect. For example, the heavenly dragon sect that Duan Lingtian had been in previously did not have many divine emperors below the age of 10,000 years old. They could be counted with one's fingers. However, in the Chunyang school, which was also a celestial emperor sect, there were more than 60 of them. Of course, most of the 66 people were only lower celestial emperors. They were participating in the Seven Mansions banquet because they wanted to participate. They wanted to show off the strength of the younger generation in the Chunyang school. In the beginning, the Seven Mansions banquet was only for the geniuses of the various celestial emperor sects to compete for the slots. However, in the end, other than the slots, the Seven Mansions banquet was also a way to show off the strength of the younger generation. A powerful force could only prosper if the younger generation was strong enough. Otherwise, even if a high-level god emperor was born, it would only be able to protect the force it belonged to for a few thousand years, or even 10,000 years. If no new high-level god emperor was born during this period of time, that force would also decline. Duan Lingtian, Yi Qitsai. Is this really related to the Fu family? Zhen Pingfan walked over to Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was also looking at Yi Qitsai. Yi Qitsai was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the spaceship. He did not close his eyes to rest. Instead, he was in a daze as though he had lost his soul. Compared to the state he was in when he was with the Fu family and Duan Lingtian, he was in a much worse state. Yi Qitsai has found his biological mother. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Zhen Pingfan. At that time, his twin brother showed up and stopped us on the streets of Snow Forest City. Does he know the truth? Zhen Pingfan raised an eyebrow and asked. Of course he knows. Duan Lingtian said. This matter should be arranged by Junior Uncle Yi. Zhen Pingfan said. I've been thinking about it for the past few days. Why did Junior Uncle Yi ask me to remind him to go to Snow Forest City to rest? I even suspect that Junior Uncle Yi is secretly adding fuel to the fire for Yi Qizai to reunite with his mother and brother. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed with Zhen Pingfan's words. However, he did not say anything because it was inappropriate. However, Junior Uncle Ye's move is quite amazing. In the future, even if the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness finds out that Yi Qizai knows the truth, they can't blame Junior Uncle Yi or Chunyang School, even if they suspect that Junior Uncle Yi did it on purpose. Zhen Pingfan paused and frowned. But why did Junior Uncle Yi reveal Yi Qizai's identity at this time? Isn't this to put pressure on him? Duan Lingtian, can you figure it out? Zhen Pingfan asked Duan Lingtian. From the beginning to the end, he seemed to be communicating with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. However, he was actually talking to himself. Maybe it's to put pressure on him so that he can improve himself? Duan Lingtian guessed. This was also his previous guess. If that's the case, isn't the pressure too great? Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly. The other party is the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Moreover, Junior Uncle Yi and even the sect would definitely not stand up for him. After all, he hadn't even entered Chunyang School when the accident happened. The Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness spared his life back then because they were giving face to Junior Uncle Yi and Chunyang School. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already thought of Zhen Pingfan's words. Elder Zhen, I think that if you're really curious, you should ask Elder Yi. Duan Lingtian smiled and transmitted his voice. Seeing that Duan Lingtian's eyes were rolling, Zhen Pingfan said grumpily, I think you're very curious too, aren't you? But I'm really curious too. I'll ask him. After a while, Zhen Pingfan looked at Yi Chenfeng. After about 10 breaths, Zhen Pingfan's gaze returned to Duan Lingtian, who had been staring at him all this time. Duan Lingtian also asked subconsciously, What do you think? Zhen Pingfan's gaze was a little strange at this time, but he did not hide it. According to Junior Uncle Ye's words, it was Yi Tong's idea. Of course, Yi Tong came up with the idea, and Junior Uncle Yi agreed. That's why today's incident happened. The reason why Yi Tong came up with this idea is related to a person. You know that person too. Zhen Pingfan said. Who? Duan Lingtian asked subconsciously. Zhen Pingfan's eyes flashed. Xianxia from Ping Sheng's faction. Xianxia. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be startled. What does it have to do with him? Junior Uncle Yi said that Yi Tong told him. Xianxia worked hard to improve himself after his father was killed, and not long ago, he successfully broke through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm. Zhen Pingfan could not help but sigh. Although I saw Xianxia before, I didn't pay much attention to him. I didn't expect him to break through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm in such a short time. Speaking of which, in our generation of Chunyang School, including Junior Uncle Yi and me, no one can surpass you and him in breaking through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm. It's too fast. If it weren't for you, he would be the fastest person in Chunyang School to break through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm. After hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian was also stunned. Xianxia had broken through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm? No wonder he felt that Xianxia had changed a lot when they met. Not only had his temperament changed, but he had also changed mysteriously. He did not expect that he had broken through. No wonder he was so confident that he could kill Long Qingchong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan, and avenge his father. Xianxia's comprehension of the profound law is not weak. He has broken through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm, and I'm afraid his strength is not much worse than Yi Qizai's. After saying this, Zhen Pingfan glanced at Yi Qizai, who was still absent-minded. Chapter 40:10. Duan Lingtian really didn't know that Xianxia had broken through to the Middle God Emperor realm. Now that he knew, he was still amazed. It turned out that a person could stimulate such amazing potential under the spur of hatred? Duan Lingtian had heard of Xianxia's talent when he was still in the Hidden Fog sect. However, breaking through to the Middle God Emperor realm was not something that could be done with the talent he had shown before. What he didn't expect was that Elder Yi Tong of the Hidden Sword faction saw that Xianxia's amazing potential had been stimulated and entered the Middle God Emperor realm in advance. Therefore, he wanted to let his disciple, Yi Qizai, know about his background. More importantly, Yi Tong looked for his master, Yi Chenfeng, and Yi Chenfeng cooperated with him to make arrangements. Now Yi Qizai knew about his background. He also knew that he had killed his father and his clan. Moreover, his enemy was the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. I hope he can bear it. If he can bear it, he might be able to soar into the sky in the future. If he can't bear it, I'm afraid he'll be crippled. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. On second thought, he remembered that he had also been spurred on all this time. Rescuing Kerr from the world of divine offering was the biggest spur for him. Now that he knew that Kerr was trapped in the world of divine offering, he had to be strong enough to find Kerr. Now, even if he entered the world of divine offering, although it wouldn't be as dangerous as the last time he came to the profound Handle Land, it would still be difficult for him. In the world of divine emperors, there were as many divine kings as dogs. Even god emperors could be found everywhere in the world of divine offering. If he was unlucky, he might even encounter a godly venerable. But I can't even take care of my own business. Why should I care about other people's business? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian laughed self-deprecatingly. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Inside the spaceship, although the cultivation environment was not as good, he could definitely immerse himself in cultivation. Therefore, before this cultivation, Duan Lingtian also told Zhen Pingfan not to let anyone disturb his cultivation until they reached their destination. When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he immediately agreed. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a hard-working kid. At least, Yi Yingkai really can't compare to him. If he has the time to daydream, he might as well spend it on cultivation. As long as he has sufficient strength, he might be able to avenge his father and family. Can he avenge his father by being in a daze? Thinking of this, Zhen Pingfan glanced at Yi Qizai, who was still in a daze, and shook his head. The journey that he borrowed was calm and peaceful. In fact, even if they encountered some obstacles along the way, as long as Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu displayed their strength, no one would dare to stop them. Right now, they were still walking in the 7 prefectures. In the 7 prefectures, there was no news of an ultimate god expert. Even if there was an ultimate god expert, it was basically impossible for them to stay in the 7 prefectures. On the other hand, there were some hidden upper god emperors. However, those hidden experts, without exception, were all trying to break through to the ultimate god realm. How would they have the time to go out and cause trouble? It was meaningless to them. Generally, those who would intercept passers-by were relatively ordinary people. Occasionally, there would be a lower god emperor in a group, which was already very shocking. This middle god emperor cultivation base is still a little bit away from completely stabilizing. Hopefully, it will be smoothly stabilized before the 7 prefectures feast. The middle god emperor cultivation base was harder to stabilize than Duan Lingtian expected. Even if he didn't lack ultimate divine pills, he still needed time. Time was still too tight. Little Tian, it's not good to be so impatient when you're cultivating. Just when Duan Lingtian realized that he couldn't completely calm down to cultivate and was getting frustrated at the thought of how difficult it would be to stabilize his cultivation base before the 7 prefectures feast, a familiar yet distant voice pulled him out of his anxious state of cultivation. This voice, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. Sister Water? You've recovered? He recognized the owner of the voice. It was one of the 5 divine elements in his body, the world-cleansing divine water. It was the world-cleansing divine water that had fallen into a deep slumber. After the 5 divine elements had helped him cross over to the realm battlefield in the past, they had exhausted themselves and fallen into a deep slumber. After he came to the Xiangang land, the little world in his body had been closed at all times for fear of being discovered. It was not until he broke through to the God Emperor realm that he opened a small opening. He thought that if the 5 divine elements woke up, they would be able to contact him immediately. With his God Emperor cultivation base, it would be difficult for even a God Emperor to discover anything about him. Unless a God Emperor unscrupulously probed him. However, if a God Emperor unscrupulously probed him, he would be able to sense it. He would have enough time to close the little world in his body and prevent it from being exposed to the God Emperor. Duan Lingtian had been waiting for the 5 divine elements to wake up. First, it was because they had fallen because of him. Second, it was because their existence gave him some peace of mind. Their existence would eventually become a trump card for him. A trump card that could turn the tables at a critical moment. And today, it had finally come. Since the world-cleansing divine water had woken up, the other 5 divine elements should have woken up as well, right? Even if they hadn't woken up yet, they should be waking up soon, right?
I've recovered a little for now.
The world-cleansing divine water's voice sounded a little weak. It will take at least a few hundred years or even 1,000 years to fully recover. I'm only waking up now because I've recovered a little. Moreover, I had discussed with them that I would wake up first to check on you.
I didn't expect you to become a medium god emperor in such a short time.
Amazing. The world-cleansing divine water had once possessed the divine tree of life in one of the realms of gods. She had seen many prodigies in the realms of gods. It was clear that Duan Lingtian's cultivation had improved at a rapid pace. Sister Water, you didn't wake up just to praise me, right?
He would be lying if he said he was not touched by the world-cleansing divine water's praise.
However, he was still disappointed when he learned that the 5 divine elements would not fully awaken. I'm just following everyone's wishes to see how you're doing, the world-cleansing divine water said with a smile. The world-cleansing divine water said with a smile. Her voice was still as intelligent as ever, as if she was a caring big sister. I'm in a hurry to consolidate my cultivation base as a medium god emperor. Duan Lingtian sighed. After a period of time, there'll be a martial competition called the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet. If I'm able to seize first place, it would be extremely beneficial to me, and my future path would be even smoother. However, if I can't consolidate my cultivation base, I'm not confident I'll be able to win first place. This was the problem Duan Lingtian was facing. Relax. I'll observe your cultivation base. The world-cleansing divine water said. Duan Lingtian, naturally, would not allow anyone to observe him. However, since the world-cleansing divine water wanted to observe him, he did not hesitate at all. If the world-cleansing divine water wanted to harm him, she could have done so many times in the past. There was no need for her to wait until now. After a while, the world-cleansing divine water's energy circulated through Duan Lingtian's meridians. During this process, Duan Lingtian felt a refreshing sensation in his body. It was a comfortable feeling. In fact, at that moment, his heart instantly calmed down. He was no longer impatient, and it was as if he had forgotten all his worries. His entire body relaxed. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when he heard the world-cleansing divine water again. Little Tian, it's not impossible for you to consolidate your cultivation base in a short time. However, I can't guarantee it'll work. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. He could not help but ask anxiously, Sister Water, do you have any ideas? We'll help you. The world-cleansing divine water said, I'll awaken them since they haven't fully recovered. I'll mobilize our 5 elements energy and merge it with your divine energy to help you consolidate your cultivation base. This way, you'll be able to consolidate your cultivation base much faster. However, I can't guarantee you'll be able to consolidate your cultivation base before the 7 Mansions Banquet. After all, I don't know when the 7 Mansions Banquet will be held. As soon as the world-cleansing divine water finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's first reaction was not to tell the world-cleansing divine water when the 7 Mansions Banquet would be held. Instead, he was worried if the world-cleansing divine water helped him in advance. Sister Water, if you help me like this, I'm afraid you'll have to expend a lot of energy, right? Duan Lingtian asked. It's fine. The world-cleansing divine water said, it's just a small matter to us. In fact, we'll only need to use 10% of our energy that we've recovered over the years to assist you. You're only an intermediate celestial emperor now, and you've already consolidated your cultivation base. If you've just become a high-level celestial emperor and need our help to consolidate your cultivation base, we'll have to use all the energy we've recovered over the years to assist you. The world-cleansing divine water chuckled when she finished speaking. You don't have to be so pretentious. Don't forget, it's also a good thing for us if you become stronger as soon as possible. If it's something else, I'll ask for their opinion. However, for this matter, I'll speak up on their behalf since they won't refuse. Now, I just want to know when the Seven Mansions banquet will be held? The world-cleansing divine water asked. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian finally felt at ease. He could accept this outcome. He would never agree to let the efforts of the 5 divine elements go to waste. Following that, Duan Lingtian told the world-cleansing divine water the date of the 7 Mansions banquet. Sister Water, will we be able to make it in time? Duan Lingtian asked after telling him the time. Chapter 40:11. More or less. The world-cleansing divine water pondered for a moment before replying to Duan Lingtian's question. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. I'll go talk to them now and get them to cooperate with me to help you cultivate. After this, I won't divert my attention to talk to you anymore. It's the same for them. If they divert their attention, they'll use up even more energy. After saying this, the world-cleansing divine water left. Duan Lingtian could see with his own eyes that the world-cleansing divine water had transformed into the energy of water. It was obvious that the world-cleansing divine water was interacting with the 5 divine elements. Soon after, the 5 divine elements seemed to have reached a consensus. The 5 divine elements' energy surged out of the opening in Duan Lingtian's little world. In just a blink of an eye, the energy merged with his body. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He calmed down and began to cultivate. With the help of the 5 divine elements and the world-cleansing divine water, he did not doubt he would be able to consolidate his cultivation base before the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Duan Lingtian completely forgot about the time as he cultivated. When the 5 divine elements' energy surged out, it carried with it the rich spirit energy from Duan Lingtian's little world. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about the environment in the flying boat affecting his cultivation base. Normally, Duan Lingtian would not dare to do this since it would reveal the secret of his little world. However, with the 5 divine elements' energy concealing the spirit energy in his little world, he did not have to worry about the spirit energy leaking out. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was cultivating. Since Zhen Pingfan was by Duan Ling's side, no one could disturb Duan Ling. In fact, even if Zhen Pingfan was not around, the bystanders would not be so blind as to disturb Duan Lingtian when they saw he was cultivating, especially when they knew he was a seeded candidate from the Pure Sun sect this time. While the people from Chunyang School were making their way to the 7 prefectures' grand banquet, many people from other forces were making their way to the profound Jade Mansion as well. There were also some people from other forces who had just set off. Tonglang Province. Mochi Clan. Whoosh! A spaceship broke through the sky and left the Mochi family. Within the spaceship, a group of people were scattered all over the place. This spaceship was slightly larger than an ordinary spaceship. It was also a specially made celestial Thearch-grade spaceship. The Mochi family had requested a powerful divine weapon master, who had a good relationship with their ancestor to refine it using the inheritance of a powerful divine weapon master. The speed of this celestial Emperor-grade spaceship wasn't any slower than an ordinary celestial Emperor-grade spaceship. However, the space inside it was much larger than an ordinary celestial Emperor-grade spaceship. This time, the leader of the Mochi clan's 2 great gold seat elders, Mochi Yuning, was personally leading the team to the 7 prefectures feast. That's right, the head of the 2 golden seat elders. The reason for that was because the Mochi clan's golden seat elder, Mochi Ju, had died some time ago. Mochi Yuning was also the strongest person in the Mochi family. In addition to his high seniority, he personally led the team. The interior of the spaceship was quiet and peaceful. Even if others wanted to communicate, they would do so through voice transmissions. This was because they noticed that Mochi Yuning's complexion was not good. As for why Mochi Yuning's expression was so unsightly, the crowd had a slight understanding of it. It was because their Mochi clan's ancestor had not only met Mochi Hong before they departed, but he had also spoken a few words with him. When the old ancestor was facing Mochi Hong, he still had a smile on his face. However, when they boarded the spaceship and saw Mochi Hong sitting cross-legged at the corner of the spaceship with his eyes closed, the old ancestor's complexion instantly turned gloomy. The old ancestor must have thought of old ancestor Mochi Ju. An elder of the Machi family sent a voice transmission to an acquaintance of his who was also an elder of the Machi family. That's normal. The latter nodded. The death of old ancestor Machi Ju is not only a huge blow to our Machi family, but it's also a huge blow to the old ancestor. I'm afraid the old ancestor is also worried that after the 7 prefectures feast, even if Machi Hong gets the opportunity, he still won't be able to make a breakthrough to the upper-level Celestial Emperor realm. You also know that if he doesn't make a breakthrough soon, the upper-level Celestial Emperor realm will reach the end of his lifespan. In the entire spaceship, the members of the Machi aristocrat clan, from the few lower-level god emperors of the Machi aristocrat clan to the outstanding younger generation of the Machi aristocrat clan, were all chatting through voice transmissions. The silence in the spaceship was broken when the old man standing at the front, who was also the leader of the group, the golden seat elder of the Machi family, Machi Yuning, opened his mouth.
Little Hong, I forgot to ask you earlier. Have you completely consolidated your cultivation base?
Machi Yuning turned around and looked at the young man sitting cross-legged at the corner of the spaceship. The young man was originally sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed as he cultivated. When he heard Machi Yuning's voice, he immediately opened his eyes. At the same time he stood up and said respectfully, "Old ancestor, I didn't disappoint your expectations." Machi Yuning immediately smiled when he heard Machi Hong's words.
Good. Very good. Good. Great.
Now that you've consolidated your cultivation base as an upper-level Celestial Emperor, it won't be difficult for you to make it to the top 3 in the 7 prefectures feast. Perhaps, you can even defeat Duan Ling Tian and avenge your humiliation. Machi Yuning smiled brightly. Duan Ling Tian has only been a middle-level Celestial Emperor for about 10 years. It's no different from wishful thinking for him to consolidate his cultivation base as a middle-level Celestial Emperor. Even if the Chunyang school is willing to do everything to help him, and his talent is not weak, the time is too short after all. It's impossible for him to consolidate his cultivation base as a middle-level Celestial Emperor. With his strength, if he can't consolidate his cultivation base, he won't be able to improve much. Last time you were defeated by him. This time you defeated him in front of Yi Chen Feng. This time, there are 2 leaders from the Chunyang school, and one of them is Yi Chen Feng. When Machi Yuning mentioned Yi Chen Feng, a cold light flashed in his eyes, but more than that, there was fear. The moment Yi Chen Feng used the upper-level divine sword, he knew that he, who could barely fight against Yi Chen Feng in the past, was no longer Yi Chen Feng's opponent. If they fought, he might lose within 10 moves. Yi Chen Feng. Hearing Machi Yuning's words, raging flames of hatred burst forth from Machi Hong's eyes. He was unable to restrain himself. Work hard, and you might be able to avenge your ancestor in the future. Machi Yuning said these words to Machi Hong through sound transmission. He couldn't encourage Yi Chen Feng openly. If there were people from the Pure Sun sect present, and Yi Chen Feng knew about this, he might choose to eliminate them completely. If that happened, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Machi family. Now, unless a high-level god emperor was born from the older generation of the Machi family, there was nothing else they could do. They could see the path ahead of them. However, the younger generation had to completely rely on Machi Hong. Otherwise, the Machi family would fall into a situation where there was a shortage of young people. Ancestor. Machi Hong asked in a deep voice, "Can we kill during the 7 mansions banquet?" When Machi Yuning heard Machi Hong's words, he was stunned at first. Then he looked at Machi Hong deeply and said, "Normally we can't kill. However, if the opponent is willing to fight to the death, we can. However, we need to obtain the approval of the organizer of the 7 mansions banquet." When Machi Yuning heard Machi Hong's words, he knew that he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. "However, I don't agree with you looking for Duan Ling Tian to fight to the death. It's not that I look down on your strength, but that Duan Ling Tian is too monstrous. Even now, I feel that you should be able to defeat him and get into the top 3 in the 7 mansions banquet. However, if we really fight to the death, I'm worried about you. Therefore, I don't agree with it, nor do I support it." Machi Yuning said, "It's best that you don't think about it. Even if Duan Ling Tian wants to fight to the death with you, I will still refuse. I hope you can understand, ancestor. The Machi family can no longer take risks. You are the hope of the Machi family." The words of Machi Yuning could not be said to not be heavy. Mo Chi Hong fell silent when he heard these words. I understand, ancestor. At the border of the profound Jade Mansion, 2 flying ships flew side by side. In one of the flying ships, a few young men were chatting in the corner of the flying ship. Do you think that Duan Ling Tian from Tunglang province is really that monstrous? He's not even 3,000 years old, but he actually defeated Mo Chi Hong from the Mo Chi family. I also think that the rumors might not be true. I know that Mo Chi Hong is very strong. At the very least, I'm far from being a match for him. However, I don't really believe that he was defeated by a young man who's not even 3,000 years old. Won't we know if Duan Ling Tian is really that strong when the 7 Mansions banquet begins? This time, there are also high-level divine emperors participating in the 7 Mansions banquet on our side. We should be able to get into the top 10. Although he's not as strong as Mo Chi Hong, he's still a high-level divine emperor. It shouldn't be difficult for him to get into the top 10. I remember that during the 7 Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago, there were only 6 high-level divine emperors participating in the 7 Mansions banquet, right? All 6 of them managed to get into the top 10. It's too difficult to become a high-level divine emperor before 10,000 years old. In my opinion, I don't think I'll be able to become a high-level divine emperor before I'm 12,000 years old. At this moment, this flying ship and the flying ship next to it did not come from Tunglang province or the state mansion of Qing. Instead, they came from another mansion of the 7 mansions. At the same time, the people from this force were not the only ones talking about Duan Ling Tian. On the way to the profound Jade Mansion to participate in the 7 Mansions banquet, many people from the top forces in the 7 Mansions were talking about Duan Ling Tian. The reason they were so interested in Duan Ling Tian was that Duan Ling Tian was a rising figure. Moreover, as soon as he rose, he stepped on Mo Chi Hong, the strongest person among the younger generation in Tunglang province. It could be said that he became famous overnight. Chapter 40:12. The 7 Mansions banquet was being held in profound Jade Mansion. The banquet was jointly organized by the 4 peak god emperor forces of profound Jade Mansion. It was not held in any of the 4 forces, but in another place, a vast land. This vast land was located in a mountain range of profound Jade Mansion. The center was hollowed out, forming a huge field. At the center of this field, there were many small islands floating in the void. Each island could at most accommodate several people standing on it at the same time. It could be said that they were very small. At least, this was the smallest floating island Duan Ling Tian had ever seen. These small islands should be the spectator seats. Zhen Pingfan's voice sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Obviously, he had also seen through Duan Ling Tian's doubts. In the past, the 7 Mansions banquet I participated in was also similar to this. There are many small islands floating in the air. These are the places where the upper echelons of the various forces have set up. They are standing there to watch the younger generation fight. Hearing Zhan Pingfan's words, Duan Ling Tian also noticed that there were indeed some stone tables on those floating islands. On each side of the stone tables were 2 stone stools. Each stone table could accommodate 2 people sitting on one side, and their eyes were fixed on the center of the field. As for the center, it was a barren land. There was no special field for martial arts because there was no need for it. When one's strength reached a certain level, they would basically fight in the air. They're here. Suddenly, Zhan Pingfan spoke. At this time, Duan Ling Tian followed Zhan Pingfan's gaze and saw an old man, escorted by 2 middle-aged men. In the blink of an eye, they arrived near Duan Ling Tian's group. The old man was wearing a light blue robe. Although his hair and brows were white, his appearance was no different from that of a middle-aged man. It could be said that he had white hair and a youthful face. His eyes were originally dim, but as soon as he got close to Duan Ling Tian's group, they shone brightly. At the same time, he looked at the 2 people leading Duan Ling Tian's group, Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, long time no see. Both of you are still as elegant as ever. The old man smiled and greeted the 2. The 2 middle-aged men behind the old man also looked at Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu. When one of them saw Yi Chunfeng, his gaze was incomparably complicated. This middle-aged man was an elder of profound Jade Mansion's emperor-level sect, the Rui sect. He was one of the strongest high-level god emperors in Rui sect. His name was Huang Qi Yuan. He had once defeated Yi Chen-feng within 10 moves during the Feast of the Seven Manners 10,000 years ago. Later on, he even became one of the top 10 finalists. As for the old man standing in front of him, he was his father and master, a god emperor powerhouse of the Rui sect. Of course he was a god emperor. Elder Huang. Lu Fenggu smiled and nodded at the old man. As for Yi Chen-feng, after greeting the old man, he looked at Huang Qi Yuan and said, "Senior brother Huang, it seems like we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. How have you been recently?" When Yi Chen-feng looked at Huang Qi Yuan, the smile on his face became even brighter. He looked like a superior who was willing to lower himself to get along with others. However, Huang Qi Yuan's expression did not look too good when Yi Chen-feng took the initiative to greet him. Nevertheless, he still greeted Yi Chen-feng. "Elder Yi, we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. You're no longer the same as before. Back then, I was young and frivolous, young and ignorant. Elder Yi, please forget about those unpleasant matters," Huang Qi Yuan said bluntly. Upon hearing Huang Qi Yuan's words, many people, including Duan Lingtian, were puzzled. They did not know why the middle-aged man would suddenly say such a thing. It sounded like Elder Yi was deliberately targeting him. "Senior brother Huang, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean anything." Yi Chen-feng smiled and shook his head. "Forget it. Since senior brother Huang doesn't want to catch up with an old friend like me, let's just leave it at that. Elder Huang, please take us to the place we're staying." Then, Yi Chen-feng looked at the old man in front of Huang Qi Yuan. He was Huang Qi Yuan's father, Huang Long. When Huang Long saw Yi Chen-feng greeting his son, his expression was very complicated. When he saw his son's reaction, he felt even worse. 10,000 years ago, at the Seven Prefectures banquet, his son was in high spirits. At that time, Yi Chen-feng was just a defeated opponent. But now, 10,000 years had passed. Not to mention that his son had yet to step into the Emperor God realm. Even he himself had been surpassed by Yi Chen-feng and was left far behind. Who would have thought that the brat who did not even enter the top 20 of the Seven Prefectures banquet 10,000 years ago would become the strongest person in Tonglang province? In the past, although some people said that Yi Chen-feng was the strongest person in Tonglang province, it was not true. However, 10 years ago, Yi Chen-feng had made a powerful move in the Mochi clan. He had relied on his full-soul prominent grey divine sword to instantly kill Mochi Ju, one of the 3 great golden seat elders of the Mochi clan. "Elder Yi, Elder Lu, please." Huang Long sighed inwardly and then led the way in front. During this process, Lu Fenggu introduced the old man leading the way to the group of Chunyang school disciples behind him. "This is Elder Huang Long from the Rui sect. This is Elder Huang Qi Yuan from the Rui sect. He's also Elder Huang Long's son. As for the other one, he's also Elder Huang Long's disciple." When Lu Fenggu introduced Huang Long and the other two, Duan Lingtian also learned from Zhen Pingfan why Huang Qi Yuan was so sensitive. It turned out that this person had defeated Elder Yi Chen-feng in the past. During the Seven Prefectures banquet 10,000 years ago, he even made it to the top 10. At that time, Yi Chen-feng had been defeated by him in just a few moves, and he seemed to have said some unpleasant things as well. 10,000 years later, Yi Chen-feng had stepped into the mid-god emperor realm and grasped a high-grade divine sword. As for Huang Qi Yuan, he was still stuck at the high god emperor realm. 10,000 years. So many changes in an instant. Duan Lingtian could imagine how Huang Qi Yuan was feeling right now. It was no wonder he was so sensitive. In the eyes of outsiders, Yi Chen-feng's greeting was considered polite. However, in Huang Qi Yuan's eyes, it was no different from humiliation. After all, their statuses were not equal at all. "You took the initiative to talk to me and even said that we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. What do you mean? Are you trying to tell me that I was stronger than you 10,000 years ago?" At this moment, even Duan Lingtian felt that Yi Chen-feng was deliberately reminding Huang Qi Yuan that he had lost to him 10,000 years ago. Now, he could not be compared to him at all. "I didn't expect Elder Yi to have such a side to him." Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly. At the same time, he also felt that it was not a big deal. However, This also shows that being strong for a while does not mean that you will always be strong.
Don't bully the young.
Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, Zhen Pingfan's voice rang in his ears. This time, Elder Huang Long and his son actually came to pick us up. In my opinion, this must be arranged by the people in the Rui sect who oppose them. It's the Seven Mansions feast again. Moreover, Huang Qi Yuan once defeated Martial Uncle Yi. Why would he be so kind when he sees Martial Uncle Yi again? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he also felt that this was very likely. Otherwise, if it was voluntary, Huang Qi Yuan would definitely not be willing to see Elder Yi, who he had defeated in the past, under such circumstances. Elder Yi, Elder Lu. I heard that there's a monstrous genius in Chunyang School called Duan Lingtian. Even Machi Hong from the Machi clan was defeated by him. May I know who he is? Huang Long and the other two brought Duan Lingtian and his group to the resting place arranged for them. At first, he was just leading the way, but halfway there, he could not help but turn around and ask Yi Chen Feng and Lu Fenggu curiously as they walked. Duan Lingtian, say hello to Elder Huang. Lu Fenggu looked back at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. In the past, the tyrannical Saber clan had also invited Duan Lingtian, but they were all rejected by Duan Lingtian. Of course, in his opinion, it was also because the conditions offered by the tyrannical Saber clan were not good enough. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian might not have rejected them. He felt sorry for missing out on such a monstrous genius. If he had accepted such a monstrous genius, he might have had a chance to become the master of an ultimate god in the future. That was right. An ultimate god. In Lu Fenggu's opinion, the upper divine emperor realm that was difficult for them to reach would not be difficult for Duan Lingtian. At least, that was the case based on Duan Lingtian's current achievements. Duan Lingtian had the potential to become an ultimate god. Duan Lingtian greets Elder Huang. Since Lu Fenggu had spoken, Duan Lingtian naturally did not want to reject him. He took a few steps forward and cupped his fists slightly to salute Huang Long. At this moment, Huang Long was not the only one sizing up Duan Lingtian. Even Huang Long's son, Huang Qiyuan, and another disciple behind Huang Long were also sizing up Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that the three of them were very curious about Duan Lingtian. Huang Long was the first to regain his senses. He sighed and said, "He is indeed as handsome as the rumors say. He is indeed a man of striking appearance. A middle divine emperor less than 3,000 years old. A monstrous genius," Huang Long exclaimed. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he also humbly replied. The rest of the journey was quiet again. Fortunately, they soon arrived at their destination. It was a valley with beautiful mountains and clear waters. It was the place that the profound Jade Mansion had arranged for the people from Chunyang School to stay. There were still a few months before the Seven Mansions feast began. Duan Lingtian and the others had to wait here until the feast began. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, see you in 3 months. After sending Duan Lingtian and the others from Chunyang School to the valley, the 3 people from Tongling Province, led by Huang Long, bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and the others and left. The valley had everything that should be there. There were many courtyards and wooden houses that looked brand new. It was obvious that they had just been set up and no one had lived in them before. Chapter 40:13. In the profound Jade Mansion, whether it was the location of the Seven Mansions banquet or the resting place for the guests, everything was arranged by the 4 divine emperors of the profound Jade Mansion. There were no formations or restrictions here. Under such circumstances, even though the 4 divine emperors of the profound Jade Mansion were the hosts, it was impossible for them to tamper with the Seven Mansions banquet. At the same time, it was impossible for them to harm the young disciples of the other sects before the Seven Mansions banquet. After the group of people from the Chunyang School settled in, Duan Lingtian saw Lu Fenggu leading a group of elders from the Chunyang School to set up various formations above the canyon. There were no formations set up here beforehand. Naturally, even if they had set up formations, they would not feel safe. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the group of young disciples from the Chunyang School found a courtyard and entered a wooden house. After that they began to cultivate. Some of them wanted to cultivate on their own. As for some people, They were too embarrassed to hang around outside when they saw that everyone else had gone to cultivate. Some of them just wanted to put on a show in front of their elders. No matter how hard they worked, it would be difficult for them to improve their strength in 3 months. Moreover, they were under great pressure. The Seven Mansions banquet was about to begin. However, to Duanling Tian, these 3 months of time were a race against time. Although the 5 divine elements had been helping him consolidate his cultivation base, it was only natural that he did not have enough time to do so. For this reason, the next 3 months would be a crucial period for him. I have to consolidate my cultivation base before the Seven Mansions banquet. Otherwise, it'll be impossible for me to win the Seven Mansions banquet. Duanling Tian did not feel proud of himself even though the elder from the Rui sect thought he was monstrous after he joined the profound Nether Mansion. There would be many young powerhouses who were on par with him in the Seven Mansions banquet. Although Ma Qihong was widely acknowledged as the strongest person under the age of 10,000 in Tongling province, he only had a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet. Having a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet was completely different from having a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet. Ma Qihong only had a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet. In fact, Duan Lingtian's strength was not much stronger than Ma Qihong's. The reason he was able to defeat Ma Qihong so quickly was because Ma Qihong had underestimated him. If Ma Qihong had not underestimated Duan Lingtian due to his underestimation of Duan Lingtian's strength, Duan Lingtian would have to put in more effort to defeat Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength was not as strong as it was 10 years ago. Duan Lingtian did not have a banquet. Duan Lingtian's was Lingtian's Lingtian. This was the last thought Duan Lingtian had before he fully immersed himself in his cultivation. In the next instant, he completely immersed himself in his cultivation and began to cultivate diligently. Duan Lingtianus, of course, he wasn't worried that he would miss the feast of the 7 prefectures, because before the feast began, the people of the Pure Sun sect would definitely do everything they could to wake him up. After all, the Chunyang school's Lingtian was Lingtian's Lingtian. As for the others, even the most outstanding ones, it would be very difficult for them to make it to the top 10. Duan Lingtian was cultivating. On the other side, Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng were drinking tea. The two of them chatted while drinking tea. Martial Uncle Yi. Zhen Pingfan said with a smile, "I didn't realize you were so vengeful. It's been 10,000 years, yet you still remember Huang Qiyuan's disdain for you? Actually, I think he looked down on you back then because you were indeed inferior to him. There was no need for him to hold a grudge. Just like now. Can he look down on you? Dare he look down on you?" Zhen Pingfan said while shaking his head. "You brat." Yi Chenfeng glared at Zhen Pingfan. "Who told you I'm vengeful? Why do you think I'm vengeful? Have I ever offended him in any way? Isn't it just greeting him? Is this considered revenge? Speaking of which, he and I can be considered old friends. Although we met 10,000 years ago, as the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I regard him as a confidant. When I greeted him earlier, I also transmitted a message to him. If it weren't for what he said back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. You say, I'm thanking him, right? Why did he suddenly explode? It's really inexplicable." Zhen Pingfan was dumbfounded by Yi Chenfeng's words. "You provoked him by transmitting a message? At first, I thought that he was being too sensitive. He's really good-tempered. If it were me, even if I'm not your opponent, I would have already cursed at him." "You're really ruthless." Zhen Pingfan gave Yi Chenfeng a thumbs up with a face full of admiration. At the same time, he thought to himself, I shouldn't have offended this junior Uncle Yi in the past, right? Following which, Zhen Pingfan mocked Yi Chenfeng a few more times before changing the topic. "Junior Uncle Yi, the promise you made to Duan Lingtian earlier. It seems like you have confidence in him. Do you really think he has a chance of winning first place in the 7 prefectures banquet?" Zhen Pingfan asked. Hearing this, Yi Chenfeng shook his head to Zhen Pingfan's surprise. "Can I say that I have confidence in him? I just wanted to encourage him. However, if he's still as strong as he was 10 years ago, it's probably impossible for him to win first place in the 7 prefectures banquet. Even the top 3 would be difficult." As soon as Yi Chenfeng said this, Zhen Pingfan's pupils constricted. What? Is there a situation in the 7 prefectures banquet this time? Yes. Yi Chenfeng nodded. I've recently received news that a monster has appeared in the Consonance Mansion. If the rumors are true, he'll definitely be in the top 3 in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. Consonance Mansion? Zhen Pingfan's eyes flashed. Which force is it from? Heaven's Equal Sect. Yi Chenfeng said, Heaven's Equal Sect. Last year, a young disciple that many people in Heaven's Equal Sect didn't know about appeared. As soon as he appeared, he defeated the most outstanding people in Heaven's Equal Sect. Moreover, it was 1 against 5. The 5 most outstanding people in Heaven's Equal Sect's younger generation are all famous people. You and I both know about them. Even if the strongest person among them isn't as strong as Ma Qihong, he's not too far off. He's still very confident that he'll be in the top 10 of the 7 prefectures banquet. Hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan's face darkened. That Heaven's Equal Sect has really hidden themselves well. It seems like they've hidden that monster so that he can show off in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. Besides Heaven's Equal Sect of Consonance Mansion, is there anything else? Zhen Pingfan asked after calming down. Yi Chenfeng nodded. There's also Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion. This time, there seems to be more than one youngster who hasn't shown up before. Rumor has it that they've been secretly nurtured by Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion in order to get into the top 3 and win a lot of spots to be divided among the other forces. Both Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion have 3 forces each. If they can get into the top 3, even if they don't get first place, they'll still get enough spots. Hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan frowned. Both Underworld Prefecture and Heavenly Star Prefecture are so shameless this time. You still have the nerve to say that. Yi Chenfeng glared at Zhen Pingfan. Don't forget, 10,000 years ago, when no one from their 2 manors could get into the top 20, you were the one who nagged them, saying that they should give up on the 7 prefectures banquet or join forces to nurture their youngsters. Only then will they have a chance to get a spot. In my opinion, they heard what you said and decided to cooperate on the spur of the moment. Hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan's face froze. Did I say that? You didn't, right? Zhen Pingfan's face was obviously unnatural. He seemed to vaguely remember that he did say that. However, it was just a casual remark. Did you guys take it seriously? I was just kidding. The youngsters they've nurtured haven't shown themselves publicly, but they shouldn't be weak. At least, they shouldn't be weaker than Ma Qihong from the Ma Qi family. From Yi Chenfeng's words, it was obvious that he attached great importance to the youngsters nurtured by Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion. If this news is true, the 6 sects from Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion are really daring to use the resources of 3 sects to nurture one youngster. Zhen Pingfan could not help but sigh. Indeed, they are really daring. Yi Chenfeng nodded in agreement. In the following days, more and more people from the other 6 prefectures arrived at the location where the 7 prefectures banquet was held by the profound Jade Mansion. The people from each force were arranged to rest in different places. As for the young people from the various forces, they didn't run around after arriving. Instead, they stayed in their rooms and cultivated. Of course, only the people involved would know whether or not everyone was cultivating. Time passed by quietly. 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye for everyone. Duan Lingtian was awakened by Zhen Pingfan on the morning of the first day of the 7 prefectures banquet. It's time to go. Today is the first day of the 7 prefectures banquet. When Zhen Pingfan's voice rang out, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the wooden house, opened his eyes. A light flashed in his eyes, and his temperament changed. Is it finally going to start? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Then with a flash of his body, he left the wooden house to meet up with Zhen Pingfan. Then, he followed Zhen Pingfan to meet up with the rest of the Chunyang school. Chapter 40:14. It was the same place he had been to when he first arrived. There were small islands floating in the air around the arena. These islands were meant for the upper echelons of the various top forces in the 7 prefectures to watch the battles. As for the younger generation, they could only stand in the void. Duan Lingtian, why don't you come down and take a seat as well? Martial Uncle Yi won't mind, and I'm sure Martial Uncle Lu won't mind either. Zhan Pingfan sat in front of the stone table on the small floating island that the mysterious Jade Mansion had arranged for the upper echelons of the Chunyang school. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and asked Duan Lingtian to join him. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian declined politely. Elder Zhen, I'm fine here. Duan Lingtian scanned his surroundings. The Chunyang school had arrived early. Other than the Chunyang school, there were only 3 other forces that had arrived. None of the younger generation from the 3 forces had entered the small floating island that served as the spectator seats. Of course, some of the younger generation who looked old and senile were sitting there. However, Duan Lingtian did not see them. At the very least, he did not see any of the younger generation. Therefore, he naturally felt that it was inappropriate for him to join them. Moreover, the other young disciples of the Chunyang school were also standing on one side of the floating island where the upper echelons of the Chunyang school were seated. He felt that it was appropriate for him to stand with them. The people from the Mochi family are here. Yi Chunfeng's voice transmission suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian turned his head slightly. With just a glance, he saw a group of people under the lead of an old man approaching in a grandiose manner from afar. Duan Lingtian recognized this old man. He was the golden seat elder of the Mochi family, Mochi Yuning. It was said that he was the strongest expert in the Mochi family, a middle god emperor with extraordinary strength. He's actually leading the Mochi family this time? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised at first, but when he thought of the Mochi family's current situation, he felt relieved. Even in the past, the Mochi aristocratic family only had 4 middle god emperors. The patriarch of the Mochi aristocratic family, Mochi Lu Su, was one of them. The other 3 were the 3 great golden throne elders of the Mochi aristocratic family: Mochi Yuning, Mochi Wuming and Mochi Ju. Mochi Ju was dead. Mochi Wuming was grounded. Only 2 people from the Mochi family could lead the team this time. The Mochi family's patriarch, Mochi Lu Su, would definitely be in charge of the Mochi family. Therefore, only Mochi Yuning could come in person. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed a sharp gaze that was directed at him from behind Mochi Yuning. Moreover, there was a hint of hostility in that sharp gaze. Mochi Hong. Before seeing the other party's face clearly, Duan Lingtian subconsciously guessed who the owner of the gaze was. In the Mochi clan, probably only Mochi Hong alone would be so hostile towards him. Even if Mochi Ju's death was somewhat related to him, no matter how strange the Mochi aristocratic family was, they could not blame him. The other people in the Mochi aristocratic family would not hate him because of this. If they wanted to hate someone, they should hate Yi Chunfeng and Zhan Pingfan first. Mochi Hong was the only one who would target him. This was because Mochi Hong could only hate him. He only had the ability to hate him. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian saw Mochi Hong. He just so happened to see Mochi Hong staring at him with killing intent in his eyes. At the same time, Mochi Hong's voice rang in his ears. Duan Lingtian, one day, I'll kill you and avenge my ancestor Xian. Mochi Hong's voice was extremely cold and emotionless. When Duan Lingtian heard Mochi Hong's voice transmission, he smiled faintly and replied through voice transmission, Mochi Hong, if I'm not mistaken, I didn't kill your ancestor Xian, right? Even if you want to take revenge, you shouldn't look for me, right? At the very least, you shouldn't be the first one to look for me, right? Duan Lingtian asked mockingly. Mochi Hong, naturally, understood the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. His expression changed for a moment before he snorted coldly and no longer said anything. However, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. When Mochi Hong stared at Duan Lingtian, Mochi Yuning, who was the leader of the Mochi aristocratic family, followed his gaze and saw Duan Lingtian. A strange look appeared in his eyes as he looked at the small floating island next to Duan Lingtian and the others. When he saw the light golden figure on the island, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. The person he saw was none other than Yi Chunfeng. Elder Mochi, this way please. It was unknown if the profound Jade Mansion had done this intentionally, But the floating island where the Machi aristocratic family's higher-ups were watching the battle was right next to the floating island where the Chunyang school's higher-ups were watching the battle. The two floating islands looked at each other from afar. To ordinary people they were not far away. Haha. Elder Machi. When Machi Yuning and the other higher-ups of the Machi clan had just taken their seats, Machi Hong and the other younger generation of the Machi clan were standing in midair at the side of the floating island. When they had just stopped moving, a carefree voice resounded, and then a robust middle-aged man and a group of people behind him appeared before everyone's eyes. The burly middle-aged man had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was majestic and tall. He was more than 2 meters tall and looked like an iron tower. Alliance leader Ren. When they saw the other party, even Machi Yunning had no choice but to stand up with the group of Machi aristocratic family's higher-ups and nod at him. The person who had just arrived was none other than the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance in Tunglang Province. The Machi aristocratic family was not surprised that the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance had come personally. This was because the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance was different from ordinary sects and families. There were many powerhouses who managed the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. Instead, the title of alliance leader was an honorary title. Of course, in order to become the alliance leader, one must first convince the masses. The alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance was also the most powerful person in the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. It was said that he did not usually manage the affairs of the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. Most of the time, he was in closed-door cultivation. Of course, if the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance encountered something that required his help, he would come out of closed-door cultivation. After the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance greeted Machi Yunning of the Machi aristocratic family, he looked at the Chunyang school from afar. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, long time no see. Alliance leader Ren. Lu Fenggu stood up and nodded at the other party in greeting. On the other hand, Yi Chenfeng only glanced at him indifferently and did not respond to him. Seeing this, the younger generation of the Machi aristocratic family felt that Yi Chenfeng was ignoring the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance because he was powerful. Even Duan Lingtian thought so at first. However, when he thought about it again, he realized that Yi Chenfeng was not that kind of person. He suddenly realized that there might be more to this than met the eye. Elder Zhen. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian asked Zhan Pingfan through voice transmission. Soon, he received an answer from Zhan Pingfan. When the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness first met Martial Uncle Yi, he didn't think highly of him. Therefore, in an occasion where he could make the decision, he gave something that should have belonged to Martial Uncle Yi to a genius from the Seven Kills sect. Of course, he did not give up. In his eyes, both Junior Uncle Yi and that person were outsiders. It was the same no matter who he gave it to. It was just that he thought highly of the other party. That thing was very important to Junior Uncle Yi at that time. As he spoke, Zhan Pingfan added another sentence. When Duan Lingtian heard this, realization dawned on him. At the same time, he realized that Elder Yi of the Chunyang school was indeed very vengeful. Of course, he was also famous for being protective of his own people. Duan Lingtian had heard about Elder Yi not long after he entered Chunyang school. Because of this, he had heard that both the people outside and inside Chunyang school had a one-sided evaluation of Elder Yi. While the people outside Chunyang school were criticizing Elder Yi, the people inside Chunyang school were praising Elder Yi. It could be said that Elder Yi was famous in Tunglang province for not being praised or criticized. Elder Yi, Elder Lu. After the people from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance found a place to sit and stand, another group of people arrived. Some of them landed on a small floating island next to Chunyang school under the guidance of the people from the mysterious Jade Mansion. Among this group of people, Duan Lingtian saw a few familiar faces and guessed that they were from the Seven Kills Valley. The few familiar faces included Yu Chanlian, the God Emperor Elder of the Seven Kills Valley who had received Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan back then. There was also another God Emperor Elder of the Seven Kills Valley, whom Duan Lingtian had met in the Tianlong clan's Emperor Battle Realm, Hong Yunxiao. Although Duan Lingtian had not seen Elder Hong Yunxiao the last time he went to the Seven Kills Valley, he still had a deep impression of him. He knew that Hong Yunxiao possessed a high-grade full-soul divine weapon. In addition to the two of them, there was another familiar face Duan Lingtian. It was Yu Chanlian's disciple, Dao Wei, who was ranked at the top of the younger generation in the Seven Kills Valley. While Duan Lingtian was looking at Dao Wei was also looking at Duan Lingtian. Presently, Dao Wei's gaze towards Duan Lingtian was no longer filled with contempt, and there was only fear left. However, the group of people from the Seven Kills Valley, whether it was Yu Chanlian whom Duan Lingtian knew or Hong Yunxiao, were not the ones leading the group this time. The person leading the group was a skinny old man. Although he looked old, his eyes were sharp and spirited. When Duan Lingtian saw his face, he could not help but glance at Hong Yunxiao a few times. This was because he realized that Hong Yunxiao looked very similar to this old man. I heard from Elder Zhan that the Seven Kills Valley's God Emperor Elder Hong Yunxiao's grandfather was a middle God Emperor expert from the Seven Kills Valley. Could this be him? Hong Yunxiao was similar to Zhen Pingfan. Both of them were lower God Emperors. Moreover, both of them had middle God Emperors in their respective sections. Moreover, both of them were close relatives. In the Seven Kills Valley and the Chunyang School, both of them were recognized as princes. Elder Hong. This time, Lu Fenggu was not the only one who stood up. Even Yi Chenfeng stood up and greeted the old man with a smile. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Zhen Pingfan. I'm sure this Elder Hong doesn't have any enmity with Elder Yi, right? Duan Lingtian's voice transmission stunned Zhen Pingfan. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian with a wry smile. Duan Lingtian, don't misunderstand Junior Uncle Yi. He's really not someone who holds grudges. Chapter 40-15. Don't hold grudges? Upon hearing Zhen Fanfan's words, Duan Lingtian did not say anything on the surface, but he cursed inwardly. If he did not hold grudges, would he have offended Huang Qi Yuan from the profound Nether Mansion's Rui sect? If he did not hold grudges, would he have ignored the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness in Tunglung Province? Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew very well that the reason Yi Chenfeng was able to do this was because he was strong and confident. If he was still the Yi Chenfeng from 10,000 years ago, how would he have the confidence to do this now? Naturally, if he was still the same person, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness would not have taken the initiative to greet him. Since the people from the Seven Kills Valley are here, the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect should be here soon, right? When Duan Lingtian saw the old man leading the Seven Kills Valley's group had stopped talking to them after a few polite words, Duan Lingtian glanced at his surroundings and saw more and more people had arrived. Based on the number of people on the floating islands, he could tell which sect had not arrived yet. There were only less than 10 floating islands that were empty. Elder Yi, Elder Lu. Soon after, another wave of greetings attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. It was from one of the groups of people who had just arrived at the Chunyang School. Among this group of people, Duan Lingtian saw two familiar faces. With a quick thought, he recalled that he had seen them in the Seven Slaughter Valley. They were from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect, the last top sect in Tunglung Province. The Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect was also a sect in Tunglung Province. Although they were not as strong as the Chunyang School, they were still slightly stronger than the Machi clan. Elder Xiao. Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu stood up and greeted Elder Xiao with a smile. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not need to ask Zhen Pingfan to know Elder Xiao from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect did not have any enmity with Yi Chenfeng. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect greeted the people from the Seven Kills Valley. Then, the few high-ranking officials from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect entered the floating island on the other side of the Seven Kills Valley. After the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect arrived, Duan Lingtian saw people arriving on the floating islands one after another. From the beginning until the end, no one from the other mansions came to greet them. Duan Lingtian could also guess the reason behind this. It was none other than the forces of the different mansions. In fact, it could even be said that they were not familiar with each other. If they knew each other, they would greet each other. If they did not know each other, they would ignore each other. After all, the Duan Lingtians. Of course, even if they did not know each other, it did not mean they did not care about each other. Although no one from the other mansions came to greet Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu from the Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian noticed that many people were looking at him from time to time. Naturally, they were not looking at him. Although he was quite famous now, Not many people knew who he was. They were all looking at Yi Chunfeng. It was obvious that the news of Yi Chunfeng killing the Machi family's golden seat elder Machi Ju with a high-grade divine sword with a complete soul had spread. Otherwise, based on Elder Ye's achievements in the past, he would not be able to attract so much attention. While Duanling Tian was observing his surroundings, a voice suddenly rang in the air and interrupted his train of thought. Friends from the various mansions and young prodigies, welcome to the Mystic Jade Mansion. It was a deep voice. As soon as it rang in everyone's ears, including Duan Lingtian's, Duan Lingtian saw 4 figures flying out from the 4 small floating islands in the east. Zhan Pingfan had mentioned the 4 small floating islands to him earlier. Therefore, he knew that the hosts of the Duan Lingtian banquet, the 4 God Emperor level forces of the Mystic Jade Mansion, had arranged this for him. Among the 4 people who flew out, one was a middle-aged man while the other 3 were old men. The 4 of them stood side by side in the air above the center of the field. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier continued to speak. The Mystic Jade Mansion is honored to host the Duan Lingtian banquet this time. Many of you are old friends, but most of you are new faces. All of you are new talents from the 7 mansions. My name is Lin Donglai, and I'm Elder Jin Shi from the Flame Howl sect of the Mystic Jade Mansion. The middle-aged man introduced himself and the people next to him. The person on my left is Elder Ding Jianchu from the Rui sect of the Mystic Jade Mansion. He's also the #1 sword cultivator in the Mystic Jade Mansion. People call him the Mystic Jade Sword God. Duan Lingtian could not help but take a few more glances at Elder Ding Jianchu because of the middle-aged man's introduction of Elder Ding Jianchu from the Rui sect. Although Elder Ding Jianchu looked old, he stood there as straight as a javelin. One could clearly sense a sharp aura from him. Moreover, he had restrained it. If he had not restrained it, one could not imagine how sharp it would be. Elder Ding. It seems like he's about to master the sword principle? As someone who had mastered the sword principle, Duan Lingtian could vaguely make this judgment based on the aura of the person in front of him. Hearing Lin Donglai's introduction, Ding Jianchu shook his head and said, "Everyone, please don't listen to Elder Lin's nonsense. I'm not a sword god. I'm just an ordinary sword cultivator who's exploring the sword principle." In terms of the sword principle, who here dares to say that they can defeat Elder Yi Chunfeng from the Chunyang school? Elder Yi Chunfeng is the only Emperor God expert in the 7 mansions who has mastered the sword principle. As soon as Ding Jianchu finished speaking, everyone's attention shifted from him to the people from the Chunyang school. All eyes were focused on Yi Chunfeng. Yi Chunfeng saw this and smiled faintly. "Elder Ding, you flatter me. I think you're very close to mastering the sword principle." If Duan Lingtian could sense it, Yi Chunfeng, who had also mastered the sword principle, could naturally sense it as well. In fact, due to his higher cultivation, he could sense it more clearly than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian couldn't be sure, but he could. Hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Ding Jianchu's eyes flashed and he laughed. "Elder Yi, you have a good eye." After the banquet of the 7 manners is over, I would like to invite Elder Yi and everyone from the Pure Sun sect to stay at my Rui sect for a while. My Rui sect will treat your people as esteemed guests and will not neglect them. Of course, most importantly, there are some questions I'd like to ask Elder Yi. As soon as Ding Jianchu finished speaking, Lin Donglai and the other 2 old men beside him were slightly stunned. Although they knew that Ding Jianchu was very accomplished in the sword principle and had mastered the embryonic form of the sword principle a long time ago, they didn't expect him to be so close to mastering the sword principle. He took the initiative to invite Yi Chunfeng, and even said that he would entertain the dozens of people from the Chunyang school. It was obvious that he was going to put in a lot of effort. Obviously, he wanted to smoothly master the sword principle with Yi Chunfeng's help. "It's my honor." Yi Chunfeng looked at Lu Fenggu who was sitting at the side before he looked at Ding Jianchu with a smile on his face. It would be a waste if he didn't take advantage of the opportunity. Moreover, even if Ding Jianchu had really mastered the sword Dao, not to mention the fact that he had just comprehended the sword Dao, it was not a big threat to him. Even if it was a threat, it would not threaten him. The profound nether mansion was still far away from the Tonglang province. Ding Jianchu's smile widened when he heard Yi Chunfeng's reply. However, he didn't say anything since this was not the time for idle chatter. At this moment, Lin Donglai, an elder of the Flame Howl sect, continued to introduce the other two people beside him. The two people beside me are Duanmu Yunfan, the supreme elder of the Duanmu clan in the Tonglang province. When Duanmu Yunfeng nodded to the people around him, Lin Donglai continued to introduce the last person. The person beside Elder Duanmu is the deputy villa master of the Dark Saber Villa in the East Ridge Mansion, Lang Shiyu. Lang Shiyu was a skinny old man dressed in a long black robe with a cold expression on his face. He only nodded slightly when he heard Lin Donglai's introduction. The four of us will personally supervise the Seven Mansions banquet this time. We won't allow any unnecessary harm to befall the prodigies from the various mansions. The purpose of the Seven Mansions banquet is just to spar and learn from each other. Apart from that, I, Lin Donglai, will be the host of the Seven Mansions banquet this time. As for the rules of the Seven Mansions banquet, they'll still be the same as before. If you still don't know the rules of the Seven Mansions banquet, you can ask your seniors now. As soon as he finished speaking, except for Lin Donglai, who was still standing in the middle of the field, Ding Jianchu and the other two returned to where their respective forces were. The Seven Mansions banquet. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as she recalled the rules of the Seven Mansions banquet that Zhen Pingfan had told her earlier. The first round was to draw lots to determine their opponents. Naturally, as the host, the Mystic Jade Mansion could cheat during the drawing of lots. However, even if they cheated, it would only allow some people to stay in the arena for a little longer. Those who were not strong enough to enter through the back door would still be eliminated in the end. Due to this reason, although it was possible to cheat, it was meaningless. In the past Seven Mansions banquets, the host of the Seven Mansions banquet had never cheated. This was because the gains did not make up for the losses. It could even be said that it was a thankless task. The opponents of the first round will be decided by drawing lots, and the person that defeats the opponent and obtains victory will enter the rookie group. Whereas, if someone doubts the strength of a person in the rookie group, then the person can issue a challenge and replace the person. Everyone who enters the rookie group can only be challenged once. Those who are not in the rookie group will have 3 chances to challenge others. Half of the people in the rookie group will advance. As for the other half, even if they don't enter the rookie group in the end, it doesn't mean that they'll be sentenced to death. They still have a chance to be resurrected in the next round. Chapter 40:16. A quarter of an hour passed by very quickly. It's about time. Lin Donglai, the elder of the Flame Howl sect who was in charge of hosting the Seven Prefectures banquet, announced with a smile on his face. Next, please pay attention to the lots that I'm throwing out. You may draw lots from afar. The words on the sticks will only appear when they reach your hands and you infuse them with your divine power. There are hundreds of different words in the lots, and there are 2 lots for each word. The 2 people who draw the same lot will become opponents, and the winner will enter the rookie group. Lin Donglai announced loudly, "Next, please pay attention to the lots. I will throw them out in 10 breaths." More than 1,000? At first, Duan Lingtian saw that there were many people present, but they were scattered all over the place. He could not tell that there were more than 1,000 young prodigies, however, on second thought, there were nearly 30 forces in the 7 prefectures, including the 5 major forces in Tonglang province. Even if there were only 40 people from each force, there would still be more than 1,000 people. The 7 prefectures were Tonglang province, State Prefecture of Qing, Mysterious Jade Prefecture, Lingxi Prefecture, Underworld Prefecture, Tianshan Prefecture, and Daming Prefecture. Among them, there were 5 major forces in Tonglang province. State Prefecture of Qing had 4 major forces. Mysterious Jade Prefecture was one of the 4 major forces. Lingxi Prefecture, like Tonglang Province, had 5 major forces. Underworld Prefecture and Tianshan Prefecture each had 3 major forces. Daming Prefecture had 4 major forces. In total, there were 28 forces. In other words, there were a total of 28 forces and young prodigies present at the 7 prefectures banquet. Pay attention. When there were only 2 or 3 breaths left, Lu Fenggu's voice rang in the ears of Duan Lingtian and the other Chunyang school prodigies, reminding them to pay attention. Even Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting, could not help but pay attention. In the blink of an eye, 2 breaths had passed. Finally, Lin Donglai made his move. With a casual toss of his hand, over 1,000 tokens scattered in the air like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, appearing before everyone's eyes.
Of course he didn't.
Even though these tokens were free-falling, he still used his own divine force to support them. A large number of tokens floated in the void. Almost at the same time, the tokens stopped moving. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Streaks of invisible energy swept out from the bodies of over 1,000 young geniuses at the scene, and each of them took a token. Because the tokens all looked the same, no one fought over them. Normally, it would depend on which token someone had taken. The person who was a step late would give up on that token. This group of people was very well-mannered. Therefore, in less than 10 breaths' time, over 1,000 badges were collected and distributed to over 1,000 young geniuses.
Inject godly power?
Duan Ling Tian held the token in his hand and subconsciously injected godly power into it. Suddenly, a layer of light flashed on the token, and then dimmed. A word appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. When he saw this word, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently. At this moment, the disciples of Chunyang School who were standing beside Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's strange movement. They subconsciously stole a glance at the token in Duan Lingtian's hand. When they saw it, they could not help but burst into laughter. Their laughter was very bright. In an instant, more and more people were alarmed. Duan Lingtian's reaction was swift, and he put away the command token. Instantly, the people who didn't have time to see the words on the command token were greatly disappointed, whereas, some people who saw the words on the command token in time started to laugh. Duan Lingtian, what is the word?
Tell us and share it with us.
Because Duan Lingtian was amiable, he was quite popular. As a matter of fact, a disciple of Chunyang School could not help but ask with a smile, I think everyone wants to know what word you got. Seeing a group of people looking over and staring at him curiously, Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched again, but he ignored him. However, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to them. Yet these people quickly found out what words were inscribed on the command token Duan Lingtian obtained from the mouths of those with sharp eyes earlier. They were transmitting their voices, so even if the word spread, Duan Lingtian would not know who spread it. None of them were worried that Duan Lingtian would hold a grudge against them. Of course, based on their interactions with Duan Lingtian during this period of time, they could see that Duan Lingtian would not hold a grudge against them over such a small matter. Ha 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 ha. When the crowd learned about the word on Duan Lingtian's token, they could not help but laugh. In the end, they laughed so hard that even Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu were alarmed. More than 60 prodigies of Chunyang School, including Duan Lingtian, were laughing, except for a few people. What word did Duan Lingtian get? Is it that funny? This time, even Zhen Pingfan was curious. Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu, on the other hand, got the answer from their disciples immediately. The two of them looked at each other and saw a smirk on each other's face. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Zhen Fan laughed out loud. It was obvious he knew about it as well. Duan Lingtian, you're really lucky. You actually managed to obtain such a good piece of calligraphy. It seems that even God thinks you deserve that word. Zhen Pingfan was laughing so hard that tears almost flew out of his eyes. Duan Lingtian's expression became more and more awkward. Then he said helplessly, it's just the word ugly. Elder Zhen, do you have to laugh so hard? Moreover, I'm not the only one who got the word ugly. That was right. Duan Lingtian got the word ugly. Duan Lingtian? In the distance, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet, also turned his attention to the Chunyang School when he heard the commotion. With his sharp ears, he naturally heard what was going on. He got the word ugly? Lin Donglai laughed. He did not cheat in this lottery, and there was no need to. It was his idea to add the word ugly. He did not expect that one of the 2 words ugly would fall into the hands of the Chunyang School's prodigy, Duan Lingtian. He had heard of Duan Lingtian a long time ago. He had even heard of Duan Lingtian's existence before Duan Lingtian defeated Ma Qihong of the Ma Qi family. After all, it was not easy for a lower divine emperor to kill 2 medium divine emperors in a row. Even among the current lower divine emperors of the Flame Howl sect, no one could do that. If that's the case, let's change the order. Lin Donglai glanced at the memory jade slip in his hand. With a thought, he changed the order of the battles recorded in it. He changed the word ugly, that was originally in the middle, to the front. Number 1. At the same time, Lin Donglai glanced around and continued to announce, "Now, I'm sure all the prodigies have seen the words on the tokens in their hands. Since that's the case, I hereby announce that the first stage of the 7 Prefectures banquet, the battle for the newcomers group, officially begins." When everyone heard Lin Donglai's announcement, their hearts skipped a beat. Even the people from Chunyang School stopped attacking Duan Lingtian. Lin Donglai continued to announce, "Next, let's invite the 2 prodigies who have obtained the word ugly to battle it out in the arena. The winner will temporarily enter the newcomers group." The word ugly. Lin Donglai's announcement caused an uproar in the crowd. There's such a word? Haha. I can't believe there's such a word. The mysterious Jade Mansion is really well prepared. I'm really curious who obtained the word ugly. The person who obtained the word ugly is really lucky. It's a pity that there's no reward. As soon as Lin Donglai opened his mouth, the solemn atmosphere in the arena immediately turned into an uproar. Many people could not help but laugh. Then, each and every one of them looked around curiously, wanting to see which 2 people had obtained the word ugly. At that moment, the group of people from the Pure Sun sect started laughing again. Duan Lingtian, I'm sure the mysterious Jade Mansion did this on purpose. Zhan Pingfan said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Look, not only did you obtain the word ugly, but they even arranged for you to be the vanguard. When your strength increases in the future, I'll support you in making a trip to the mysterious Jade Mansion and defeating all the god emperors there. Zhan Pingfan was laughing as if he wanted the world to be in chaos. Duan Lingtian did not respond to Zhan Pingfan's words on the surface, but he remembered it in his heart. They must have done this on purpose. Ugly is the first in line? Of course, they might not know that I'm the one who obtained the word ugly. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a little helpless. After all, the mysterious Jade Mansion was not targeting him. Perhaps they just wanted to create some atmosphere for the opening of the 7 Prefectures banquet. Coincidentally, he happened to run into them. He's here. He's not ugly. Not only is he not ugly, but he's also quite good-looking. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave, many voices sounded from the surroundings. This made Duan Lingtian realize that the other person who obtained the word ugly had left. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but look in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the void in front of him. It was a young woman with delicate features. Although she was not exceptionally seductive, she was still considered a rare beauty. Moreover, she had an otherworldly aura. Coupled with the fact that she was a woman, the laughter in the surroundings gradually died down. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he soared into the air and appeared before everyone's eyes. Duan Lingtian obtained the word ugly? On the other side of the 7 Kills Valley, Yu Chanlian and Hong Yunxiao, the 2 God Emperor elders from the 7 Kills Valley who recognized Duan Lingtian, were stunned for a moment before they could not help but laugh. This little fellow is really lucky. Indeed. While the 2 of them were laughing, Dao Wei, who also recognized Duan Lingtian, did not laugh. Instead, he stared at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. In the face of the pressure that Duan Lingtian gave him, how could he be in the mood to laugh? Heavenly Stellar Prefecture, Flowing Cloud Sect, Xianxia. When Duan Lingtian flew into the air and faced the woman, she had already introduced herself. Chapter 40:17. At this moment, with the appearance of Duan Lingtian and Xianxia, the combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman, most of the people present immediately forgot about the word ugly. Of course, there were still a few people who looked at them meaningfully. These 2 are really lucky. They actually obtained the ugly token. Who do you think is stronger between the 2 of them? That's hard to say. I've never heard of the girl who introduced herself. I think she's just an ordinary young prodigy in Tianjin Prefecture's Cloud Flow sect. Let's see if this young man is a familiar figure. After all, Although there are many famous young prodigies in various prefectures, and we've heard of them, we've never seen them before. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian finally nodded at the girl in front of him.
Tongling Province, Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. Tongling Province, Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian.
Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the originally noisy crowd instantly fell silent. It was as if this name had a special magic power. When the girl who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian heard Duan Lingtian's self-introduction, her beautiful face changed instantly. At the same time she felt bitter. Why am I so unlucky to meet him first? Although she did not feel that her strength was among the best among the young prodigies who came to participate in the 7 prefectures feast this time, she should be able to enter the upper middle tier. At the very least, as her master had said, she would definitely be able to enter the rookie group. However, now, her first opponent was the person she had often heard people talking about recently. The prodigy of Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. Just as the woman's expression changed, the surroundings, which had originally fallen into a deathly silence, suddenly burst into an uproar as if they were retaliating.
He's Duan Lingtian?
Is that Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School?
Nonsense. Didn't you hear his self-introduction? Are there 2 Duan Lingtian in Chunyang School?
I didn't expect it to be him. I've long since heard of his great name. He's an existence that defeated the former #1 person in the younger generation of Tongling Province, Ma Qihong. It's said that Ma Qihong had the potential to kill his way into the top 3 of the 7 prefectures banquet, yet he was defeated by him. With Ma Qihong's strength, the top 10 in the 7 prefectures banquet is a given. This time, the top 10 in Tongling Province should be Duan Lingtian and Ma Qihong. Everyone's gazes locked onto the purple figure in the void ahead. This young man was no stranger to them. Even though he had never met the other party before, he had long heard of the other party's name. At this moment, on the side of Xianxia Estate's flowing cloud sect, on a small floating island, an old woman wearing a dark green robe and holding a walking stick frowned.
This girl, why is her luck so bad?
Her first battle is against the monster from Tongling Province's Chunyang School.
If you're worried, just ask her to admit defeat.
An old woman next to her smiled. Humph. The old woman snorted.
Why would she admit defeat?
In any case, with Elder Lin Donglai keeping an eye on him, how could Duan Lingtian do anything to my disciple? It's just as well. Let my disciple test him and see if he's as strong as the rumors say. The old woman was Duan Lingtian's current opponent, Xianxia's master. She was also a lesser god emperor elder in Xianxia Estate's flowing cloud sect. Xianxia was her last disciple. Although she was young and her strength was average, she was doted on by her. At this moment, in the void, Elder Lin Donglai of Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet, looked at the man and woman facing each other and said indifferently, "Let's begin." Almost as soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Xianxia made her move. Her body swayed, and a gust of wind blew around her. In the next instant, she seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, blowing toward Duan Lingtian. She was obviously good at the law of wind. Moreover, because her opponent was Duan Lingtian, she took out her upper-grade divine weapon as soon as she made her move. It was a sword. The sword moved with the wind, and the killing sword radiance was like stars scattered all over the sky, sprinkling toward Duan Lingtian. This genius disciple of Flowing Cloud sect is quite strong. Her strength should be above average among the younger generation of divine emperors under 10,000 years old in Flowing Cloud sect. As Xianxia made her move, many higher-ups of other forces nodded slightly, expressing their appreciation of her strength. Even the old woman on the floating island, who was Xianxia's master, smiled at this moment. She felt restrained by the praises of the people around her. However, in the next instant, the smile on her face completely froze. "Excuse me." In the void far away, the young man in purple said these 3 words. Then, a spatial storm swept up around him. The storm was like a tornado, sweeping out. Not only did it destroy Xianxia's fierce attack, but it also sent her flying. Pfft. Xianxia's body flew backward, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, after flying for a short while, she stopped again. "Senior brother Duan, thank you for showing mercy." Xianxia's face was red, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be badly injured, but only she knew that her opponent had withdrawn his strength at the critical moment. Otherwise, even if she did not die, she would have been seriously injured. If her opponent had wanted to kill her, that attack would have been enough to send her to the next world. Of course, she knew that even if her opponent really wanted to kill her, it would not be so easy. There was a middle-level emperor god at the side acting as the host, watching them. If the situation was not right, the middle-level emperor god would save her immediately. Duan Lingtian nodded at Xianxia, then turned around and left. From the beginning to the end, he was as calm as the wind, as if he was an expert beyond the world. At this moment, Xianxia, who was usually sought after by many young talents in the Flowing Cloud sect, suddenly felt that she did not seem to be that attractive. At least, this man had completely ignored her. Perhaps it is because he is so undistracted that he can have the strength he has today. Xianxia thought to herself. He reminded me. I, Xianxia, cannot be infatuated with love in the future. Look at my master. Isn't he still single now? Only by being single will he have a higher chance of entering the Emperor God realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that because of his indifference, he had created a female expert for the Flowing Cloud sect who would never marry in the future. After Duan Lingtian left the arena, according to the rules of the rookie group competition, Xianxia had to hand over the token in her hand to Lin Donglai. The loser would give up the token in their hand. However, when Lin Donglai took the token from her, he also handed her a jade slip. Take this jade slip. You have one chance to challenge. When you challenge, bring this jade slip to the arena. Before you start, inject your divine power into this jade slip, and it will turn into dust. Everyone only has one chance to challenge. After the rookie group has been confirmed, you have to think about who you want to challenge as your opponent. Lin Donglai seemed to be speaking to Xianxia, but his voice was not soft. Everyone present heard him, and it made them understand the rules of the rookie group competition in the first round of the 7 Prefectures Feast. A moment later, Xianxia left the arena as well. At this moment, Xianxia was not the focus of everyone's attention. Even the token with the word, Cho, was thrown to the back of everyone's mind. At this moment, more people's gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of Chunyang School, lives up to his reputation. He didn't even use his divine weapon, and he didn't even move. He only relied on his divine power and the law of space to defeat Xianxia. An ordinary intermediate divine emperor wouldn't be able to do that. Of course. Even though Xianxia is only a low-level godly emperor, judging from her attack just now, she is not much weaker than an ordinary medium-level godly emperor. Why are all of you so surprised? Don't forget that Duan Lingtian defeated Ma Qihong from the Machi clan in Tunglang province. At that time, Ma Qihong had been a high-level divine emperor for 100 years, and Duan Lingtian had only been an intermediate divine emperor for 2 years. A group of people whispered among themselves. When they talked about the battle between Duan Lingtian and Ma Qihong, their gazes instinctively fell on the Machi clan. Some of the people who knew Ma Qihong were staring at him. This made Ma Qihong's expression turn ugly. He couldn't wait to go up and fight with Duan Lingtian. He wanted to prove that he was not weaker than Duan Lingtian, and that he was even stronger than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. After Duan Lingtian left the arena, many Chunyang school disciples smiled and congratulated him. Duan Lingtian nodded at the enthusiastic crowd and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. These fellows finally didn't mention the matter of the Cho word token. Soon, the second battle began. This time, the participants were not from Tunglang province, nor were they from the state capital of Qing. They were the prodigies of the famous prefecture and the consonants prefecture. One of them was from a family, while the other was from a sect. After more than 30 moves, the prodigy of the consonants prefecture won and advanced to the next round. Of course, this was only a temporary advancement. One battle after another. It seems like the 7 prefectures grand banquet is going to go on for a long time. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself when he saw that some of the participants were evenly matched and only ended after a long time. In the end, Duan Lingtian felt bored and sat cross-legged in the void to cultivate. He took out a disc array and set up a soundproof array around him. There was no need to worry about safety when cultivating there. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was not the only one cultivating on the spot. Many young prodigies from various prefectures were also sitting cross-legged in the void to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. On this day, there were about 100 people in total, less than 150. Looking at the situation today, I don't think the rookie group will be finished in 10 days. When it was time to leave, Duan Lingtian also stopped cultivating and left with the rest of the Chunyang school. Chapter 40:18. After a full 12 days, the first round of the 7 prefectures feast, the first round of the rookie group competition, finally came to an end. However, that was only the end of the first round. After the first round, there was still the second round, the challenge round. Every person who was defeated in the first round could choose to challenge their opponent in this round. Each person only had one chance to challenge. Until yesterday, after 12 days, the first round of the rookie group finally came to an end. Starting today, the second round of the rookie group will begin. In the air, Elder Lin Donglai of the profound Jade Mansion's Flamehowl sect announced with a solemn expression. In the second round, those who lost in the first round will have one chance to challenge their opponent. You can think of it as the Battle of Resurrection. Next up, those who have lost the first round but still wish to challenge again, raise the jade slip that I gave you earlier above your head. If you don't wish to challenge again, you can choose to infuse your divine energy into the jade slip and destroy it. This will also be considered as you giving up on your right to challenge this round. As Lin Donglai spoke, a group of people raised their jade scrolls. As for those who destroyed their jade scrolls, very few of them did so. Now, I will hand out the numbered tokens and challenge you according to the number on it. In the next instant, as Lin Donglai spoke again, the tokens were thrown into the air one by one. Then, as if they were attracted by the jade scrolls in everyone's hands, they flew directly over. Everyone who raised their jade scrolls received a token. Now, those who received the number 1 token, come up and choose your opponent. I've reminded you before that if there's an opponent in the first round, remember the words on the token in their hand. When you challenge in the second round, you can directly report the words on their token. In the first round, 2 people who received the same engraved words would fight against each other. The winner would leave behind their token. The loser would hand over their token. Those who received the number 1 token are pretty lucky. Duan Lingtian stood among the people from the Chunyang school. He sat cross-legged in the air and looked into the distance. However, he did not cultivate as hard as he did a few days ago. In this round, the person who went up first would definitely have an advantage. After all, he could choose his opponent at will. As for the later contestants, they were limited in their choice of opponents. The last person to enter the arena had very few opponents to choose from. This was because a small number of people had given up. If no one gave up, the last person to enter the arena would have no choice but to challenge the person who was left behind. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Zhen Pingfan's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan sent him a sound transmission. A few days ago, even though you were at the 7 prefectures feast, you were still working hard to cultivate. But starting from a few days ago, you stopped cultivating. It seems that he has made a breakthrough in his cultivation. It was no wonder that Zhen Pingfan made such a guess. A few days ago, Duan Lingtian was really too serious. Even though he was at the 7 prefectures feast, he was still working hard to cultivate and did not even watch a few matches. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhen Pingfan's words, he could not help but sigh at Zhen Pingfan's sharp eyes. Then, he smiled and sent a sound transmission. It's just a small improvement. If you want to improve further, it's not something that can be improved in a short period of time. Therefore, it's better to relax appropriately. After all, there's a way to relax. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan gave him a deep look. Are you sure it's just a small improvement? When he thought about how Duan Lingtian had defeated Duan Lingtian of the Machi family, Zhen Pingfan's heart trembled. With that as a foundation, would there be anyone in the 7 prefectures feast who could be a match for Duan Lingtian? At this moment, the person who had obtained the number 1 token also entered the arena. The person who had obtained the number 1 token was a young prodigy from the underworld mansion. Duan Lingtian had some impression of him. This was because he had fought with him the day before yesterday. After 100 moves, he was defeated by his opponent. With his strength, it would not be a problem for him to enter the rookie group. The reason he was eliminated in the first round was because his opponent was too strong. He's in the rookie group. It's a sure thing. Everything that happened next was just as Duan Lingtian had guessed. This prodigy from the underworld mansion, who was considered quite strong, picked a weaker opponent and defeated him within 30 moves. He replaced his opponent and became a member of the rookie group. Now that he had succeeded in his challenge, no one else could challenge him in the future. It could be said that he had passed the first round of the rookie group competition. I wonder if anyone will challenge me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After thinking about it, Duan Lingtian began to look forward to it. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a cold voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. The voice sounded familiar, but he could not recall where he had heard it before. However, when he tilted his head slightly, Duan Lingtian saw who had sent him the voice transmission. It was Mochi Hong, the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation of the Mochi family. He was the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in Tunglang province. When Duan Lingtian looked at Mochi Hong and met his eyes, Mochi Hong continued to send him the voice transmission. I originally planned to pretend to be defeated by someone else in the first round. Then, I would challenge you and defeat you so that you would not be able to compete for the top 10 spots for Chunyang School. However, after thinking about it, I decided to spare you this time. I don't want Chunyang School to act out of desperation. The current Chunyang School was no longer the Chunyang School of the past. Even if Mochi Hong saw Duan Lingtian, Yi Chunfeng, and Chunyang School as his enemies, he had to take this into consideration. When Duan Lingtian heard Mochi Hong's voice transmission, he was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Mochi Hong deeply. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile as he replied indifferently through voice transmission. Based on what you said, it seems like you've made some progress in the past 10 years? However, I don't think you're afraid of Chunyang School just because you don't want to fight with me at this time, right? You and the Mochi family don't dare to take the risk, right? Duan Lingtian's words exposed Mochi Hong's situation, causing Mochi Hong's expression to turn grim. He did not say anything else after he said some harsh words. Duan Lingtian, I'll definitely defeat you in the top 10 ranking battle. Mochi Hong's voice was extremely cold. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. At the same time, he wondered how much Mochi Hong's strength had improved. How could he be so confident? However, even if Mochi Hong had improved, he was not afraid. After all, Mochi Hong's improvement might not be as great as his. Even if Mochi Hong's improvement was greater than his, it would be impossible for him to defeat him. At the same time, the challenges in the field were also in full swing. After number 1's challenge was successful, number 2's challenge was also successful. Number 3's challenge was also successful. When number 7 went up and chose an opponent, both of them were evenly matched. However, he was still defeated after exchanging more than 100 moves. He was also the first person to fail in his challenge. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard many Chunyang School's disciples talking. Number 7 has tried his best. He's not strong to begin with. Although the opponent he chose is not strong, he's obviously weaker. I suddenly thought of something. If the weaker person was challenged by an even weaker person, wouldn't this round be a sure thing? That makes sense. In this round, there will definitely be people with decent strength who have a chance to enter the rookie group. However, because of this situation, they will not be able to enter the rookie group. That's not very fair, right? There's nothing unfair about it. Luck is actually considered a part of strength. Just like us, even if our natural talent and comprehension are similar, would our results be the same? That might not be the case. Indeed. Moreover, those with strong strength will definitely be able to enter the rookie group this time. There's no doubt about it. Those who have strength but can't enter are those who are slightly stronger than the average person but have bad luck. The second segment of the rookie group, which was the challenge segment and the revival segment, lasted for an entire 7 days. After 7 days, the rookie group's name list was completely confirmed. There were a total of 816 people. In other words, there were a total of 1,600 people participating in the 7 prefectures feast this time. Half of them were currently on the rookie group's name list. There are still many people who are not convinced. Just like what Duanling Tian had heard from the group of Pure Sun Sect's disciples 7 days ago, when the final list of the rookie group was announced, many people were not convinced. They felt that some people who were weaker than them had been challenged before, and the people who challenged them were even weaker, to the extent that they did not even have the chance to challenge them. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to replace them. Because many people were not convinced, they gathered together. The number of people was not small, more than 100 people. Moreover, these people gathered together to look for the host of the 7 prefectures feast this time, the elder of the Flamehal sect, Lin Donglai. However, Lin Donglai only had one sentence for these people. If any of you have the confidence to enter the top 30, I'll give you a spot on the rookie list. However, if I give you a spot and you still don't enter the top 30, then destroy your own cultivation. What do you think? As soon as Lin Donglai said this, he immediately persuaded everyone to back down. Of course, among these people, there were still some who were not convinced and wanted to seek help from their elders. However, their elders did not pay any attention to them. The rules of the 7 prefectures feast were not something that happened in a day or two. They had long known about it, so why would they stand up for the juniors? Currently, the 7 prefectures feast was being held in the mysterious Jade Prefecture. If they interfered this time, in the future, if the 7 prefectures feast was held in their prefecture and the same situation occurred, what would they do if others came to them? Therefore this storm, which was originally not a small one, quickly calmed down. Luck is indeed a part of one's strength. Duanling Tian deeply agreed with this point. Even if he came from the mundane realm, he did not dare to say that he relied on his talent, comprehension, and hard work. Luck played a large part in it. Part of the reason he was where he was today was also due to luck. Chapter 40-19. The battle for the rookie group lasted for 19 days. After the final list was decided, everyone rested for 3 days before continuing with the second round of the 7 prefectures feast. The first round was the rookie group battle. The second round was the elite group battle. The rules for the elite group battle were the same as the rookie group battle. They followed the same pattern and eliminated half of the participants. Duanling Tian, you won't get the word ugly this time, right? Zhan Pingfen looked at Duanling Tian and asked with a smile when everyone was present, including Elder Lin Donglai of the Flamehal sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures feast. He did not send a telepathic message and said it directly. Instantly, the group from Chunyang School looked at Duanling Tian and either laughed or tried to hold back their laughter. Duanling Tian could not help but roll his eyes when he heard that. Elder Zhen, the word is not important. The most important thing is to advance. At this moment, Lin Donglai announced that the battle for the elite group of the 7 prefectures feast was about to begin and that it was time to distribute the engraved tokens. All 816 prodigies are ready, Lin Donglai announced loudly. Lin Donglai said in a clear voice, take out the token from the rookie competition. Extend your god power through the token, and you can use the new token to send it over. The second round of the elite group battle will be based on the new token. This token has 816 words. It will not be the same as the previous one. With that, Lin Donglai gave the 816 prodigies a few breaths' time to prepare. Then, he threw out a bunch of tokens. There were 816 prodigies in total, which corresponded to 816 tokens. Of course, no words could be seen on the tokens this time. The words would only appear when the prodigies infused their divine power into them. As for making the words appear in the air, this situation would not happen because Lin Donglai was there. He could completely control this and prevent the people from revealing the words on the token in advance. Almost as soon as Lin Donglai threw out the token, Duanling Tian and the others moved. They extended their divine power through the token in their hands and pulled one of the many tokens toward them. This time, Duanling Tian didn't hesitate like before, and he directly snatched a command token and brought it back. I hesitated for a moment earlier, and in the end, a token with the word ugly appeared. Now that I've done it decisively, the The words on the token should be more normal, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment the token entered Duan Lingtian's hand, he noticed that many of the Pure Sun sect's disciples were looking at him. Even Zhen Pingfan was looking at him as though he wanted to stir up trouble. Duan Lingtian, what are the words on the token this time? Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. The others also looked a little curious. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he said indifferently, "This time, I don't plan to reveal the words before it's my turn. In any case, when a word is called, if only one person goes up and no one goes up after a long time, it'll definitely be my turn. It doesn't matter if the words on the token don't appear. Even if they appear, I can confirm it when the time comes." With the previous experience, Duan Lingtian didn't intend to reveal the words on the token this time. Although he didn't think there would be a problem with the words on the token this time, he still didn't intend to reveal them. "Don't you all want to see it? I won't give you a chance. Didn't you laugh so hard just now? This time if I don't let you see it, let's see how you laugh." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the crowd was naturally disappointed. Zhen Pingfan said unhappily, "Can't you satisfy everyone's curiosity? When you were in the rookie group, you were unlucky and got the word, ugly. This time, it might not be a special word." Zhen Pingfan emphasized the word, special. However, Duan Lingtian just ignored him. He remembered that when he got the word, ugly earlier, Elder Zhen was the one who smiled the brightest. Zhen Pingfan tried to persuade Duan Lingtian again, but he could only give up when he saw how stubborn Duan Lingtian was. "You rascal, if you do this, you might get another strange word. I'll wait and see what kind of word you get." Zhen Pingfan snorted. After he said that, he stopped trying to persuade Duan Lingtian. His eyes followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked ahead. There were already 2 people fighting in the arena. One of them was from Tunglang province. He was a prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect. This prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect had a strong performance in the rookie group. He defeated his opponent within 10 moves. His opponent wasn't weak either. The reason for that was because the opponent that he had eliminated had challenged others later on and also obtained victory, entering the rookie list. These 2 will have no problem entering the elite group. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself when he saw that the 2 of them were evenly matched after exchanging more than 10 moves. In the end, after 100 moves, the prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect managed to defeat his opponent with a strategy based on his combat experience. Naturally, his opponent had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Despicable! Although the prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect was cursing, the others did not think that the prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect had gone overboard. After all, he did not use any methods that violated the rules. Then, Lin Donglai spoke again, and 2 more people went into the arena. This time, the disparity was too great. They finished their battle within 20 moves. When it came to the 12th battle, the prodigy from the Chunyang school who had not made a move until now finally moved. Whoosh! The prodigy from the Chunyang school's hidden sword faction, Yi Chitsai, stepped forward. Yi Chitsai's performance in the rookie group was stunning. He defeated his opponent within 2 moves. Moreover, his opponent was not an ordinary prodigy. When he was revived in the rookie group, he defeated his opponent within 10 moves and regained his position. Now, Yi Chitsai had a calm expression on his face. It was as though he was not affected by his background. Tunglang Province, Wang Yishan from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Yi Chitsai's opponent was the first to announce his background. At the same time, he grinned at Yi Chitsai. "Brother, I see that you're from the Chunyang school. Speaking of which, we're both from Tunglang Province. I've seen you fight before. I'm no match for you." However, I don't want to embarrass the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, so I hope that you'll show me some mercy. Yi Chitsai's opponent was a young man. He was looking at Yi Chitsai with a smile, but deep in his eyes, there was a strong sense of helplessness. He had seen Yi Chitsai's strength. He was no match for him. Moreover, long before the 7 Prefectures feast, he had heard of Yi Chitsai, the prodigy from the Chunyang school. He was comparable to the most outstanding prodigies under the age of 10,000 in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Chunyang School, Tungling Province, Yi Qizai, Yi Qizai said indifferently. Yi Qizai said indifferently. His face looked calm, but deep inside his eyes, there was a flash of coldness. They're both from Tunglang province. Haha. This is going to be interesting. Every time, as long as people from the same prefectures faced each other, many people from other prefectures would be happy to watch. It would be even more interesting if people from the same power met each other. People from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. At the same time, he felt sorry for Yi Qizai. He probably didn't know that Yi Qizai had a blood feud with the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Otherwise, he would have admitted defeat. Uncle Yi, will you be okay? Zhen Pingfan asked Yi Chenfeng in a low voice. His expression was serious. I'm fine. Yi Chenfeng shook his head and said calmly, Lin Donglai isn't very strong, but it's not difficult for him to deal with a sudden situation between two juniors. That's true. Zhen Pingfan nodded. No matter what, Lin Donglai is still a medium emperor god. What's wrong? Lu Fenggu, who was sitting at the side, heard their conversation. Yi Chenfeng glanced at him and smiled. Senior brother Lu, it's nothing. It's just that this grand disciple of mine already knows who killed his father and his family. Back then, when Yi Chenfeng brought Yi Qizai back to Chunyang School, all the higher-ups of Chunyang School, including Lu Fenggu, knew about Yi Qizai's background. Yi Qizai's family was killed by the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Lu Fenggu's expression changed slightly when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. Didn't you promise not to tell him the truth back then? If the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness finds out, I'm not the one who told him. Yi Chenfeng shook his head. He found out himself. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. His surviving relatives were still in the city where we stopped. His mother, and his twin brother. Yi Chenfeng's face was filled with emotion. When Lu Fenggu heard Yi Chenfeng's words, he could not help but look deeply at Yi Chenfeng. He did not believe that this was a coincidence. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? This must have been arranged by Yi Chenfeng in advance. However, when he thought about Yi Chenfeng's current strength, he did not say anything more. Even if the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness knew about this, there was nothing they could do to Yi Chenfeng. If they forced Yi Chenfeng into a corner, he could just go to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness and kill a few god emperors. Moreover, judging from Yi Chenfeng's words, it was obvious that he had already thought of a backup plan. He would not leave any evidence that could be used against him. Why bother? He's still young. What if he's destroyed by such a big grudge? Lu Fenggu sighed. One can only rise above others after suffering the hardest. Yi Chenfeng smiled. Although it was my disciple, Yi Tong's idea, I still agree with it. Senior brother Lu, you must have noticed Xianxia from Pingshang's branch, right? Yi Chenfeng asked with a smile. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. I didn't expect Xianxia to be so talented. He has already become a middle-level god emperor. Moreover, it seems like he has already consolidated his cultivation base. In Lu Fenggu's opinion, this was a little unbelievable. Senior brother Lu, do you know why Xianxia was able to rise so quickly in such a short time? It's because his father died. He wants to avenge his father, so he urgently needs to become stronger? Yi Chenfeng asked again. Chapter 40-20. There's such a thing? Lu Fenggu's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. No wonder. However, even so, it shouldn't be enough to provoke him to this extent, right? Of course. Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. There must be another reason behind this. You should know who his master is, right? His master had a few disciples in the past, but they suddenly disappeared and died for some reason. Yi Chenfeng paused for a moment before he looked at Lu Fenggu meaningfully. You're saying Xianxia's improvement has something to do with his master, Yuan Hanjin? Lu Fenggu's eyes narrowed. Yes. Yi Chenfeng nodded. Apart from that, the death of Xianxia's father, Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Thousand Devil sect, is most likely related to Yuan Hanjin as well. I've checked. Yuan Hanjin wasn't in the sect when the sect leader of the Thousand Devil sect died. I've used the sect's mirror image formation to take a look. At that time, Yuan Hanjin intentionally concealed himself when he left. He didn't make a big fuss about it. Lu Fenggu's expression changed as soon as he heard Yi Chunfeng's words. Isn't he afraid of being bitten to death by the wolf? Perhaps, he thinks Xianxia will never know the truth. Yi Chunfeng shrugged. Naturally, Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu were communicating through voice transmission. Therefore, the people around them could not hear them at all. Moreover, this was a sensitive matter. They had to be careful. They were not afraid of Yuan Hanjin since they were not afraid of him. However, Yuan Hanjin's father, Yuan Pingxing, was a figure of their generation. Moreover, he was also a middle god emperor. They had a good relationship with Yuan Pingxing. Even if it was for Yuan Pingxing's sake, they would not easily reveal this matter. Moreover, they did not have any conclusive evidence. Even if they said Yuan Hanjin was a suspect, he could only remain a suspect. Without sufficient evidence, Yuan Hanjin could say it was a coincidence. It was difficult to say for sure. Moreover, since Yuan Hanjin had done it, he must have done it cleanly without leaving any traces behind. Even if that's the case, what does it have to do with Yi Yingkai? Lu Fenggu asked. I plan to wait until the 7 prefectures feast is over. Then I'll look for senior apprentice brother Ping Shang to discuss whether or not Yuan Hanjin can help Yingkai and follow Xianxia's path. Yi Yingkai said, before Xianxia, he should have tested several disciples, but they all failed. Until Xianxia, he should have succeeded. My guess is that it should be some place that has some miraculous effect on the younger generation, and Yuan Hanjin happens to know that place. Yi Yingkai guessed. Hearing you say that, I think of a possibility. Lu Fenggu exchanged a glance with Yi Yingkai, then both of them simultaneously sent a voice transmission to each other. The most powerful divine palace. The two of them spoke at the same time. You want to throw Yi Yingkai into the divine abode as well? Aren't you afraid that he won't make it? Lu Fenggu said with a solemn expression. I don't know him as well as my disciple, Yi Tong. But according to Yi Tong, once he walks on the path of vengeance, his willpower is as strong as Xianxia's. Yi Chunfeng said. Lu Fenggu sucked in a cold breath. Senior brother Lu. Yi Chunfeng smiled and said through voice transmission, do you have any suitable seedlings in the tyrannical saber progeny? If you need them, I can discuss it with senior brother Ping Shang and give you a spot. I don't need it. Lu Fenggu retorted, none of my disciples have ever held a grudge against anyone. However, if Xianxia's father is really Yuan Hanjin's doing, we can't let this evil trend continue. Lu Fenggu said in a deep voice. Yi Chunfeng picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Then he said through voice transmission, Senior brother Lu, why don't you kill him for the sake of the sect? Lu Fenggu's expression froze for a moment before he glared at Yi Chunfeng. Do you want junior brother Ping Shang to fight me to the death? Isn't that enough? Yi Chunfeng said lazily, Senior brother Ping Shang can just give him some pointers. If he does it again, we won't let him off so easily. This time, consider it as giving senior brother Ping Shang a chance to turn over a new leaf, Yi Chunfeng said. Lu Fenggu nodded. He knew very well that this was the best he could do for now. Otherwise, if things got out of hand, his junior brother Ping Shang might not let him off so easily. Yuan Hanjin was his only son. While Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu were talking through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian thought Yi Yingkai would not show any mercy. In fact, he might even be ruthless. However, Yi Yingcai's attack proved Duan Lingtian right. Yi Yingcai's strength was already stronger than the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. Now that he had unleashed his full strength, his prodigy was instantly overwhelmed. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness was sent flying backward with blood gushing out of his mouth. During this process, an invisible energy swept past and destroyed more than half of Yi Yingcai's strength. Otherwise, Yi Yingcai's earlier attack would have been enough to kill the prodigy. Yi Yingkai, do you have a grudge against him? Lin Donglai looked at Yi Yingkai and asked through voice transmission. After all, Yi Yingkai was a prodigy from Chunyang School. Moreover, he seemed to be the disciple of Yi Chunfeng, the prodigy of Hidden Sword in Chunyang School. Therefore, Lin Donglai did not say it out loud. Grudge. Yi Yingkai only replied to Lin Donglai with one sentence. Then, he turned around and left the arena. Clearly, he knew that he could not kill the prodigy with Lin Donglai around. Meanwhile, the prodigy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness finally caught his breath. His face was pale and he stared at Yi Yingkai from afar. He asked in a deep voice, "Yi Yingkai, why did you try to kill me? This is the first time I've seen you. There can't be a grudge between us, right?" Just now he had escaped from a life-and-death situation, leaving him with a lingering fear. However, he was also incomparably furious and felt that it was ridiculous. However, Yi Yingkai did not respond to his question. On his way back, Yi Yingkai glanced at the prodigy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness were also paying attention to Yi Chenfeng. When Yi Yingkai tried to kill their prodigy, their expressions changed. Some of them even stood up with ugly expressions and cold gazes. At this moment, when they saw the cold light in Yi Yingkai's eyes, other than a few of the prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, they were also confused. The rest of the prodigies who knew something looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Is this Yi Yingkai the bastard who survived back then? Yes. At that time, it was Yi Chenfeng from Chunyang School who protected him. Could it be that he knows something? Otherwise, why would he do such a thing to someone he met for the first time? He didn't seem to be that ruthless when he attacked earlier. Could it be that Yi Chenfeng told him about his background? If that's the case, Chunyang School has to take responsibility for this. I don't think so. Let's find out what happened first. When Yi Yingkai returned to Chunyang School, the prodigies from Chunyang School, except for Duan Lingtian, Yi Chenfeng, Lu Fenggu, and Zhen Pingfan, were all looking at him in shock. They didn't know why he was so ruthless. Yi Chenfeng did attack earlier, but he was very gentle and stopped in time. He didn't even injure the prodigy. However, he killed the prodigy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. They could all see that. If Lin Donglai hadn't intervened, the prodigy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness would have died without a doubt. Even the most powerful leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness couldn't save him in time. Elder Yi. A deep voice entered Yi Chenfeng's ears. It was the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. The leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Ran Tietio, didn't look very good at this moment. Did you tell him about Yi Yingkai's background? Back then, you promised that you wouldn't let him know about it, and Chunyang School wouldn't nurture an enemy for the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Hearing Ran Tietio's voice transmission and seeing Ran Tietio's ugly expression, Yi Chenfeng looked up and glanced at him indifferently. He replied through voice transmission, "I didn't tell him. However, I can tell you clearly that he does know the truth back then. He ran into his twin brother when he was outside. Then, he saw his mother and learned the truth. I'm telling you this and explaining this not because I'm afraid of you or the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, but because I'm responsible for the promise I made back then. Also, you can investigate, but once you find out that it's his mother and twin brother, you can't do anything to them. If I find out that something happened to them, if anything happens to one of them, I'll kill a god emperor from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness." Well, it might not be a lesser god emperor, Yi Chenfeng said indifferently. Hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, Ran Tietio's expression changed drastically, and a cold light shot out of his eyes. "Yi Chenfeng, are you threatening me and the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? You can think of it that way." Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. "If you're not convinced, you and I can spar after the seven-mansion feast." Yi Chenfeng's words immediately calmed Ran Tietio down. Thinking of Yi Chenfeng's current strength, Ran Tietio's face turned pale, but he did not show any signs of weakness. "Yi Chenfeng, if they do anything to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, we won't sit still and do nothing. That includes Yi Yingkai from the Hidden Sword lineage. If he dares to touch anyone from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, we won't let him go. If you really want to protect him, you'd better be prepared for Chunyang School to completely fall out with the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. No matter how strong you are, can you protect everyone in Chunyang School all the time?" Hearing Ran Tietio's words, Yi Chenfeng was not angry. he said calmly. The Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness can attack him, but only if you're not older than 5,000 years old. If such a person kills him, I won't pursue the matter, and neither will Chunyang School. Otherwise, if the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness is found, I'll personally go to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness and kill 3 god emperors. Chapter 40-21. Killing 3 god emperors. Yi Chunfeng's words made Ran Tietio's expression turn extremely ugly. He did not expect Yi Chunfeng to be so forceful in this matter. He was willing to fall out with the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness for a grand disciple? However, Yi Chunfeng's words did give him some hope and gave him some face. Therefore, even though he was still extremely displeased, he didn't say anything else. If Yi Chunfeng had dared to say this in the past, he would have retorted. Although he was no match for Yi Chunfeng in the past, it would not be easy for Yi Chunfeng to defeat him. Moreover, he would have to pay a certain price. However, Yi Chunfeng now had a high-grade divine sword with a complete soul. He had completely left him in the dust. In fact, if Yi Chunfeng wanted to kill him in a battle of life and death, he might not be able to escape. I hope you remember what you said today. After a long while, Ren Tietio finally spoke to Yi Chunfeng telepathically. This was also the last sentence he said to Yi Chunfeng. Yi Chunfeng did not reply, and he did not speak again. No one knew about the telepathic conversation between Yi Chunfeng and Ren Tietio. However, after Yi Yingkai killed the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness became extremely hostile toward Yi Yingkai and the people from Chunyang School. If we meet the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness later, I'm afraid they'll be ruthless as well. A disciple from Chunyang School mumbled. His words received the approval of the crowd. Some people even glanced at Yi Yingkai with resentment. If Yi Yingkai had not gone too far, the young prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness would not be hostile toward them. Of course, although they were resentful, no one said anything. Not to mention that Yi Yingkai was from the Hidden Sword Branch, and the Hidden Sword Branch's ancestor was present. Even if Yi Yingkai was just an ordinary disciple from Chunyang School, they could not say anything. If they said anything, wouldn't they be admitting that they were afraid of the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? Their Chunyang School was not inferior to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. As a disciple of Chunyang School, how could they be a burden to the sect? After the battle between Yi Yingkai and the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, the competition for the elite group continued. For the rest of the day, no one from the Chunyang School fought against the prodigies from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. This disappointed many powerful prodigies from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. I originally planned to kill the Chunyang School's disciples if they were weaker than me. I didn't expect that I wouldn't be given a chance. A relatively strong genius from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance said disappointedly after defeating his opponent. Don't worry. There's still some time before the competition for the elite group begins. There aren't many people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice today. In the future, there's a high chance that we'll meet people from Chunyang School. After all, there's only so much power in each prefecture. I actually hope that I can meet someone from Chunyang School. Of course, that Duan Lingtian and a few others who are similar in strength to Yi Yingkai are an exception. I'm not afraid of anyone else. Just wait and see. Today, the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness will definitely get back at them. The prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice this time were the cream of the crop among the younger generation of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. They were usually very arrogant. Today, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had suffered such a huge loss, which made them very unhappy. Of course, even though they were unhappy, they still understood the principle of picking the weakest among them. As for the people from Chunyang School, apart from a few weaker prodigies who hoped that they would not meet the prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, the rest of the people who were confident in their strength were not afraid at all. When the sun set, the competition for the elite group of the 7 prefectures feast was suspended. The people from the various forces dispersed one after another. Duan Lingtian also returned to his place. Duan Lingtian. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Zhen Pingfan came looking for him as soon as he returned to his courtyard. Elder Zhen, what's the matter? Let's talk inside. Zhen Pingfan greeted Duan Lingtian. Then, he walked into Duan Lingtian's wooden house as if he was the owner. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled. Why was Elder Zhen looking for him? Why did he come looking for him personally? After all, ever since the 7 Prefectures feast began, Zhen Pingfan had never taken the initiative to look for him. This was the first time. Without hesitation, Duan Lingtian followed Zhen Pingfan into the wooden house. Then, he saw Zhen Pingfan casually toss out a formation plate. An isolation formation isolated the two of them inside. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly serious. Elder Zhen was most likely doing this because he had something important to say. Otherwise, he would not have set up a formation. There was only one possibility for Elder Zhen to set up a formation. That was, what he was going to say next was extremely important. He was even worried that an existence above the level of a middle god emperor would eavesdrop. After all, with Zhen Pingfan's cultivation and strength, it would be difficult for a lower god emperor to eavesdrop on him. Only an existence above the level of a middle god emperor would be able to eavesdrop on him without him noticing. Elder Zhen, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan in confusion. However, the serious expression on his face did not disappear. Duan Lingtian. Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a serious expression, "Martial Uncle Yi asked me to look for you." Elder Yi? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. That Elder Yi, why couldn't he just look for him if there was anything? Why did he ask Zhen Pingfan to do it for him? He could not understand. He did not seem to be so distant with Elder Yi, did he? When Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian guessed the reason why Yi Chenfeng did not look for him personally. He was worried that it would affect Duan Lingtian's subjective decision. Ultimate Divine Palace? Xianxia's strength has undergone such a drastic change in such a short time. It's most likely because of the Ultimate Divine Palace? His master, Yuan Hanjin, seems to know the location of the Ultimate Divine Palace. In the past, those disciples of his who went missing and perished, most likely perished in there? This was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard of the Ultimate Divine Palace. It was only when Zhen Pingfan explained it to him did he realize what kind of existence it was. It was a special spatial artifact used by the Ultimate Divine Palace to nurture their disciples or descendants. Ultimate Divine Palaces were not given away by the Ultimate Divine Palace. However, the Ultimate Divine Palaces left behind by the fallen Ultimate Divine Palaces would be scattered all over the realm of gods. Most likely, the Ultimate Divine Palaces were casually thrown into the realm of gods by the Ultimate Divine Palaces who killed the Ultimate Divine Palaces. For example, the Xiangang land he was in now was actually the little world of Ultimate Divine Palaces. The Ultimate Divine Palaces that appeared in the Xiangang land could only have been casually thrown in by the Ultimate Divine Palaces by the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Due to the restrictions, the Ultimate Divine Palaces had no use for them. Therefore, the Ultimate Divine Palaces were casually thrown into the little world of gods by the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Of course, whether the Ultimate Divine Palaces could be obtained depended on whether the Ultimate Divine Palaces could withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces. There was no problem with the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Even if there was a problem, the Ultimate Divine Palaces would not use them to nurture their descendants. However, it was precisely because they considered that if they died, the Ultimate Divine Palaces that they spent a great deal of effort to refine would benefit other Ultimate Divine Palaces. Therefore, the Ultimate Divine Palaces were usually tampered with during the process of refining. They were not extreme measures. As long as one could withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces, they could still enjoy everything inside. It was not that there were no people who could do that, but there were very, very few of them. At the very least, it was absolutely impossible for a young person who had Ultimate Divine Palaces as their backer to withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Because of this, even if another Ultimate Divine Palaces were to obtain the Ultimate Divine Palaces left behind by the Ultimate Divine Palaces they had killed, they would usually directly abandon them. Based on the principle of keeping the goodies within the family, they would not casually throw them away. Instead, they would throw them into the little world of gods within their own little world. This is the Ultimate Divine Palaces, Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Elder Yi asked you to come here because he wanted to ask me if I was interested in the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Or rather, do you have the confidence to withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces? Yes. Zhen Pingfan nodded.
Senior Uncle Yi did not come to find you personally mainly because he was afraid that you would feel a certain amount of pressure because of him coming to find you personally, and thus make a rash decision. He asked me to come find you so that you can be mentally prepared.
You can't act recklessly in this matter.
If you can withstand it, you will naturally have a fortuitous encounter.
However, if you can't withstand it, being crippled is a small matter. There is an 80 to 90% chance that you will die in there. Moreover, it will be the kind of death that will not even leave behind a corpse. Zhen Pingfan said.
After his voice fell, he continued, of course, according to Senior Uncle Yi. He has not yet gone to find Senior Uncle Ping Sheng, so he does not know if the ultimate divine palaces found by Yuan Hanjin can allow a medium divine emperor to enter. After all, when Xianxia went in, he was only a lower divine emperor.
Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. The ultimate divine palaces have a restriction on the cultivation of those who enter? Normally speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for a mid-level divine emperor to enter. But no one knows how much energy has been consumed in that divine palace. Once too much energy has been consumed, perhaps only a low-level divine emperor can enter. As for Senior Uncle Yi, he has spoken to Yi Ingkai. He said that as long as he can enter, he will definitely enter. He wants to avenge his father and family. He is very determined. If he enters the ultimate divine palaces, there is a high chance that he will come out alive. As for you, I don't really recommend you to go. Zhen Pingfan's expression became more serious as he spoke.
With your talent and comprehension, as well as the achievements you have shown at your current age, there is no need for you to take such a big risk.
There is no hurry to improve your strength. In Zhen Pingfan's opinion, if he were Duan Lingtian, he would definitely choose to cultivate steadily for a period of time rather than risk entering the incomplete ultimate divine palaces. Based on his understanding of Duan Lingtian, he knew that Duan Lingtian was a smart person. He felt that Duan Lingtian would make the same choice. However, just in case, he still reminded Duan Lingtian. Chapter 40-22. At this moment, Zhen Fanfan did not notice the longing in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes when he described the supreme divine dwellings. Will impact? He also carried a blood feud with him. Some of his friends had died because of Yun Qingyan from the Yun family in the Divine Offering Land. Sooner or later, he would settle the score with Yun Qingyan. Besides, reuniting with his wife Ker had always been his motivation to move forward. His will was so strong that it was hard for ordinary people to imagine it. The test of will in the ultimate divine dwelling isn't difficult for me. Duan Lingtian was very confident in himself. For this reason, when Zhen Fan thought Duan Lingtian would decline, Duan Lingtian immediately agreed. Elder Zhen, please tell Elder Yi that I'm interested in the supreme divine dwellings. If there's a chance to enter it, I won't miss it. Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. Zhen Pingfan's expression froze when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He smiled bitterly and said, Duan Lingtian, didn't I persuade you earlier? There's no need to rush. Given your talent and comprehension, even if you can walk out of the ultimate divine dwelling alive, you'll only improve a little in a short period of time. As long as you spend more time, you can achieve the same improvement. The test of will in the ultimate divine dwelling is more dangerous than you think. Otherwise, Yuan Hanjin wouldn't have lost so many of his disciples. It wasn't until Xianxia entered the ultimate divine dwelling that Yuan Hanjin had a disciple who came out alive. Zhen Pingfan still wanted to persuade Duan Lingtian. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. So far, the ultimate divine dwelling is just Elder Ye's guess, isn't it? How confident is he that Elder Yuan Hanjin from Ping Shang's faction has mastered the ultimate divine dwelling? More than 90%. Zhen Pingfan said confidently. It's hard to think of a reasonable way to get to know him. Understood. While Duan Lingtian nodded, a light flashed in his mind. He thought of the strangeness of the death of Yang Chenya's father, Lan Qing, and his face suddenly froze. In the next instant, he looked at Zhen Pingfan and said in a low voice, Elder Zhen, tell me, is there anyone who is willing to kill the father of a disciple for the sake of their own obsession?
In the past, Duan Lingtian had heard that some people would personally wipe out the family of the disciple so that the disciple could serve the sect without any worries. Or in order to keep the disciple in the sect and not let the disciple go back to revitalize the family, they would personally wipe out the family of the disciple so that the disciple could serve the sect without any worries. The latter happened more often, and he had heard of it a few times. Although he had not heard of the former, it was not impossible. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan was stunned at first. Then, he looked at him deeply and said, Duan Lingtian, there are some things that you should keep to yourself. If you say it out loud, you have to bear the consequences of saying it out loud.
I'll pretend that I didn't hear you.
In the end, I can only say that it is not impossible. When he heard the first part of Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian's face was still a little dignified, but when Zhen Pingfan's last sentence came out, his dignified face suddenly collapsed. This elder Zhen was simply more fickle than a woman. In the time it took to say a few words, he had completely changed.
The sect doesn't care?
Duan Lingtian asked with a slight frown. If things were as he guessed, then shouldn't the Chunyang school take care of this matter? Otherwise, as a teacher, in order to let a disciple become a talent and satisfy his own obsession, could he harm the family of his disciple?
Evidence.
Zhen Pingfan said lightly, if you want the sect to take care of it, you must first have evidence, and it must be conclusive evidence. If it's just speculation and some alibi, it's not enough to convict a Jade Void Elder of such a crime. Although Yuan Hanjin was not an emperor god, he was still one of the best among the high-level divine emperors. In the Chunyang school, his status was second only to Elder Jing Su, a Jade Void Elder. Moreover, don't forget, the ancestor of Ping Sheng's lineage, Yuan Pingsheng.
Zhen Pingfan said.
Duan Lingtian heard this and nodded solemnly.
He naturally knew Yuan Pingsheng.
Not only was he the ancestor of Ping Sheng's lineage, but he was also the only emperor god in Ping Sheng's lineage, and he was a middle-level emperor god. In the Chunyang school, his status was equivalent to that of Elder Zhen's father. So, it's fine if you have your own speculation about this matter, but you must not spread it. Once the news spreads, if you don't have conclusive evidence, then it will be slander. In the Chunyang school, slandering a Jade Void Elder is a serious crime.
Zhen Pingfan reminded him. I understand.
Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Although this matter did not happen to him, he still felt extremely disgusted by such a deformed role model. Of course, the reason why he thought of this was because he knew about Yang Qianye and knew Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan.
Long Qingchong had no motive to kill Yang Qianye's father.
Moreover, he had said that if Yang Qianye wanted to verify it, he could go to the Tianlong clan. He would show Yang Qianye the difference in his methods. Since he had said so, Long Qingchong was basically cleared of suspicion.
We've strayed from the topic.
Zhen Pingfan glared at Duan Lingtian and said, just now, we were talking about you entering the divine abode.
I don't recommend you enter it. Zhen Pingfan said.
Don't worry, Elder Zhen.
I'm confident.
Duan Lingtian smiled. Everyone who goes in has confidence in themselves.
But, how many of them can come out alive?
Zhen Pingfan shook his head.
Don't be too naive.
Some people are willing to go in and risk their lives because if they don't, they might be seriously injured or die in the next heavenly tribulation. In such a desperate situation, it's not a bad thing to risk it.
But you,
there's no need to risk your life. You're not even 3,000 years old yet. You have all the time in the world. Duan Lingtian felt bitter when he heard Zhen Pingfan's last sentence. He had all the time in the world? Elder Zhen, it's a long story, but for me, I don't have enough time. Duan Lingtian sighed and said, so, as long as there's a chance to enter the divine abode, I'll definitely enter it. When he said this, Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan looked at each other. The determination in their eyes made Zhen Pingfan shake his head and sigh.
I understand.
I'll tell Junior Uncle Yi now.
Zhen Pingfan said.
Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Zhen, I know you don't want me to take the risk and you're worried that I'll die in there. But what I want to tell you is that I relied on my willpower to achieve what I have today in such a short time. Some things and some people have invisibly spurred me on to move forward.
If I have two choices, one is to enter the ultimate god realm in a day, but there's a 50% chance that I'll die. The other choice is to be content with the status quo. I'll choose the first choice, Duan Lingtian said in a low voice.
Even now, his progress was not slow, but he still did not have much hope of entering the ultimate god realm in 300 years. If he could not become an ultimate god, his existence was not worth mentioning at all to the two ultimate god clans in the world of divine remains. The two ultimate god clans in the world of divine remains. The Xia clan and the Yun clan. These were the motivations that spurred him on.
Zhen Pingfan soon left. He had achieved his goal of looking for Duan Lingtian.
Although it was hard to imagine what spurred Duan Lingtian to move forward and even risk entering the supreme divine abode. Moreover, according to Duan Lingtian, even if there was a 50% chance of becoming an ultimate god, he would not miss such an opportunity if he failed.
Everyone has their own story.
It seems that Duan Lingtian was not only able to come this far because of his talent and comprehension.
Zhen Pingfan sighed to himself.
Of course, Duan Lingtian did not say what the reason was, and he did not ask.
After all, everyone had their own secrets. I hope he can enter the top 3 in the 7 prefectures feast this time. That way, his future path will be easier. Entering the top 3 and fighting for 3 spots for the sect. The sect will not treat him badly. It'll be a great help to him. Thinking of this, Zhen Pingfan suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, in the elite group competition, what are the words on the token he obtained?
He did not inject his divine power to read the words on it.
Now that he's alone, he must have read it secretly, right? Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what Zhen Pingfan was thinking after he left.
As for the token that had not been inscribed with divine power to display the words on it, he had already forgotten about it.
He was now thinking about the supreme divine abode. Xianxia has only broken through to the lower divine emperor realm not long ago.
With his talent, it would be difficult for him to become an intermediate divine emperor without a few hundred years.
However, he managed to break through in just a few decades.
The supreme divine abode is so powerful. If I go in, maybe I'll come out as an upper divine emperor?
Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He was excited and even felt that the 7 prefectures banquet had become boring. However, Duan Lingtian quickly calmed down. Calm down, calm down. Elder Zhan also said that he is not sure if the supreme divine abode can withstand the entry of a middle divine emperor or higher.
If only lower divine emperors can enter, Ying Kai and I will not stand a chance.
Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's restless heart calmed down slightly. However, it was almost impossible to completely calm down. Unless his hope was cut off. I almost forgot about it. After calming down, Duan Lingtian thought of the 7 prefectures banquet and the token that he had forgotten.
Previously, he had wanted to inject his divine power to read the words on it.
Let's see. Duan Lingtian took out the token and injected his divine power into it. Soon, a word appeared on the token. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian's calm expression froze. His eyes became somewhat dangerous. Chapter 40-23. Early in the morning, everything came to life, and the scenery was picturesque. Duan Lingtian, as if nothing had happened, followed the Chunyang school group to the 7 prefectures feast. When he saw Zhen Pingfan, he was calm, not at all like someone who had just learned about the existence of the ultimate divine abode and had a chance to enter it. However, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but take a few more glances at the figure in front of him. This person was none other than Xianxia's master, Yuan Hanjin, the only son of Yuan Pingxing, the ancestor of the Chunyang school's Pingxing branch. He was also a Jade Void Elder in the Chunyang school. Even before this, Duan Lingtian had heard of him and knew that he was the most promising high-level divine emperor in the Chunyang school to become a god emperor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Xianxia and was surprised to find that Xianxia was also staring at Yuan Hanjin's back. There was no respect in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of suspicion. This scene made Duan Lingtian's heart skip a beat. Could it be that Xianxia was also suspecting his master? Last time, because of the request of Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, he had personally gone to find Xianxia and passed on Long Qingchong's words.
Long Qingchong's words would definitely dispel much of Xianxia's hatred and hostility towards him. However, if it wasn't Long Qingchong, then it must be someone else. Moreover, the other party was deliberately framing Long Qingchong. If Xianxia thinks deeper, it's not difficult to suspect his master, Yuan Hanjin. But even if he really knows the truth, so what? He's no match for Yuan Hanjin. Unless one day his strength surpasses Yuan Hanjin's. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts were turning, the group had already arrived at the 7 prefectures feast, and there were already many people present. At the same time, there were also many forces who arrived at the Chunyang school. As for the people from the Machi family next door to Chunyang school, they had already arrived. Duan Lingtian glanced at the members of the Machi clan, and noticed that a gaze was still locked onto him. Moreover, that gaze was filled with ill intent. However, he was already used to this. It was still that Machi Hong. Machi Hong clearly viewed him as a mortal enemy. Perhaps he really did blame the death of his profound ancestor, Machi Ju, on me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. And the reason why he had such a thought was entirely because the hostility of the other party towards him felt even stronger than the hostility towards Yi Chanfeng. After all, Yi Chanfeng was the one who killed his ancestor. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is too obvious. However, it seems that he is indeed very confident now. I want to see what kind of strength he has now to give him such confidence. Even though Machi Hong had already made a move so far. However, the strength that Machi Hong had displayed earlier was even inferior to the strength that he had displayed when he had fought Mo Wuji all those years ago. That was because the strength of the opponents he had encountered were ordinary, and they were far from being able to force him to reveal his true strength. Soon after, the people from the various sects arrived one after another. As the host of the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect also revealed himself when the people from the various sects arrived. It was the same every day. Duan Lingtian even suspected that Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect had arrived a long time ago and was merely hiding at the side. He only revealed himself to host the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet when everyone had arrived. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental every time? Naturally, he did not rule out the possibility that someone had sent him a message to inform him that everyone had arrived. The battle for the elite group will continue. Next, the prodigies who have the words I've announced, please come up and fight. Lin Donglai announced in a clear voice. Soon after, he announced the word miserable, causing many people to raise their eyebrows. There's such a word? Isn't the profound Jade Mansion a little too messy? Soon after, the 2 prodigies who received the word miserable entered the arena. One of them was a young man with a medium build and an ordinary face, while the other was a young man dressed in luxurious clothes. The former was casually holding a long rod in his hand. It looked ordinary, but when he infused his divine energy into it, the long rod emitted a strong oppressive force. As for the young man dressed in luxurious clothes, he looked suave and elegant, causing many female prodigies to raise their eyebrows. However, after the 2 prodigies made their moves, his performance greatly disappointed the female prodigies present. The ordinary-looking young man had defeated the young man dressed in luxurious clothes with just a casual swing of his rod. The entire process was so effortless that it seemed as though it did not take much effort at all. This person is not weak. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man with the rod who had been pushed down. He could see that the young man had returned to the side where the people from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect were seated. Previously, when he entered the arena, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to him. That was until he displayed his shocking strength. I'm afraid he's not any weaker than Yi Yingkai. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. No wonder the Flame Howl sect's elder Lin Donglai, who was in charge of hosting the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet, looked at him so kindly when he entered the arena. So he's an outstanding prodigy from the Flame Howl sect. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian had this thought, the young disciples from the Chunyang school began to discuss among themselves. Who is this person? Is there such a person in the Flame Howl sect? I've heard of all the famous prodigies in the Flame Howl sect, and I've seen all of them at the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. However, I don't think there's such a person among them, right? His opponent's strength is not considered weak. Even the few famous and powerful people from the Flame Howling sect may not be able to defeat this person in one blow, right? Could this person be the hidden trump card of the Flame Howl sect? That could be it. When the unknown disciple from the Flame Howl sect made his move, the crowd was in an uproar. Even the people from the other forces in the profound Jade Mansion were no exception. The Flame Howl sect is hiding such a person? At this moment, it was not just the people from the other mansions in the profound Jade Mansion who were shocked. Even the people from the other mansions in the profound Jade Mansion were shocked. They had never heard of the young disciple from the Flame Howl sect. It was as though he had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, he did not display any monstrous strength when he made his move earlier. Until just now, when he smashed his staff and defeated his opponent who was not too bad. Elder Lin, the Flame Howl sect has really hidden their strength well. On the Rui sect side, Elder Ding Jianchu, who had appeared in front of everyone earlier and had been introduced by Lin Donglai, stared at Lin Donglai with a deep gaze. Elder Lin, could this be the external help that the Flame Howl sect found? Duanmu Yunfan, the Grand Elder of the Duanmu family, also spoke at this moment. He looked at Lin Donglai with a deep gaze. As for the medium god emperor of the Dark Saber Villa, Vice Villa Master Lang Shiyu, he only stared at Lin Donglai indifferently and did not say a word. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. Lin Yuan is my grandnephew. Lin Donglai smiled and said, "You can say that he is the external help that I have invited. You can also say that he is a disciple of the Flame Howl sect because he has already completed the procedures to join the Flame Howl sect and joined us." Lin Yuan was the name of the ordinary-looking disciple of the Flame Howl sect, who was holding a long staff. It seems that Elder Lin's family is not simple. On the Heavenly Stellar Manor's side, one of the leaders of the forces looked at Lin Donglai deeply. There is no strong clan with the surname Lin in the Seven Mansions. As for you, Elder Lin, as far as I know, you came from outside the Seven Mansions. Based on this person's words, it was obvious that he knew Lin Donglai quite well. These are all digressions. Lin Donglai smiled slightly and did not continue the topic. He scanned the surroundings and said another word. In the next instant, two young geniuses entered the arena. The Seven Mansions feast was back on track. In the beginning, it was calm and peaceful. However, after a dozen or so matches, the peace was almost broken. A young genius from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was fighting against a disciple of the Chunyang school. At first, he showed weakness, but then suddenly attacked the disciple of the Chunyang school. Fortunately, Lin Donglai reacted in time and saved the disciple of the Chunyang school. However, even so, he was seriously injured, the kind that would be difficult to recover from. There is no way to continue. After the disciple of the Chunyang school left the arena, Zhen Pingfan checked his injuries and shook his head. The disciples of the Chunyang school were glaring at the person who attacked them. The other party was still looking back at them with a cold smile on his face, full of provocation. Most of the disciples of the Chunyang school were now hostile toward the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. A small number of them would occasionally look at Yi Yingkai. In their opinion, if Yi Yingkai had not attacked the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice first, the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice would not have reacted this way. Duan Ling Tian could see that Yi Yingkai had also noticed the small number of people looking at him. Although he did not seem to care, Duan Ling Tian could see from his slightly trembling shoulders that he was trying to control his emotions. It was obvious that Yi Yingkai was not feeling good about what had happened. Many of the stronger disciples of the Chunyang school were thinking that if they met the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, they would kill them if they could. In the Seven Mansions feast, even if someone died, the killer would not be held responsible. It could be said that he could not stop himself. The responsibility lay more on the host of the Seven Mansions feast. The host of the Seven Mansions feast had always been a middle-level god emperor. If a middle-level god emperor could not even intervene in a fight between godly emperors, then his cultivation would have been wasted. At least, in the history of the Seven Mansions feast, there had never been a middle-level god emperor like him. Unfortunately, the people of the Chunyang school wanted revenge, but no one met the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice in the next 2 days. Next, let us invite the two prodigies who have the word coquettish to come on stage. When Lin Donglai's words reached the ears of the crowd, many people's expressions froze. Coquettish? Although there were many ambiguous words in the competition for the elite group, they were all within the range of everyone's acceptance. But now the word coquettish that came out of nowhere stunned everyone.
Chapter 40-24. Haha. Zhen Pingfan could not help but laugh.
At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was not far away, and said, Duan Lingtian, this coquettish word is even better than the ugly word you obtained last time.
I wonder which two unlucky kids obtained this coquettish word.
The person who prepared this coquettish word from mysterious Jade Mansion is definitely a genius.
Zhen Pingfan smiled brightly as though he was waiting to watch a good show. The others were also looking around, wondering who obtained this coquettish word. Coquettish.
Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a somewhat bashful young man walked out from one of the factions in Netherworld Mansion.
At this time, he was being watched by the crowd, and his face was flushed. He had obtained the coquettish word.
Moreover, when he obtained the coquettish word and showed it to his fellow disciples, he had already been laughed at many times.
However, previously, he was only being watched by his fellow disciples. Now, he was being watched by everyone present. You're in luck.
Lin Donglai looked at the young man and said with a smile.
Thank you for the compliment, Elder Lin. The young man smiled shyly, obviously a little reserved.
In the face of the young man's gratitude, the corner of Lin Donglai's mouth twitched imperceptibly. He wondered if the young man would still thank him if he knew that he was the one who added the coquettish word.
Where's the other person?
At the same time, Lin Donglai looked around again and said loudly, If no one comes up after 7 minutes, the person who obtained the other coquettish word will be considered as having forfeited.
For a moment, many people in the crowd looked around, curious to know who the other person who obtained the coquettish word was. At this time, a figure stepped out of the air.
In the blink of an eye, he had entered the field and was facing the bashful young man. At this time, the crowd stared at the figure who suddenly entered the field, but they were momentarily silent.
It's him. It's him again.
The person who entered the field was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had stepped into the field from Chunyang School.
That was right.
The other token with the coquettish word was in his hand.
In fact, he had already found out about this when he went back yesterday. At that time, when he saw the words on the token, he even suspected that someone from the profound Jade Mansion was out to get him.
However, when he recalled that he was the one who chose this command token, he dispelled this thought.
However, this luck really left him speechless. First it was ugly.
Then there was the word, flirtatious.
In the competition for the rookie group, the word ugly was present throughout. In terms of uniqueness, there was no other word that could compare. And now, in the competition for the elite group, there was only one word that could be used. If there were no accidents, there would be no other word that could compare to this. It's fake, right? Over at Chunyang School, after a moment of silence, an uproar broke out. Zhen Pingfan immediately stood up.
At the same time, the corner of his mouth began to twitch.
I didn't see the Duan Lingtian take out the token and infuse his divine power into it to manifest the words on it. Obviously, he read it after he went back yesterday.
However, this fellow, is his luck that good?
First, he got the word ugly, and now he got the word flirtatious? At this thought, Zhen Pingfan could not help but laugh. Meanwhile, the young prodigies from Chunyang School were shocked and could not help but burst into an uproar. Oh my god! Duan Lingtian's luck is really bad, isn't it? When it comes to choosing tokens, I'm impressed by Duan Lingtian. If this is a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence. There are so many people and so many tokens, but Duan Lingtian chose the more unique and eye-catching token one after another. Actually, this is not good news for Duan Lingtian. But why do I feel like laughing? Me too. Many people from Chunyang School could not help but want to laugh. However, due to the occasion, they restrained themselves. The corners of their mouths were twitching violently. They were not Zhen Pingfan or Elder Zhen. Elder Zhen could laugh like that, but they could not. Not only was it inappropriate, but if Duan Lingtian saw it, he might even hold a grudge against them. It was fine if they only laughed once. If they laughed again and again, it would be a little too much. However,
While the people from Chunyang School were trying to hold back their laughter, the people from the other forces did not have so many concerns. Many of them could not help but laugh.
Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School is too unlucky, isn't he?
First, he got the word ugly. And now he got the word flirtatious.
I'm impressed. Could it be that he's being targeted?
He chose the token himself.
How could he be targeted?
Unless the strongest person intervened. But do you think the strongest person would do something like this just to mess with him?
Most people laughed.
When the laughter gathered together, it was an uproar.
It was also clearly heard by Duan Lingtian.
However, because Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared, he did not mind the laughter of the crowd. He looked at the shy young man standing opposite him and saw that the other party was looking at him gratefully. For a moment, he could not help but complain to himself. Is this guy thanking me for attracting the attention of the others for him? At this moment the young man spoke. Senior Duan, I am Xue Ting Tao from the Source Sect of the Netherworld Mansion.
I admit that I am no match for you. I admit defeat.
As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left without waiting for Duan Lingtian to react.
For a moment, only Duan Lingtian was left in the field. Duan Lingtian won without a fight.
At this moment, Duan Lingtian originally wanted to vent his anger by attacking, but he did not expect his opponent to admit defeat directly.
For a moment, he was speechless.
However, since the other party had admitted defeat, he had nothing to say.
He turned around and went back.
After returning to Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhan Pingfan, who seemed to want to say something to him.
Then, he took out a disc array and set up a soundproof array.
Then, he sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes to cultivate. He did not give Zhan Pingfan a chance to speak at all. Seeing this, Zhan Pingfan and the people from Chunyang School stopped laughing or trying to hold back their laughter. Their attention was shifted to the next two people who entered the field. Even the people from the other forces shifted their attention away from Duan Lingtian when the two people who had just entered the field began to fight. There were some things that could be laughed at and then passed.
It was not a big deal. Just like earlier, when Duan Lingtian obtained the word ugly, people laughed at first.
Later on, when he fought with his opponent, no one talked about it anymore. Later on they almost forgot about it. Until now, when Duan Lingtian obtained the token with the word seductive. Only then did everyone remember the previous incident. Of course, to Duan Lingtian, all this was just seasoning for the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. As for now, he felt that one of the heavenly veins in his body was about to transform. Every time the heavenly veins transformed, his cultivation level would increase. Now, with the help of the 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian had completely consolidated his cultivation level as a middle-level divine emperor. If he wanted to break through to the high-level divine emperor realm, he would have to start transforming the heavenly veins in his body. Only when 99 of them had transformed could he enter the high-level divine emperor realm. At that time, Duan Lingtian's divine power would be stronger than that of an ordinary high-level divine emperor. This was because he had many heavenly veins. I really didn't expect that the advantage of the heavenly veins, in addition to the speed of circulating divine power, would be reflected in the high-level divine emperor realm.
Duan Lingtian sighed.
However, this is a good thing for me.
It was indeed a good thing.
This meant that even if he did not comprehend the profundities of the laws, his divine power would be stronger than most people of the same cultivation level.
In the square, the competition for the elite group of the 7 Prefectures Feast continued.
On the same day, another disciple from Chunyang School encountered a disciple from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Once again, he was severely injured and lost the opportunity to challenge the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice after being eliminated. This time, the people of the Pure Yang sect were naturally enraged. However, they could only feel helpless.
Tomorrow, the first stage of the competition for the elite group will end.
In the next stage, those who lose can challenge anyone in the elite group.
A disciple from Chunyang School said coldly, I haven't gone up yet.
I'll definitely go up tomorrow. If my opponent tomorrow is not from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, I'll admit defeat. When the time comes, I'll challenge the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. This disciple from Chunyang School was called Yun Yewei. He was one of the most outstanding people in Chunyang School under the age of 10,000.
He was as famous as Yi Yingkai. He was from the Langji branch of Chunyang School. He was the great-grandson of the ancestor of the Langji branch, Yun Langji. As soon as Yun Yewei said this, someone smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother Yun, if you do this, I'm afraid that the people you challenge will admit defeat. They all know you. If they admit defeat, we can't do anything to them. Let's just take one step at a time."
I don't believe that the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice are so lucky that they can meet people who are weaker than us from Chunyang School every time.
We still have a few strong people on our side who haven't gone up yet.
The conflict between Chunyang School and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was further aggravated when the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice attacked again. When Duan Ling Tian heard what the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice did, he frowned slightly. The hatred between Yi Yingkai and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was their own business. Now, it even involved the people from Chunyang School? Of course, the prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice could not be blamed completely. Perhaps the other party did not know anything. They only saw that Yi Yingkai was ruthless, so they did not give in. However, how could the higher-ups of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice not know the truth? Especially the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Ran Tietio. He would not believe that he did not know about Yi Yingkai. It was impossible. However, he did not advise the disciples of the Alliance not to be ruthless. The Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. A cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. The higher-ups of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice tacitly agreed with the prodigies of the Alliance. Are they really not worried that their people will die in the arena? Of course, although Duan Ling Tian was a little angry now, the competition for the elite group had nothing to do with him. With his strength, no one would challenge him. The night passed. The next day was also the last day of the competition for the elite group. The first few rounds were all from the outer sect. In the fifth round, a person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice appeared. The next person to enter the arena was someone from the Pure Sun sect. Xianxia. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Chapter 40-25. Xianxia. In the eyes of the Chunyang School's disciples, although he had become a middle-level godly emperor, his previous performance was not outstanding, so he did not attract much attention. However, Duan Ling Tian felt that Xianxia was not weak. Even if he was not as outstanding as Yi Yingkai, Yun Yewei, and the other young disciples of the Chunyang School, he was probably stronger than the others. It's by Mingzhong from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. As for the young disciples of the Pure Sun sect, when they saw the person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, many of their expressions changed slightly. Some of them even said the person's name directly. Bai Mingzhong, a disciple of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Although he was not the most outstanding among the young disciples of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, he was not weak either. At the same time, he was also a well-known figure and was somewhat famous in Tonglang province. Now, such a person had encountered Xianxia, a disciple of the Chunyang School. Although they had heard from their elders that Xianxia had become a middle-level godly emperor, they were also shocked. However, they did not think highly of his current strength. Xianxia's breakthrough in a short period of time only gave him an advantage against low-level godly emperors. As a middle-level godly emperor, it would be difficult for Xianxia to defeat him. Bai Mingzhong was a middle-level godly emperor who had been famous in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness for many years. He had become a middle-level godly emperor 1,000 years ago and had already consolidated his cultivation. Of course, Bai Mingzhong had an advantage because he was almost 10,000 years old. At the Seven Prefectures banquet, it was difficult to find another person who was older than him. Tonglang Province, Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Bai Mingzhong. Bai Mingzhong stared at Xianxia and smiled cruelly. You're from the Chunyang School, but I've never heard of you. It seems like you're just a nobody in the Chunyang School. If you're afraid, just go down. That way, you won't get hurt later. Haha. The moment Bai Mingzhong opened his mouth, it was a continuous provocation. His purpose was to make his opponent not admit defeat without a fight. Appropriate provocation could infuriate his opponent, making him hate him so that he would not choose to admit defeat. However, he soon realized that his provocation had no effect on Xianxia. As his voice fell, Xianxia glanced at him indifferently. "Are you done?" When Bai Mingzhong saw this, his face turned gloomy. Did this person just ignore his words? "Let's begin." At this moment, the Flame Howl sect elder Lin Donglai, who was in charge of the seven-mansion banquet, promptly reminded them. He did not have the time to watch these two youngsters waste their time here. Behind them, there were still many people. Today, the first phase of the elite group competition would end. Bang! As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Bai Mingzhong pounced on Xianxia like an enraged lion, his body glowing with golden light. A giant axe with a long handle appeared in his hand. The giant axe was obviously a high-grade divine artifact. As soon as he attacked, the wind howled and its power was overwhelming. However, Xianxia quickly retreated in the face of Lin Donglai's attack. He retreated further and further. During this process, his divine power of the medium divine emperor realm was somewhat erratic, giving people a feeling that it was extremely unstable. This was a sign that his cultivation had not yet stabilized. How dare you be so arrogant when you haven't even stabilized your cultivation as a middle divine emperor? Bai Mingzhong roared angrily, and his attacks intensified. Seeing this, Lin Donglai stared at Lin Donglai, afraid that he would kill the disciple from Chunyang School with his axe. Since a few days ago, the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had not shown mercy to the people from Chunyang School. Previously, they had even crippled two of their disciples, making it impossible for them to continue in the seven-mansion banquet. Even if they had the opportunity to challenge the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, they were not qualified to do so. It would be difficult for them to recover from their injuries in a short time. Die! Bai Mingzhong roared, and a powerful attack swept out. The light from the axe grew brighter, as if it was going to split the sky and the earth. It fell on Xianxia with a loud bang. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be overshadowed. It was as if the axe was the only thing left between heaven and earth. Watch out! Many people instinctively cried out to warn Xianxia. Even Lin Donglai, the host of the banquet, stared at Bai Mingzhong, ready to intervene if Bai Mingzhong killed Xianxia. Is that all you've got? While many people were worried about Xianxia, under everyone's gaze, Xianxia did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward and faced Bai Mingzhong. At the same time, he was speaking indifferently. Lin Donglai was stunned by this scene. Did I misjudge him? This disciple from Chunyang School is not afraid of the genius from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice? Almost at the same time, Lin Donglai seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed drastically. Stop! At the same time, Ran Tietio, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, suddenly roared. At the same time, a powerful wave of energy swept out like a raging wave, clearly intending to intervene. Leader Ren, you've gone too far. The moment Ran Tietio made his move, a sword ray whizzed out from the ninth heaven and easily defeated Ran Tietio's energy. In the next moment, the upper echelons of the various prefectures and major forces all looked toward the Chunyang School. Their gazes fell on the man in a light golden robe. It was the patriarch of the hidden sword faction of Chunyang School, Yi Chenfeng, a patriarch who was not even 20,000 years old. In terms of age, Yi Chenfeng was the youngest intermediate god emperor present. However, in terms of strength, no one dared to say that they were stronger than Yi Chenfeng. This time, the leaders of the various prefectures and major forces were all intermediate god emperors. Although some forces had advanced god emperors, they did not come this time. Ah! A shrill scream rang out, attracting everyone's attention. In the next moment, everyone looked away from Yi Chenfeng. When they returned to the battlefield, they saw that Bai Mingzhong, the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, was riddled with holes. It was as if his body had been pierced by thousands of arrows. Lin Donglai stood to the side, his face pale. Trash! Xianxia glanced at Bai Mingzhong indifferently and left these two words. Then, he turned around and left. He's not dead yet. Leader Ren, we can still save him if we pay a price. At the same time, Lin Donglai pushed his hand forward, and an invisible force pulled Bai Mingzhong's battered body toward the alliance of benevolence and justice.
I'm partly responsible. These 2 supreme emperor-level divine pills are a token of my appreciation for him.
In the next moment, Lin Donglai spoke again and handed over 2 pill bottles at the same time. After Ran Tietio took the pill bottles, he looked at the other old man beside him.
Elder Wang, take the pills and bring him back to the alliance.
Yes, leader. The old man answered and left with Bai Mingzhong, who was on the verge of death. However, the people present did not know that when Ran Tietio asked the old man to leave, he sent a voice transmission to the old man.
Don't waste the divine pills on him. After you take him away, give him a quick death. If I remember correctly, he's just an orphan. His only grandmaster passed away a few years ago.
Without him, no one will care.
Ren Tietio said.
Yes, leader. The old man knew why his leader did this.
First, Bai Mingzhong did not have a backer in the alliance of benevolence and justice. Second, Bai Mingzhong's injuries were too serious.
Even with the 2 ultimate emperor divine pills given by Lin Donglai, they could only keep him alive and heal some of his injuries. If they wanted to heal him, the alliance of benevolence and justice would have to pay no less than 10 ultimate emperor divine pills.
It was a pity to waste them on Bai Mingzhong. Bai Mingzhong's life was not worth that much.
Some of the people present guessed why the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Ran Tietio, asked someone to take Bai Mingzhong away at this time. He did not even give Bai Mingzhong the 2 divine pills given by Lin Donglai in front of everyone.
Even Lin Donglai had guessed something.
However, he only frowned slightly and did not say anything more. Although he was partly responsible for this, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was the most responsible. If the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had not repeatedly attacked the people of Chunyang School, they would not have suffered such retribution. As for why it was Yi Yingkai, the prodigy of Chunyang School, who first targeted the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, he did not know the reason at first. However, he found out later on. Regarding this, he could understand. He knew that the higher-ups of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice would understand as well. However, they still allowed the prodigy of the alliance to attack the Chunyang School's disciple. In his opinion, even if Bai Mingzhong died today, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had only themselves to blame. But, how can this Chunyang School's disciple be so strong? I feel that his strength is not weaker than those prodigies of Chunyang School, including Yi Yingkai. He might even be stronger. When Lin Donglai's gaze returned to the back of the figure that everyone was looking at, he could not help but look surprised. In the past, he did not know that there was such a person in Chunyang School. Who is he? Does Chunyang School have such a hidden trump card? I don't think he's any weaker than the other first-rate prodigies in the Pure Sun sect other than Duan Ling Tian, right? I didn't expect that there was such a person in Chunyang School. He did not show his strength before, but at the critical moment, he suddenly showed his true strength and seriously injured Bai Mingzhong. Yeah. If Elder Lin Donglai did not intervene in time, Bai Mingzhong would have died on the spot. Xianxia's strength not only shocked the others, but also the people of Chunyang School, including Duan Ling Tian, were shocked. I underestimated him. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xianxia, his heart throbbing. Was the supreme spiritual abode really so amazing? How long had it been? Xianxia had grown to such a level. Even if he became a middle-level divine emperor earlier than me, it was not much earlier than me. Judging from his attack just now, it is obvious that he has almost consolidated his cultivation. Maybe he will have a chance to completely consolidate his cultivation before the end of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was burning with passion. He yearned for the supreme spiritual abode even more. Chapter 40-26. Duan Lingtian knew how difficult it was to consolidate one's cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. If it weren't for the help of the divine elements, he wouldn't have been able to consolidate his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. Xianxia, on the other hand, was close to consolidating his cultivation as well. No one would believe that he didn't have an opportunity. Is Xianxia that powerful?
Duan Lingtian wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone from Chunyang School was shocked as well. Of course, Xianxia's master, Yuan Hanjin, was an exception. However, Yuan Hanjin was smiling brightly when people around him congratulated him for having a good disciple. It was obvious that he was proud of Xianxia. Xianxia, you're amazing. Xianxia, you've helped Chunyang School get back at us. Xianxia, you almost killed him. You're amazing. Yeah, that's a middle-level divine emperor. You almost killed that guy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice even though he was watching you. You're amazing. The group of Chunyang School's disciples, who had been depressed, were all excited after Xianxia made his move. It was as if they were the ones who had crippled the genius from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, not Xianxia. Even the famous geniuses from Chunyang School, such as Yi Yingkai and Yun Yue, looked at Xianxia with surprise in their eyes. Of course, they were more concerned about Xianxia. Xianxia, who had been ignored by them, had unknowingly become as powerful as them. Judging from Xianxia's move, even they weren't confident that they could defeat Xianxia. Xianxia wasn't just the focus of Chunyang School's disciples. Even the people from various prefectures and forces were focused on him. His name is Xianxia. Pingshang's branch of the Pure Sun sect has also produced a genius. He's the grand disciple of Yuan Pingsheng, the patriarch of Chunyang School's Pingsheng branch. This time, it could be said that Xianxia had made a name for himself in a single battle. He had completely entered the vision of all the major forces of the various prefectures. One had to know that before this, not many people knew about him, let alone remembered him. Xianxia, who was in the center of the storm, had a cold and calm expression on his face this time. He didn't show any complacency because of the praises of the people around him. He was still calm. Of course, if one were to observe his eyes more closely, one would be able to discover that he had a lot of worries hidden in the depths of his eyes. After Xianxia's fight, the next round of the elite group competition, even if it was Yun Yue, he would easily defeat his opponent in a few moves. Moreover, because the other party was not from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, he knew when to stop. When the first segment of the first phase of the competition for the elite group ended, more and more people appeared before the eyes of the people from the various manors. Among them, there were some who were already famous, but there were also many who were previously unknown. SSS2's to be was 22222. Of course, Lin Yuan was considered external help. However, since he had joined the Flame Howl sect and was not more than 10,000 years old, he met the requirements to participate in the 7 prefectures banquet. Therefore, even if some people were unhappy, they couldn't say anything. It was within the rules. There was nothing they could do. If they had the ability, they could also look for external help. It wasn't easy to find external help. After the first round of the elite group competition ended, it was time for the second round of the second round. However, it would only begin on the second day. Based on the experience of the rookie group competition, the second round of the elite group competition might not be as exciting as the first round. This was because those who had displayed their strength in the first round would not be challenged in the second round. Even if they forfeited, they wouldn't be asking for a snub. You know you're no match for them, yet you still want to be injured? That's not courage. It's looking for a beating. Since there were far fewer people compared to the rookie group competition, the second round of the elite group competition ended in just a few days. Many people successfully entered the elite group. It was the same as the rookie competition. There were quite a few people with decent strength who could smoothly enter the elite group if they were lucky. Because the second stage of the elite group competition was the last stage, they could only issue challenges. Moreover, the weaker people had already been challenged, so they couldn't issue any challenges. Therefore, they couldn't enter the elite group in the end. Therefore, although they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. This situation was similar to the rookie group competition. No one made a fuss because they knew it was meaningless. Moreover, after the second round of the elite group competition ended, the Flame Howl sect's elder Lin Donglai, who was in charge of the 7 prefectures banquet, said that those who were confident of entering the top 30 would be given an extra slot to enter the elite ranking. However, once they didn't enter the top 30, they would have to pay a price. In the end, no one asked for an extra slot. Because, even those who felt that they were unlucky felt that if they were lucky, they could enter the elite group. As for the elimination battle, they didn't have any confidence. Not to mention entering the top 30. It was still the same sentence. Those who were strong didn't need to rely on luck. Those who weren't strong needed to rely on luck. In the 7 prefectures banquet, luck was also a part of strength. If you were unhappy, as long as you met the requirements, you could be given an extra slot. However, if you didn't meet the requirements, you would have to pay a price. Otherwise, if everyone was given an extra slot, wouldn't it be a mess? Then what was the point of the previous battles? After the elite group competition, it's the Lingyun group competition. The first round of the Lingyun group competition is similar to the elite group and rookie group. However, in the second round, those who entered the Lingyun group in the first round can only be challenged 3 times at most. Those who were eliminated in the first round can also challenge 3 times at most. Lin Donglai stood in the air as his voice spread. The Lingyun group was also the third round of the 7 prefectures banquet. After the elite group competition, the remaining people were reduced in half again. There were only slightly more than 400 people left. Moreover, there was one person who could directly enter the Lingyun group. Lin Donglai directly designated the person who had the Bai Chunyang school, Xianxia. However, no one paid any attention to his decision. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. If Xianxia made a move like before, they were worried that they would follow in the footsteps of the prodigy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Of course, those who had such thoughts were those who were not confident in their strength. Those who were strong did not care about the slot. They could give it to whoever they wanted. After all, they would definitely obtain a slot with their own strength in the end. For the elite group competition, 400 will survive from 800. For the Lingyun group competition, 200 will survive from 400. After this round of the Lingyun group competition, it'll be the competition for the aspirations group. 200 will survive from 100. After the aspirations group competition, it'll be the competition for the ranking of the top 100 people. Of course, the top 100 people will receive corresponding rewards. The top 30 people will receive even better rewards. As for the top 10, I won't say much. I'm sure you all know. As soon as Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of the 7 prefectures banquet, finished speaking, the third round of the 7 prefectures banquet, the competition for the Lingyun group began. This time, they still drew tokens with engraved words to determine their opponents. When Duan Lingtian received the token, he noticed that a group of people from Chunyang school, including Zhen Pingfan, were all looking at him. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Did these guys think that he was as unlucky as them this time? Before Zhen Pingfan could say anything, Duan Lingtian pointed the token at him and injected his divine power into it. Soon, a word entered Zhen Pingfan's eyes before Duan Lingtian could see it. When Duan Lingtian saw the disappointment on Zhen Pingfan's face, he knew that the words on the token he received this time were definitely more normal. This was also what Duan Lingtian had guessed earlier. The first time he was unlucky. The second time he was unlucky. If the third time was still the same strange word, then someone was really deliberately targeting him. Of course, the possibility of this was very small, almost zero. Zhou. This time, the word on Duan Lingtian's token was Zhou, the word for the universe. Seeing this, not only was Zhen Pingfan disappointed, but the other people from Chunyang school who were watching the show also withdrew their gazes. At the same time, as Lin Donglai spoke, the battle of the Lingyun group officially began. At first, there was nothing to see. Until Ma Qihong from the Machi family of Tungleng province entered the arena. His opponent was the host this time, the people from Mysterious Jade Mansion, and he was not an ordinary person. He was the genius of Mysterious Jade Mansion's Rui sect, Jia Mulin. Jia Mulin was one of the strongest people in the younger generation of Rui sect under 10,000 years old. This time, his opponent was Ma Qihong. Looking at his solemn face after entering the arena, it was enough to see how much pressure he was under now. Jia Mulin, you're quite famous. I've heard of you. Ma Qihong looked at Jia Mulin and said indifferently, "Are you going to admit defeat, or do you want me to send you off the arena?" Jia Mulin took a deep breath when he heard this. Then, he cupped his hands together and said, "I've long heard of your great name, Ma Qihong. If you were the strongest person among the younger generation in Tungleng province, I would have made way for you this time. However, you're not now. That's why I still want to try." As he spoke, Jianghu revealed 2 rows of pearly white teeth and grinned. In Machi Hong's eyes, this grin was no different from mockery. He flew into a rage and his eyes turned cold. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Almost as soon as Lin Donglai announced the start of the battle, Machi Hong pounced on Jianghu like an enraged tiger. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Jianghu, who had retreated in time, and thought to himself, "This prodigy from Rui sect must have provoked Machi Hong on purpose. However, unless he's strong enough, he won't be able to win even if he angers Machi Hong and makes him lose his composure." When the gap in strength was large enough, all schemes and tricks were useless. Chapter 40-27. Jianghu's intention was to anger Machi Hong and make him lose his mind. He thought he might be able to take advantage of this to defeat Machi Hong. However, he was certain Machi Hong was stronger than him. However, he did not know how much stronger Machi Hong was. Since he was confident in himself, he did not think Machi Hong was much stronger than him. However, what happened next was completely out of his expectations. How can he be so strong? Jianghu, who barely managed to block Machi Hong's attack with his celestial weapon, felt his arms trembling. The trembling even spread to his entire body, giving him a suffocating feeling. Too strong. Was this the strength of the former strongest person among the younger generation in Tonglang province? Was he not defeated by Duan Lingtian? When Jianghu faced Machi Hong's second attack, he could not block it at all. The divine weapon in his hand was knocked out of his hand, and he was sent flying while coughing up blood. Complete defeat. Even so, Machi Hong did not give up on pursuing Duan Lingtian. "Stop. I admit defeat." Lin Donglai and Jianghu's voices sounded at the same time. Although Machi Hong was furious, he had no choice but to give up. Duan Lingtian had admitted defeat. If he continued to attack, he would be suspected of intentionally killing Duan Lingtian. According to the rules of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, the person in charge of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet was allowed to attack Duan Lingtian. Even if he killed Duan Lingtian, his death would be in vain. This rule was jointly set by the 7 prefectures. Does this mean my cultivation base has been completely consolidated? Although Machi Hong had not unleashed his full strength, Yi Chen Feng could still sense the abnormality in his divine energy. Therefore he told Duan Lingtian about this. Even Duan Lingtian was surprised by this. Machi Hong seemed to be quite far away from completely consolidating his cultivation base. However, it was completely consolidated now. Some time ago, I heard that the Machi clan paid a huge price to obtain a Peak Emperor Grade Divine Pellet. That Peak Emperor Grade Divine Pellet is one of the best amongst the Peak Emperor Grade Divine Pellets. Its function is to help a high-level God Emperor consolidate his cultivation base. Upon hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, it would be easy to explain. As for what kind of divine pellet Yi Chenfeng was talking about, he had heard of it before. That was a top-grade Emperor-grade divine pill. He was confident in concocting an Emperor-grade divine pill, but he wasn't confident in concocting a Peak Emperor-grade divine pill. In fact, even if he was given 10 sets of ingredients, he wasn't confident in concocting it even once. So strong. So strong. After Machi Hong's victory, the people from the various major powers in the Profound Jade Mansion were in an uproar. As members of Profound Jade Mansion, they naturally knew how strong Jianghu was. In the Profound Jade Mansion's Good Fortune sect, none of the younger generation below the age of 10,000 would dare to say they were stronger than Jianghu. In fact, there were only a few people who could fight Jianghu to a draw. But such a powerful Jianghu was defeated by Machi Hong in 2 moves. Machi Hong's strength broadened their horizons, and at the same time, their hearts trembled. I thought that the defeated opponent of Duan Lingtian was just Uzo. Who would have thought that he would be so strong? That's right. When I heard he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, I thought it might be because the Eastern Ridge Mansion didn't have anyone for the past 10,000 years. That's why he's the best. In fact, he might not be stronger than us. I didn't expect him to be so strong. If he's so strong, what about Duan Lingtian?
Many of the young prodigies from the various major powers were shocked by Ma Qihong's strength. When they recalled that Duan Lingtian had defeated Ma Qihong, they were even more shocked. However, after hearing those people's discussions, Ma Qihong, who had yet to return to the Ma Qi clan's side, suddenly stopped his footsteps and frowned slightly. In the next instant he said in a clear voice, "When I was defeated by Duan Lingtian, I was still a long way from consolidating my cultivation base as a high-level divine emperor. However, I've completely consolidated my cultivation base now. If I fight with Duan Lingtian again, I'll definitely win." Ma Qihong could not stand how the crowd was using Duan Lingtian to trample on him. He spoke confidently. Upon hearing his words, the crowd burst into an uproar. So that's how it is. When Duan Lingtian defeated him, he had yet to consolidate his cultivation base as a high-level divine emperor. If that's the case, Duan Lingtian might not be able to defeat him this time. Perhaps if they fight again, Duan Lingtian might be defeated by him. When Ma Qihong spoke, not many people doubted his words. After all, there was no need for him to lie. Moreover, if he lied, he would end up slapping himself in the face and be ridiculed. They did not think Ma Qihong would do such a stupid thing. "You're quite confident." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he stood among the people from the Chunyang school. Then, he looked at Zhen Pingfan and asked through voice transmission, "Elder Zhen, do you think Ma Qihong will be angered to death if I admit defeat on purpose and challenge him to eliminate him?" Duan Lingtian's voice transmission stunned Zhen Pingfan. When he regained his senses, he replied through voice transmission, "If you do that, not only will he be angered to death, but the other people from the Ma Qi clan will be angered to death as well. Ma Qi Yuning, especially, will definitely not let you off." Zhan Pingfan paused for a moment before he continued, "Of course, it's meaningless even if you do that. Even if you defeat him and replace him, he still has 3 chances to challenge others. He can easily challenge others to advance to the next round. Unless you cripple him." Cough cough. "I'm just joking." Zhen Pingfan corrected his words. He was worried Duan Lingtian would have the intention to cripple Zhen Pingfan after hearing his words. If that happened, the Ma Qi clan would go crazy. Ma Qi Yuning, especially, might become a mad dog. Although Ma Qi Yuning looked kind and loving, Duan Lingtian had heard from his father that this old fellow was a ruthless person when he was young. He had once annihilated several small clans because of a small matter. Moreover, he had personally made a move. If Duan Lingtian crippled Ma Qihong, the Ma Qi clan would lose the 2 chances that were already set in stone. It was no different from cutting off Ma Qi Yuning's path to becoming a higher god emperor. Under such circumstances, the possibility of Ma Qi Yuning going crazy was very high. Naturally, it was impossible for Ma Qi Yuning to succeed in this place since his junior uncle Yi was there to protect Duan Lingtian. However, what if it was a different place and time? It was impossible for his junior uncle Yi to always keep an eye on Duan Lingtian and protect Duan Lingtian. Then cripple him? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. "Elder Zhen, I think your suggestion is feasible." Bah! Zhen Pingfan spat in annoyance. "I already said that it was a joke. I was really joking. If you really do that, the Ma Qi clan will treat you as a sworn enemy. Even Ma Qi Yuning won't let you off. If this old fellow doesn't break through soon, he won't have many years left to live. If you make him lose the chance to enter the secret realm in the Saint Land, it'll be equivalent to breaking his last hope. Even if you stay in the Chunyang school, he might still sneak into the Chunyang school and kill you when he knows he'll die in the next heavenly tribulation. Therefore, it's fine if you want to defeat or cripple Ma Qihong. However, you have to wait until Ma Qihong has entered the top 10 of the 7 Mansions Feast." Zhen Pingfan said. A hint of fear flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard this. Even a cornered dog could jump over a wall. Moreover, this was a person who was about to die. If a person who was about to die broke his last straw and was given a chance, even if the chance was slim, he would most likely take revenge on Duan Lingtian. "I understand." After Zhen Pingfan's reminder, Duan Lingtian dismissed the idea. This kind of thing was harming others without benefiting oneself. He was just unhappy with Ma Qihong. There was no need to anger a medium god emperor, who did not have much time left.
The competition in the Ling Yun group was naturally more exciting than the competition in the elite group. This was especially true for the Resurrection Challenge. Everyone had 3 chances to challenge someone in the Ling Yun group. Everyone who entered the Ling Yun group could be challenged 3 times. After they were successfully challenged and left the Ling Yun group, they would also have 3 chances to challenge someone.
However, in the end, the competition in the Ling Yun group was similar to the competition in the elite group and the competition in the rookie group.
The strong would eliminate the weak first. The weak would only have 3 chances to challenge someone they thought they had a chance of defeating. For example, Duan Lingtian, Xianxia, and Yi Yingkai were not challenged by anyone. After the competition in the Ling Yun group ended, they entered the Ling Yun group.
And during this process, more and more people started to display their true strength in front of the public. There were only 204 people in the Ling Yun group.
The competition in the Lofty Aspirations group will begin in 3 days. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, the 7 mansions feast ended and the crowd dispersed. 3 days later, the competition in the Lofty Aspirations group began. This time, there were only 102 people left out of the 204 people. The 102 people in the Lofty Aspirations group would enter the ranking battle. 10 days later, the ranking battle for the top 100 will begin. Of course, 30 of the slots are for the seeded contestants. Those who are strong can recommend themselves to be seeded contestants. However, there may be people who challenge you. You can only enter the top 30 if you hold on until the end. To be more precise, the rankings from the 31st to the 100th will be decided first. After the competition in the Lofty Aspirations group ended, Lin Donglai announced again. This time, everyone's spirits were shaken. The highlight of the 7 mansions feast was finally coming. The ranking battle. I've been waiting for a long time. On the Chunyang school side, a prodigy who was as famous as Yi Yingkai suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with anticipation. At this moment, he was not the only one who had anticipation in his eyes. There were also many prodigies from various mansions. These people were not only in the Lofty Aspirations group but also those who did not. They were looking forward to the ranking battle because it would be exciting. Chapter 4028. Recommend yourself as a seeded contestant? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Donglai's words. Did that mean anyone could apply? Of course, according to Lin Donglai's words, the seeded contestants would have to accept challenges from other contestants. If one did not have a certain level of strength, it would be useless to recommend oneself as a seeded contestant. Moreover, one would be targeted and their performance would be affected. One might be able to make it into the top 50, but because one recommended himself as a seeded contestant, he would be targeted and ranked below the top 50. Generally speaking, there were gains and losses. 3 days later, the mysterious Jade Mansion will send someone to pick out the names of the seeded contestants. As before, each faction can only recommend 3 people at most. As soon as Lin Donglai said this, some of the prodigies who wanted to join in the fun and recommend themselves became discouraged. They thought they would be the ones to recommend themselves. They did not expect that they would have to go through the faction behind them to recommend themselves. Moreover, each faction could only recommend 3 people. Now let's disperse. Everyone, see you in 10 days. At that time, the mysterious Jade Mansion will also select 30 seeded contestants. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, the crowd dispersed one after another. Duan Lingtian also left with the Chunyang School's group. On the way back, he did not ask about the seeded contestants because he knew he would definitely get a spot. The prodigies from the Chunyang School also thought the same. Duan Lingtian will definitely get one of the 3 spots. I'm afraid it won't be easy to divide the remaining 2 spots. Many people looked at Yi Yingkai, Yun Yue, and the other 3 prodigies from the Chunyang School who were as famous as Yi Yingkai and Yun Yue. These 5 people's strength was on par with each other. How would they divide the 2 spots? Don't forget that Xianxia is from Ping Sheng's faction. I'm afraid he's not weaker than Yi Yingkai and the other prodigies. That's right. There's also Xianxia. Perhaps one of the 3 spots this time will go to Xianxia. That's possible. Xianxia's strength is, to a certain extent, stronger than Yi Yingkai and the other prodigies. The surrounding voices caused Yi Yingkai and the rest to turn silent. Their gazes towards Xianxia had also become extremely complicated. Xianxia. This small fry that they didn't even put in their eyes in the past actually had a strength that wasn't weaker than theirs, and might even be stronger than theirs. Now, among the younger generation of Chunyang school under 10,000 years old, only Duan Lingtian is better than you. Yuan Hanjin said to Xianxia through voice transmission. However, as long as you work hard, you'll surpass him sooner or later. At that time, even if you want to avenge your childhood friend and kill him, it's not impossible. I think highly of you, Yuan Hanjin said. Thank you, master. Xianxia replied indifferently with a voice transmission. His indifferent tone caused Yuan Hanjin to frown slightly. This disciple of his seemed to have suddenly become a different person recently. In the past, he had never been so rude in front of him. Why? Could it be that his will had been subtly influenced because he had entered the most powerful divine abode? This should be the case, Yuan Hanjin thought to himself. At the same time, the group of prodigies from Chunyang School was still discussing the 3 spots. Do you think, if 2 of the 3 spots belong to Duan Lingtian and Xianxia, the last spot will fall into Yi Yingkai's hands? After all, Yi Yingkai is Elder Ye's grand disciple. Elder Yi. Yi Chunfeng. In the past, he was as famous as Lu Fenggu in Chunyang School. In terms of strength, he might even be stronger than Lu Fenggu. Now, Yi Chunfeng had a high-grade divine sword with a complete soul, and his strength was comparable to an ordinary upper divine emperor. If he really let his grand disciple Yi Yingkai take one of the spots, Lu Fenggu, who was leading the team with him, would certainly not say anything. As for the others, they would not say anything. I don't think so. Elder Yi is not a selfish person. I think so too. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at Yi Chunfeng as he listened to the whispers of the crowd. If he had not learned from Zhan Pingfan that Yi Chunfeng was a person who did not hold grudges, he might have been deceived by these people's words. However, Elder Yi shouldn't be the subject of ridicule in the sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. 10 days later, when the group from Chunyang School set off again, Duan Lingtian knew that he had guessed correctly. The 3 spots had nothing to do with Yi Yingkai. 7 days ago, I've already given the names of the 3 people corresponding to the spots to the Mystic Jade Mansion, Yi Chunfeng said calmly as he led the group. Yi Chunfeng said calmly as he led the crowd. 3 spots. 1 for Duan Lingtian, 1 for Xianxia. The last spot belongs to Yun Yewei. As soon as Yi Chunfeng said this, most people were shocked. Even Yun Yewei himself was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect the last spot to be given to him. However, after a while, when he heard the voice transmission from the old man beside him, he understood. This time, Elder Yi and Elder Lu were leading the group because they could not give the last spot to Yi Yingkai or the person from the Hidden Sword faction. The other 2 people who were as famous as him, Yi Yingkai, and the person from the Hidden Sword faction were also close to the Hidden Sword faction and the Overbearing Saber faction. Only the Wanderlust faction, which Yun Yewei was in, was not close to the Hidden Sword faction and the Overbearing Saber faction. Of course, since they were in the same sect, it was impossible for them to be distant. How dare you use me as a shield? Yun Yewei was a little helpless, but he didn't care too much about it. There are a total of 30 spots for the seeded contestants. Although each faction has 3 spots, there are 28 factions, which means that there are 84 recommendation spots. Out of the 84 recommendation spots, 30 people will be chosen. I definitely won't be able to do it. Duan Lingtian should be fine. Xianxia, on the other hand, has some hope. While Yun Yewei was lamenting inwardly, Duan Lingtian also learned from Zhan Pingfan the reason why Yun Yewei was given a spot but not Yi Yingkai and the others. However, he didn't mind this at all. At the same time, he felt Yi Yingkai and the others would not mind. Not being a seeded contestant did not mean one could not enter the top 30. As long as one could defeat a seeded contestant, one could still enter the top 30. Not long after everyone arrived at the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet, it was almost time for everyone to arrive. As the host, Lin Donglai was late again. After a few days of research, we've selected 30 seated contestants from the recommendation spots from the various mansions and sects. Lin Donglai went straight to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. Then, he began to recite the names of the 30 seated contestants. One by one, the names entered everyone's ears. The 30 seated contestants were from various mansions and sects. However, not every sect had a seated contestant. For example, the Profound Jade Mansion and the Rui sect did not have a single seated contestant. Naturally, the Rui sect was not the only one. However, it was precisely because of this that the Rui sect did not have a spot in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Since the Rui sect, as the host of the Profound Jade Mansion's banquet, did not say anything, what else could they say? Moreover, a seated contestant did not mean anything. In the last Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, there were those who did not manage to enter the top 10. I remember. During the last Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, even Elder Yi from Chunyang School did not manage to obtain a seated contestant. However, he still managed to enter the top 30 in the end. When the news spread, many people's eyes fell on the Chunyang School. Their gazes fell on Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng was the old ancestor of the hidden sword progeny in Chunyang School. He was the strongest person in Tunglang Province. Most importantly, he was not only a junior. He was not even 20,000 years old. During the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet 10,000 years ago, he was supposed to represent Chunyang School in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. However, he did not manage to enter the top 20, let alone the top 10. The world has changed in 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, there were many who were stronger than this Elder Yi of the Pure Sun sect among the younger generation of the Seven Prefectures. But now, there's no one who can compare to him. That's why it's said that temporary gains and losses are not permanent. Elder Yi from Chunyang School has taught us a good lesson. I think so too. Even if I can't enter the top 30 now, even if I'm not a seated contestant, it doesn't mean I'll be weaker than them 10,000 years later. Who knows, maybe I'll be stronger than Duan Ling Tian from Chunyang School and Machi Hong from the Machi clan. They might not be as strong as me 10,000 years later. As expected, Duan Ling Tian obtained one of the 30 seated contestants. If he did not obtain a spot, there might be people who would question him. Machi Hong from the Machi clan had also obtained a spot. However, Machi Hong was the only one from the Machi clan who obtained a spot. On the other hand, apart from Duan Ling Tian, Xianxia from Chunyang School had also obtained a spot. This was beyond many people's expectations. They did not expect Xianxia to obtain a spot. Xianxia from Chunyang School has never shown his strength before. I didn't expect him to shock everyone with his skills. Now, he's even obtained a spot as a seated contestant. Previously, I had a feeling that he's not weaker than those from Chunyang School. Now, it seems like that's true. Otherwise, the Mystic Jade Mansion wouldn't have given him a spot as a seated contestant. There are a total of 30 spots. Among the 28 forces here, Chunyang School has obtained 2 spots. How amazing! It's not just Chunyang School. Even the Flame Howl sect has obtained 2 spots. Lin Yuan and Mo Luo Duo, the most powerful person among the younger generation in the Flame Howl sect under 10,000 years old. Mo Luo Duo is widely acknowledged as the most powerful person among the younger generation in the Mystic Jade Mansion under 10,000 years old. He might not be weaker than Machi Hong. He might be comparable to Duan Ling Tian. This was the first time Duan Ling Tian heard the name Mo Luo Duo, the prodigy of the Flame Howl sect. The most powerful person among the younger generation in the Flame Howl sect under 10,000 years old. The most powerful person among the younger generation in the Mystic Jade Mansion under 10,000 years old. Chapter 4029. In fact, Chunyang School and Blazing Howl sect were not the only 2 seated contestants. A few other forces also had 2 seated contestants. The reason why so many people were paying attention to Chunyang School and Blazing Howl sect was because of Duan Ling Tian from Chunyang School. His name had recently spread throughout the 7 prefectures. As for Blazing Howl sect, as one of the hosts of the Mystic Jade Mansion's banquet and the host of the banquet was Elder Lin Donglai,
it was impossible for them not to be noticed. However, regardless of whether it was Chunyang School or Blazing Howl sect, they were all young prodigies who had obtained seeded contestants. Their strength was obvious to all, so no one questioned them. On the other hand, the two prodigies from the other two forces who had mediocre performances before were given the seeded contestants this time. Many people were puzzled by this. Two disciples from Tianqin Mansion's Autumn Leaf sect had obtained seeded contestants. One of them was a famous prodigy who had shown his strength previously. No one had any objections to him being a seeded contestant. As for the other person, he was not very famous. Furthermore, he did not display any sort of astonishing strength when he fought earlier. Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan had a disciple with a different surname who had obtained a seeded contestant. Like the other person from Tianqin Mansion, this person was not famous and his performance so far was mediocre. Luo Yuan from Tianqin Mansion's Autumn Leaf sect and Tuoba Xiu from Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan. I've never heard of them before. Their performances were also mediocre, so how did they obtain seeded contestants? Many people were puzzled by this. More and more people were discussing this matter. Duan Lingtian was also puzzled when he heard these two names. This was because he had never heard of them before. He did not pay much attention to the previous battles. However, when he heard people talking about them, he found out that they were not famous in the past and had not shown much strength before. At the very least, many people were questioning them now. Tianqin Mansion. Netherworld Mansion. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. Previously, he had heard from Zhan Pingfan that there would be two unknown prodigies from Tianqin Mansion and Netherworld Mansion appearing this time. Moreover, their strength was extraordinary and they might be aiming for the top 3 spots in the 7 prefectures banquet. These two people had one thing in common. That was, they were all nurtured by the strength of the entire prefecture. Once they entered the top 3 of the 7 prefectures banquet, they would be able to obtain 3 slots. At that time, each of the 3 major powers in their prefecture would be able to obtain 1 slot each. According to that elder Zhan, the Heavenly Stella Mansion and the Underworld Mansion might have listened to his suggestion from 10,000 years ago. If it's really them, then it's normal. They are fully qualified to be seeded contestants. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, also if it's really them, Profound Jade Mansion must have already found out who they are. But it doesn't seem wise to recommend Heavenly Star Hall and Underworld Hall before they show their strength, right? If they had already displayed their strength, it wouldn't be wrong to recommend them as seeded candidates. However, if they haven't displayed their strength yet, they'll inevitably become the target of public criticism. This isn't a good thing for them, right? Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts changed, a bell-like voice suddenly reverberated and clearly entered everyone's ears. Elder Lin. Our Autumn Leaf sect didn't recommend Luo Yuan as a seeded candidate, right? Luo Yuan isn't one of the 3 people we recommended. The person who spoke was an old man with a curly beard. He had white hair, white eyebrows, and white beard. He stared at Lin Donglai with a gloomy expression as he questioned in a deep voice. Elder Lin, our Yuan clan didn't recommend Tuoba Xiu as well. As soon as the curly-bearded old man from the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect finished speaking, a skinny old man from the Yuan clan from the Underworld Mansion spoke as well. His tone was also filled with questions. As soon as the words left their mouths, an uproar broke out among the crowd. As it turned out, these 2 prodigies whom no one had heard of before were not recommended by their respective sects? If that was the case, why were they seeded candidates? For a time, all eyes were on Lin Donglai, waiting for him to answer the question of the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. They were all curious as to what the Profound Jade Mansion was doing. Why would they let 2 people who were not recommended become seeded candidates? If it was only one person, it could be said that the Profound Jade Mansion had made a mistake. However, there were 2 people. Could it be a mistake? Most people felt that it was definitely not a mistake, but at the same time, they were also curious as to why the Profound Jade Mansion would do this. Now, they were all waiting to hear what Lin Donglai had to say. So they didn't recommend them. Duan Lingtian was still puzzled as to why the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan had recommended the 2 prodigies. Now that he heard the words of the 2 sects, it was obvious that they did not recommend them. If that was the case, then these 2 people were the seeded candidates that the Profound Jade Mansion had decided on. However, didn't they say that the seeded candidates would be selected from the recommendations of the various sects? Wasn't the profound Jade Mansion contradicting themselves by doing this? At this moment, Lin Donglai did not show any signs of fear in the face of everyone's gazes. He smiled faintly and said, although the two prodigies from the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion did not recommend them, the profound Jade Mansion has heard that their prodigies that the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion have nurtured over the past 10,000 years. For this reason, although the Autumn Leaf sect and the Yuan clan did not recommend them, the profound Jade Mansion has unanimously decided to make an exception and let them become seeded candidates based on the principle of respecting prodigies. The reason the two elders are questioning them like this is because you're worried that they'll be targeted. I'd like to remind all of you. Although these two prodigies did not reveal much of their strength is extraordinary. At the very least, all of you should treat them as if they're Duan Ling Tian, the prodigy of the Chunyang school. As soon as Lin Donglai opened his mouth, he declared that the two prodigies from the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion were comparable to Duan Ling Tian. Of course, if the two of you are challenged later on, please show more of your strength. That way, other people will recognize your strength and won't challenge you too much. You'll have more time to rest and wait for the competition for the top 30, or even the top 10 and top 3. Lin Donglai's final words were, naturally, directed at Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and Tuo Xiao from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. As soon as Lin Donglai said those words, many people present were shocked. Heavenly Star Mansion and Underworld Mansion actually spent nearly 10,000 years to cultivate one person with the power of their respective mansions? They must be determined to get a spot in the Saint Land secret zone. It's hard to imagine how powerful a prodigy nurtured by 3 major sects in a single mansion would be. He must be very powerful. To be able to be nurtured by all 3 of them, he must have been chosen by all 3 of them. Such a prodigy can't be mediocre. Coupled with the nurturing of 3 major sects in a single mansion, he must be extraordinary. Who would have thought that the mediocre Luo Yuan and Tuo Xiao would have such a background? That's right. If Elder Lin Donglai from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known that the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion had such prodigies. The young prodigies present were in an uproar. The higher-ups of the various major sects had long heard about Luo Yuan and Tuo Xiao. Therefore they were not too surprised. However, they were still somewhat surprised that the profound Jade Mansion had chosen them. It was obvious that the profound Jade Mansion had done this on purpose. When they heard Lin Donglai's words, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan's expressions turned ugly. However, they did not say anything. This was because similar situations had occurred in the past 7 mansions' banquets. Some of the major sects had thought that they had hidden their trump cards well. However, in the end they had been made a fool out of. Even the Heavenly Star Hall had made a fool out of the profound Jade Mansion in the past. This time, the profound Jade Mansion had most likely done this on purpose. Naturally, the Underworld Mansion had been wronged. Although the Underworld Mansion had done such things in the past as the host of the 7 mansions banquets, they had never targeted the profound Jade Mansion. All in all, this small disturbance passed just like that. No one pursued the matter, and no one cared. After all, it was pointless to pursue the matter. I really can't tell that the 2 of them are geniuses nurtured by the efforts of their respective mansions. Elder Lin Donglai compared them to Duan Ling Tian. It's clear that he thinks highly of them. I heard from my master that the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion are aiming for the top 3 in the 7 mansions banquets this time. Initially, I thought that Duan Ling Tian and Ma Qihong would have a high chance of getting into the top 3. However, it seems like that might not be the case anymore. That's right. Nobody expected the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion to make such a move. I also heard that a monster has appeared in the Spirit Rhino Mansion and the Heavens Equal sect. He has only appeared recently. The monster from the Heavens Equal sect, the 2 of them, Duan Ling Tian, Ma Qihong, Lin Yuan from the Flame Howl sect, Mo Luo Duo from the Flame Howl sect, and a few other young geniuses who have a high chance of getting into the top 3 as well. Looks like the battle for the top 3 in the 7 mansions banquets will be interesting to watch. This is what makes it interesting. For those young geniuses who had a high chance of getting into the top 10 or top 3, The appearance of people like Luo Yuan and Tuo Bashio had put a lot of pressure on them. As such, they were unable to raise their spirits. However, for those who had no chance of getting into the top 10 or top 3, they looked like they were here to watch a good show. Now, let's begin the first segment of the ranking battle. While the crowd was still whispering among themselves, Lin Donglai's voice rang out again, drowning out everyone's voices. The 30 seeded contestants will accept the challenges of the other 72 contestants. Each of the other 72 contestants will only have 3 challenges. Chapter 40-30. The 30 seeded contestants were pushed out in the first round of the ranking battle to accept challenges from the remaining 72 contestants. Under such circumstances, the remaining 72 contestants would naturally challenge those who they were confident of winning. As for those who were strong and knew they were no match for their opponents, it was meaningless to challenge them. Moreover, they might be injured and affect their next challenge. 3 challenges in a row. If you think you can't win, you can admit defeat in advance to preserve your strength. Otherwise, if you insist on fighting at the beginning, you might not be able to defeat your opponents later on because you're injured. As long as you admit defeat, I'll intervene as soon as you finish your sentence so that your opponent won't hurt you. Lin Donglai's voice rang out clearly. Next, the 72 contestants will receive their numbered tokens. Then, you'll enter the arena according to your number. The 30 seeded contestants will now take a few steps forward and stand in the void in front of the people from your respective forces, so that you can choose your opponents. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, the 30 seeded contestants, including Duan Ling Tian, stepped into the void. On the Chunyang school side, only Duan Ling Tian stepped into the void with Xianxia. This was because they were the only seeded contestants on the Chunyang school side. As for the Machi clan side, there was only one seeded contestant, and that was Machi Hong. At this moment, Machi Hong stood in the void and looked straight ahead with a cold smile on his face. It was as if he wanted to see who would dare to challenge him. When Duan Ling Tian and the other 30 contestants stepped forward, Lin Donglai began to distribute the numbered tokens. Each of the 72 contestants received their own numbered tokens. Now, the prodigy who has received the number 1 token, please enter the arena and choose your opponent. If you win, you can replace your opponent and become a seeded contestant. After becoming a seeded contestant, you'll have to accept 3 challenges to enter the top 30. Of course, as a new seeded contestant, you can choose not to accept any more challenges on the day you become a seeded contestant. Lin Donglai said loudly. In fact, Duan Ling Tian and the others had already heard about the rules from the high-ranking officials of their respective sections. Therefore, they were not surprised at all. Soon, the person who had obtained the number 1 token entered the arena. He was a genius from one of the clans in the Consonance Manor, and his strength was not bad. The last time he fought, he defeated his opponent within 10 moves. He had some reputation in the Consonance Manor. However, in the other manors, because there were even more talented existences, many people had never heard of him. I challenge. In the end, the Sky Pride from the Consonance Mansion chose a seeded contestant from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion, and the other party was only famous in the Heavenly Stellar Manor. In the beginning, the 2 of them were evenly matched, but in the end, it was the Heavenly Stellar Manor seeded contestant who won after 50 moves. Moreover, looking at his calm and collected appearance, it was obvious that he had held back before. This person is quite smart. He could have defeated his opponent in a short period of time, but in order to preserve his strength, he delayed the battle for a while. It seems like he didn't end the battle quickly, but he only consumed a little more divine power. He can recover quickly after consuming a divine pill, and it won't affect him when he's challenged again. Many people saw through Heavenly Stellar Manor's plan. Of course, rather than calling it a plan, it was more accurate to call it experience. The Sky Pride from the Consonance Mansion, who had failed the challenge, did not look too good. At first, he thought that his opponent's strength was on par with his, and he had a high chance of winning. He did not expect that his opponent had hidden his strength. Now, he had lost at least 30 to 40% of his strength. Even if he was not seriously injured, he could not exert his full strength.
Choose your opponent in 15 minutes. Lin Donglai glanced at the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride and said. His opponent's expression turned even worse when he heard this. He had been challenged consecutively, but he did not have his peak strength. This was a great disadvantage for him. Elder Lin. Finally, he looked at Lin Donglai and asked, as far as I know, if I give up the second challenge, I will have 15 minutes to recover? Yes. Lin Donglai looked at him deeply. You want to give up the second challenge and use the third challenge after 15 minutes of rest? Yes. The Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride nodded. Without waiting for Lin Donglai to speak, he sat cross-legged in the void and consumed a divine pill to recover. Seeing this, Lin Donglai was not in a hurry. He waited quietly. The others also waited with him. This Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride is smart. Many people exclaimed. Now, anyone could see that the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride was far from his peak strength. If he rushed to challenge after 15 minutes, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Once he failed the second challenge, he would not have much strength left. The chances of winning the third challenge would be even slimmer. Under such circumstances, giving up the second challenge and taking the third challenge after 15 minutes to recover was undoubtedly the best choice. Fortunately, I'm not number one. Now, this Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride has taught us a good lesson. It's better to test the waters for the first challenge. Unless you are confident in winning, it's not worth using your full strength. A Sky Pride from a famous mansion sighed. The person beside him immediately smiled bitterly. That may be so, but who knows if the opponent you challenge is also thinking of conserving his strength. For example, the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride's opponent did not use his full strength in the beginning. It felt like they were evenly matched. Perhaps, that's why the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride slowly used his full strength. Who would have thought that his opponent would give him a thunderous blow in the end and defeat him directly? It's impossible to guard against it. It all depends on one's eyesight and luck. That's right. Although there are 3 challenges, I think it's better to treat it as one challenge. You must be careful when choosing your opponent. That's right. For example, the person who was challenged just now has basically revealed his strength. If you're confident in defeating him, you can choose to challenge him. If you want to challenge him, you must do it as soon as possible. After all, he only has 2 chances to be challenged now. Can he deliberately find someone to waste his chances of being challenged? That seems to be a loophole, right? It's almost impossible. If someone deliberately wastes his chances of being challenged, once he shows more strength later on, he'll be disqualified from entering the top 100. This has never happened in the history of the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. Unless that person is willing to give up on being ranked in the top 100. I don't think so as well. Now that he's been challenged by number 1, number 2 to number 10 won't be able to challenge him anymore. Once he's challenged by number 11 to number 20, number 21 to number 30 won't be able to challenge him as well. If you want to help him waste his chances of being challenged, you must be able to match up with a number. Unless you find someone at the last minute, but that's not realistic. Who would be willing to give up one of their chances of being challenged so easily? Moreover, if you give it up and show more strength later on, you'll be in trouble. There are so many intermediate god emperors present. Do you think you can fool them? Although there was a loophole in the rules of the first segment of the ranking battle, everyone knew about it. It was fine to exploit the loophole, but there was a price to pay. Basically, no one was willing to pay such a price. Therefore, in the history of the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet, such a situation had never happened before. 15 minutes later, the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride stood up and fixed his gaze on one person. It was a Sky Pride from the famous mansion. This Sky Pride from the famous mansion had not displayed much strength when he fought earlier. However, he could be considered a celebrity in the famous mansion, and even outside the famous mansion, he had some fame. In the end, the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride lost. This Sky Pride from the famous mansion was stronger than the previous opponent of the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride. Not to mention that he had not fully recovered his strength. Even if he was at his peak, he would still lose without a doubt. Therefore, when he left the arena, he was not discouraged at all because he felt that it was only natural for him to lose. I have even less confidence in the remaining 28 people.
The two people who have the most confidence are stronger than me. It seems that the profound Jade Mansion didn't randomly select the 30 people they challenged.
I'm curious.
Will there be anyone who will challenge the two Sky Prides from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion and Netherworld Mansion? You should know that before they were exposed, I had planned to challenge them. These were the thoughts of the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride. In truth, the others had the same thoughts as well. Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion's Autumn Leaf School and Tuoba Xiao from the Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan were geniuses that had been nurtured by their respective mansions. However, when they learned about their background, most of them retreated. This was because the host of the Seven Mansions banquet, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, had compared them to the Sky Pride of the Chunyang School, Duan Ling Tian. They knew that they were far from being a match for Duan Ling Tian. Next, it was number 2's turn to challenge Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiao. However, number 2's challenge still ended in failure. Similar to number 1, he gave up on his second challenge. On his third challenge, he had regained his peak strength. However, he was still defeated. After number 2 was done, it was number 3's turn. Number 3's challenge was still unsuccessful. Before number 7, no one had succeeded. When it was number 7's turn, he surprisingly chose Tuoba Xiao from the Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan. He was also the prodigy whom Lin Donglai had said was on par with Duan Ling Tian, and whom the earthly underworld mansion had devoted all its resources to nurture. Tuoba Xiao, although Elder Lin thinks highly of your strength, I still want to see your strength. Number 7 was a Sky Pride from the Great Mansion. His eyes were filled with eagerness as he looked at Tuoba Xiao who had just entered the arena. Chapter 40-31. Tuoba Xiao's name did not sound like a man. At this moment, Tuoba Xiao was indeed not a man. She was a young lady dressed in a loose black robe. Her face was beautiful and cold, and her hair was tied up behind her back. She was dressed like a man. But even so, the current her could still be called a beauty. If she were to change into a woman's outfit, she would definitely be stunning. Make your move. Tuoba Xiao's beautiful face was cold. Facing number 7, who had challenged her, her gentle voice sounded indifferent. It gave off a feeling that she was unapproachable. All right. Number 7 was the prodigy from the famous mansion who had challenged Tuoba Xiao. After responding, he charged out with a high-grade divine artifact in his hand. He circulated the divine energy in his body and charged at Tuoba Xiao with all his might. Tuoba Xiao was compared to Duan Ling Tian by Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was hosting the Seven Mansion banquet this time. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tuoba Xiao did not make any moves in the face of the Sky Pride from the famous mansion. However, her black robe fluttered slightly. In the next instant, whoosh, whoosh. Almost at the same time when the Sky Pride from the famous mansion approached, Tuoba Xiao's surroundings had turned into a world of ice and snow. Even the air around her had turned into ice and was rapidly spreading in all directions. 1,000 miles ice seal. In the blink of an eye, the famous mansion's genius was sealed in ice by a glacier that appeared out of thin air. He could be seen charging forward with all his might. However, he was only able to cross a short distance before he was completely stopped. Not only that, but his body was also frozen at this moment. The spectators could see the eyes of the Sky Pride from the famous mansion who was frozen in ice. At the same time, they could see the fear in the depths of his eyes through her gaze. He sent me a voice transmission saying that he's admitted defeat. Just when everyone was shocked by Tuoba Xiao's technique, Lin Donglai's voice rang out. Then he waved his hand, and the world of ice and snow in the void dissipated, returning it to its original state. As for Tuoba Xiao, she also took the opportunity to withdraw her divine power. Then, without saying anything, she turned around and left. As for the famous prefecture's prodigy, after he was rescued, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper and his body was trembling. Do you want to continue? Lin Donglai looked at the famous manor's Sky Pride and asked. Without waiting for a reply, he continued. However, I can see that your injuries are not light. I advise you not to continue with the challenge,
lest it affects the ranking battles later. I give up. Thank you for saving my life, Elder Lin. The famous mansion's sky prides took a deep breath and thanked Lin Donglai. Even now, he still had some lingering fear when he thought of the scene just now. If Tuoba Xiu hadn't held back, he might have died the moment he was sealed in ice. The embryonic form of the Tao of Control? Duan Lingtian stood in the void and looked at the figure in the distance. His eyes flashed. Perhaps the others present did not have any special feelings towards the embryonic form of the Way of Control. After all, the Way of Control and the Way of Weapons were very different. Once the Way of Control merged with the profundities of the laws, it could even become invisible. On the other hand, the Way of Weapons could not be concealed, not even in its embryonic form. That was right. Duan Lingtian could see it. Tuoba Xiu, a disciple of the Yuan clan from the Underworld Mansion, had comprehended the embryonic form of the Way of Control. Unless one had come into contact with the Way of Control or studied it, even a god emperor might not be able to see through the clues just now. However, as someone who had comprehended the Way of Control, Duan Lingtian was very familiar with it. This is the sky pride that the Underworld Mansion has nurtured with all its resources? Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn at this moment. Although Tuoba Xiu did not use her divine weapon earlier, when she activated the embryonic form of the Way of Control, she also displayed her attainments in the Law of Ice. At the very least, Duan Lingtian felt that Tuoba Xiu was definitely not weaker than Ma Qihong, whom he had defeated in the Seven Kills Valley back then. In fact, Ma Qihong might even be slightly weaker than her back then. While Duan Lingtian was feeling emotional, the people from the Chunyang school and the various mansions around him were also discussing Tuoba Xiu. Tuoba Xiu is too terrifying. The Law of Ice that she has comprehended has obviously reached an extremely powerful level. That sky pride from the famous mansions did not even have a chance to get close to her before he was blocked by her ice. As expected of the prodigy that the Underworld Mansion has nurtured with all its resources. Although the Underworld Mansion has contributed greatly to her success today, her innate talent and comprehension ability are more important. If it were us, even with the Underworld Mansion's unreserved help, we would not be able to compare to her. That's true. Although everyone knew that Tuoba Xiu was a prodigy that the Underworld Mansion had nurtured with all its resources and that she was treated with envy, no one could deny her innate talent and comprehension ability. If she was mediocre, the Underworld Mansion would not have been able to nurture her. After all, mud would not be able to support a wall. If Tuoba Xiu is like this, Luo Yuan from the Tianqian Mansion and the Autumn Leaf School should be similar as well. No wonder Elder Lin compared them to Duan Lingtian. That sky pride from the famous mansions probably did not even dream that Tuoba Xiu would be so powerful. Indeed, curiosity killed the cat. That's right. Obviously, he challenged Tuoba Xiu out of curiosity. By doing so, he has forfeited 3 chances to challenge Tuoba Xiu. I'm afraid no one will challenge Tuoba Xiu or Luo Yuan after this. I'm sure no one will challenge Tuoba Xiu anymore. As for Luo Yuan, with that sky pride from the famous mansions as an example, no one will challenge him as well. In the arena, the young prodigy who had obtained the number 8 token entered the arena. This time, the person who entered the arena was a disciple of the Chunyang school. He was none other than Lan Shilin, the great-grandson of Lan Zhangming, the patriarch of the righteous mansions. Lan Shilin was one of the more outstanding ones among the younger generation of the Chunyang school. Of course, compared to the likes of Yi Yingkai and Yun Yewei, he was still slightly inferior. He was second only to Yi Yingkai and the others. I challenge. Lan Shilin scanned the surroundings and finally locked his gaze on one person. It was a sky pride from the Consonance Mansion. Before this, his gaze had swept past the seated contestant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. He had paused for a moment. However, in the end, he had given up on challenging that person. He was not a match for that person. Although he wanted to show off in front of his fellow disciples and gain some face for himself, the rationality that came from knowing his own limits still prevailed over his impulsiveness. However, even though Lan Shilin had chosen the Consonance Mansion's sky pride, he was still defeated. In less than 30 moves, he was defeated by his opponent. How powerful! After his defeat, Lan Shilin was not discouraged.
He knew that it was impossible for him to enter the top 30. Now that he had entered the arena, it was just a formality. After all, even within the Chunyang school, there were several people who were stronger than him but did not become seeded contestants, not to mention other forces. It was all luck that I was able to enter the aspirations group. I just hope that I won't be at the bottom this time and get kicked out of the top 100. The members of the aspirations group entered the ranking battle. There were a total of 102 people in the aspirations group. It was destined that 2 people would be excluded from the top 100 and would not be able to receive any rewards from the 7 prefectures feast. Of course, many people would not be interested in the rewards for the 100th place. However, that was not only a matter of rewards, but also a matter of face. If you entered the top 100, you could generously tell others in the future that you participated in the 7 prefectures feast and entered the top 100. The challenges continued. However, even when it was the 30th place's turn, no one had succeeded in their challenge. The 30 seeded contestants were like 30 insurmountable mountains that made people flinch. Now, the person who has obtained the number 31 token, enter the arena. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, Duan Lingtian saw Yi Yingkai, who was not far from him, move. As soon as he moved, he rode the wind and entered the arena in the blink of an eye. It's Yi Yingkai. Yi Yingkai was the prodigy of the Chunyang school's younger generation. He was famous and many people recognized him. In fact, before Duan Lingtian entered Chunyang school, Yi Yingkai and Yun Yewei were the top prodigies of the Chunyang school's younger generation. When people talked about the prodigies of the Chunyang school's younger generation, they would be the first to come to mind. Unlike now, when people talked about them, they would only think of Duan Lingtian. This was because compared to Duan Lingtian, their achievements paled in comparison. Is he going to challenge the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? Duan Lingtian noticed that Yi Yingkai's eyes were fixed on one person after he entered the arena. It was none other than the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness who had been selected as a seeded player. This time, only one person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness had been selected as a seeded player. A moment later, Duan Lingtian knew that he had guessed correctly. I challenge Wuxia of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. When Lin Donglai asked Yi Yingkai who he was going to challenge, Yi Yingkai's gaze remained unchanged and he spoke calmly. He directly challenged the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Wuxia. Wuxia was a young man wearing a loose blue robe. He was tall and burly, almost 2 meters tall. His burly figure stepped into the air like a small moving tower. His appearance was average, but he left a deep impression on others. His face was chiseled, and his features were chiseled. Yi Yingkai, you almost killed my junior brother from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness earlier. Wuxia glanced at Yi Yingkai indifferently after he entered the arena. I was wondering if you would challenge me earlier. I didn't expect you to actually challenge me. You've given me a chance to avenge my junior brother from the same sect. Earlier, Yi Yingkai had almost killed that disciple from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Although that person was not close to Wuxia, they were from the same faction in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Usually, that person would be very respectful when he saw Lin Donglai. Moreover, he had done many things for Lin Donglai. Many people in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness knew about this. Therefore, Lin Donglai did not deny his relationship with that person. Instead, he declared that he would avenge that person.
Chapter 4032. Wuxia was one of the seeded contestants of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Naturally, he had his own strengths to be a seeded contestant.
At the very least, there were a few outstanding young people in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness.
However, compared to Wuxia, they were slightly weaker. As for how strong Wuxia was, not many people in the East Mountain Prefecture knew about it. Even in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, no one had ever seen Wuxia fight with his full strength. Even when he defeated the other outstanding young prodigies of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Wuxia still managed to end the battle with ease. From the beginning to the end, he was not stained by dust at all. This Yi Yingkai dares to challenge Brother Hu?
He's digging his own grave. Others might not know Wuxia's strength, but the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness knew very well. They trusted Wuxia's strength from the bottom of their hearts. Wuxia was the strongest person in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness under the age of 10,000. He was not like the Chunyang school where several people were tied for first place. Of course, that was before the appearance of Duan Lingtian. After the appearance of Duan Lingtian, the strongest person in the Chunyang school was Duan Lingtian. Because of this, the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness usually compared Wuxia to Duan Lingtian. As for Yi Yingkai, they instinctively thought that he was not worthy of being compared to Wuxia. Earlier, Yi Yingkai was the one who attacked first and severely injured the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. After that, we started the conflict with the Chunyang school. A person like this deserves to die. That's right. I hope brother who can kill him directly. Even if he can't kill him, it's not bad to cripple him. I think he's the grand disciple of Yi Chunfeng, the ancestor of the hidden sword faction in Chunyang school. With Yi Chunfeng around, even if Elder Lin of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flamehowl sect does not do anything, brother who will have a hard time killing him. This guy is really lucky to have such a grandmaster. Under the mocking gazes of the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Yi Yingkai finally made his move. After a while, he and Wuxia of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness began fighting. Within 10 moves, they were evenly matched. However, after 10 moves, Wuxia gained the upper hand. Then, he attacked like the wind and thunder. Vast and mighty power swept out and suppressed Yi Yingkai. Within 20 moves, Yi Yingkai was severely injured. However, even if he was seriously injured, Yi Yingkai still gritted his teeth and wanted to fight again. I admit defeat. At this time, Wuxia, who thought that he could attack Yi Yingkai again, heard an indifferent voice. It came from the Chunyang school. When Wuxia heard the voice, he glanced at the person who spoke. When he met the other party's sharp gaze, he felt a sense of absent-mindedness. In the next instant, he turned his head with a grave expression, not daring to look at the other party again. Was this the strength of Tunglang Province's #1 expert? Just one look was enough to make him feel as if 10,000 arrows had pierced through his heart. At that moment, he felt as if he was about to suffocate. Most importantly, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness did not seem to notice it at all. The other party seemed to be a middle god emperor as well, right? They were both middle god emperors, but the difference was so big? No matter what, since Yi Chunfeng had admitted defeat on behalf of Yi Yingkai, Wuxia could not continue attacking. Even if there was no rule in the 7 prefectures banquet that stated that elders could admit defeat on behalf of juniors. He really could not afford to offend Yi Chunfeng. Right now, he could only suppress the urge to continue attacking. Grandmaster. Yi Yingkai's expression was bitter. At the same time, his mind was in turmoil. The blood that was stuck in his throat suddenly spurted out. His face was incomparably pale. Do you still want to continue? Lin Donglai looked at Yi Yingkai and asked. Yes. Just as Yi Yingkai was about to say, continue, Yi Chunfeng's voice sounded again. Give up the second challenge. The third challenge will begin in 15 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, a pill bottle flew through the air and landed in Yi Yingkai's hand. It was Yi Chunfeng who had thrown it to him. At this moment, Yi Yingkai looked at Yi Chunfeng's calm gaze and felt a sense of guilt. He felt like crying. Too impulsive. Right now, it was not only the others who thought this way. Even Duan Lingtian thought the same. He felt that Yi Chunfeng was too impulsive. At first, I thought that Chunyang school was counting on me to enter the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast because they thought that no one in the sect could enter the top 10. Now, it seems that these people from Chunyang school, with the exception of Xianxia, may not be able to enter the top 30 of the 7 prefectures feast. Now, Duan Lingtian also realized that it was already very good for Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chunfeng to enter the top 30 of the 7 prefectures feast 10,000 years ago. At least, they were not weaker than Yi Chunfeng and Yunyue back then. Elder Yi, thank you for letting me win. The leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Ran Tietio, sent a voice transmission to Zhen Pingfan. Ran Tietio's voice was filled with pride. It was obvious that he did not want to let go of this opportunity to ridicule Yi Chunfeng. After the 7 prefectures feast, shall we spar?
Faced with Ran Tietio's smug tone, Yi Chen-feng only replied indifferently. This sentence was like a trump card. As soon as it reached Ran Tietio's ears, Ran Tietio no longer continued to communicate with Yi Chen-feng through voice transmission. And at this moment, Yi Chen-feng's ears were also completely quiet. At the same time, the people from the various major forces who were watching from the sidelines thought of Yi Chen-feng's earlier attack and vaguely understood what was going on. Why does it feel like Yi Ying-kai is targeting the alliance of benevolence and justice? Does he have a grudge against the alliance of benevolence and justice? I'm not sure about that. However, they're both from Tunglang province. Maybe they've had a conflict before. Yi Ying-kai is too impulsive. The fact that this person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was selected as a seeded contestant is enough to show that he's not ordinary. If he recklessly challenges him, he's destined to be at a disadvantage. While the crowd was discussing and whispering, a quarter of an hour quickly passed. Yi Ying-kai gave up on his second chance to challenge. However, he did not give up on his third chance to challenge. In just 15 minutes, Yi Ying-kai, who was originally severely injured in the eyes of the crowd, seemed to have been reborn. At the very least, he did not seem to be injured at all. The divine pill that Elder Yi from Chunyang School gave him earlier is most likely not an ordinary divine pill. Otherwise, how could it have such a good effect? This scene caused many people's imaginations to run wild. It's obviously not an ordinary divine pill. I wonder what kind of healing divine pill it is. Even a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill doesn't have such an effect. Could it be an Imperial-grade divine pill? It's possible. Moreover, it shouldn't be an ordinary healing Imperial-grade divine pill. As far as I know, there are a few types of Imperial-grade divine pills that have such an effect. A Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill? What are you thinking about? I've never heard of anyone being able to refine a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill. Perhaps, there are people in a more distant and vast world who can refine it, but the news hasn't reached here yet. I've actually seen records in some ancient books that someone had once refined a peak Emperor-level divine pellet. However, this kind of person, even in his era, in the entire Profound Handle land, was in existence as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Yi Ying-kai's quick recovery made people think of the divine pill that Yi Chen-feng had specially given him earlier. Even Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. It's at least an Imperial-grade divine pill. There's no Emperor-grade divine pill that can help him recover so quickly. Even a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill won't work. Although Duan Lingtian could also refine Supreme Emperor-grade divine pills now, he was still unable to refine Supreme Emperor-grade divine pills that were more difficult to refine. As for Supreme Emperor-grade divine pills, until now, he had not been able to refine one. He had tried a few times, but without exception, he had failed and wasted a lot of precious materials. The materials needed to refine a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill were extremely precious. Even a supplementary ingredient might be the main ingredient of a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill. I challenge. Soon, Yi Ying-kai chose another opponent. It was a prodigy from the famous prefecture. This prodigy of the famous prefecture was the prodigy of the Cold Mountain residence, one of the 4 major powers of the famous prefecture. He was the #1 prodigy of the younger generation of the Cold Mountain residence, and was also the only one selected as a seeded participant. This prodigy from the Cold Mountain residence had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His face was full of stubble, and his clothes were shabby. He looked a little sloppy and unkempt. He was holding a wine gourd in his hand at all times. Even after entering the arena, he still drank a few mouthfuls of wine. This person. Duan Lingtian looked at this middle-aged man again. Although it was his first time seeing him, his intuition told him that this kind of a strange person was either mediocre or powerful. And this person did not look mediocre at all. Mediocre people would not be chosen as a seeded contestant. Let's begin. Yi Ying-kai could not help but frown when he saw that the other party was still drinking. You go first. The middle-aged man put down the wine gourd in his hand and wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth with his other hand. He grinned and said, "Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance." When the middle-aged man said this, not only did Yi Ying-kai's face fall, but the others also burst into an uproar. This prodigy from the Cold Mountain residence is really arrogant. His previous performance was just so, right? The strength he displayed is not even comparable to Xianxia's. Just as the crowd was discussing, Xianxia, who had an ugly expression, finally made his move. Moreover, as soon as he made his move, his originally ugly expression turned serious. A high-grade divine sword appeared in his hand as he unreservedly circulated the divine energy in his body and sensed the surrounding law energy. This was because the moment he made his move, his Grandmaster Yi Chunfeng's voice rang in his ears. Don't underestimate him. His strength is not inferior to Hu Chai's. This sentence completely woke Xianxia up. Duan Lingtian also noticed the sudden change in Xianxia's attitude. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at Yi Chunfeng, who was on a small floating island not far away. Xianxia's change in attitude was most likely related to Yi Chunfeng. Chapter 40-33. All of a sudden, Xianxia turned serious. His casual attitude from before made the onlookers feel the tension in the air. At the same time, they could sense a strong smell of gunpowder spreading out. In the next instant, they saw Xianxia charging toward the prodigy from the Cold Mountain residence with his sword in hand. I don't think I've heard of this prodigy from the Cold Mountain residence before. The fact that he's chosen as a seeded participant shows his strength. Previously, I thought it was strange that some unknown prodigies were chosen as seeded participants. However, it seems like the profound Jade Mansion has some information we don't know about. First, the Heavenly Stellar Mansion and the Netherworld Mansion each sent a hidden prodigy. Now, the prodigy from the Cold Mountain residence isn't one of the prodigies we're familiar with. Now that you mention it, I realize none of the famous prodigies from the Cold Mountain residence were chosen as seeded participants. Only this person was chosen as a seeded participant. If I remember correctly, this person is called Wuxia. While the onlookers were discussing among themselves, Xianxia had already approached Wuxia. He cast his profundities from the law of profundities and merged them with a divine sword in his hand before they turned into dazzling sword rays that shot out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sword rays shot out like a net, completely sealing off the prodigy from the Cold Mountain residence, Wuxia. However, while many people were breaking out in cold sweat for Wuxia's expression did not change. However, the originally lazy expression in his eyes became somewhat sharp at this moment. Then, Wuxia slapped the wine gourd in his hand. The wine gourd expanded in the wind and turned into a gigantic gourd that shrouded him. Around the gourd's gourd, rolling gray energy transformed into a yellowish light that intertwined with each other to form an impenetrable wall. At the same time, the sword rays descended. Clang, 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 clang. When the sword rays landed on the gourd's gourd, it was as though they had hit a steel plate. However, there was no sign of the gourd's gourd breaking. Humph! Seeing this, Xianxia continued to exert his full strength. However, his expression soon changed because he realized that even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't break the other party's tortoise shell. At this moment, the solid gourd shadow paused on the spot, and then whistled out. Moreover, its speed was not slow at all, and in the blink of an eye, it swept away the sword rays that filled the sky. Then he rushed towards Xianxia. Seeing this, Xianxia attacked while retreating. However, his attacks were simply unable to breach his opponent's defense. It could be said that it was extremely difficult to breach his opponent's defense. Fortunately, although his opponent's speed was not slow, at least among those who were skilled in the law of earth, he was still slightly slower than him. The change in the field happened in just a moment. Just a moment ago, everyone was still watching Xianxia charge at Wuxia, but in the blink of an eye, Yi Chunfeng could only run. Moreover, Yi Chunfeng's attacks could not do anything to Wuxia at all. This Wuxia, what a terrifying defense. He's an expert in the laws of earth. Moreover, from the looks of it, he's an expert in the laws of earth that specializes in defense. This is too terrifying. Yi Chunfeng uses the sword, and in terms of offense, he can be considered strong, but he can't break through his defense. Right now, Wang Xiong only has a slight disadvantage in terms of speed. Otherwise, Yi Chen-feng would be defeated right now. The spectators were in an uproar at this moment. Clearly, the scene before their eyes was completely out of their expectations. The defense displayed by Wang Xiong not only shocked the group of young heaven prides present, but even the upper echelons of the various major powers present had solemn expressions at this moment. Elder Qi. There was even a power near the famous mansion's Cold Mountain residence. Looking at the leader of the people who came from the Cold Mountain residence this time, he sighed and said, "I really didn't expect that your Cold Mountain residence was hiding such a character. This shouldn't be the external aid that you found, right?" As this person opened his mouth to ask this question, numerous gazes swept towards the Cold Mountain residence. On the other hand, the leader of the people from the Cold Mountain residence was an old man in a light green robe. The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. When faced with the question from the people around him, he smiled faintly and said, "Wang Xiong grew up in the Cold Mountain residence since he was young. However, he rarely appears in public and has always been training outside. He recently returned from the Seven Mansions banquet. Speaking of which, all of you should have an impression of his father. His father is called Wang Anchong." Wang Anchong. Upon hearing the words of the elder from the Cold Mountain residence, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Elder Qi, is this Wang Anchong the person who made it to the top 10 in the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago?" During the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago, there was a person named Wang Anchong who made it to the top 10 in the Cold Mountain residence of the famous mansion. "Yes, it's him." The old man nodded. For a time, the people from the various mansions and major powers discussed animatedly. "He's Wang Anchong's son?" At this moment, on the side of the Chunyang school, Zhan Pingfan and Yi Chen-feng looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Naturally, they knew who Wang Anchong was. In fact, they had even been defeated by Wang Anchong 10,000 years ago. The most important thing was, Wang Anchong had a very good temper. Although it was the first time they met back then, they could chat because they liked each other. He could be considered their friend. However, what was unexpected was that not long after the Seven Mansions banquet ended, Wang Anchong died outside the famous mansion due to an accident. At that time, because of Wang Anchong's death, Zhan Pingfan and Yi Chen-feng had gathered together and lamented. As the saying went, "Heaven is jealous of geniuses." "I didn't expect this." Hearing Zhan Pingfan's words, Yi Chen-feng could not help but sigh. His father defeated both Elder Yi and Elder Zhen 10,000 years ago. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, could not help but be a little surprised when he learned from Zhan Pingfan that the sloppy middle-aged man's father had defeated him and Yi Chen-feng 10,000 years ago. Moreover, he was one of the prodigies who made it to the top 10 in the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago. However, he died prematurely. This Wang Xiong is going to win. In the field, although Yi Yingkai had the advantage in speed, Duan Lingtian knew that Wang Xiong was going to win when he saw his current movements. Wang Xiong seemed to be unleashing his endless power to launch attacks, but Duan Lingtian could tell that Wang Xiong was not launching attacks mindlessly. Otherwise, why would he launch attacks repeatedly when Yi Yingkai could easily dodge them? Amazing! Yi Chen-feng's exclamation sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian and the others saw that Wang Xiong's attack had not been launched. Not only did Wang Xiong's attack, which had missed, not disperse, it instead turned into solid yellow pillars that gathered together as it whistled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge cage and kept shrinking. Most importantly, Yi Yingkai was still inside. He has been preparing for this moment all along. At this moment, Yi Yingkai finally realized that something was wrong. He wanted to escape from the cage immediately, but he realized that unless he broke the cage, he could not escape. Wang Xiong had been planning this for a long time. Now that he had retracted the net, it was obvious that he had the confidence to trap him. Since I can't escape, I will attack my way out. Yi Yingkai made up his mind and started attacking the cage. Although the cage was sturdy, under his attacks, it showed signs of cracking. Seeing that the cage was cracking, Yi Yingkai was overjoyed. However, in the next moment, his expression changed completely. This was because he realized that while he was attacking the cage, Wang Xiong had already caught up with him. He had no choice but to escape again and could not attack the place he had attacked previously. Yi Yingkai continued to escape and Wang Xiong continued to chase. However, under the gazes of Duanling Tian and the others, the enormous cage continued to shrink, and the space that Yi Yingkai could escape to was becoming narrower and smaller. In the end, Yi Yingkai could not escape and could only face Wang Xiong head-on. However, he could not break through Wang Xiong's defense. Wang Xiong only casually attacked him and injured him, crippling his strength by more than half. I admit defeat. At this moment, the powerless Yi Yingkai could only admit defeat. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Although he felt aggrieved, he knew that he could not continue. Otherwise, his injuries would only worsen and it would affect his ranking later. Although there was no hope for the top 30. However, if he could get into the top 50, or even top 40, it would not be a disgrace to Chunyang School. Thank you for letting me win. Wang Xiong grinned and looked at Yi Yingkai. Your strength is stronger than I thought. I didn't expect that you still held back and did not show your full speed. Hearing Wang Xiong's words, Yi Yingkai smiled bitterly. In the last round, he faced Wuxia from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Because Wuxia's speed was not slower than his, he did not think of pulling away or even dodging. He had been fighting Wuxia head-on. Because of this, he did not show his true speed. Perhaps when Wang Xiong said that if he did not make the first move, he would not have the chance to attack, he thought that his speed was only that. If he only had that kind of speed, once Wang Xiong made the first move, he might not have the chance to attack. You're very strong. I'm convinced. Yi Yingkai said seriously. Yi Yingkai lost and did not have the chance to get into the top 30 of the 7 prefectures feast. However, when he left the stage, he was not discouraged. Instead, his eyes were shining as if his heart was rejuvenated. It was obvious that he had figured out something. Seeing this, Yi Chenfeng smiled. After Yi Yingkai returned, he looked at him and said, You're still young. There are countless possibilities in the future. In today's 7 prefectures feast, there were many people stronger than you. However, 10,000 years later they might not be as strong as you. When Yi Chenfeng said this, Yi Yingkai's eyes shone brighter. He knew that his grandmaster participated in the 7 prefectures feast 10,000 years ago and did not even enter the top 20. But now, in terms of strength, none of the people who entered the top 20 back then could compare to his grandmaster. Chapter 40-34. The challenges were still ongoing. Following that, until the end of the day, many people discovered that of the 30 seeded contestants, regardless of whether they had displayed great strength or not, none of them had been defeated. On the contrary, all the challengers had been defeated without exception. On the Chunyang School side, although Yi Qizai was the only strong contestant, Yun Yewei and a few others who were as famous as Yi Qizai had solemn expressions on their faces. At this moment, they all felt that there was a reason why they had not been selected as seeded contestants. None of the seeded contestants selected by the mysterious Jade Mansion were weak. After the day ended, everyone returned to rest. They waited for the next day to arrive. After Duanling Tian returned, he cultivated quietly as usual. He would go over the next day and see if anyone wanted to challenge him. If no one wanted to challenge him, he would continue to watch the show. If someone wanted to challenge him, he would make a move. As for the pressure? Not for the time being. The mysterious Jade Mansion has done a good job in gathering information. Not only were the famous young geniuses selected as seeded contestants in the past, but they also found out about those who had hidden themselves and only appeared before the 7 prefectures banquet. Tuoba Xiao, the young genius of the Yuan clan from the Netherworld Mansion, and Wang Xiong from the Hanshan Mansion from the Daming Mansion, were the hidden geniuses of the 2 major powers. In the past, no one had heard of them. They had only appeared before the 7 prefectures banquet. Moreover, they had made a name for themselves in today's 7 prefectures banquet. I wonder if anyone will succeed in their challenge tomorrow. If not, the first round of the 7 prefectures banquet ranking battle is obviously just a warm-up for the seeded contestants. Moreover, I reckon many of the seeded contestants won't even get a chance to warm up.
The next day, Duan Ling Tian followed the Chunyang School's team to the 7 Prefectures banquet once again. The first round of the ranking battle continued. The young genius who had obtained a serial number token and was ranked behind the last contestant from yesterday went up to challenge the others. As for this person, after entering the arena, unexpectedly, he looked at the autumn leaves gate of Tianqian Manor and locked onto one of them. With a clear voice he said, "Brother Luo Yuan, let's fight. Although I know that I am not your opponent, I still want to see your strength." This young Heaven's Pride who issued the challenge was from the same faction as Wang Xiong, who had defeated Genius Yi yesterday. He was also one of the few well-known Heaven's Prides from the Cold Mountain residents. He is actually challenging Luo Yuan? Although Luo Yuan has yet to display his strength, since Tuoba Xiao, who is as famous as him, is already so strong, Luo Yuan should not be weak. I originally thought that no one would challenge Luo Yuan. Unexpectedly, on the very next day, someone actually did. At this moment, even Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Was the genius of the Hanshan residents really doing this just to test Luo Yuan's strength? Or was it to scout for Wang Xiong? Although Wang Xiong took a long time to defeat Yi Yingkai yesterday and his performance was not amazing enough, his defense was enough to put him in an invincible position. He might even be able to put up a fight against Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan. Duan Ling Tian followed the gazes of the crowd and looked toward the autumn leaf gate of the Tianqian residence. On the other side, a young man that wore a dark green robe, had a cold expression, and was obviously reserved in speech and manner, and stepped into the sky with a cold expression and stood in confrontation with the young man. If there are no problems, let's begin. Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of the 7 residences banquet, spoke up. The instant Lin Donglai finished speaking, the genius of the Hanshan residents made his move. The moment he made his move, he activated the high-grade divine saber in his hand and unleashed a thunderous attack. As for Luo Yuan, in the face of the thunderous attack, he casually took out a 2-meter-long hammer. This was especially true for the hammerhead, which was the size of a small mountain. It did not match Luo Yuan's skinny body at all. However, before the crowd could even take a look at the divine weapon in Luo Yuan's hand, Luo Yuan had already waved the hammer in his hand. Condensed divine power and the power of laws roared on the hammer. Luo Yuan did not specialize in any of the 4 supreme laws, nor did he specialize in the 5 elemental laws. Similar to Tuoba Xiao, who specialized in the 5 elemental laws, Luo Yuan also specialized in the 5 elemental laws. However, he did not specialize in the law of ice, but in the law of lightning. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Yuan made his move and clashed head-on with the genius of the Hanshan residents who had made the first move. A deafening explosion resounded as a terrifying shockwave spread out. However, before the shockwave could reach the crowd, Lin Donglai raised his hand and extinguished it. As an Emperor God expert, it was easy for Lin Donglai to deal with such a situation. However, at this moment, Lin Donglai's gaze was fixed on Luo Yuan. His eyes were filled with shock, as he had not expected Luo Yuan to be so strong. In the next instant, the crowd saw that Luo Yuan's body did not move at all. In the end, he was as still as a mountain. On the other hand, the genius of the Hanshan residents was sent flying. Not only was his attack destroyed, but his divine saber was also knocked out of his hand. Both his arms were broken, and he coughed up blood. His aura weakened. This was all thanks to Lin Donglai's timely intervention. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot with that strike just now. I didn't disappoint you, did I? Luo Yuan calmly asked as he glanced at the Heaven's Prides of the Cold Mountain residents, who had barely managed to stop themselves in the distance and were on the verge of collapsing. When the genius of the Hanshan residents heard this, a bitter expression appeared on his pale face. I was too arrogant. I am sincerely convinced of Brother Luo's strength. Worthy of being a genius aiming for the top 3 of the 7 residences banquet. The genius of the Hanshan residents coughed up another mouthful of blood before retreating dejectedly. Elder Lin, thank you for saving my life. I will give up on the remaining 2 challenges. He had no choice but to give up. His injuries were too severe. If he did not return to recuperate, continuing to fight would only worsen his injuries. At that time, he might even be kicked out of the top 100. So strong. Too scary. This Luo Yuan seems to be even stronger than Tuo Xiu. As Luo Yuan turned around and left, an uproar broke out. This was especially true for the young geniuses, who were all astonished. After seeing Tuo Xiu make her move, they knew that Luo Yuan was not weak. After all, just like how Tuo Xiu had been nurtured by the Netherworld residents, Luo Yuan had also been nurtured by the Heavenly Star residents. However, although they had guessed that Luo Yuan would not be weak, his earlier attack had still shocked them. Luo Yuan's attack was different from Tuo Xiu's. Tuo Xiu had frozen her opponent. Luo Yuan, on the other hand, had crushed his opponent in a head-on clash. This was even more shocking. As such, some people were now saying that Luo Yuan was stronger than Tuo Xiu. Of course, this was only the opinion of some people. However, the majority of the young geniuses felt that even if Tuo Xiu's earlier attack had not been strong enough, it could not be said that she was weaker than Luo Yuan. This was unless the two of them fought and a victor was decided. Otherwise, they would not dare to say that Tuo Xiu was definitely weaker than Luo Yuan. I am truly curious which of the two of them is stronger. Duan Lingtian's expression turned somewhat solemn. The strength Luo Yuan had just displayed was also stronger than Ma Qihong, who had been defeated by him back in the Seven Kills Valley. When he thought of Ma Qihong, Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at the Machi clan. He saw that Ma Qihong had a solemn expression on his face. Evidently, he was feeling quite pressured as well. Luo Yuan is very strong. Beside Yi Chenfeng and Zhen Pingfan, Lu Fenggu sighed. It seems like the Heavenly Star residence has put in a lot of effort for this Seven Mansions banquet. The Netherworld residence is not bad either. Zhen Pingfan smiled. At the same time, he glanced at the people from the other prefectures. In this Seven Prefectures banquet, if one of them really makes it into the top 3, then perhaps in the next Seven Prefectures banquet, it won't be just one of them who has poured all their resources into cultivating one person. Are you saying that the other mansions will follow suit? Lu Fenggu asked. Yes. Zhen Pingfan nodded. Although the other mansions have no less than 4 powers, if they put in all their effort to nurture 2 such geniuses, even if they don't aim to enter the top 3, they should still be able to enter the top 10, right? 1 top 10, 2 spots. 2 top 10, that's 4 spots. That's 1 more spot than 1 top 3. In the Seven Mansions banquet, apart from the first place winner, who would be able to obtain 4 spots to enter the sacred grounds, the second and third place winners would each be able to obtain 3 spots to enter the sacred grounds. The top 3 would be able to obtain at least 3 spots. I don't think so. Lu Fenggu shook his head and said, this method involves too many things. Moreover, some powers will definitely be confident in their disciples and will not participate. 1 less power won't be a big deal. Zhen Pingfan smiled faintly. Take our Tonglang province for example. If someone suggests this and our Chunyang school is unwilling to participate, why can't the other powers work together to fulfill this suggestion? Zhen Pingfan and Lu Fenggu's conversation was not through telepathy. Therefore, even Duan Lingtian and the others could hear it clearly. Many people's expressions turned solemn. It would be fine if Chunyang school did not agree to this. However, if they did, it would implicate their interests. After all, there were only so many resources in the sect. In particular, top-tier resources were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Now, they still had a chance to compete. However, if Chunyang school were to participate and use all its power to nurture 1 or 2 geniuses, they would not even have a chance to compete for those top-tier resources. This was not a good thing for them. Of course. Duan Lingtian did not think much of it. After all, this did not affect him much. He did not know how long he would stay in Chunyang school after the Seven Mansions banquet. Perhaps, it would not be long before he left? On this day and the following days, none of the 72 prodigies who went on stage succeeded. The 30 seeded contestants were like 30 insurmountable mountains, making people shrink back at the sight of them. Chapter 40-35. The final stage of the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet was the ranking battle. The first stage of the ranking battle was to challenge the seeded contestants. The 30-seeded contestants would be challenged by other contestants. In the 7 prefectures grand banquet this time, the mysterious Jade Mansion had a vicious eye. None of the 30-seeded contestants were defeated and replaced. At this point, the first stage of the ranking battle was over. During this process, Duan Lingtian, Ma Qihong, and the other young prodigies who were famous in the other prefectures were not challenged by other contestants. This was because not only were they very famous, but they had also displayed amazing strength. We're about to enter the second stage of the ranking battle. In the second stage of the ranking battle, the remaining 72 contestants will be ranked from the 30th to the 100th place. The 2 weakest contestants will be kicked out of the top 100. On the day of the end of the first stage, Duan Lingtian heard many people's voices as he was leaving. The second stage had nothing to do with him, Ma Qihong, Xianxia, and the other seeded contestants. They only needed to prove themselves in the third stage, which was the last stage. Xianxia. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xianxia a few more times as he was leaving with the rest of the Chunyang school. He had to admit that Xianxia's performance was beyond his expectations. As expected of someone who had entered the strongest divine abode. Although Xianxia had been challenged by 2 contestants in the past 2 days, he had defeated his opponents. It took him some time to defeat his first opponent. However, in his second opponent, he once again displayed even greater strength. He directly defeated his opponent within 3 moves, allowing everyone to completely witness his strength. At that time, even Yi Yingkai and the other young prodigies of the Chunyang school were ashamed of their inferiority when they faced Xianxia's strength. Elder Yuan, the disciples of your sect are truly unexpected. At this time, several Chunyang school elders next to Xianxia's master, Yuan Hanjin, sighed. I've never heard of him being so monstrous in the past. That's right. Elder Yuan. Another elder sighed. This disciple of yours has hidden his strength too well. And you, for you to be able to find him, you are really amazing. Elder Yuan, I'm really envious that you have such a disciple. Now, Yuan Hanjin had become the focus of many people's attention, especially a group of Chunyang school elders, who could not hide their envy. As for Yuan Hanjin himself, although he was humble on the surface, there was still a hint of pride in the depths of his eyes. This disciple of Xianxia had indeed given him a lot of face. However, they may not know that this is not my disciple's true strength. If this disciple of mine shows his true strength, he might be able to enter the top 10. If he can get into the top 10, he will win 2 more places for Chunyang school. These were the thoughts in Yuan Hanjin's mind. When he thought of this, his heart burned with passion. If Xianxia could get 2 spots, then one of them would definitely go to his father. If he couldn't obtain it, then even if Duan Lingtian entered the top 3, his father would still have no chance. Unless Duan Lingtian entered the first place, then his father would still have a chance. Before his father, Yi Chenfeng, Lu Fenggu, and Zhen Yunfeng, the ancestor of the Yunfeng branch, had priority. It was needless to say that Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu were superior to his father in terms of status and strength in Chunyang school. Zhen Yunfeng was also slightly stronger than his father. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was from Zhen Yunfeng's branch. If he entered the top 3 and Zhen Yunfeng got a spot, no one would say anything, and no one could say anything. At this moment, the group of Chunyang school elders surrounding Yuan Hanjin praised him, but from their words, no one thought that Xianxia could enter the top 10. In their opinion, it would be good enough if Xianxia could stay in the top 30. If he could go one step further and enter the top 20, Ping Sheng's branch would be in the limelight this time. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian received Yi Chenfeng's voice transmission. The young prodigies that appeared this time also exceeded our expectations. In short, there are many uncertainties in this 7 prefectures banquet. In the past, we all thought that you would have no problem entering the top 3. With your strength, you would definitely have been able to enter the top 3 during the previous 7 prefectures banquet. As for us, we have always thought that this 7 prefectures banquet would be as difficult as the previous one. However, we did not expect that some powers and some prefectures would actually think of a way to nurture young prodigies with the resources of their prefectures. Originally, I did not think much of it. Even so, if there were no prodigies with monstrous talent, no amount of resources would be of any use. However, today, Tuoba Xiao from Netherworld Prefecture and Luo Yuan from Tianjin Prefecture made their moves. This completely exceeded my expectations. With their strength, they would have been able to compete for first place 10,000 years ago. There's also Lin Yuan from Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. He can be considered as external help invited by the Flame Howl sect. Although his strength is not too exaggerated, I have a feeling that he's not weaker than Tuoba Xiao and Luo Yuan. As for Mo Luo Duo, the publicly acknowledged #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Flame Howl sect, he shouldn't be a match for you. You don't have to worry too much about him. Apart from them, there are 2 more people you need to pay attention to. They are Han Di from the Heavens Equal sect of the Spirit Rhino Mansion and Yuan Mou from the Heavens Howl sect of the Qing province. These 5 people are definitely not weaker than Ma Qihong, who is obviously stronger now. Ma Qihong, don't be careless. Although you defeated him previously, that was because he had yet to consolidate his cultivation base and underestimated you. This time, if you face him, you'll have to deal with him differently. Apart from reminding Duan Lingtian to be careful, Yi Chen-feng also told Duan Lingtian about the few people he felt were stronger this time. These people were likely to be in the top 3. Previously, he felt that Duan Lingtian would definitely be in the top 3. However, there were too many surprises this time. Not only did the Netherworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion have 2 prodigies, but the Spirit Rhino Mansion also had a prodigy. Furthermore, the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect had specially invited an external aid. As for the neighboring Heaven's Howl sect of the Qing province, they also had an extremely strong prodigy. Their strength was also beyond Yi Chen-feng's expectations. Upon hearing Yi Chen-feng's words, Duan Lingtian was not too surprised. This was because what Yi Chen-feng said was more or less what he had expected. Among the 30 seated contestants in the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet this time, regardless of whether they had concealed their strength or not, he valued 6 of them the most. Han Di from the Heavens Equal sect of the Spirit Rhino Mansion. Yuan Mou from the Heavens Howl sect of the Qing province. Tuoba Xiao from the Yuan clan of the Netherworld Mansion. Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Mansion. Lin Yuan from the Flame Howl sect of the Profound Jade Mansion. There was also his old rival, Ma Qihong from the Ma Qi clan. Although Ma Qihong had taunted him through voice transmission before the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet, he had only responded coldly. However, the strength that Ma Qihong displayed later still surprised him. Of course, when compared to the other 5, he felt that Ma Qihong could only be considered to be relatively weak. Even if Ma Qihong's strength was stronger than the last time he was defeated by Yi Chen-feng. Don't feel pressured. Yi Chen-feng's voice continued to sound. From the beginning, the sect only wanted you to be in the top 10 of the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. It was only after you defeated Ma Qihong that they felt you could be in the top 3. This time, even if you can't be in the top 3, it's not a big deal. It's good enough if you can stay in the top 10. 2 spots in the top 10 are already in the bag. It's enough for the sect. Yi Chen-feng paused for a moment before he continued. This time, many people think I'll be in the top 10. In the beginning I thought so as well. However, ever since I obtained the complete Soul High-Grade Divine Sword, I've seen the path to becoming a higher God Emperor. I don't think I need this opportunity to become a higher God Emperor. In fact, if I enter the top 10, it might even interfere with my path. You don't have to think that if there are only 2 spots, senior brother Yunfeng won't have a chance. Even if there are only 2 spots, one of them will definitely be his. Yi Chen-feng said these words because he was worried Duan Lingtian would be under too much pressure. Zhen Yunfeng was the old ancestor of Yun Peak while Duan Lingtian was from Yun Peak. It was normal for him to feel pressured if he could not obtain an opportunity for Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Yi Chen-feng's words, he could not help but feel shocked. He did not pay much attention to other things. What he cared about was Yi Chen-feng's words about seeing the path to becoming a higher God Emperor. As far as he knew, the path to becoming a higher God Emperor was difficult because it was very difficult for a middle God Emperor to see the path to becoming a higher God Emperor. This was partly because of one's talent and comprehension, and partly because of luck. However, if one's talent and comprehension was top-notch, there was still hope to see the path forward. Right now, Yi Chen-feng had obviously achieved this. Congratulations, Elder Yi. When Duan Lingtian came back to his senses,
he repeatedly congratulated Yi Chunfeng. You should keep this matter to yourself. Don't tell anyone else. I haven't even told Zhen Pingfan yet. Later, when you kill your way into the top 30 and obtain a spot, I'll give him and senior brother Yunfeng a surprise. Yi Chunfeng continued to transmit his voice. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he suddenly smiled. Understood. I won't tell Elder Zhen. These few days rest well. Don't feel too much pressure. When the time comes, after watching the ranking battles of the 70 people, it will be your turn. It's fine if you don't want to go these few days. When it's your turn, I'll call you. Yi Chunfeng said. No need. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head. I still want to go and take a look. With my current cultivation, it's hard for me to improve in a short period of time. Watching them fight may give me some insights. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.